Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 254, A Clothing Line. You better prepare for a celebration when we return. P.S. No bell peppers on the menu. That was what was written on the paper. Randall looked at the paper for a few seconds before an evil grin spread on his face and he started laughing. The crow had enough and flew away. Randall kept the letter in his dimensional ring and took out a communication scroll out. What happened, Randy? Claire's voice came from the other side. Her voice sounded hoarse. It was clear she was also crying before, probably because of Haru's departure. Nothing. I got a task from the professor that he would like us to do while he is away. Randall spoke in a serious tone. Really, what is it? Claire sounded like her mood was lifted up. It is to make as many dishes with bell pepper for the celebration when he returns. Randall spoke with a malicious grin. Really? I didn't know Professor liked bell peppers so much. I have never seen it on his plate. Claire spoke in an unsure tone. That is because he eats them first. It is his favorite after all, Randall said while suppressing his urge to give Claire a piece of his mind. Why do you know what is on his plate in the first place? Oh. That is true. I didn't know that Randall kept such a close eye on Professor. Is this what a tsundere is? Claire teased Randall, even though Randall would always get in trouble with Haru. Calm down, calm down. Anger is the ruin of all things. Randall used all of his willpower to suppress his anger. Leave that aside. We have an important task, don't we? Randall said. Yes, I'll gather everyone. Let's meet in the disciplinary council meeting room in 2 hours. Claire spoke in a cheerful voice and the communication was cut. I'll definitely prepare a feast that you will remember for the rest of your life. He. Randall laughed like a villain ready to execute his master plan. Who knows, Randall may be the most dangerous villain Haru will ever face. But that is a story for the future. Here Haru on the other hand just arrived in Seoul and everyone came out of his training space. Wow, this place is like a jungle full of buildings. That were the words uttered by Aaliyah while Zenobia looked around Haru's flat curiously trying to examine everything. Hey Aaliyah, come to my room. I'll show you my collection of books. Gina pulled Aaliyah towards her room. Why you have more of those? Aaliyah asked in shock. Her hands covered her mouth with a little redness spreading on her face. Sure, come on, I'll show you a new world, Gina said and entered her room. I didn't know Aaliyah liked books that much, Haru mused while the other looked away trying to scurry away. What? Haru tilted his head as the others were acting a bit strange, but he shrugged and put the thought away because his phone started to ring. Hello, Jin-woo, what's up? How did you know I just arrived? Haru asked after picking up the call. Help. That was all that was heard from the other side. So why did you sound like a dying puppy that was being kicked by a priest? Haru asked Jin-woo, who looked like all of his life was sucked out of him. You know why? Jin-woo spoke in a hollow tone while a person adjusted his clothes while putting slight makeup on him. Yes, you read it right. Makeup. As for why? Well, the main reason is Juhi is starting a clothing line. She always wanted to and was working as a hunter to earn enough money for it. And now she had saved up quite a lot of money and was putting her work into motion, and if you were starting a clothing line you would need a model, right? You can already guess where this is going, right? Stop overacting, you are just having a photo shoot. Haru rolled his eyes. Haru, you know I called you to help me get out of the situation, right? Jin-woo said while narrowing his eyes looking at Haru who was sitting next to him. That you did, Haru nodded. Then, why the fuck are you joining in instead of helping me out? Jin-woo's eye twitched in anger. Cause why not? Haru stated that like it was the most normal thing in the world. Jin-woo had tick marks on his forehead than before as his anger kept building up. Let's see whose photos come out better. Seeing that there was no way out, Jin-woo said with a smug look, but in the heat of the moment he had forgotten something. Your funeral, Haru smirked like it was no big deal. Half an hour later. Damn it, how did I forget? This guy looks too good no matter how you take his photos. Jin-woo looked like all of the life was drained out of him. Posing for the camera was hard, you know. Damn, Mr. Tsujikuni is a natural model, but that is to be expected, Soo-hyun said with a light blush on her face while scrolling through the pics. Even her cameraman was shaken. No matter the pose or clothes, Haru rocked them like nothing. He looked good no matter how they take the photos. Yeah, it is quite surprising indeed, Juhi agreed absent-mindedly. She was more worried about Jin-woo who looked exhausted. Hyung, you did great, no need to worry, your opponent is too strong. Jin-ho handed Jin-woo some water. Is that supposed to be a consolation? Jin-woo rolled his eyes before sighing heavily. Well, that guy can pull off being a gangster in a maid uniform, so there is no point in competing with him. Jin-woo shrugged, but his words gave Jin-ho the shock of his life. What? Jinho looked at Haru in shock. Well, some trouble came up during the school festival you see and well things happened. Haru just laughed it off. How is that even possible? Jinho muttered while trying to draw up the situation in his head, and now he can't get it out of his head. Do you want to see how I did it? Haru asked with a wink. No, I had a hard time after I saw that maid pic of yours, save me the trouble of going to therapy again. Jinho wasn't having any of it. It is your loss, Haru winked as Jo-hee and Soo-hyun came over with the cameraman. When will this be finished? Jin-woo asked in a tired voice. Next outfit is the last one, this is why I told you that I would look for some other model since you don't like doing this. Jo-hee sighed at Jin-woo who didn't let her look for a male model. She was surprised at how long he lasted in the shoot because of how much he didn't like being on camera. No, who knows what type of models there are, Jin-woo shook his head. Jin-woo has been wary of male stars since he saw Lee Min-sung. He is the hunter who had his thunder stolen by Jin-woo at the ranking assessment. That is right, Soo-hyun agreed, she is also biased against male stars/models because of Lee Min-sung. While Jo-hee and Soo-hyun were discussing the final outfit as Jin-woo was giving the giggling Haru a death stare. Even though Haru didn't say anything, Jin-woo can already imagine what was going through his head. After a bit, Haru and Jin-woo went into the changing to wear the new outfits that were kept in the room. Haru walked out wearing a burgundy jacket, lime green undershirt, cyan-colored jeans that were ripped around the thigh, and white shoes. Not bad. Haru didn't put much thought into his outfit since it didn't matter because if he did put too much thought it would take him hours to decide. Haru could feel everyone looking at him appreciating the clothes so he must be looking good. And then they waited for Jin-woo. Hey Jin-woo, it has been 10 minutes, come out. Haru banged on the door. I don't want to. Jin-woo's voice was so low that only Haru heard it. Stop acting like that, we need to go home as we dash. Haru, who opened the door like it was nothing, stopped mid-sentence. Jin-woo stood there wearing a dark turquoise jacket with a white undershirt that looked like it had been under attack by elementary kids with painting brushes. He wore dark jeans underneath that were ripped at various places with shin-high black boots. You look good, Haru said with a thumbs up. Look at your face, you yourself do not believe those words. Jin-woo flipped out pointing at Haru. Hello, it is me again. Well, I am quite surprised to know that I have more than 20 readers, that is really shocking. Anyway, I made a bet that if there are more than 20 replies I would release a bonus chapter on Sunday. TSK. Anyway, since I am so happy to know I have more 50 readers, I have a deal to make it more interesting. Let's say if we reach 700 PS by the end of the week you'll get another bonus chapter, but if it doesn't, you won't get any bonus chapters. It is a double or nothing. So what do you say? It is fine if you are chicken, I understand. Then see you tomorrow. Chapter 255, we are back. You look good, Haru said with a thumbs up. Look at your face, you yourself do not believe those words. Jin-woo flipped out pointing at Haru. Anyway, let's get this over with, Haru said with a laugh, and Jin-woo sighed before walking towards the lights. Well, for this we will take your photos together since it is a set, Jo-hee said. Were both models supposed to be male? Haru asked curiously. No, the outfit you are wearing was supposed to be worn by Soo-hyun, Jo-hee said with a smile. Oh okay, Haru waved it off like it was nothing. Is that all you say? Jin-woo looked at Haru with a defeated sigh. I don't really mind, you know, I can do a photo shoot in a maid outfit, wanna see it? Haru asked, and Jin-ho ran out of the studio. I want to see it. Jo-hee, Soo-hyun, and the cameraman were hyped. Why are you like this? Jin-woo facepalmed at Haru's antics even though he knew that Haru wasn't joking and will do it, but didn't want to see that accursed sight again. I am just numb to it, Haru just muttered with a straight face. Has been dressed as a girl by his mother and aunt till he was 12. After a good amount of photos, the cameraman asked Jin-woo and Haru to come with their own poses as a pair. It was quite rocky at first since Jin-woo didn't know what to do. Hey Jin-woo, let's do this one, Haru whispered to Jin-woo a pose that was in his mind. That might be good, Jin-woo nodded. I knew you would like it, Haru laughed, getting a glare from Jin-woo. The others looked confused at what the two were discussing. Alright, let's do it, Haru smiled and Jin-woo nodded. Jin-woo turned his body to the left, raised their right leg, pulled his left arm up across his body, and put his right arm backward away from him, while Haru faced forward, right arm straight and fist clenched with his left arm raised in front of his face, palm open and facing backward. Silence. Utter silence. The people in the room were too shocked to say anything as only the sound of the camera taking photos could be heard. The cameraman was all over the place taking photos from different angles. Jo-hee smiled since it looked like Jin-woo was having fun. I'll use this as the main photo for this outfit. I don't know much about the pose but they seem to be having fun. Jo-hee shrugged it off, it was fine. With the photo shoot ending, Jin-woo and Haru went back home betting on whose clothes would sell more. The two were, obviously, oblivious to the massive trouble they will be causing. Jinwoo wasn't someone who understood how popular he was around the world since he never had any interest in it and he didn't know how much of a wave his actions will send through the world. Haru on the other hand, fully knew what was going to happen. Yes, this guy knew what he did and he knew how famous he was around the world. And most importantly, he was looking forward to what will happen. Let's just say that even he didn't expect the response that came in return. There are only 2 days left till Haru and the others leave this world to go to the new one. And it has been 1 week since Juhi's clothing website went online. The result? Well, that should be obvious, right? The website blew up all around the world. Juhi is now officially a billionaire, in dollars not in won, and the number is still increasing without showing a sign of stopping. The sales went so crazy that Juhi had to outsource several other clothing factories just to keep up with the demand. And no matter where one is in the world, if they look out on the streets, one will see people in different poses while doing a parade carrying a big poster with Haru and Jinwoo doing their pose. The duo's pose and clothes had become quite loved all over the world, with their fan clubs going crazy over it. It had reached to the point that if one doesn't have the costume in which they posed, they would be looked down upon by their fellow stans. We're back, baby. Did you miss me? Dumbass, it is Haru-sama who is back. No one wants to see your sorry ass. Are you sure about that? Wow, people can't even joke nowadays, huh? We live in a society. We live in a society X10000000. Enough of moping around. Are you participating in the JoJo March? Of course, who wouldn't? Well, someone who has a life maybe. Huh? You have a life? KYS. Yeah, the only reason you're here is because of Haru-sama, so if everything in your life doesn't revolve around him, you should just die. Agreed. X20000000. Sob *, sorry for having a life, guys. I am so sorry, look at this motherfucker. Anyway, when did it get named JoJo Pose? What? How did you not know? There is a new account named JoJo's Bizarre Adventures that is filled with different poses other than the one Haru-sama did. It looks like they came up with different poses and outfits as well. What, really? Yeah, this is what you get for having a life. See, there is no point in having one. ** cries in JoJo. The community is coming up with different poses, but I think the ones here are the best ones. Yeah, they are 2 girls, right? Have any idea who they are? They look cute. Bro, how horny are you? We didn't even see their faces. Get bonked. No. He used the forbidden move, requesting backup. Sometimes the bat is not enough. Unlimited bonk works. What are these idiots doing? Anyway, no one knows who they are. One has black hair and the other has greenish blonde hair, but the poses are great since that is all that matters to us. Ong. LOL, look what I found. * pic of Thomas and G-Gang dressed as Jinwoo and Haru doing the pose. Perfection. Perfection X20000000. * at JoJo's _by _adventures. Hey guys, use the code, I have a dream, for 40% off on the website. Oh. My. Good. God has descended. Praise the JoJo God. Praise the JoJo God. X2500,000. JoJo has taken over ZA Warudo. Why are you getting so excited over discount coupons? Oh, sorry, someone as rich as you won't understand the problem of us plebeians. Cries in Gucci *. I was being sarcastic. I wasn't, sorry, not sorry. * mother few. Guys, I think we have fallen off because of how long we've been away. I think so as well. Agreed. X30000000. Alright, it is decided, we are going on a journey to train our keyboard skills and JoJo poses. Yes, damn it, will be the best thing you've ever seen. Onwards to a better us. If we face death, we'll make sure to let it see our best pose. ORA X3,500,000. * comrade intensifies. Sorry, but I have semesters next week. * heavy metal stops. * death metal glares. Chuckles * I am in danger. Also, where is that guy who always asks, where is Luffy? As you would expect from the internet, always something to see no matter what time it is. Also, can you guess what the internet and Haru have in common? They always spread chaos no matter the occasion. Now let's see what our master shit stirrer is up to, shall we? On the terrace of the building Jinwoo lived in, 3 figures could be seen sitting on a piece of cloth eating spicy fried chicken and drinking. Ah. That hit the spot, Il1 sighed while finishing the soju in his glass. Have some more than Jinwoo bought too many. Haru gave Il-1 another bottle, while Jinwoo just gave him a side eye. Why are you sulking? Haru asked with a chuckle. Don't act like you don't know, you knew this would happen, didn't you? Jinwoo pointed at his phone screen which showed photos of them on different billboards around the country. No, I had no idea. Haru faked a surprised expression. That reaction is faker than a Nike t-shirt with an upside-down tick mark, Jinwoo snapped and Haru laughed like usual. Isn't it fine to have fun once in a while? Haru said. Have your fun on your own, Jinwoo spat with a frown. When will you two stop acting like kids? Il-1 sighed, causing Haru and Jinwoo to look at him. What? If you have something to say then do it. Chapter 256, To the New World We Go. What? If you have something to say then do it, Il-1 frowned at the way Jinwoo and Haru were looking at him. There is no way, he said that to us, anyone who saw their face would hear these words loud and clear even if they weren't saying anything. That does it, you brats, feel my iron fist of love. Il-1 sprung up to his feet and chased after Jinwoo and Haru, trying to hit them, but he wasn't able to since the two dodged while running around the terrace. Damn, you two brats have sure grown up. There was a time when you would tremble in fear under my fist. Looks like I am getting too old. Il-1 sighed heavily before sitting down and munching on chicken with a bottle of soju. Now you're just slow, Haru said. Look at this punk. Il-1 had an amused smile on his face as Haru just shrugged as if saying, I ain't wrong. After a brief silence between the three, Il-1 looked at Haru again. So you are leaving in 2 days? Haru nodded to Il-1's words. Is it necessary? Il-1 asked. Why are you asking that? What are you going to miss me? That is unexpected, Haru smiled jokingly. You look uneasy, that is the reason I am asking you if it is necessary, Il-1 said, freezing Haru in place. Well, it is important, Haru said while scratching his face with a smile. I can't believe you thought that no one noticed it, Jinwoo snorted while a smug look. Haru just shrugged since he was on edge this whole time and hadn't been able to relax much. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Gina if that is what you're worried about, Haru said seriously. I know you won't, but what about yourself? You know that being there for your loved ones is much more important than just protecting them, Il-1 spoke in a sorrowful tone. After hearing no response for a minute, Il-1 looked up at Haru and Jinwoo. You sure this is Uncle? Haru said with suspicion. Maybe someone kidnapped him. Jinwoo had a wary look on his face. Damn you brats, Il-1 exploded in anger. After the second game of tag concluded, the three sat down again. Geez, and here I was serious, Il-1 was sulking while downing the bottle of soju. No need to worry, I'll keep it in mind, Haru said with a cheerful smile. That is better, Il-1 nodded with a smile. Jinwoo silently ate while looking at the two. He trusted in Haru enough to know that he won't make a bad decision. But he was worried nonetheless, which was why he bought a lot of alcohol and chicken so that he could let his father talk to Haru. Even though Jinwoo was thoughtful, he went out of his way to buy soju, which Haru didn't like. This is what you get for dragging me in your fun, no wine for you, Jinwoo snorted. Il-1 looked at Haru, who was clearly in a great mood, all smiles, and everything. Just to be clear, I am still against you marrying Gina, Il-1 spoke in a flat tone. Haru and Jinwoo looked at each other for a brief period of time and then sighed in relief. Looks like it is Uncle after all, Haru said. Yep, it is indeed, Dad, Jinwoo nodded. Why can't you take me seriously, brats? Il-1 roared in fury and the third game of tag began. Soju doesn't taste half bad today, Haru thought while drinking a little after Il-1 calmed down. The remaining 2 days went by in a flash and the day of departure arrived. I'll definitely beat you up the next time I see you, Jinwoo looked angry while Haru laughed. The reason for his anger? Haru won the bet they made and Jinwoo had to do what Haru told him. What did Haru ask for? More JoJo poses from Jinwoo that the world is going crazy over. Even most of the clothes worn by Haru were bought by women. A win is a win. Jinwoo was furious and said it didn't count, but Juhi said that most of what they wore was unisex clothing, so he could only suck it up. Then let's meet again, Haru gave Jinwoo a thumbs up before vanishing from his spot. Meet again, huh? But I'll surely beat you up, Jinwoo scoffed in his mind but had a small smile on his face. Everyone was already in the training space and they had brought everything they needed since this trip will be different from before. Haru appeared in his own house to start the transfer. Let's get started, Kurumi spoke and covered Haru in pink mist. Haru looked at his status and pressed on the world travel function. Then he vanished from the room and everything flashed by his eyes before he found himself in. Did the transfer fail? Haru muttered while looking around and seeing the same room. No, it was completed, Kurumi's voice came from Haru's right, prompting him to look at her. This is something I prepared for you all, so that you guys don't have to face trivial problems. Kurumi waved her tail, making a portal from which Heian, Gina, Kane, Kairisha, Zenobia, and Aaliyah walked out from it. Looks like we won't need to look for a place at least, Heian looked happy. I need to look for a bigger place that suits my lord. Kairi was making her plans. The others also looked around the familiar house. Alright, save your reactions for later and take this. These are all of the documents you guys need to do what you want. Kurumi sent a folder in front of everyone that had everything from their birth certificate to their college majors, and it wasn't a fake. If someone was to check the records, they would be able to find that it was indeed real. Everything about them was made up the moment they entered this world. But the people in the building know them, and people will even recognize them as classmates that went to the same school or university. Kurumi tweaked the world in a sense to make sure Haru doesn't face any problems that will distract him from his main goal. Of course, she won't talk about how she did it since it was irrelevant. Everyone was impressed at what Kurumi did except for one. I have to go to uni. Gina was crying tears of blood since she thought that she could escape from studying. Everyone ignored her and went through their file to see if anything changed. You guys have half an hour to unpack your stuff, do it quickly, Kurumi urged the others, who listened to her and quickly set aside the files for now, getting busy with their luggage. Haru picked up Kurumi and sat down on the sofa after everyone scattered to their own room. Is this world under observation? Haru asked. Yes, but the ones observing now aren't strong, but they will come eventually, which is also the reason I have to do such annoying stuff. Things would be a bit troublesome if someone catches a whiff of your entrance. It would cause a huge storm, Kurumi mused, feeling Haru pat her head gently. What would I do without you? Haru said. That is right, I am the best. I deserve all the head pats. Kurumi looked super smug and Haru only chuckled. Though I'll ask again if you really want to do it this way. Kurumi asked curiously. Yes, you can never be too sure about things. Say if a 100-story building suddenly appears out of nowhere in the middle of the town, it will surely attract attention, but no one would be suspicious if they see it being built from the ground up. Kurumi nodded to Haru's words. She was a bit dissatisfied, and it might even be the worst possible choice that will put Haru in danger, but she knew that Haru didn't make this choice half-heartedly. He has been thinking about it for a while and finally, he chose what he should do. Alright, this is all. I'll do as you asked. I won't interfere further. Kurumi looked at Haru and entered his mindscape. The two didn't need to exchange words and understood each other. Haru walked up to the wall and punched it. Normally the punch would have destroyed the wall and everything in the range of 2,000 kilometers in that direction. But it didn't do anything to the wall. Let's do our best. Haru shook his head and went to help others unpack things so that they could do things faster. It took them a good 20 minutes to get their things out of the inventory. And now everyone was in the dining room to eat some lunch. Zenobia, did you get used to the electronics? Haru asked. Yes, Kairi taught me everything I needed to know. Zenobia was on a tour around Seoul with Kairi for a week when they were in Jinwoo's world so that Zenobia can know how things work. What about you, Aliyah? Haru looked at Aliyah, who had human ears. It was another thing that Kurumi did. Oh, FO sizzle. Silence dominated the room. Chapter 257, Envy. Oh, FO sizzle. Haru looked at Gina after hearing Aliyah's words. Gina looked away, sweating, trying to hide. No anime and games for a month. Gina looked like her soul left her body when she heard Haru. Kairi, can you take care of Aliyah? Haru asked. No problem, my lord. Kairi agreed, and Aliyah didn't intervene since she didn't know what was wrong, but since Haru told her to learn from Kairi, she'd do it. And like their normal, albeit chaotic life in a new world started. Shit, that was all a woman with black hair could mutter as she pushed herself off the ground. The woman looked around but only found herself in a flat barren land filled with rubble with no one in sight. It wasn't that she was dropped here alone. Where is everyone? The woman thought while looking around. Her companions, the people who have been through hell with her, vanished like nothing. The army she had gathered, which consisted of the strongest beings in this universe, was gone. Not even a trace of them remained. The woman, gritting her teeth, looked up to the cause of all this. Striking red hair that reached his feet, left untied, ruffling in the air. Wearing an orange yukata with a white haori, standing on top of a giant three-legged crow that had golden eyes looking down at her. The person in question came down from the crow and was hovering in front of her, not even letting his feet touch the ground. Why? The woman asked. The red-haired man tilted his head at the question. Why are you doing this? The woman questioned with her filled with anger. She knew the person in front of her. He was someone she trusted, someone who had been with her through difficult times. That was the reason she was angry. How? Why? Why would he do this? Why would he kill the people he saved? 'Cause I felt like it. The woman looked up dumbfounded at what she had just heard. She had too many words to say, but her mouth didn't move because she looked at the man's face. The face that once had an angelic smile had a smile that would even make the vilest of the devils tremble in fear. Didn't I tell you the first day I met you? The man said, bringing the woman down memory lane. I helped you 'cause I felt like it. Those were the words the man uttered to her. So it is only natural that I destroy you when I feel like doing so, doesn't it? The man stated this like it was a matter of fact. Anyhow, I quite enjoyed my time here. Seeing you all try so hard was definitely fun. You know what is more fun than crushing something people hold dear? the man asked with an innocent smile, but the woman didn't say anything, or more like she couldn't. You're no fun, okay, I'll tell you. Helping them achieve what they want and then tear it all down in front of them, it makes all the wait and hard work worth it. The man licked his lips like he just had a delicious meal. Then, since I have more matters to attend, okay, the spoke in a cheerful tone as he moved his hand in front of him. The woman understood that the man in front of her was just trying to toy with her. No, it would be appropriate to say that he has been doing it since they met. Even the way he kept her alive. Boom! Asterisk. With a loud ear-deafening sound, everything was painted white. Ah. Ha asterisk, ha asterisk, ha asterisk, god damn it, why did I set something like a bomb explosion for my alarm tone? In a big bedroom, a woman woke up because of the sound of her alarm. I am again on the desk, ha. It has been a while, the woman muttered as she pushed herself off the chair and stood up. It started when she was 13 years old. Pretty much every day she would find herself in different places around her house, mostly on the desk with her PC turned on. She thought it was sleepwalking and had seen some doctors, but it didn't seem to help. Once when she was 15 years old, she found herself sitting in a PC cafe. It was a weird day for her since she couldn't understand how she reached there in broad daylight. Along with the sleepwalking problem came the weird dream. She always saw this red-haired man but was never able to make out his face or what he said. It was like she was supposed to know him. These dreams appeared very scarcely and she would even forget about them in a few days, but the image of that red-haired man didn't go away. Even if she calls him a man, she doesn't know what he is since he has long hair and she can't see his face. Anyway, it has been over a decade since this problem started and she had long stopped paying attention to it. Suddenly the woman's phone rang, alerting her of a message. Ring asterisk, ring asterisk. Who is it? The woman picked up the phone and opened the messenger app with annoyance. Do you remember the blind date I talked about? It is today. Although I wasn't able to fix it with this hottie I saw since he looked like he was in a relationship, I was able to score you a pretty good guy, so give it your best shot. Ah. Not again, the woman groaned in irritation, but she had to go since her friend pleaded with her many times. This friend of hers really liked setting up blind dates for her. Let's see, a cheap-looking white t-shirt with washed-up jeans and white shoes. Yup, I am doing my best, the woman said in a monotone voice before she went into the bathroom, splashing her face with cold water to wash away her sleepiness. After brushing her teeth and taking a shower, the woman looked in the mirror. The woman has a petite, thin, and nicely proportioned body. She has a small face with sharp canines and white skin. Her eyes are large with their corners angled upwards, with a beauty mark underneath one eye. Her hair is short and fine, black in color, and just reaches her shoulders. Well, I can see why I can get so many blind dates even after they know I am a writer, the woman smiled, giving a nod to her own looks. If photos were anything to go by, she was a really beautiful individual. Hello, my name is Han Soo-young and I am a writer, the woman introduced herself to her date, who looked like a well-off man in his early 20s. With an expensive watch on his wrist and the keys to a foreign car on the table. Is he trying to show off? Han Soo-young thought as she sat down on the seat in the cafe. Anyway, let's get this over with. Should I set a new record at the shortest blind date? Han Soo-young thought to herself. But she had been through these blind dates many times and every single one of them ended the same. The only reason she even bothered to come was in hope of finding something interesting. As I thought it was a waste of time, it would have been better if I stayed home writing some chapters. Han Soo-young was frowning as she walked on her way back to the parking space, twirling her finger that had the keys to the newest model of Porsche, which was 4 times more expensive than the car her date was trying to show off with. To think he would flaunt making 100 million won annually. I make twice as that in a month after taxes. Han Soo-young was irritated. But because she introduced herself as a writer, people didn't take her seriously. And the reason for her irritation wasn't because of the blind date. No, she didn't have any expectation from it in the first place. The reason for it was envy. Chapter 258, 258 The Ice Cream is Okay. As the author of the most famous web novel in Korea, Soo-young had a lot of fans and she thought she deserved it as a genius writer. She had never looked at another author and thought, I wish I could write like him. No, this thought has never crossed her mind. But for once in her life she had felt envy for another author, and it wasn't because his novel was better, the novel was shit, nor was it because his writing was superior, it was downright atrocious. The thing she felt envious of was the reader. The sole reader who reads that novel and enjoys it wholeheartedly. She was envious of that. Not that she'll admit it. Han Soo-young walked down the sparsely crowded pathway. Since it was still afternoon, she was looking around in deep thought, trying to think about the plot of her novel. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks and her head moved to the right across the street in a snap. Was it my imagination? Soo-young muttered as she took a step forward. As if you can see that striking red hair with imagination alone, Soo-young turned around and dashed to reach across the street. She turned corners and looked around. Did I lose him? Soo-young was trying to search for the redhead she saw. Maybe it was really my imagination, Soo-young thought, and her irritation shot through the roof. What cliché plot is this? At first, I think I was imagining things, then I ran around thinking it was real. Now what am I going to collide with him as Turner Radash? Soo-young's thoughts came to an end as she collided with someone while turning around and fell down on her butt. Are you okay? Soo-young saw a delicate hand in front of her, maybe even more delicate than her own, accompanied by a soft soothing voice that seemed to erase her displeasure. Soo-young looked up and saw the red hair she was looking for. The person was dressed in an orange hoodie and white jacket with black cargo pants. His long hair that reached his waist was tied in a ponytail. And his forehead had no mark. Hello. Hearing the man's voice brought Soo-young back as she took his hand and stood up. I am fine, thank you very much, sorry for not paying attention, Soo-young spoke a bit apologetically. It happens, the man said. Are you okay? Soo-young asked, since she fell down and she was in a hurry before, so it was possible the other party was hurt. The ice cream is okay, the man gave her a thumbs up with a silly smile while pointing at the ice cream cone in his hand. I asked about you, not your ice cream, Soo-young groaned in her mind, but for some reason, his behavior didn't annoy her. And there was another thing, the man wasn't alone. There was a woman standing next to him with an ice cream cone in her hand. The woman looked around the same age as her and as beautiful as her, with long black hair and red eyes, with a well-endowed figure that wasn't hidden by her baggy casual clothes. There was an ice cream shop just beside them, so it was clear the couple just walked out of it before Soo-young collided with the man. I intervened on a real date, didn't I? Soo-young thought as she saw the woman was about to say something. It is going to curses. Or is she going to brush me off? Or is she going to slap the man by thinking he is hitting on me? Or will she think that he is two-timing? Oh, this is great, I might be able to get some inspiration from this, Soo-young thought. Were you looking for someone? You were looking around quite anxiously, but Soo-young's expectations were broken to pieces since the woman asked something else entirely. Ah, no need to worry, I thought I spotted someone I know, but it looks like I was wrong, Soo-young said with a smile, and the woman dropped the matter without saying anything. Then I'll go, sorry for the trouble, Soo-young said her goodbyes quickly and walked off. Seeing Soo-young walk away, the woman turned towards the man who was eating his ice cream with a smile. If one were to look at him and a small kid inside the ice cream shop, the only difference between them would be that one is a grown man. Haru, have you met that woman before? The woman asked. She noticed the way Soo-young looked at him. No, I haven't. Anyway, let's go quickly or we'll be late for the movie. Haru looked at the time and held Kane's hand, walking towards the theater down the road. And whose fault do you think that is? Kane asked. Haru looked away while eating his ice cream. I mean, it was natural that he'd want one after he saw the shop. Yes, the only difference between him and the child was that he was a grown man. All right, let's go home after the movie, Kane said while hugging Haru's hand with a smile. Weren't we going to that sushi place? Haru asked in surprise. It was quite hard to book a table at that place since it was very famous. I am cooking dinner for us today, I won't take no for an answer, Kane said. I am fine with that since your food will be better than what we eat at the restaurant anyway, Haru said with a nod. You and your glib tongue, Kane looked away but hugged his arm tighter than before. Haru didn't know what to say since he wasn't trying to flirt but was saying things truthfully. Well, if she is happy, I am happy, Haru shrugged. It has been a little over a year since they came to this world. They have been living their lives normally without thinking about anything else and enjoying themselves. This was like calm before the storm, a big storm that was going to change their lives. Soo-young on the other hand was looking at the two walk away by peeking over the corner. She thought that maybe the girl will give the men an earful after she left, but all she could see was them flirting. Soo-young didn't understand why, but the scene irritated her. She wanted them to explode. Seeing that the two were out of her sight, Soo-young turned around and walked toward the parking space. She ignored the eyes of the people who were looking at her like she was weird because her mind was preoccupied with something else. There was no mark on his forehead. Perhaps I should go see a doctor again, Soo-young muttered to herself. She wasn't sure why she said that, but it didn't matter now. Also, where have I seen that woman before? Soo-young muttered, trying to remember Kane for some time before giving up. She had many things on her mind and couldn't focus on things. She silently took out her phone and started writing lines on the notepad. Soo-young reached the parking space and sat down in her car, still writing short notes on her phone. She went home late that day because she lost herself in writing on her phone. On a subway, time 6:40 p.m. inside one of the passenger cars which had a number of people in it. One skinny man with a thin face and pale skin, he had thin black hair and dark circles under his eyes. Currently, the man was staring intently at the screen of his phone. So intently in fact that if someone doesn't alert him he might become a part of what he was looking at. And someone did exactly that. At this rate, you'll get sucked into your smartphone. The man looked up reflexively and met a pair of obsidian eyes looking at him curiously. Ah, hello, you sang ISSI, the man greeted his colleague at work, the gentle and beautiful woman with back-length brown hair. She worked in the HR department and was doing well for herself. Going home, Kim Dokja SSI. Sangha sat down next to Dokja as the seat became vacant. Yes, do you normally take subways? Even though sitting next to Sang-ah made him a little nervous, Dokja still asked normally. He was also curious since it was the first time he saw her on the subway. That. Sang-ah made a troubled face. It was no secret in the company that from personnel manager Kang to finance manager Han would be lining up to take her home after work. There were rumors that Sang-ah had men from the company driving her home every workday. She was very famous as the beauty of Minosoft and most men had a thing for her. No, I guess there is one man you can exclude from that list, Dokja thought but couldn't linger on it for long as Sang-ah's answer was unexpected. Someone stole my bike. Chapter 259, The Childish Development Team Leader. I have to upload a bonus even if you guys didn't reach 700 PS. Anyway, write a damn review, sign the second arc ended and drop you power stones here, I am having it any other way. Also, tell me how you feel about the MC and the harem. Do they seem human or just feel like cardboard cutouts? I am honestly interested how you feel about Haru and the company and am curious if I did a good job on them or not. I want comments on their personalities and such, thank you in advance. Someone stole my bike. It was shocking to know that Sang-ah commuted to work on a bicycle because she couldn't find time to work out. Dokja and Sang-ah talked some more before they started looking at their phones. She is surely different than me, the more I talk to her the more amazing she seems, no wonder so many men are head over heels for her, Dokja thought as the train stopped at one of the stations and people walked inside the passenger car. Hey, isn't that development team leader Tsujikuni SSI? Sang-ah noticed a familiar person walk into the subway. Dokja turned his head and saw a handsome young man with long red hair wearing a red overcoat with a black undershirt and pants along with black formal shoes. It really is him. Dokja visibly tried to erase himself so that he doesn't get noticed. It wasn't that he hated the person that came in but, well, it was something that was hard to explain. But it didn't look like things will go like he wanted them to be, because even if Sang-ah spoke slowly it looked like Haru noticed them and walked over with a friendly smile. It is quite a surprise meeting you two here, Sang-ah SSI and Dokja SSI. To Dokja's dismay, Haru recognized him even though they have only talked a few times. It is, Sang-ah said with a smile and Dokja nodded. Haru looked between the two a few times while blinking. He is misunderstanding something, isn't he? Dokja sweated. He had nothing against Haru. If anything, he kind of respected him since Haru was a team leader at the age of 24 and he had worked on most of their company's best games. He was highly popular among the ladies and the guys as well. Everyone liked him and sees him with respect, but is there something going on, I wonder? Haru asked with an impish smile. As you can see, this guy was too childish. Ah. It was a coincidence that we met on the subway, right, Dokja SSI? Sang-ah spoke quickly. You don't have to deny it that fast. Dokja was crying in his heart. It looked like even the beauty of Minosoft couldn't escape from Haru's clutches. Yes, Sang-ah SSI was taking the subway because her bike was stolen, Dokja said, and he saw Haru's expression turn to a serious one. Sang-ah SSI, can you tell me more about that? Haru asked and Sang-ah nodded, telling him about what happened. Haru listened to her and said he'll talk with security tomorrow to have them check the cameras. This was also one of the reasons Haru was so well liked. He was childish and spoke what he thought, but when it came to working he was more serious than anyone. This was how he was able to become a team leader after just 1 year of coming into the company and made more than 15 games in the last 2 years, with 3 being his own ideas. He was a kind person that respected his coworkers unlike some people in his company and was a fun person to be around. But he is too bright for me, who likes to dwell in the darkness. Dokja sighed heavily as Haru gave him a smile, but he had to admit Haru looked handsome. On the matter of good looks, Haru was someone who was really popular with female employees. One would expect him to be surrounded by love letters every day, but no one tried to make a move on him. It was because of the shadow, and no, I am not talking about his dark past or something, I am talking about a literal shadow that is beside him even now, Dokja thought. Should I call security to check the cameras now? A woman who was standing beside Haru since the start asked. There is no need to trouble yourself, Koresha SSI, Sang-ah said, waving her hands. She didn't want to trouble the two, she was planning on going to check things tomorrow anyway. Kair Isha Kalistraya, or the Shadow, nickname given by fellow employees, she was Haru's secretary and was always with him like a shadow. She joined the company at the same time and had been the shadow since. There were rumors that Kair Isha has been Haru's shadow since the two were children. It is still unconfirmed though, the employees believe it. She was also the center of attention because of her looks. She surpassed Sang-ah in beauty and had this mature charm to her which had all the men trying to win her over. Too bad she never had any interest in anyone else, Dokja thought as he looked between Haru and Kair Isha. Wasn't there a rumor that these two were going out? Dokja tried to remember the exact rumor he heard but couldn't remember all of it. Well, it looks like Sang-ah SSI will settle it herself, Haru said with a shrug. I suppose. Kair Isha didn't push further. Also sorry I couldn't join the gym even after Haru SSI gave me the discount coupon, Sang-ah said with an apologetic look. There is no need to worry about that, I was just passing them out cause I happened to get some. Haru waved it off since it wasn't that important. Come to think of it, didn't I get one as well? Dokja focused on his smartphone so that he doesn't get involved. One can already guess what he did with the coupon. Didn't Haru SSI leave in a car before? How come you are on the subway? Sanga asked curiously. Our car broke down. It was a problem with the engine. It was quite a hassle, so we had to take the subway, Haru said with a sigh. I should have been more careful, having dear go on a subway. I am a failure, I need to improve. Keirisha felt bad because of her negligence. It isn't her job to take care of the car. Something like this happen. Today is quite strange, isn't it? Sanga spoke absent-mindedly. First her bike was stolen and she had to use the subway, then Haru's car broke down, causing him to use the subway as well. I think so as well, Haru agreed with a laugh. With the seat next to Sanga becoming vacant, Keirisha sat down on it with Haru beside her. Pueda prestarm dinero. Sanga SSI really works hard, doesn't she? Dokja looked at Sanga after hearing her speak in what he assumed was a foreign language. Sanga SSI is learning Spanish? Haru asked with intrigue. Yes, I learn in my free time, Sanga said with a smile. That is very admirable, Haru nodded. Haru SSI is also amazing. You were able to talk with the foreign clients so fluently. Sanga spoke as she remembered the meeting held between her company and a distributing company from Russia last year. Haru spoke with them so fluently and naturally that it was hard to distinguish if he was from their group or not. I am just too awesome, Haru said with a smug look, making Sanga laugh since she knew he was joking. Yes, my dear is the best, but Keirisha didn't get it. Oh, but Risha here is even better than me. She can speak fluently in 5 languages, Haru said while pointing at Keirisha, and he looked even prouder than before. The shadow can smile, the legends were true, Dokja thought to himself while looking at the slight smile on her face. It was said that people have seen her smiling around Haru, but no one believed it. But it looks like the legend was actually true. Their workplace was one weird place, but it was fun. Is that true, Keirisha SSI? Sanga asked in amazement. Yes, I can speak and write English, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, Russian, and German without any problems, so if you need some help from me, ask me without any reservation, Keirisha said. Really, thank you, Keirisha SSI. Sanga was really happy. They really do live in another world, don't they? When was the last time I tried? Dokja wondered. All he did in his free time was read web novels. Dokja SSI has also been focusing on his phone. Is Dokja SSI studying as well? Sanga said, bringing the unprepared Dokja into the mix. You can say I am studying Korean. Dokja said. Is Dokja SSI reading a novel? Haru asked, shocking Dokja. How can you see that? You are 2 seats away from me, Dokja was shocked. Yeah, I was reading a fantasy novel like Lord of the Rings. You like that? Dokja said while turning his screen away discreetly. Oh, I have seen the movies as well, they were great. I also like reading novels, but lately I can't find much time, Sanga said happily as Dokja nodded. Dokja SSI, what authors do you like? I really like books by Haruki Murakami, Raymond Carver, and Hong Kong. Sanga was cheery at first, but a heavy sigh came out of her lips at the end. As I thought, there is no way I show her what I was reading. Dokja smiled wryly, looking at his own screen. The World After the Fall. Chapter 260, has it started? I don't really have a favorite author, Dokja said. He just wanted this conversation to be over. Oh, I see, that happens when you like many different books that you can't choose one. I have been there. What about Haru SSI? Does Haru SSI have a favorite author? Sanga asked him because she had seen him reading books during break time. For me, it would be Franz Kafka, Haru answered. Really? Sanga said in surprise, since someone like Haru reading Kafka's novels didn't fit well in her head. Don't look so surprised, will you? Haru chuckled as Sanga's ear turned a little red in embarrassment. A friend of mine introduced me to Russian literature. Since then I have really liked it, and from there I found Kafka's novels. Risha here likes Charles Dickens' works a lot. Isn't that a surprise? Haru saw that Sanga was looking a bit worried because of how she acted before, so he tried to clear the air. Dear, can you not throw me under the bus? Keirisha's eyes met Haru and the words went across without any need for words. Sorry, I'll make it up to you. Anyway, it isn't like I lied. Haru's words came to Keirisha clearly. The two have really reached a different level of communication. That is true. Sanga still looked a little on edge. Even if the two were friendly, they were still her superiors. Haru may just have the title of team leader, but he was very respected even by the higher-ups of the company because of his results. It was clearly shown how much the company valued him when they nearly lay off Han Myung-oh when the two had a conflict. But Sanga had to admit that it was very surprising to know their preferences for novels. One wouldn't be able to picture it. A/N. If you did not understand this exchange, I'll try to give you context. Haru, who is cheerful and bright, likes Russian literature, which is known to be brutally honest along with a very pessimistic view. Most Russian writers, like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy to name a few, wrote their novels with purpose and wanted to get their point across. They didn't care about the readers or what the reader wanted, but rather what they themselves wanted. While Kair Isha, who is more serious and straight-faced, likes Charles Dickens's books, which are known for being entertaining along with a hooking storyline. Charles wrote books for people who were reading for fun because of the boon of literate people during the Industrial Revolution in Europe. Charles' writing is more leaning on satisfying the reader because he needed it to be that way. The guy needed to earn money after all. And Kafka is a writer who is also heavily influenced by Russian literature. He is also called the Prophet of Doom, so you can guess how his books are right. Again, Gloom and Haru don't go along, but they are really good, so read them. I highly recommend them. And I also like reading web novels and mangas. Haru's words shocked Dokja. How did Haru SSI say that so easily? Dokja stopped looking into his phone. Just earlier he was having trouble saying those words to Sangha and avoided the question, but Haru on the other hand just said it like it was nothing. Even though it looked like Haru had great knowledge of literature, so if he ended the convo it wouldn't be bad, but to think he would say he likes reading web novels and manga like that. Oh, like the Spider-Man comics? Sangha asked curiously. She was slowly forgetting her unease. Yeah, something like that. Haru carried on the conversation to not make Sangha uncomfortable while Dokja looked at them. They are very similar, those three. Good looks, doing well at the job, have plans for the future, hardworking. If this world was a novel, they will definitely be protagonist material, Dokja thought. Even in this compartment the number of gazes those three attracted wasn't less. And it was only natural after all. He can practically see the spotlight shining on them. But it was the result of their own hard work while he read web novels. Even if we are here sitting together, it is like we are in two different worlds altogether. Dokja shook his head as he looked back at his phone to see a notification for a mail. It was from the author of Ways of Survival. Dokja opened the mail. He was excited and sad as well because the story that he alone had read for over 10 years was coming to an end. Even though the epilogue was still to come, it was a hard-to-describe moment for him. Reader Nim, my novel will become paid from 7 p.m. This will be helpful. Good luck. One attachment. The author said he would give me a gift. What was the gift? Like my name, I was also a reader by nature. So, I was excited to receive the mail. Yes, it wasn't bad living as a reader. I checked the time. It was 6:55 p.m. I had exactly 5 minutes before the novel became monetized at 7 p.m. Then I opened up my list of preferred novels in the app. Since I was the only reader, I should leave a congratulatory comment and give strength to the author. However, Dokja was confused. The work doesn't exist. Dokja tried typing ruined several times in the search box, but the result was the same. The bulletin board for Ways of Survival had disappeared without a trace. It was strange. Had there ever been a case of a novel being deleted without notification when it was going to be monetized? Dokja didn't understand what was happening, but he didn't have the time to worry about that. At that moment, the subway lights turned off, and the inside of the train became dark. Kai-ik-dash. The subway train shook loudly and let out a metallic sound. It caused Usanga to scream and grab Quresha's arm, who was nearby, while Haru held Kair Isha to make sure she doesn't fall off her seat. Then the four heard the sound of other people getting stirred up. It took a dozen seconds for the train to stop fully. Then confused voices came from everywhere. What? What is this? In the dark, 1 or 2 smartphone lights are turned on. Sangha still held onto Quresha's arm tightly as she asked. What is going on? Don't panic and stay calm, Kair Isha said. She thought that something must have happened on the tracks, probably someone trying to commit suicide. The engineer should make an announcement soon, Dokja said while trying to sound unconcerned. He had seen such a case before, but it still felt unnatural. But luckily, as soon as Dokja's words finished, the speaker creaked and a voice rang into the compartment. The passengers on the train, the passengers on the train. See, it is fine, now the power will be back after an apology. Dokja's words were cut off by the shout that came from the speakers. Everyone run away. Run, beep asterisk. With a beeping sound, the broadcast was cut, and this caused the passengers to panic. What is happening? Sangha asked Dokja, who seemed to be knowledgeable about these situations, but the latter didn't respond. A bright light flashed from the front of the subway train. There was a loud drumming sound followed by a pop. Something was heading this way in the darkness. And the clock at this moment turned to 7 p.m. Haru, who was looking around trying to find some clues, froze on the spot. It was like the world stopped for some time. But as soon as it resumed, Haru had some words to say. Curses. Haru's mutters went unlistened by Sangha, who was too panicked, and Dokja because the voice was drowned by the screams and shouts of the surrounding people. But Kair Isha heard it clearly and became more alert. Something was definitely not right. Has it started? Kair Isha and Haru had the same thought. It was the event they have been waiting for since they came to this world. They have been living like ordinary humans for the past 3 years, and it looked like the time has come. Then suddenly a voice was heard. The free service of Planetary System 8612 has been terminated. The main scenario has started. At this moment, the door of car 3807 opened wide, and the electricity returned. Dakibi. Sangha muttered. Dokja's head was ringing. He trembled uneasily as the novel he knew and the reality he lived in overlapped before him. With 2 small horns and wearing a small straw mat, the strange and fluffy creature was floating in the air. It was too strange to call it a fairy, too evil to call it an angel, and too tranquil to call it a demon. Thus, it was called a Dakibi. And I already know what he is going to say. Dokja was reliving his favorite novel at this moment. Chapter 261, First Scenario. At hashtag %$. At hashtag %$. The Dakibi words sounded like gibberish to everyone but 2 people. What is this? Is this an augmented reality? Where's the camera? The people were chattering busily trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Amidst these people, Dokja was thrown for a loop in his mind. It sounds like Spanish, should I talk to it? Sangha asked Kairisha. She was so shocked that she ended up forgetting that Kairisha could fluently speak Spanish. But that wasn't the point. It isn't Spanish, it is Portuguese, Haru said, bringing Sangha's attention to him. But this wasn't the point either. But that doesn't matter, don't move from away from here, we don't know what is going on, Haru said in a soft tone to not freak out Sangha, who looked really on edge. Finally, we are on the main topic. Oh okay, Sangha nodded and took a deep breath trying to calm down, but she still didn't let Quresha's arm go since it looked like the latter didn't mind. The Dakiki cleared its throat and spoke again. This time the people heard a familiar language, the one they use every day, Korean. Ah. Does this sound good? I had a hard time because the Korean patch didn't work. Everyone, can you hear my words? As a familiar language was being spoken, people's expressions relaxed. It is scary how easily humans tend to relax when they see something familiar. The first one to step up was a big man in a suit. Hey, what are you doing right now? Huh. Are you filming? I have to go because I have to quickly get to an audition. He seemed to be an obscure actor since his face was unfamiliar. Auditions. That's right. This is also an audition. Haha, there was a shortage of data. I just entered when it was monetized at 7 p.m. What? What are you talking about? The man spoke in confusion. Now. All of you, relax in your seats and listen to me. From now on, I will tell you something very important. Dokja felt his chest becoming stuffy. What? Quickly get off the train. Somebody call the captain. What are they doing without the cooperation of the citizens? Mother, what is that? A cartoon. Is this a new variety show? There was no doubt about it. This was the development I knew. I didn't want to be mixed up in this, but there was no way. The people present wouldn't listen to the small and cute-looking CG creature. Dokja turned to look at Sangha, Kairisha, and Haru since he had to stop them from moving. Everyone, it is dangerous, so stay here. Dokja quickly said, and it seemed like his message got across to Haru and Kairisha, who nodded, not that they had any plans to move. I should have listened to my gut feeling this morning. Haru frowned because since morning he had this unexplainable feeling and he actually didn't want to come out today. It was also the reason he took off early today, but it had turned into this mess, where he is unprepared. Why? Sangha's eyes widened. Dokja spoke during a moment of bewilderment, but there was no way to explain. To be exact, he didn't have to explain. You are really loud. The Dakibi spoke in an irritated tone. There was a presence with a stronger persuasive power than anyone else right now. I told you to be quiet. Dokja closed his eyes slowly as the Dakibi's eyes turned red. Something burst, and the subway became silent. There was a big hole in the forehead of the unknown actor who had to go to the audition. The man who had spoken several times collapsed on the spot. This isn't a movie shoot. There was a cracking sound once again. It isn't a dream. It isn't a novel either. Kairisha quickly covered Sangha's eyes since what was going to happen next was clear. 1, 2. Blood sprayed into the air as the heads of some people started to burst. They were all the people who had protested against the Dakibi, as well as the ones who screamed or went wild. Those who caused the slightest fuss had a hole in their heads. Suddenly, the subway became a bloodbath. This isn't the reality that you know. Do you understand? So everyone shut up and listen to me. More than half the people present here died. Blood and body pieces filled the subway. Now, the people didn't scream. Like primitive apes in front of a powerful predator, everyone just watched the Dakibi with terror. Dokja was surprised to see Sangha hugging Kairisha tightly, hiccuping. He was more impressed at how Kairisha turned her face away from what happened and didn't look at the scene. She is a strong person in his eyes just for that, since most of the people were quivering in their seats, crying while covering their mouth so that they don't get targeted. Why is he looking at the Dakibi that way? Dokja gulped, seeing Haru look at the Dakibi with a serious look. Is Haru SSI mad? That does make sense given how he is, but I hope he doesn't cause a commotion. Dokja was sweating a little. Haru was someone who didn't like bad things. There was this incident when the financial head Myung-oh was harassing a female employee. Haru happened to see it and things got out of hand. What showmanship, this guy must be a newbie, Haru thought in his mind while looking at the Dakibi. The thing the fluffy creature wanted was to get the situation under control, and it used the most basic way to do that. By killing half of the people in the compartment. Oblivious to Haru's thought, Dokja looked around, and at his foot, there were blood splatters on his shoe and pants. This only confirmed Dokja's thoughts. This wasn't a dream. Everything in front of him was real. The people shaking in their seats, the blood painting the ground, the bodies laying across the floor like trash. It was all real. Everyone, your lives have been nice so far. Isn't that right? In the special needs seating area, an elderly grandmother met the eyes of the Dakibi. You have been living too long for free. Isn't life too generous? You were born and paid no price for breathing, eating, pooping, and breeding. Ha! You really live in a good world. Free. No one in the subway lived for free. The people strived to make money in order to survive, and they rode the subway on the way home from work. Yet at this moment, no one disputed the Dakibi's words. But now the good days are over. How long can you continue living for free? If you want to enjoy happiness, it is common sense to pay a price. Isn't that right? The gasping people couldn't answer. Then at that time, someone carefully raised their hand. Do you want money? I was just thinking about him, Dokja thought as he recognized the person who spoke. I assent that, finance head Han. Sang-ah, who had barely recovered, uttered her words with difficulty. This kid has a strong mind, Kair Isha thought as she saw Sang-ah move away from her, albeit she still held her coat. Why is this guy on a subway? Haru thought with a plain look as he saw Myung-oh trying to ask the Dakibi about how much money he wanted. You are giving me money. That's right. The cash I have right now isn't much, but I can give you anything if you let me out of here. Myung-oh said. Money, good. A plant fiber that many humans mutually agree on. Myung-oh's expression brightened. This idiot doesn't know anything, Haru thought. It wasn't, indeed, money is everything, expression. How pitiful. Now, this is all I have. It only applies in your time and space. Ha. At the next moment, flames appeared in the air, and the checks in Myung-oh's hands burned up. Myung-oh let out a scream. That paper has no value in the macrocosm world. If you do this one more time, I will blow away your head. Fear once again spread on the faces of the people present. Haru could easily make out what the others were thinking. What the hell will happen now? And the Dakibi didn't disappoint everyone. Phew, the debt is piling up during the time when you are noisy. Well, yes. Rather than explain it 100 times, isn't it quicker for you to make money yourself? The Dakibi's horns rose like they were antennas, and its body floated to the ceiling of the train. A moment later, a message rang out. #BI 7623 channel is open. Constellations have entered. A small window emerged in front of everyone's blank eyes. The main scenario has arrived. Main scenario number 1, proof of value. Category, main. Difficulty, F. Clear conditions, kill one or more creatures. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure, death. Chapter 262, nervous. The Dakibi smiled faintly as it became transparent and disappeared into the next space. Then, good luck everyone. Please show me an interesting story. So this is how it is done in this world, Haru thought while calmly looking at the screen trying to gain more information. Since it is said number 1 scenario, there will be more in the future. There is also the clear condition, time limit, reward, and penalty. Should I trust what is written here? Haru thought seriously. No need to think too much. The only thing this guy has going for him is fear. For now, the task is killing one or more creatures. Haru's eyes roamed around the passenger car and his eyes landed on a particular boy who was sitting on his seat absent-mindedly with the corpse of a woman at his feet. There was an insect box in his hands with grasshoppers inside, tears spilling out of his eyes. That woman was with that boy, so she got killed, but creatures, huh? Interesting tactic, Haru thought and looked at Dokja, who was also looking at the boy. There was this channel opening with constellations entering as well. What does this mean? Constellations. Stars forming a pattern to resemble an animal, mythological creature, or an object. Channel opened. Constellations joined. I hope it isn't what I think it is, because if it is, things might get a little troublesome. Haru sighed. He didn't take any information from Kurumi since having her do any more than what she had done would be risky. Anyway, she had a more important task to do rather than getting information. So all Haru can do and use his brain to figure things out. He already had a theory in his mind from what he had seen. All that was left was to see how things will go forward. Haru looked at Isha, who was in deep thought. It was likely she had her own 2 cents on the matter, but now wasn't the time to discuss it since people were too anxious. Some people were trying to get out of the compartment while others were trying to call the police. The police isn't picking up. What do I do? Koresha SSI. Sanga was the latter. She looked really scared at this moment. Maybe it was because there was someone she knew and trusted besides her that she was able to display her fear. Control yourself first. Panicking is the worst thing to do in a situation like this, Isha spoke flatly, making Haru's lips twitch. She is a normal girl and a kind one at that. How do you expect her to be calm in a situation like this? Haru rolled his eyes, but Sanga needed to calm down because no normal person can survive in a brutal world where you can die at any turn. Oh okay, Sanga licked her lips and nodded. Haru SSI and Koresha SSI are really composed. No, now that I look at them. Dokja looked at Haru, who had this serious look and hadn't said anything for a while. Isha on the other hand was also silent, but her body was leaning on Haru and the two seemed way closer than when they were sitting before. These two are also nervous as expected, but I can't blame them. Even I, who knows all about this, can't wrap my head around it. Dokja slowly controlled his breathing and started to use his head to the best he can. Haru and Isha on the other hand were quite close enough that their bodies were touching. To others it might look like a couple that was shocked and were coping with the situation by staying close. Tapping at each other's hands and exchanging words without saying anything, they made sure that no one could see it and were using Morse code to exchange small words to get information across. Using the index finger for the dot and the thumb for the dash, it was very easy for them to distinguish if it was the finger or the thumb of the other person. Ideas? Haru asked. Some, Isha replied. Proper. Haru was curious what Koresha's take on the matter was. He himself didn't arrive at a fixed answer yet. Only specs. It looked like that Isha was the same. They could only make speculation based on what information they have now, and it will take time for them to get a proper answer. But there is one thing they can conclude. These scenarios will only get harder as time goes by. The very first scenario is to kill another, which is a mortal sin. And it would be done with full knowledge and consent given the situation. No matter which religion, killing is a sin that is punished with damnation by the gods, who were very likely watching all of this unfold. Haru still didn't like this fact and wished it wasn't true. Being watched isn't a fun experience. Even if it was never specified that they had to kill another person, the fear triggers the survival instinct of the humans, which will cause their visions to narrow. I don't know if the same thing that is happening here is happening around the world, but if it is, that would mean that every person that lives past this scenario is a murderer who took another's life to save their own. Quite devious plot if I say so. Haru closed one eye while looking around the compartment. The people were on edge and still trying to look for a way out. It hadn't evolved into a mess till now, but the rope is stretched thin already. A little trigger and then the sense of morality will be cut down by the instinct to survive. But it will take some time since. Come on, everybody. Everybody calm down. Start breathing calmly. Someone stepped forward exactly 5 minutes after the Dakibi disappeared. He was a sturdy man with short-cut hair, 1 head taller than the average height. He was still an inch shorter than Haru. Are you calm yet? Please stop your actions and pay attention to me for a moment. The people sobbing or making calls stopped. Once everyone's eyes were gathered on him, the big man opened his mouth again. As you know, in the event of a national disaster, small disturbances can cause large human casualties. That's why I will now control the situation. What? Who are you? A national disaster situation? What are you saying? Some people belatedly recovered and strongly resisted the word control. Then the young man pulled a government official card out of his wallet. I am currently an army lieutenant serving in the 6502 unit. Some people's faces became relieved. A soldier, he is a soldier. I just received a message from my unit. People gathered in front of the soldier's smartphone. I was able to read the contents without difficulty because I was near it. A level 1 national disaster situation has occurred. All troops gather quickly. So the military has already shown a response. But that isn't going to help. They can't do anything against someone who blows off people's heads just by looking at them, Haru thought while looking at the situation in the compartment. Calm down. A character from the novel has appeared, Steel Sword Lee Hyun-sung. Now there is no way I can deny this situation, Dokja thought while looking at the military man and failed to notice a pair of eyes looking at him. Haru SSI, the president is making a speech. It really is a level 1 national disaster, Isha said while showing her phone to Haru. Sanga and Dokja also looked at her phone as other people also started to check the internet. To all my fellow citizens, unidentified terrorists are currently active in an unspecified number of areas, including Seoul. The contents of the speech were simple. The current government would mobilize all means and methods to fight the terrorists, and there would be no negotiations. What is this bullshit? Haru wanted to facepalm right now, but it isn't like the government could do much in this situation. Yuak. What? People dropped their phones as gunshots were heard from all over. It originated from their smartphones. Cheek, there was a loud sound, and blood filled the screen. After a moment, people held their breaths as they realized what had happened. Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had died. His head had exploded in real time. There were several more sounds like gunfire before the screen became silent. The next thing that appeared on the screen was a dakibi. Everyone, I've told you already. This isn't a game like terrorism. People were at a loss for words as their mouths gaped open like dumb goldfish. Look at this newbie, you must be getting frustrated since no one made a move in this carriage, right? Well, his next move is predictable. Haru closed one eye as Kair Isha was looking at the screen along with a scared Sangha and a calm Dokja. Chapter 263, Try It. Do you still not understand? This won't do. Do you still feel like this is a game? Haha, according to the data, the people of this country are very good at games. So, why don't I try raising the difficulty? Beep. A huge timer appeared in the air. At the same time, it started decreasing rapidly. The remaining time has been decreased by 10 minutes. There are 10 minutes remaining. If the first killing doesn't occur within the next 5 minutes, all lives in that carriage will be wiped out. Bingo, I get 100 points, Haru thought with an unamused look. What? Hey. The people started to panic as chaos spread, they could feel the cold scythe at their necks. If they don't do anything now, then they will be the ones who die. Hyung-sung wasn't able to keep the scared people in check, and that is when it happened. A scene from the 3907 train car could be seen through the aisle window. The complexion of the killer in that carriage was seen. We have to keep them out. Don't let anyone in. People held tightly to the iron door, but it wasn't necessary. The enemy wasn't there in the first place. All types of access to the carriage will be restricted until the scenario is complete. Along with this message, people were thrown back from the iron door like they had hit a transparent barrier. So there are barriers as well, Neetha, Haru thought as he saw the dakibi appear with an irritated look, but then it smiled and spoke, getting everyone's attention. Haha, there are some places that are quite fun while other places haven't started yet. Okay, this is a special service. I will show you what will happen if nothing occurs in the next 5 minutes. A giant screen appeared in the subway. The place that appeared on the screen was a classroom. Girls in their navy blue school uniforms were shaking. A boy bit his fingernails and muttered, "Is that the school uniform of Daepong?" Beep 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 beep, an ominous beeping sound was heard. Then the high school girls started to scream. The given time has run out. Paid settlement will begin. Once the announcement ended, the heads of the high school girls sitting in the front row exploded. One by one again. More and more heads exploded. The high school girls screamed and ran toward the classroom doors or windows. How? Then a high school girl strangled her friend, who died with a groan. After a while, the only thing that remained on the screen was the last schoolgirl looking around. #Bay23515 channel. Daepong Girls High School, Year 2 Class B survivor, Lee Jai-hai. The figure of the girl on the screen disappeared. Then the dakibi said. How is it? Interesting. It is quite interesting, so you aren't alone, huh, newbie? Haru thought while looking at the channel number, there were likely more like him all around the world. And there is a thing that you will find in any profession with a lot of people. Competition, but for whom? Constellations. But what do these guys get? Haru stopped thinking for a while since it looked like there were still many things he didn't know. 3707. Haru heard Dokja mutter as Sangha tried to calm herself. We are in 3807, what does he mean by 3707 and what is he looking at? Did he open the wrong app or something? Haru looked at Dokja's smartphone screen and it looked like it was a novel. There was no way someone would read a novel in the current situation, at least not a normal person. You have obtained a unique attribute. Haru heard a sound in his mind and it got his attention. Attributes? So do we get a status window? But now isn't the time to check that. Haru turned his head and saw something happening. Qureshi SSI, shouldn't we stop him? Sangha asked Kair Isha while pointing towards a thin white-haired boy in a school uniform hitting an old lady. That is Kim Na-moon, of course he is in this carriage, Dokja thought as he looked at his phone again. Leaving Dokja alone, no one in the carriage moved to stop the young man. They would have if this was the normal times, but that was the point, wasn't it? This world was no longer normal. The video of people getting killed for not completing was still running in the carriage and cracks started to appear in the people. But it looked like someone moved. Na-moon looked back at the person holding his hand. Are you an idiot, Ajusi? Na-moon spat his words. Haru SSI. Sangha muttered she didn't notice when Haru reached there since she wasn't able to focus. Why do you think so? Haru asked. Don't you know what is happening? Look up there, can't you see that people are dying? If we don't kill someone we all will end up in the same state, Namwoon said while looking at everyone. The world we knew just ended, we need to adapt, new world needs new rules, Namwoon said making everyone in the carriage shake. He was laying down the facts that they didn't want to admit. So if you aren't going to join in I'll do it myself, Namwoon shook off Haru's hand and was about to hit the old woman. I told you to stop didn't I? Haru pulled Namwoon again. And I said you were an idiot, so if you don't want to be in the place of this old woman get lost, Namwoon glared at Haru. What is Haru SSI doing? Is he really going to stop him? That kid isn't right in the head, he was one of the people who adapted to the new world the fastest, Dokja thought in confusion as the people were moving forward towards the old lady. He noticed that the little boy with an insect box was still sitting in his place. Then go on try it, Haru said while looking at Namwoon who only glared back. Anyone looking at Haru would be intimidated. He was quite tall with his height almost reaching 6 feet 3 inches along with his well-built physique even the local gangsters would run away just by looking at him. What you can't? The only reason you went for the old lady was that she was weaker, wasn't she? So now why don't try it with me? Haru said and Namwoon scowled just like the former expected. You're pissing me off, let's see what you're made oh, *. Namwoon jumped up and tried to punch Haru's face but got hit with a right throwing him into the ground. Haru helped the old lady off the ground and made her sit in the nearby seat and looked at everyone. The people who were looking at Haru with wariness took a step back, it was clear the men had trained in some martial arts, Namwoon was on the ground and his vision was blurry because of the hit. I won't deny what he said since the current situation doesn't allow us many options, Haru said while looking at everyone. What is Haru SSI doing? Wait, he just looked at me, didn't he? Dokja saw how everyone was focused on Haru and stood making his way toward the boy. Looks like he took the bait, he is an interesting one, he hasn't looked scared or worried once since the start, it is like he doesn't view this place as reality, Isha thought while looking at Dokja's back but she focused on Sangha who looked like she calmed herself down and started to tell her something. If you know it is true why did you step in? Myung-oh glared at Haru, he was very angry to see him right now. I stopped them because I wasn't able to see an old woman getting hit like this, I am not stopping you guys do whatever you want but don't come this way, I won't kill you but my punches will hurt, Haru said plainly. Several men gulped while looking at Haru and Namwoon who still hadn't stood up from the floor. Are you out of your mind you are alone, Myung-oh said and Haru didn't say anything. The people in the carriage looked at the screen that was playing videos of people getting killed and the clock ticking. They had to do something, they can't stay like this someone has to die. And the old woman being the weakest was the prime target. Even if Haru looked like he was strong he was in their eyes a single man. Everyone was moving towards Haru but suddenly. Boom *. Cook. An explosion shook the train and some people fell on the ground, a brief period of silence reigned in the carriage and then a loud shout rang out. Chapter 264, What are you looking at? Everyone stop. You can't live even if you kill the old lady. Dokja's voice was surprisingly clear due to the temporary silence after the explosion. One by one, people started looking at him since his words caught their attention. Let's say you kill the grandmother. What next? Their surprised faces looked good, seeing this Dokja decided to tell them a bit more. If what the Dakibi says is true, you each have to kill one thing. So, who will you kill after the grandmother? Will you kill the person next to you? The people started panic even more after this they looked around warily. There is no need to gamble like that. There is a way for you to survive, even if you don't become a killer. Dokja said the words that caught everyone's attention. What? What is it? The people became greatly agitated. Have you forgotten? The scenario clear condition wasn't to kill a person. Some people noticed it, creatures, they looked in Dokja's hands there was insect box with grasshoppers, locusts jumping around. Insects, someone shouted seemingly catching on. Give me one. I just need one. Seeing the people rush towards him Dokja spoke. If you want it, keep it, and threw the box before smashing a grasshopper in his hand. Damn you bastard. I found one, ack. The carriage was in full chaos people fighting each other trying to get their hands on the insect so that they passed the scenario without killing someone. Then. Haru looked towards the old woman who trying to thank him. I don't really deserve a thank you since I can't do much after this, Haru said and the old woman nodded with a sad smile. Haru I found one, Haru looked back and Isha came to him with a grasshopper in her hand. This one has eggs inside, Isha handed the grasshopper to Haru. Did you find one? Haru asked since he didn't see one in her hand. I was about to, Isha said and Haru face-palmed. Why are you here if you don't have one for yourself? But that is pretty normal for her, this was going through his mind at the moment. You said this one had eggs right? Can you take them out? Haru asked while Isha nodded then took the grasshopper taking out the eggs handing them to him. There were about 30 eggs it looked like this one in the middle of laying eggs. Haru broke one egg and 100 coins have been added as compensation. Coins, huh? So this is what we will be dealing with, probably, Haru thought, since he can't see money being important from the Dakibi's reaction. That rendered the fortune he and the others had acquired in the span of 3 years worthless, but it was still too early to make an assumption. Here, have this, you can do what you want. Haru gave 15 eggs to Keirisha, who took it silently with a smile before turned and left. I'll kill you, Namun shouted as he lunged at Haru with a Swiss Army knife. Haru easily sidestepped and punched Namun's gut. Gawgh, Namun's spit flew all over the place. He barely held on so that he doesn't spit out his lunch. Shouting while attacking a person from behind, and you called me an idiot. Haru moved back and sat down on a seat as Namun slumped down on the ground. Why, you bastard, Namun groaned in pain, gripping the knife in his hand tightly. Haru didn't say anything and looked at Namun's hands were shaking, but he still moved forward, trying to stab Haru again as black aura started to rise from his body. Wem asterisk. Ugh, Namun was hit square in the chin by Haru's foot, laying him flat on the ground. One of Namun's teeth was knocked out of his mouth with some blood. Body strengthening, so this kid already used his skills instinctively, quite frightening if you take into account how quickly he adapted to the change, Haru though while looking the passed out Namun. As you would expect from someone who adapted to the change quickly, Dokja thought while looking at Namun. Exclusive skill, character list, has been activated. Dokja heard a voice in his ear as a blur panel came in front of him. Character summary. Name, Kim Namun. Age. Sponsor, none. 2 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Exclusive attributes, Chinibu, General. Exclusive skills, Unusual Adaptability LV, 3, Knife Fighting LV, 1, Blackening LV, Overall Stats, Physique LV, 3, Strength LV, 4, Agility LV, 6, Magic Power LV, Overall Evaluation, a Chinibu who was blackened by a special occasion. It is recommended that you don't get involved with him. But Haru SSI knocked Namun out. I was worried when I saw him use the blackening skill, but it looks like Haru SSI is strong as well, but knocking someone out, that is the same as killing them in the current situation. Anyway, Namun is too dangerous. His personality isn't the best either. He was a psychopath, but because of his ability he was recruited by the protagonist in the original. Honestly, he is more trouble than his worth if someone can't rein him in, Dokja thought while looking at Haru crouch before Namun doing something. But he couldn't see anything since Haru's body hid it. He might be taking the army knife. Anyway, I should crush these. Dokja crushed the insect eggs in his hands and heard a stream on ding in his head as there was only 1 minute left. 45 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. The given time has run out. There was a loud sound, and paid settlement will begin. People's heads started exploding everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. The sounds of heads bursting could be heard all over the carriage as if announcing the start of a new era. You have killed 14 living beings. Kill history, 1 grasshopper and 13 grasshopper eggs. You have killed non-resistance living things, so compensation will be halved. 700 coins have been acquired. Total coins, 700. Haru looked at the notifications in front of him while sitting on the seat with Keirisha arriving beside him and sat down on the seat next to him. Haru saw Dokja looking at the window wiping his face as suddenly the train started to move. Soon, light flooded in, and darkness was lifted from the windows. They had arrived at the surface ground section of Line 3 between Apgujeong and Aksu. Outside the window, the Han River and Seoul were revealed. Ah. Someone let out a sigh. It was a moan which contained deep relief that they survived. However, it didn't take long for the meaning of that sigh to change from relief to fear. The landscape outside the window was no longer the Seoul that they knew. Smoke and dust rose from the ruined city. The Han River bridges had collapsed. The Han River itself was red with the bodies of soldiers, while among the fallen buildings, a monster was trampling on AK-1 tank like it was a toy. Main scenario number 1, proof of value has ended. 300 coins have been acquired as a basic clearance reward. 100 coins have been reduced for the channel usage fee. Additional compensation settlement will begin. One world was destroyed, and a new world was born. And I was the only reader who knew the ending of this world. Dokja thought looking outside the window. The train stopped halfway through the Dongho Bridge and some of the survivors stood up to see outside the window. Oh my god, Myung-oh gasped at the sight of the now ruined Seoul with snake-like monsters eating through the wreckage of a fighter jet that had crashed into the Han River. It is coming this way, Myung-oh shrieked like a girl as one of the snake-like monsters looked toward the train. They won't attack us. In ways of survival the scenarios take precedent over everything. As long as we are protected by the scenarios we won't have to face them, at least for now, Dokja thought with an apathetic face as he turned to walk towards Haru who was sitting with Keirisha. Haru SSI, are you okay? Dokja asked. I am fine, there is nothing to worry, Haru said with a small smile as he looked behind Dokja. He is definitely shaken. Anyone would, but Haru SSI is a kind person, so it would be harder for him seeing people die like this. Dokja looked back at the bodies on the floor. Even though they died because of their own faults, Haru would feel responsible for 2 people. But Dokja thought Haru was quick-witted with how he distracted others so that he could get the insect box before the others pounced on the old lady, and the plus point was the latter's strength was also something since he was able to knock out Namwoon, who could use his skills easily. Dokja turned his head and looked at Namwoon. "What are you looking at?" Namwoon spat in anger, making Dokja jump back. Chapter 265, Sponsors. "What are you looking at?" Namwoon spat in anger, making Dokja jump back. "How is he still alive? There were only 3 insects in the net, how come?" Dokja looked at Haru. "The grasshopper Risha found had some eggs in them which were also considered as a living creature. I used 2 of them," Haru spoke as Dokja blinked, not knowing what to say. "The grandma and Namwoon were both alive. Compensation settlement is delayed due to an unexpected scenario check. Please wait." "I didn't expect that. It looks like Haru SSI did it because he couldn't see them die. He is really kind, but sooner or later that kindness might be fatal to him, and he is lucky enough to find the grasshopper that laid the eggs." Dokja thought. He wanted to team up with Haru since the latter was dependable, but his kindness was the problem. "I am sorry, Dokja SSI, Sang-ah, who was bandaging up the old lady, said." Dokja, not understanding what it was for, looked confused. "Even after you threw it towards me, I wasn't." Sang-ah's words stopped because of fear, but Dokja understood as he remembered that when he threw the insect box it was in Sang-ah's direction, and from the looks of it she wasn't able to get an insect. It was a coincidence. Dokja said, making Sang-ah look down before she nodded. Dokja came to the conclusion that it was Haru who gave her an egg so that she could pass the scenario. This only showed that Haru was a good teammate but also had a weakness. 2 constellations are unhappy with how you handled incarnation, Kim Namwoon. Haru looked at the message without any change on his face. Some constellations are satisfied with your scenario. The constellations have sponsored you 500 coins. Haru's brow twitched slightly at this message. Are you fucking serious? So it is like a fucking Twitch stream, so that means that Takibi was a streamer and the constellations are the viewers, with us being the entertainment, and here I was overthinking it. Haru sighed and covered his face. To Dokja and the others it might look like he is in stress because of what happened, but to Keirisha. My dear is livid. I don't care who it is, I'll make that person suffer. Keirisha renewed her to-do list. Wow, amazing. The Takibi appeared in the air. What on earth happened here? I was just watching the other carriages. There was a mixture of delight and surprise on the Takibi's face. Twinkling stars floated over the Takibi's head. Dokja counted the number of stars. 1, 2, 3. 20, 25, 29, 29 in total. For 29 constellations to be connected to my channel. Haha, isn't this quite good? Gosh, thank you for your sponsorship, constellations. Haha, everyone. Did you properly show off your value? You know me calling you newbie is just me taking the piss, but you really are one, aren't you? No, that doesn't matter right now, they are using us as entertainment, right? I wonder if they can pay the price for that. Haru looked at the Takibi, or more like at the stars about his head. Gez, no need to look at me this way, I know you are angry, but can you do anything? You all are nothing by insects. The Takibi scoffed while looking at Haru's gaze. This was noticed by others in the carriage. Some constellations are impressed by your sense of justice. 500 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations are amused by your foolishness. 200 coins have been sponsored. Everyone is misunderstanding something, right? Haru thought with a flat look on his face. The number of survivors is quite high. The fellow in the next carriage was a nutcase as well. It seems that things are quite interesting today. The Takibi manipulated something in the air. A moment later, a list of survivors came up. Survivors from the 3434 train to Bulgwang, carriage 3807, Tsujikuni Haru, Kalistraya Keirisha, Kim Dokja, Lee Hyun-sung, Yu Sang-ah, Han Myung-oh, Kim Namwoon, Sung Min-hai, and Lee Gil-young. A total of 9 survivors. This is a lot more than the original, Dokja thought. He knew that if he was alone there would only be 5 survivors including him. The one who caused the number to increase was Haru using the insect eggs he found. Haru looked around and saw the survivors. Lee Hyun-sung, a tall and well-built man. It looked like he found an insect faster than the other people. He looks like someone who has good motor skills, and that kid. Haru turned his eyes towards the little kid who should be named Lee Gil-young. The boy's hand had fluid on them. Dokja did give him a grasshopper before throwing the box, Haru thought while looking at Dokja. Some people never get the chance to do things they're good at because of them being born in the wrong time or not having the proper resources. At work Dokja was mediocre at best. He only joined the company a year ago and his contract was about to end as well since he didn't achieve anything considerable during his year. He was an ordinary man in an ordinary world, but now he changed, or should we say that the world changed, and it fit him perfectly. The red light in Haru's eyes went unnoticed by everyone. Dokja put his hand on Gil-young's shoulder and asked, Do you want to live? The boy trembled with a force that couldn't be resisted. Then little by little, the boy's head moved. Then let's go together, Dokja said as the boy nodded and came near him. Dokja can feel the eyes of everyone, and he wanted that. He could see how Haru and Sanga looked at him with small smiles. Although he felt a little guilty, his real reason was to stand out, and this misunderstanding might help him. TCH, Dokja looked at Namun, clicking his tongue at him, but he decided to ignore him. Will you release us now? Didn't you get what you wanted? Han Myung-oh, whose shirt was torn, shouted from half a dozen steps away. Department head Han Myung-oh. He was a lucky human. Dokja couldn't help wondering. Why was Han Myung-oh riding the subway when he had so much money? This was the man who had shown off a new Mercedes-Benz S-Class not long ago, trying to compete with someone. Too bad he lost miserably. But he was still loaded. HRMM, release you. Haven't you looked outside? Do you really want to go out there? The Dakibi chuckled. It is somehow admirable. In fact, I didn't expect much from this carriage, but you managed to pass the first scenario. This proves that even bugs deserve to survive. The Dakibi looked around before speaking his next words. Now, shouldn't there be a reward for overcoming the hardships? As a reward for the first scenario, you are entitled to the sponsorship of the constellations. Wah. How about it? Aren't you looking forward to it? You are all unenthusiastic. This is really a big deal, you know. That is natural, they don't know what it means. After all, sponsor selection is one of the key events in Way of Survival, WOS/TWSA. As it sounds, the constellation will send an offer to sponsor the incarnations they are interested in. Dokja thought, as this being the same world as the novel solidified. I have no words here, so are the Dakaebis the middlemen. Since the constellations are looking for a possible subordinate/pawn, with the Dakibi doing the screening and the scenarios being an interview/tests of sorts to see if the person is worth being sponsored. Though it can also serve as entertainment for some, I guess, Haru thought. Everybody has confused expressions. I can easily tell that right now, you are incredibly weak. If you are thrown into the scenarios that will take place, you will be killed when you meet a weak ground rat before you can react, let alone a crook. Benevolently, there are some great people in the universe who pity you and would like to sponsor you. Do you understand what I am saying? What are you saying? Who is sponsoring whom? Lee Hyun-sung finally couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. My words are just entering dirty ears. Isn't there an old saying in South Korea? It is better to see it once than listen 100 times. So experience it directly. Well, the less fortunate ones might not get the chance. Ha ha ha. Chapter 266, I don't need a sponsor, or do I? My words are just entering dirty ears. Isn't there an old saying in South Korea? It is better to see it once than listen 100 times. So experience it directly. Well, the less fortunate ones might not get the chance. Ha ha ha. Haru SSI. Two strange choices suddenly appeared in front of me. Sanga asked. I am as lost as you are, but there are 11 choices in front of me, Haru said with a lost look on his face. You Sanga SSI is quite lucky to have 2 choices, but Haru SSI is something else. Even the protagonist only had 5 at the start. Dokja thought for a bit before he interjected. Do it comfortably. Think of it as an aptitude test. Aptitude test. Sanga muttered. Nobody knows what the situation is anyway. Why not do it comfortably? Dokja said. Ah. I understand. Sanga nodded. I guess you are right, Haru said as he smiled a little before staring into space. Damn, no wonder the female employees were all over him, even though it was a little smile, but it sure is something, Dokja thought and looked at his own choices. What does this even mean? Haru thought while looking at his choices. Sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. Your chosen sponsor will be your strong supporter. 1. Noble child of the sun. 2. The one who hates food. 3. Prisoner of the golden headband. 4. Third-rate writer. 5. Demonic judge of fire. 6. The one who likes to change genders. 7. She who invites. 8. Secretive plotter. 9. Goddess of love and beauty. 10. Desserts for days. 11. Almighty Sun. A/N. If there are any peps who haven't read ORV, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, try to guess the real names of these constellations, no cheating, and if there are people who have read it, I've made like 5 constellations, so try and guess their names. I'll give you a hint for one, the real name of the constellation and their modifier are the same. Good luck. Is this like a riddle? So they won't even tell their real names. Haru deadpanned at the riddle-like names in front of him. This was like a username. There was only one thing he could think of. They are taking this streaming thing too seriously. Haru didn't take a liking to this sponsor thingy. He could rack his brain to try and guess these constellations' names. As a matter of fact, he has already guessed a few, but that would be a waste of time to put too much thought into this. He had no intention of choosing a sponsor. Sure, there might be advantages, but there are sure to be disadvantages to it. Nothing is free after, and surely not in a world like this. Having someone who can dictate my moves would only limit me, but there is one of them is quite enticing. Haru thought while looking at the list. 10 desserts for days. No, Kurumi is the only help I need, Haru cried as he decided to not choose anyone. The sponsor selection has ended. Haru looked at the words in front of him. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is sad. 100 coins have been sponsored. Why are you giving coins if you are sad? Haru thought that this constellation was weird. The constellation, the one who hates food, is feeling complicated. 100 coins have been sponsored. Haru's eyebrows twitched at this one. The constellation, third-rate writer, is angry. He is saying that he'll write a yaoi smut novel with you as the MC. These people are weird, but split the profits with me, I know it'll sell quite nicely. Haru deadpanned at the message. The constellation, one who likes to change gender, is displeased with your decision. He is rolling on the ground saying that you will regret not choosing his awesome help. The constellation, she who invites, is shaking her head at your inability to understand. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, goddess of love and beauty, is saying she'll become your sponsor for sure. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is snorting at the constellation, goddess of love and beauty. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, has gone to prepare some popcorn. The constellation, secretive plotter, is shaking his head since he already prepared some in advance. The constellation, desserts for days, is eating parfait, shaking his head since you could have had it if you accepted his sponsorship. The fuck? Do you think you can buy me with one parfait? At least make it 10 or something, I have a reputation to maintain, Haru thought in anger. The constellation, one who hates food, is angered by what you've done. The fuck did I do? Haru shouted in his mind since these constellations looked way more unreliable than they were making themselves to be. You haven't selected a sponsor. Haha, is this true? Isn't there one interesting choice? Well, yes. There will be another chance. The Dakibi's crescent moon eyes stayed on Haru, Dokja, and Kair Isha for a bit. Now, everyone has finished the selection. Rest here for a while. I have to go prepare for the next scenario. I'll see you in 10 minutes. After saying that, the Dakibi vanished once again. Hello, my name is Lee Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung came towards Haru after he introduced himself to him. Tsujikuni Haru, I can't say it is a pleasure to meet you because of the circumstances, Haru said while shaking Hyun-sung's hand. He has a strong grip and he is taller than me. Hyun-sung looked at his hand and at Haru, who was a little taller than him, which was something Hyun-sung didn't see often. Also, Dokja SSI and Haru SSI, thank you for helping us. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have survived, Hyun-sung said while looking at Haru and Dokja, and pretty much everyone agreed to it. Well, that is Hyun-sung for you. He is a very polite person just like in the original, Dokja thought while using his skill. Exclusive skill character list is activated. Character summary. Name, Lee Hyun-sung. Age, 28 years old. Sponsor, Master of Steel. Exclusive attributes, soldier who turned a blind eye to injustice, general. Exclusive skills, bayonet skills LV2, camouflage LV2, patience LV2. Stigma, great mountain push LV, overall stats, physique LV8, strength LV8, agility LV7, magic power LV5. Overall evaluation, the overall stats are very good. Despite turning away from injustice, he received the choice of a constellation. This is another opportunity for him. Dokja looked at Hyun-sung's attribute window, but he still wasn't able to open his own till now. Well, Haru said while looking at Dokja, bringing the latter out of his thoughts. Haru drew everyone's attention while Dokja went and freed the insects, which saved the people who were still alive, but there was one thing that everyone didn't look at. We didn't really plan that, Dokja looked a bit awkward. That was a coincidence, it somehow worked this time. We were truly lucky, Haru said while shaking his head as Dokja nodded. Haru was lucky to be able to get an insect among the 12 people who were fighting. Dokja threw the box before he knew it and didn't keep an insect for him because he wanted to see if Haru would be able to get it, but not only did he get one, but he got one with the eggs and helped 3 other people survive. What happened wasn't something Dokja expected. Even if that is the case, you two have saved us from something much more horrid, because even if we survive, speaking personally, I don't think I would have been able to live like a person after this, Hyun-sung said with a deep bow towards Haru and Dokja. Sang-ah felt the same way while Gil-young stayed close to Dokja. Our company sure has a lot of competent people, Myung-oh swung his arm around Dokja's shoulder while moving a bit away from Haru. I know Han, Myung-oh SSI, Dokja said. That is finance head Han for you, Myung-oh frowned. Myung-oh, what are you doing? Haru interjected. What are you implying by that, Haru, SSI? Myung-oh gritted his teeth as he had to call Haru respectfully. It seems the wounds from the last confrontation are yet to be healed. Chapter 267, Innocence. Looking at Haru and Myung-oh, Dokja was reminded of something. Myung-oh SSI never really liked Haru SSI. They've had a few altercations during work. I think it is because of jealousy. It isn't a secret that Myung-oh SSI was only able to get the job in the company because of his family connections. Haru SSI, on the other hand, worked hard and produced results to get his position in 3 years. But I think Myung-oh is salter because of how popular Haru SSI was with the female workers, Dokja thought, but now wasn't time to be thinking about this. Oh, shut up, your voice is annoying the hell out of me, Namun shouted with a grimace on his face. Why you brat, didn't anyone teach you anything? Myung-oh was appalled by how he was treated by a kid. Where was all of this bravado during the scenario earlier? All I could hear from you were scared squeals, Namun grinned. At least that is better than you, Myung-oh snapped back, and Namun frowned, but before he could go off. You are a grown man, Myung-oh, don't throw a fit, Haru sighed because Myung-oh just made the situation a lot more complicated. How can you say th? Myung-oh, who was in the middle of his complaining, was cut off by Kaoru-isha. Myung-oh SSI. Why yes, Myung-oh tensed up. Like Haru, who was easygoing, Kaoru-isha was known to be harsh and didn't mince her words. I'll try to say in words even you can understand, please can it, Kaoru-isha said disrespectful words very respectfully and moved back, leaving a stunned Myung-oh. That is what you'd expect from the poison-tongued beauty of Minosoft. Dokja refreshed his mental notes to not mess with her. Aside from being dubbed as Shadow, Kaoru-isha had another nickname, Poison-tongued Beauty, and as you would expect from that name, she was known to be very direct with her words. But this somehow only increased her popularity, which was still a mystery to Dokja himself. Hey, don't you think you are forgetting something? Haru walked in front of Namun and asked. I don't think so, I have my knife and bag here, Namun said innocently. Don't make me say it again, Haru said with a smile. Why should I apologize for something that was not to OW? Why are you hitting me? Namun shouted as Haru hit his head. I won't apologize, OW. I'll have you know I have a strong constellation backing me, you OWWW. Why do your punches hit harder than beef, OWWWWWWWW? Why am I getting my ass beat so bad even after getting an awesome constellation? Namun was squatting in the corner holding his head after he reluctantly apologized to Sung Minhai, who was the old lady he tried to kill before. The same old lady was trying to take care of Namun now. Seeing him crying in the corner, she was still scared of the kid, but seeing him get hit that way vaporized most of her fear. As a matter of fact, after Myung-oh's words, everyone became even warier of Namun, which was normal given what he had done, but Haru SSI beating him up gave them a sense of security and affirmed that Namun isn't a mad dog since he has a leash. This is also how Young-hyuk subdued Namun at the start of TWSA. If it was someone else I would have been wary of them given how tactical the move was, but... Dokja looked at Haru, who was flaring his nostrils with hot air blowing out of them. Dokja could only shake his head. The constellation, secretive plotter, is amused by your way of handling the matter. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is angered by your actions. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is happy with the punishment you gave out. 200 coins have been sponsored. Haru ignored the notifications for now since he was thinking about what to do next. So, what do we do now? Hyunsung asked. He was really lost right now since he wasn't able to contact his unit. Can I suggest something? Dokja asked everyone. He might not need to do this if he was alone with these people, but right now Haru had a good impression on everyone here. If Dokja SSI has something, go ahead. I seriously do not know what to do now, Haru said with a sigh as the others nodded. No one had any idea about the current situation, rather it would be weird for them to know what will happen next. It looks like the ball is on your side, Kaoru-isha thought while looking at Haru. She kind of understood what the latter was planning and decided to play along. But before that, I want to say that everyone needs to wake up and not deny the situation. Like the Dakibi said, this isn't a joke, Dokja said while facing everyone. The others understood what Dokja meant. They have seen people die in front of their eyes, and if things went a little differently they would most likely be lying down on the floor with their heads split open. I think you should have all roughly noticed the situation. Exclusive skills in the attribute window. A game-like interface. Is there anyone who hasn't caught up? Dokja asked, but no one raised their hands, which surprised him since he thought the old lady might not have understood. I can follow it since I used to play some games with my grandson, the old lady said, getting a nod from Dokja since it looked like he didn't need to waste more time. I have once read a novel like this while being on duty, but I still don't feel this is real, Hyunsung said. This is the reality, we can't deny that. Dokja's words hit everyone hard as Hyunsung nodded. The character Lee Hyunsung feels a faint trust in you. Your understanding of the character Lee Hyunsung has increased. Okay, looks like I am doing okay, Dokja thought. Can you get to the point, Ajusi? I might fall asleep here if you don't say it fast, Namun said with a bored look. This brat, Dokja wasn't affected by Namun and spoke his next words. We need to get out of here. What? Ji, go outside, are you insane? Myung-oh cried in shock. See? It wasn't that hard getting to the point, you should have said it earlier to save our time. Nam-woon slung his bag over his shoulder ready to leave at this very moment. But even Sang-ah wasn't sure about this and was looking at Haru hoping he would reject it. Let's listen to the reason first, shall we? Haru said, calming the others down. Nice assist, Haru SSI. Dokja was happy at the unexpected help. His argument of leaving surely didn't make any sense since the outside was more dangerous with monster roaming about, but it was necessary for them to leave. As the people calmed down a little, Dokja followed through. How long are we going to stay here? Have you thought about your parents? Do you think your families are safe in such a mess? Dokja asked, and everyone's faces changed aside from a few people. The line has been dead for a while, no kakao talk. Sang-ah said with a distressed look on her face. With Hyunsung and Myung-oh's faces darkening as well. Indeed, Confucianism is strong in South Korea. Dokja thought while holding Gil-young, who hugged him tightly. The granny also looked worried, with Nam-woon picking his nose. This guy seriously needed to learn how to read the room. But moving now will be dangerous, Hyunsung said, remembering that the Dakibi told them to stay here. Do whatever you want, I am not leaving this place, Myung-oh shouted, making Dokja a little impatient, but Myung-oh didn't matter. All he needed was Hyunsung and Haru to agree. Shouldn't worrying about your parents be your top priority given the current situation, Myung-oh SSI? Kair Isha asked with a flat look. Oh, that one's got a sting, Dokja hissed in his mind while Sang-ah smiled wryly. The others surely didn't understand what was just said, but as people who have worked in the same company, Sang-ah and Dokja understood what that meant. What do you mean by that? Myung-oh roared in anger. Isn't that simple? Why are you overreacting? Haru asked while tilting his head. Haru SSI is too pure, Dokja and Sang-ah thought. The constellations are baffled by your innocence. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. What is going on? And why are you looking at me like that, you two? Haru's eyes twitched as he didn't understand the gazes of Sang-ah and Dokja along with what the constellations were on about. But it wasn't time for worrying about that. Chapter 268, second scenario starts. Quick question, have you read Orv? Yes. And no. So aside from Myung-oh, is there anyone else who wants to stay behind? Haru asked, and it made clear that he was going along with Dokja's plan. But Haru SSI. Hyunsung was a little reluctant to comply even if Haru was following along, but just then they got another reason to get out of there. Bang asterisk. What the hell? With a loud sound accompanied by Myung-oh's scream, everyone looked at the door that led to another carriage. Someone was trying to break into this carriage by force. We have to go, Dokja shouted, getting the others out of their stupor. Haru looked at Dokja and saw his expression clearly. But. Hyunsung tried to say something, but Dokja beat him to it. If we don't leave now, we will die before the next scenario, Dokja said. The only survivor of carriage 3707, the real protagonist, is about to finally show up. Dokja thought with an urgent expression, he needed to get out of here or they will really get killed. Dokja SSI, what if the person coming from that carriage isn't an enemy? Hyunsung asked. If they are from another carriage, it is likely that they are a survivor. Dokja stopped midway while looking at the carriage floor. I was too careless, let's find a way out, Hyunsung said as they all checked different doors trying to find an opening. Everyone was aware that if that person has survived in another carriage they would have surely gone through the same thing as them, but they surely weren't lucky enough to encounter bugs like them. There were 8 exits in the carriage and 7 of them were a bust. I found a working switchgear, Kair Isha alerted everyone as she had to open the door, but. No, Myung-oh cried out since the door opened about 1/5 before it was jammed. It seemed to be broken. What about the other door? Hyunsung said. This is the only door that we can use, Sang-ah spoke. Maybe Gil-young can pass through the gap, but it wasn't possible for the others. Come on, we need to push it apart, Hap, Haru said as he grabbed the doors and pushed them apart easily like it was nothing. What? Myung-oh was terrified while the others looked surprised at how easily the door was opened. Even Hyunsung and Myung-oh weren't able to push them apart together. Did Haru SSI already know how to use coins, or did he use a skill? But that skill is better than Hyunsung's, Dokja thought while looking at the marks of Haru's fingers on the train's door in the frame. What was that, Haru SSI? Hyunsung asked with an odd look. That was a skill, they are quite easy to use, you just need to think about it, Haru said as he jumped down on the tracks while Hyunsung looked impressed. Dokja used his skill on Haru since he wanted to find out more about his skills. The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered as a character. What? Does he have a mental barrier skill? No, it is too early for that, it worked properly on Hyunsung and Nam-woon. Is it something related to his sponsor? Dokja had many questions, right, but now wasn't the time for that. Ah, this is really, I knew this would happen, didn't I say it earlier? I told you to wait, the scenario hasn't been prepared yet, the Dakibi seemed annoyed. I told you it was a bad move, Myung-oh shouted in fear holding his head. Stop screaming like a bitch at every turn, Namun's annoyed tone shook Myung-oh to shut up. He was feeling even more annoyed since he saw how Haru opened the door. Sigh, it can't be helped. You really are lucky humans. It is not like you'll kill people who are bringing you profit, Haru scoffed in his mind looking at the Dakibi who snapped his fingers. The second scenario has arrived. Second scenario, escape. Category, sub. Difficulty, E. Clear condition, cross the broken bridge and enter Oxus Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 200 coins. Failure. Something is strange, it says broken bridge but. Sang-ah muttered. Don't worry about that, run, Dokja shouted and everyone started to run. Sang-ah SSI is correct, the bridge isn't broken yet but it will be in a bit. Dokja thought this was the main reason why he pushed breaking out of the compartment because if they did this the normal way it would be harder, there were a few burdens with them. Pant***, Hyunsung SSI and Haru SSI have high stamina, Dokja spoke while running. Hyunsung and Haru were running with Gil-young and the old lady on their backs without breaking a sweat. Namun was just behind them with Myung-oh, then there was Sang-ah and him at the back along with. Don't talk while running, you'll get tired faster, Kair-isha said as she caught up to them without breaking a sweat. Koresho SSI is also quite fast, Sang-ah said while running. I am just lucky that I didn't wear heels today, Kair-isha said and Sang-ah agreed as they made their way forward. They were close to reaching their target. Hey, what is that? Myung-oh's scream brought everyone's attention to the big whirlpool in the middle of the Han River. Letting out splashes of water, a giant monster was at the center of the whirlpool. It was the same as the monster that they had seen from the carriage, but the problem was that this monster was twice the size of that one. It isn't a sea serpent, an ichthyosaur that big has got to be a sea commander. A general sea serpent is a grade 7 monster. Given how it is hard for humans to survive against ground rats who are grade 9 monsters, only death awaits if one faces a grade 7 monster, Dokja thought. In other words, the guy coming now wasn't a monster that could be caught in the early stages. Of course, there was no need to catch it. It wasn't there to get caught. The Han River surged like there was a tsunami and the ichthyosaur moved. It was chewing at the legs of the bridge. It is trying to break the bridge, Hyunsung shouted. Run at full speed, we need to make it across, Dokja said as they all tried to run as their lives depended on it, because it did. Kair-isha was already near Haru while leaving others behind. There were only about 200 meters left till they reached the target. At their current speed it shouldn't be a problem. But it is not like everything will go according to their plan. There is no fun if the game is too easy after all. The scenario difficulty has been adjusted. Scenario difficulty E-D. Is there any fun if you just run away? Let's create an atmosphere befitting the name scenario, shall we? The Dakibi laughed loudly while everyone that something bad was about to happen. The evil thoughts of the dead have returned. The surrounding earth is filled with black ether. The demonic people have woken up. Dokja heard footsteps behind him, but he didn't look back because he could already guess what it was. It sounded like a horde was chasing after them. Z-zombies, Sang-ah muttered after taking a peek behind her. The zombie-like bodies were coming in huge waves. Some of them were people from the carriage they came from. That guy is pulling all the stops trying to impress the constellations. There should be a hierarchy among them. The constellations are after incarnation, but the reason is unknown, and the Dakibi are the middlemen who carry out the scenarios, but what they achieve is also unknown aside from them getting coins. Damn, some ice cream would do wonders right about now, Haru thought with a frown. Some constellations are happy with the expression you are making. 300 coins have been sponsored. Many constellations are happy seeing you get angry for others' sake. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is losing interest in you. Whatever, Haru shrugged as it seemed like he has been misunderstood somehow. The distance to the station was only 100 meters. Fortunately, Hyunsung along with Gil-young and Haru along with the old lady, and Kair-isha crossed the safe line. The problem is us, Dokja thought while looking at Sang-ah and Myung-oh. The number of demonic humans were a lot and the ichthyosaur also closed in. Everyone get down, Dokja shouted since he thought they were too late to cross the bridge. Kwaong ***. Chapter 269, Don't Distract Me. Where are the power stones? The legs of the bridge shook tremendously as the ichthyosaur's huge mouth bit down on it. A rusty fishy smell of blood and water filled the air. Once the dust cloud settled, piles of shattered concrete and cut steel along with it fell into the Han River as the ichthyosaur bit down the leg of the bridge, breaking it. We can't get through, the barrier is blocking us, Hyunsung said with a worried look as he tried to push through the barrier to help them. Hyung! Gil-young was screaming while banging on the barrier. It looked like the kid got attached to Dokja in a little time. Calm down you two, it looks like our voice isn't reaching them. Koresha's words were interrupted by a loud sound. It was so sudden that it brought everyone's attention to it. Bang ***. Ow, looks like brute force isn't going to help. Haru was shaking his hand while looking at the barrier. He used so much power but it didn't do anything to the barrier. Is there really nothing we can do? Hyunsung thought as Dokja, Sang-ah, and Myung-oh stood up on the other side of the bridge. Myung-oh seemed to be injured as he limped and Sang-ah was helping him walk. The gap between them and the other edge was around 40 meters. Dokja, Sang-ah, and Myung-oh were stuck on the other side. But then something happened. Someone has received the favor of the constellation. The constellation scenario, Deus Ex Machina, has been activated. Deus Ex Machina, Bridge of Even Numbers. Description, a bridge of light made by the constellation, only an even number of people can cross the bridge. The bridge will disappear as soon as an odd number of people try to cross it. Haha, these constellations are really something, they know how to have fun. Namun laughed out while the others didn't have words to say. The bridge of even numbers, and there are 3 people on the other side. It means that one of them will have to stay behind, which equated to, one of the 3 will die. Who is the constellation that activated this? Is it the one behind Dokja or the one behind Sang-ah? Given what the 2 have done till now, I am leaning on Dokja's side, and it looks like constellations can actually interfere in the scenario, but it will be at a cost, more possibilities and things to be wary about, Haru thought while tapping his chin. He needed to be more careful since some constellations can want to create problems for him if they could pay the correct price. Just one more thing to look out for, that is all. While Haru finished his thought rather quickly, the 3 on the other side of the broken bridge didn't have much time to think since the demonic humans already caught up to them and attacked Dokja, who dodged. Currently, Dokja was facing the demonic humans. Look at that. Hyunsung's voice drew everyone's attention to the bridge and they all couldn't help but get shocked. Han Myung-oh was running down the bridge of even numbers on one leg, while carrying Sang-ah on his shoulder. He picked up Sang-ah by force while Dokja was looking away and Sang-ah, who was supporting Myung-oh, was taken by surprise. He is running faster on one leg than he was on 2, and on top of that he is carrying Sang-ah. Sign this guy up for the Olympics. If it happens again. Haru knew that all jokes aside, Myung-oh was using a skill. He was running faster than an Olympic athlete while using only one leg. In a blink, he passed the bridge of even numbers and came into the safe zone, dropping Sang-ah. Why? Sang-ah asked weakly. She was on the verge of tears. Myung-oh, who was panting, noticed the stares he was getting from others. They weren't looking at him with contempt or anything, but still, it was hard for him to bear with them. Gil-young looked like he was about to murder Myung-oh, but he was only looking at him with furious eyes. Don't talk, Myung-oh, make sure you remember what you did, Haru said, cutting off, making Myung-oh turn and see that the former wasn't even looking at him. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is touched by your kind spirit. 100 coins have been sponsored. Kind spirit? Do they think I am forgiving Myung-oh even after he left Dokja for dead? Well, there are 2 things wrong with that assumption. First, I don't care if Dokja dies. And second, Dokja isn't going to die, Haru thought as it appeared that his companions have forgotten something because of how glum they were. Namun wasn't affected by this and threw his arm around Myung-oh's shoulder as he said. Haha, I really surprised you pulled that off with how you shout every time. Ha ha ha, this is so fun, bang asterisk, but in the middle he had a fist hit his head. D-damn you, a jussy, I'll get you for this, Namun cursed as he held his head in pain. At this point Myung-oh felt happy that Haru didn't bother with him. No one present wanted to take a hit from him after all. Look, Hyung is doing something. Gil-young pointed at Dokja, who was fighting with the zombies as a black aura was rising from his body. What the fuck? He is copying me. I'll murder him if he survives this. No fuck that I'll go there and murder him. Namun forgot the pain as he shouted angrily while looking at Dokja, who was using blackening. Is that the person who was on the other side of the door? Keirisha said with a loud enough voice for the others to hear and look at the one who appeared from behind the demonic humans, destroying them with only his hands. There are 2 of them now, they can cross the bridge, Sang-ah spoke with relief in her voice. She felt guilt at how they had left Dokja behind. Well, she couldn't even react to what happened, but she still felt guilty. They all looked as the men and Dokja stood face to face before the men hit Dokja twice. That guy. Hyunsung was shocked at what he saw. The others weren't any different. What was that man up to? Come to think of it, didn't they run from a guy trying to break into their carriage? Oh, I quite like that guy. Shit. That Ajusi blocked her. Namun clicked his tongue seeing Dokja block a punch. Haru looked at Dokja and the men with keen interest. He knew it, something interesting was happening out there. As for how did he know? My gut feeling was right, something is up with Dokja. Since the start, he hasn't panicked once, he has been calm the whole time. He didn't panic even after he was left there, and it seemed like he was waiting for that guy. Even though Dokja tried to run away at first, it looks like he had a plan in case he couldn't. Does he know him? No, doesn't seem the case, Haru thought with a serious look. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is saying that the ice cream tastes best when something interesting is happening. Fuck you, I am thinking, don't distract me. Haru's eyes twitched but he calmed down and looked at Dokja who was talking to the men. From their point of view it seemed the two came to an understanding since the men stopped attacking, but then suddenly the men staggered before he grabbed Dokja by the neck and dragged him across the bridge then dangled him off the side after crossing. The series of actions were so quick the others weren't even able to understand what happened. And then the men threw Dokja off the bridge. I believe you, you really are a prophet. Haru's eyes widened when he heard the voice in his ears. Is something wrong, Haru? Kaoru asked when she saw him look around. Did you not hear a voice? Haru asked and Kaoru shook her head. Haru didn't know what to say. He wanted to sit down and think but that would be hard in the current situation because the men who just threw Dokja off the bridge walked through the barrier. The men had wide black eyes with thin double eyelids and thick eyebrows. His hair is black and slightly wavy, cut short. He has tanned skin, a sharp nose ridge, and a strong jawline. He is extremely muscular, in particular, he has well-toned biceps and thighs. Why did you do that to Dokja SSI? Hyunsung asked. He couldn't understand why this man would do that. It was the same for others as well, they were all in shock. Everyone moved back a little since this man seemed to have a screw loose. But the men ignored them all and only asked. You were able to see past the barrier? Chapter 270, Illusion. Power stones give, now. Yes, is that supposed to be a problem? Haru asked with a clueless expression. Hearing the guy, it shouldn't be possible to see through the barrier, but guess what? Haru heard this man's voice across the barrier and everyone saw him toss a man into the river. The men ignored Haru and looked at Hyunsung and Namwoon. A lot of people survived this time. Is it because of that guy? The man was having many different questions but he didn't want to waste his time here. You still haven't told us why you did that to Dokja SSI, Haru said while looking at the men. Is he a companion of yours? The man asked since it piqued his interest. The man in his thoughts seemed to have not noticed the possible tragic death he will be facing. I make shoes out of this pig's skin. No, that might be too good, maybe something like a dog collar. And we don't have a dog, so that is perfect, since this guy is useless anyway. Kaoru was having some dangerous thoughts but she stopped herself since it looked like Haru had something in mind already. Yes, that is why we are asking you. Haru said with a little anger in his voice. It was fake anger, of course. The man in front of him seemed to know a lot of things, so trying to fish for some info was always good. There is no need for me to answer you, the man said in a flat tone. Is this guy the leader of this group? It should be that guy since he seemed to know a lot about the future and was quick-witted, but everyone here seems to trust this man, even Namwoon. Let me check first. If he is dangerous I'll kill him, the man thought as he used his skill, the Sage's Eye, and his right eye glowed in a golden color. The skill Sage's Eye has been repelled by $% at $, and at #% and $, at asterisk. If you use that skill another time on the target you will lose it. Lightning crackled as the man kneeled down while clutching the right side of his face. What is this? I feel like my eye is placed inside molten lava, first that one and now this one. What is going on in this round? The man was having a bad day since his skill was repelled twice this early. No, that doesn't matter, I have to kill this guy now. If I use my Sage's Eye on him again it will really disappear. The man stood up and charged towards Haru while unsheathing the sword that was on his hip, aiming to cut Haru in half. The others didn't even know what happened since by the time they blinked, the men had already gone past Haru. Haru SSI. Sangha shouted but her voice died down when she saw the sword in Haru's hands. It was the one that was in the man's hand before. Splash asterisk thud asterisk. The man fell down on the ground with his limbs cut off while painting the ground red. What? Myung-oh fell down on his ass while shaking at the scene. It was a shock to everyone present. Seeing the person who has been kind cut someone down was something that they didn't expect. Attacking people without a word. That is bad manners, you know. Haru said as he turned around to look at the men. The men just looked back without answering. So you do not fear dying, is that it? Haru said while looking into the man's eyes. The latter didn't have even a little fear, even his expression didn't change when his limbs were cut apart. Looks like this round will be a short one, just because of one variable another appeared. I'll remember him. The men looked at Haru and understood that he stood no chance. Something changed drastically this time to have such a powerful incarnation come out of nowhere, and he indeed didn't fear death since it didn't exist for him. But your eyes have a lot of hope for a dying person. It is almost like you are going to live, Haru said as he kneeled down to look at the man's face closely. The man looked closely at the glowing red eyes with strange pattern in them, but he still didn't speak. Anyway, here is your sword, you can have it back. Haru lifted the sword above the man's face. Wait, Haru SSI. Hyunsung tried to stop Haru but the latter had already moved the sword down and stabbed right next to the man's face. You can keep your sword, it doesn't really suit me, Haru said as he stood up and walked away from the men. Haru SSI, that. No, I guess it was necessary given the current situation. He did aim to kill you, so that is a normal reaction. Hyunsung shook his head trying to adjust. What are you talking about? Haru asked. That was Asama Jusi, how did you do it? His arms and legs flew like whoosh asterisk when he went past you, and how did you take his sword? That was super cool, I've only seen that in manhwas, teach me. Namwoon's eyes were gleaming. Haru ignored Namwoon and looked at everyone. Gil-young looked a little lost while Hyunsung and Sang-ah were looking down. Myung-oh was staying 10 feet away from him right now. You all don't need to worry about it, he is not dead, Haru said, making the other look at him. Yet, bang asterisk whyyyyyy. That is the truth. After hitting Namwoon on the head, pointed everyone to look at the men again and their eyes widened. How? Sang-ah gasped in shock as she saw the man lying there just looking at the ceiling of the station with all of his limbs attached. I never really cut him, it was an illusion, Haru said like it was a matter of fact. Everyone looked at the men and saw that there wasn't even a drop of blood on the ground. Is that why Haru SSI's eyes are like that? Sang-ah asked the question on everyone's mind. Yes, I can't use the illusion without these, and of course, there is a time limit to how long I can use them, Haru said as his eye went back to normal after a little blood leaked out of his left eye. Here, use this, Sang-ah gave a handkerchief to Haru, who took it and wiped the blood. Damn it, I want that. Namwoon was jealous that he didn't have such a cool ability, but there was much more on his mind than just Haru's ability. The constellation, secretive plotter, is pleased with your stupidity. Well, it is kind of necessary. An ability to make such a real illusion is really dangerous in bad hands, especially in a world like this where morals have collapsed. If I don't make obvious limitations, they won't be able to shake off the fear that they are being controlled, and that would lead to the group dividing. I don't want that to happen unless I aim for it. I need some reliable people aside from my own, Haru thought while seeing that everyone relaxed a little. His words coupled with his actions till now have made the others trust him to a certain degree. Several constellations are very interested in your ability. The others had a lot to say about this matter. It all felt too real to be an illusion. But it didn't really matter right now. Haru shared this about his skills with them even if he didn't need to, so pushing any further wouldn't be any good. Alright, let's go, Haru said as he turned and started to walk away. Haru SSI, wait, Hyunsung caught up. What happened? Haru asked while tilting his head. Where are we going? Sang-ah asked while raising her hand a little. Haru finally noticed it as his face turned a little red because of embarrassment, but it only calmed down the others since they saw that he was still the same. Some constellations are looking at you with warm eyes. 500 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations do not like the way you behave. The constellation Desserts for Days is saying the ice cream tasted good. 500 coins have been sponsored. Why are you bragging? Do you think this will work on me? Haru scoffed in his mind while clenching his fists. Wow, you all survived. Well, not all, but this was surely a surprise, don't you think so, dear constellations? Now then, let's move things along, the Dakibi said as he snapped his fingers. Sub-scenario, escape has been completed. 200 coins have been acquired as the basic clearance reward. Chapter 271, Monsters. Sub-scenario, escape has been completed. 200 coins have been acquired as the basic clearance reward. Move to the area for the second scenario. After this, the Dakibi vanished as if in a hurry to go somewhere. What are we supposed to do now? Hyunsung questioned since there were no clear instructions. Everyone was at a loss for words since nothing was specified. We should just go down the track, for now. I am sure we'll see a place where everyone is gathered, Haru said as he pointed towards where he was going before. Logically speaking, they could only walk that way since the bridge behind them was broken. Alright, let's go. Hyunsung nodded. He had made up his mind and so did the others. Myung-oh grimaced but followed them. His position in the group was the lowest at the moment, even lower than Namwoon, who actually tried to kill someone. He cut me and I didn't even feel it, and from what happened earlier, his illusion actually stimulated all of my senses. Seeing Haru and the group walk away, the man stood up and touched his cheek as he felt something warm run down it. That illusion felt too real for him, from the sensation of his limbs getting cut by the sword, to how cold his body felt as his blood gushed out. Every sensation, from the breath that came out of his mouth to the smell of his own blood going into his nose, he remembered everything vividly. But the worst of it all was, why did I feel so helpless? Just cutting off my limbs isn't enough to stop me, but why at that moment I thought of giving up? I wasn't able to gather any strength. Was it another illusion? Or? The man thought before stopping. He seems to be working with Dokja. Should I kill him now? It will be possible with his naivety right now, but he could be useful. The man had many thoughts crossing his mind and he finally stopped them. I do not have time to waste on this, the man said before walking in the same direction as Haru's group. You have entered the area for the second scenario. Haru and the group passed through what seemed like a barrier. The land in the scenario area is deeply polluted. Be careful about your breathing and move underground as quickly as possible. Everyone, cover your mouth and nose. We need to run quickly, Haru said quickly as the air got a little murky because of the poison. The tunnel was just a little far away from them, so everyone ran while Gil-young and the old lady were picked up by Hyunsung and Haru once again. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is grinning insidiously. Some constellations are having fun looking at you run for your life. 200 coins have been sponsored. Ha asterisk pant asterisk. Everyone was panting because of the lack of air and the poison didn't do anything to help either. Okay, stop for a bit. Haru stopped everyone as they went a little deeper into the tunnel. Why are you stopping here? Myung-oh shouted since he thought that they needed to run further inside to avoid the fog. The poison fog isn't coming in here, so we need to catch our breath, Haru spoke as he let the old lady climb down his back. Guh, Myung-oh groaned since his right leg was still bleeding since he got hurt back on the bridge when it collapsed. Haru looked at Kair-isha who blinked as if getting what he meant. Phase 2 of the plan starts from now, Kair-isha thought. Why are we wasting our time here? We can just rest at the station ahead, Myung-oh was getting impatient. Yes, I for once agree with him. If it is just because of the weaklings there can't keep up, then it is better to ditch them since they will only hold us back, Namun said while folding his arms. Bang asterisk. Do you two not understand why I am stopping here? Haru asked after hitting Namun on the head while Myung-oh covered his head looking scared. The constellations are paying attention to your words. The others also looked at Haru waiting for him to say why he stopped them. There might be monsters up ahead, so it is better for us to catch our breath first or we will become easy targets if we are exhausted. Haru's words had different reactions from the people. Monsters, Hyun-sung, Sang-ah, and the old lady were a little scared since they remember the sea commander that bit off Dongho Bridge. Kair-isha and Gil-young were silent, while Namun was grinning at the thought of fighting monsters. If you knew there were monsters here, why did you bring us here? You'll get us killed. We should have gone to Jeomho underground station from the outside, Myung-oh said with an angered expression. Don't worry, that type of monster won't come in here since this is a tunnel. The monsters who can enter here will be smaller ones and we only need to defend on two sides, and if we went from the outside route we would be in an open area while being exposed to danger from all sides and the chances of encountering a monster like that serpent is higher on the outside than here, plus there is the fog outside. We don't know how much of that we can inhale without something happening to us, I am sure. You aren't keen on finding that out, are you, Myung-oh? Haru's words were understood by everyone. They knew that he made the decision after thinking things through. But Myung-oh wanted to say something but Haru beat him to it. I know what you mean, but I would rather face the smaller monsters in the tunnel rather than testing my luck outside. Haru shook his head with a serious look. Some constellations are nodding their heads at your plan. The constellation, secretive plotter, is relieved to know that your head isn't full of flowers. 100 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations are disappointed that you ruined their fun. Haru stared at the message in front of him with an impassive look. I agree with Ajusi on that one. Fighting someone out of your league is a total noob move. We need to grind mobs first, so if you all lag behind I'll move forward to the better hunting ground that includes you too, Ajusi, Namun said while looking at everyone. He was half expecting to get hit but was surprised that he didn't. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung looked at Haru who seemed to be thinking seriously. I can't stay like this, Hyun-sung thought. He knew that Haru was kind but that didn't mean that they could take advantage of that by being a burden. Sang-ah had the same thought. She was only alive because Haru decided to give her an insect egg when she couldn't find the insects. He also saved the old lady who was about to be killed and even forgave Namun who tried to kill him. If it was someone else she might be a little wary of the person, but having seen Haru for a year and hearing about him she understood that he was just like that. But even then she didn't want to keep relying on him this way. Everything had its limit, after all, even kindness and goodwill. I am ready to move. Sang-ah stood up to her feet. Are you sure, Sang-ah SSI? Haru, who was jolted out of his thoughts, asked. He didn't mind if they rested for a bit more. Yes, I think I've rested enough, Sang-ah nodded. Me too, please just order me if there is something I can help with, Hyun-sung spoke while standing up. I'll help as well, Gil-young said while raising his hand. Sure, we'll be relying on you, Haru said with a smile. Alright then, it will be me and Namun in the front with Kair-isha, Sang-ah, Grandma, Myung-oh, and Gil-young in the middle while Hyun-sung SSI will guard the rear. There is a possibility that a monster sneaks in from behind, so I will be counting on you, Haru said, and Hyun-sung nodded. He was going to take it seriously. Finally some action. My blade has been thirsty all this time, Namun cackled while taking out his Swiss Army knife. To his surprise Haru didn't take it from him, but it was understandable since the latter could neutralize him easily. In a world like this, the weak will have to follow the strong, and Haru was the strongest Namun has come across till now. Even that man from before couldn't stand a chance. The others didn't notice the cut on that man's face, but I did. It is clear that Ajusi could have killed that man but chose not to do so, Namun thought. He was irritated that Haru didn't kill off the man straight away before he causes any future problem, but he didn't say anything. He was weaker after all, and he himself was alive because Haru let him. The moment you are weaker than me I will end you, Namun thought while looking at Haru's back, who was walking in the front as others followed behind. Chapter 272, A Cold Saint Character. Where are the Power Stones? Did you all forgot about the bonus, chaps? The moment you are weaker than me I will end you, Namun thought while looking at Haru's back, who was walking in the front as others followed behind. One fish has been caught, Kair-isha thought while looking at Namun. The tunnel was dimly lit as they moved forward. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any ground rats till now. But that didn't lower their stress. Everyone was on edge with each step, looking around carefully so that they don't get caught by surprise. But it looks like their luck isn't going to help them, as they encountered 3 mole-like that were the size of a dog eating 3 human corpses. The word human is used because the state the corpses were in made it hard to distinguish if they were male or female. Gwei, Myung-oh couldn't hold it in and puked, although he didn't have much in his stomach, as Sang-ah covered Gil-young, not wanting the young kid to see the scene. His voice alerted the rats as they turned around and looked at them. Keek asterisk. One of the rats shrieked and the 3 ran toward them at full speed. Oh! Here comes the mob monster, die, Namun shouted as he ran forward before Haru could say anything. Namun was strengthening his body with blackening skill and swung his knife down at the rat on the left side. With his strength stat at level 10, he had the strength of about 12 adult men, but... Clank asterisk. Namun's knife hit the rat's long nails and bounced off. The rat used this time to swing its other claw at Namun's leg. Slash asterisk. Shit. Thanks to the blackening skill, the cut was only shallow and on the flesh, but it wasn't meant to be a strong attack. The only purpose of this attack was to distract Namun. Hey, look out, Hyunsung shouted, causing Namun to look to his right. He saw the rat who was jumping towards him, wanting to bite his neck, while the rat in front of him was about to bite his knee. I can only block one, Namun thought as he heard a voice. The left one. Namun swung his knife at the left one without hesitation, stabbing the rat's right eye. Wham asterisk cruck asterisk bang asterisk. Namun didn't need to turn his head to know what happened to the rat. He heard bones breaking, that was all he needed to hear, so he moved towards the rat that was writhing in pain in front of him and stabbed its head with his knife. The skull was hard and it took him a few stabs to crack it, killing the rat. Namun has blood splatters on his clothes and turned around to look at Haru. Wham asterisk. Haru swung his fist, hitting the rat's temple and smashing it in along with its brain. How is my head all right after being hit by him? Namun touched his head as he looked at the 2 rats whose heads were smashed in by a single hit. Namun, do you have something to say? Haru said as he turned around to look at him with a smile. Ah, it won't happen again. Namun stood straight and said reflexively after seeing the rats he didn't want to get hit on the head again, even if he knew that Haru wouldn't hit him with full force. Sigh asterisk, just be careful. How is your wound? Haru asked. It is okay. Namun staggered and fell down on his butt. The wound is turning purple. It looks like the rat had poison in its claws, Kair-isha said as she looked at the wound. I only feel a little numb in my leg, Namun said, like it was no big deal. And what if it gets worse? Kair-isha, can you do it? Haru ignored Namun and asked Kair-isha a question that went over others' heads. But something clicked in Namun's head. I think, Kair-isha said as she rolled up Namun's pants up to get a better view of the wound on his calf. Seeing that it was shallow, she moved her hand near the wound. What are you doing? Namun was a bit flustered since Kair-isha was close. This was certainly the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman up close. The others also came closer, not understanding what was happening, but before they could ask, a dim golden light came from Quresha's hand and Namun's wound started to close slowly. Everyone looked in shock as the purple wound closed without even leaving a scar. It disappeared like it never happened in the first place. Healing magic. Damn, this is neat as fuck. Namun stood up and started to move around with an odd look. Quresha SSI, did you use a skill? Hyunsung asked. Yes, it took me some time to figure out how to use it given the nature, but looks like it can work, Kair-isha said while looking at everyone. Some constellations are interested in the incarnation, Kair-isha Kalistraya. 500 coins have been sponsored. Whoa, you are a saint character. As the vanguard, I will protect you, no need to worry, Namun said with a smile. That would be unnecessary, but thank you for the kind gesture, Kair-isha said plainly. So you're the cold type, huh? Namun hit his palm with his fist as he nodded while Kair-isha didn't bother with him. He might get along with Gina, Kair-isha thought, since Gina talked about games all day with Aaliyah and sometimes with Heian. Hey, if you could do that, why didn't you heal me? Myung-oh asked with a frown. You seem to be doing pretty well on one leg, so I thought it wasn't necessary, Kair-isha said, and she wasn't wrong. Myung-oh was faster on one leg than on two. Wyu. Myung-oh was about to throw a fit, but Haru stepped in. Risha, heal him quickly, we need to get going, Haru said, and Kair-isha nodded, quickly healing Myung-oh as they moved along the tracks. Before long they came across a black screen, no matter what they could see past it. Is this a dead end? Myung-oh trembled. Stop being such a bitch, will you? Look, even the kid is not scared. Namun's patience was running thin as Myung-oh kept on prattling like a child, when the legit child in the group didn't even show a reaction when they saw the rats munching on humans before. I think there's a barrier to keep the monster outside. Just to be safe, I'll go in first, Haru said as he phased through the black barrier before anyone can stop him. Sub-scenario, hunting for food. Category, E. Clear conditions, hunt and cook a monster that you can consume as food. Time limit, none. Rewards, 500 coins. Penalty for failure. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the panel that popped in front of them. Eat a monster. Namun muttered as he thought back to the rat from before, thinking if it can be eaten. Can they be eaten? Sangha didn't know what to say about the idea of eating that rat from before. It is safe, come on, we will talk about the scenario after we rest a little. Haru's head popped out of the barrier, making Myungo jump in fright. But at this point, he was ignored by everyone. Everyone passed through the barrier easily and saw the station lights. It was just a little distance away from them. Haru, can you not do things without thinking? Keirisha asked with a worried look. Well, I had a gut feeling that it would be alright. Anyway, it was my idea to come through the tunnel anyway, so I can't have someone else do it for me, Haru said while shaking his head as Keirisha followed quietly. It doesn't really matter since I am not really in danger, Haru thought as he felt the earnest eyes of the people behind him. Some constellations are awed at your foolishness. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is impressed by your sense of responsibility. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you as if you are stupid. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is telling you to listen to your companion's advice. Haru once again ignored the messages as they reached the station in silence. Looks like this place is lively, Haru said as they all heard voices from the station. Haru climbed up to the platform and then helped Keirisha and Sangha up along with the old lady and Gilyoung. Are these all of the people who came here? Sangha spoke as she saw nearly 100 people on the platform. It wasn't what one would call many by a stretch considering the population of Seoul, but no one decided to talk about it. There should be more people near the exits, and it isn't like this is the only place that is underground. Many people might be hiding somewhere else. Well, we should look for a place to settle down for now, Haru said as the others nodded, seeing Haru wanted them to calm down for a bit, so they started to look for a place. Chapter 273, 3 years 6 months 20 days 13 hours 54 minutes 30 seconds. They all settled down in an empty spot while seeing people glance at them. Qureshi SSI, would you like to visit the washroom? Sangha asked. Yes, let's go together. Keirisha stood up and went along with Sangha as the old lady followed them as well. Why do girls always go to the bathroom together? Namun asked while looking at Hyunsung and Haru. Hyunsung could only smile wryly since he didn't know the answer, nor did he want to find out. I'll be going to the washroom as well. Haru shrugged as he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Hyunsung and Namun looked at each other and then at Gilyoung, who was following Haru to the bathroom. Let's go, I want to take a leak as well, Namun spoke while walking, and Hyunsung followed after glancing at Myungo, who didn't move. Haru was sitting inside the cubicle tapping his finger on his thigh as if waiting for something. Hakuin, you took way too long to be alone, Kurumi's voice rang in his head. That is the first thing you say after 3.5 years. Haru chuckled. He hasn't been in contact with Kurumi since the day they arrived here. 3 years, 6 months, 20 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes, and 30 seconds to be exact. Kurumi said in a serious tone, like this was important. Okay, I get it, I am sorry. I had to do it the normal way, otherwise it would only attract trouble, Haru said. To be fair, he missed her as well, but what is necessary is necessary. I understand, I have been seeing it myself. You are doing a good job avoiding suspicion. Just don't open that attribute window. I am sending a false one to the people monitoring the planet, so don't worry, it won't look unnatural. I have already notified everyone, but I needed to wait till you are alone to tell you that, Kurumi said. Well, I won't do that. Anyway, is everything going alright? Haru asked. Seriously, this one and only beautiful Kurumi-chan is talking to you and you are worried about some plan. Haru smiled hearing that. Okay, stop sulking. I know you are the best, which is why I asked for your help, Haru said. Umo, it is good that you know, and for what you asked it has been done. All of your physical powers will return over a course of time so that it doesn't stand out and look unnatural, but it will be done soon, so don't worry and create a good front so that it doesn't look out of place. Also, I have activated the inventory. Everyone can use it, but use it in moderation or it will look suspicious, Kurumi said seriously. If they get caught after all this bullshit, she will be super pissed off. Point noted, though. Is it really safe to talk in here? Haru asked. You can never be too sure, right? He felt that Namwoon, Hyunsung, and Gilyoung were also in the bathroom. Plus he didn't put it past the Dakebis to film everything. Yes, it is fine they do not film the bathroom area. These guys surprisingly have a sense of privacy, Kurumi said. She was pleased with this since she could talk to Haru daily like this. Rather than a sense of privacy, it is more like it wouldn't be interesting to see a human take a shit or a bath. From what I gathered, these constellations like to watch us for entertainment, at least some of them I'd say, but I have only seen a few of them till now, Haru thought while remembering the messages from a few constellations. I'd say it is good that they don't film you while bathing. I don't know how many vixens will flock to you, Kurumi grumbled unhappily. Don't oversell me, Haru sighed. He knew he was good looking but not so good that people would jump at him. You are just too unaware. To me you are the most good looking being to ever exist, Kurumi said seriously to make sure her point gets across. Okay, I get it, don't praise me so much I'll blush, Haru spoke half-heartedly. Kurumi grumbled since it looked like her point didn't get across. Leaving that aside, about the constellations, if they only see you as a source of entertainment that is good, let them live in ignorance, it will only make it easier for you, Kurumi said plainly. I think the same, Haru nodded since he was thinking along the line and was making his own plans, but there were still too many unforeseen circumstances that he didn't know about, so it was harder to set a concrete plan. So then, I'll monitor the situation and tell you if something is wrong, just don't forget your main goal, Kurumi said. What else would I do besides that? Haru questioned. Increase the size of your harem, Kurumi said in a flat tone. The thought didn't even cross my mind, Haru said with twitching eyes. It did cross someone else's mind. Whose? I'll tell you later, okay bye, and remember, do not try to enter your mindscape, I am still working on the flame, if you intrude it will go berserk, Kurumi said, and the connection was cut. Well, I guess I'll know with time, Haru shrugged and took out his phone from his coat's inner pocket. There are a lot of messages, Haru thought as he opened their group chat to see nearly 70 messages. Others aren't able to use their phones right now since there is no network in the entirety of Seoul. But Haru and the others were using the phones made by Keirisha, so they didn't need to worry about the network. It seems like all of them are safe, Haru smiled softly looking at the messages. Gina was with Aliyah, Heiin and Kane were also together while Zenobia was alone, but she seemed to be doing alright. Even if all of them are smart, I can't help but be worried about them, Haru thought while looking at the messages with a gentle look, and Kurumi wasn't lying. If someone looked at his face right now, they will fall for him in an instant. As expected, they didn't choose a constellation. Well, there is no need for that anyway, but it seems that Kane is pissed off, Haru thought while looking at the messages. It looked like Keirisha used the phone while she went to the toilet. She actually shared what she thought with others who also did the same. Kane, these damn constellations, I'll beat them up, just you see. Heiin, just calm down will you, we still don't know their goal or anything. Risha, I am certain the constellations want something more than just entertainment from the people, that is why they watch these scenarios. Like this they can choose the people with the most potential, their reason is still unclear, but it definitely isn't something like pity or mercy. Zenobia, I second that, I also think the riddle-like names have a reason. It is most likely to hide their identities from us, but once again I see no reason for this, since because of that they can lose talented individuals as their names might seem unappealing. Since it is not like only one constellation can send a sponsorship request to one person, just like it is a competition for the people to catch the eyes of a constellation, it is also the same for them. The only question left is, what do they get out of it? Gina, now I have more questions thanks to you guys. Aliyah, I'll just pretend I am understanding everything. Heiin, I think the reason they are using those riddle-like names is that they can't use their real names. This is assuming they are mythological figures. It can be because we can't hear their names, or it will likely kill us, humans, or it can be to even out the playing field. Like imagine you get a sponsorship from Zeus and then you get one from Dionysus. I mean, it is obvious who people will choose if their names were given outright. Kane, you are reading too many novels to think of the first reason. I am more sided with the second one. Zenobia, that wouldn't make a difference if the constellations could only have one human they can support. Heiin, there is nothing stating they can't. Gina, good, more questions. Risha, let's not make too many assumptions, we can figure it out slowly. I am pretty sure Haru has a plan in mind. Heiin, I still can't get over her calling him that. Gina, I mean Haru literally hammered his name into her. Heiin, yes, he literally did. Risha. Heiin, well he did it to us as well, so it is fine. Gina, sure. Kane, Gina and Heiin, what did I say about manners in the chat? Heiin, looks like Gina is going to be in trouble. Gina, I am in danger. Aliyah, is this a new way of bullying? Cause it is definitely working. Zenobia. Anyway, let us get back on topic. Chapter 274, No Food. Zenobia. Anyway, let us get back on topic. What do you think the Dakabis get out of this? Risha, we are trying to figure that out for now. Gina, I think it is commission. Heiin, that is a good shout, streaming platforms always take a cut from the donations, right? Gina, yes they do. Heiin, haha, I can see your angry face from here. Gina, too bad Twitch doesn't have an office in Seoul, or I would have burned it down. Zenobia, I think that the commission will only work if the Dakabis have a monopoly on these streams. It won't work properly if they have a rival who does the same. And if they are weaker than the constellations, they won't be getting a thing and would have to work like slaves. Aliyah, we are just getting more questions rather than answers. Risha, Haru told me he thinks there is a hierarchy among the Dakibi and they have powerful people at the top who can go toe-to-toe with the constellations, otherwise, this whole setup won't work. Two different sides can't stay in harmony, the weaker one will have to bow to the stronger ones one way or another. So I think there is a mutual agreement between the Dakibi faction and the constellations. On the surface, it looks like the constellations have the upper hand since they sit back and watch while the Dakibi work and try to please them by bringing them possible people they can sponsor, but we are still missing pieces here, so we need to gather more information. Zenobia, the coins are also very interesting. People can strengthen themselves using them and the constellations use them when they donate while the commission goes to the Dakibi. So I think coins are an important factor. Aliyah, doesn't that mean that as long as you have coins you can raise your strength infinitely? Kane, that might be possible, but we are still restricted to a certain level right now. But it should likely be possible in the future. Risha, I told you before how a constellation intervened in the scenario where we were, right? Gina, yes. Zenobia, can it be you suspect it was done by the use of coins? Risha, yes, Haru agrees with me on this. Heian, then does it mean if you have enough coins you can rewrite the world? Gina, am I witnessing the birth of a supervillain? Aliyah, haha, we might be. Zenobia, given the current information I think it is possible, but still, we don't have enough information on the system and its restrictions, so only assumptions can be made right now. Risha, yes, I agree with Zenobia. If we don't know more about coins and the system along with its limitations, we might as well be trying to run an aircraft carrier with petrol. Heian, I see. Gina, I see. Aliyah, I see. Zenobia, I think it would take time to figure it out, so let's gather our ideas and deductions till we meet, then sit down to have a discussion. For now, get as much information as possible. Risha, our side is doing pretty well on that. Haru's plans are already in motion. They sure are having fun. Haru shook his head as he proceeded to read the messages and wrote one. Haru, we'll meet soon, so be safe. Haru sent the message and kept the phone in his pocket again and went out of the bathroom. After drinking some water at the water dispenser nearby, Haru walked and checked different places at the station before going to where everyone in his group was sitting down. So everyone freshened up a little? Haru asked while sitting down beside Kairisha. Yes, Haru SSI, Hyunsung spoke up. I didn't know blood was this hard to wash off, Namun said while looking at his own shirt. There were still splatters of blood on it. I was trying to make the atmosphere a bit normal. Haru sighed heavily as Sanga and Hyunsung smiled wryly, since Haru might have succeeded if not for Namun's comment. So then let's focus on the main thing. Haru looked at others seriously as they focused on what he was going to say next. I am hungry, Haru said with a tired look. Why do this to us? We really thought you were about to say something important, Hyunsung, Sanga, and Namun thought with betrayed expressions. Haha, don't look at me like that. I am really hungry and I am sure you all are the same, Haru said while looking at them. Well, I didn't have lunch because I needed to work on some files. Sanga was actually quite hungry, but seeing the situation she didn't say anything. Yeah, I am too, but Haru SSI, shouldn't we discuss about the scenario first? Hyunsung asked. Sure, they were hungry, but if they don't complete the task they will be dead. The scenario is about food in the first place, but I don't think that eating monsters would be a good choice, more so if don't know how to cook them. So I thought we should eat something for now and then think about what to do with the scenario, Haru spoke as the others nodded, understanding his concern. Eating the monster meat without knowing how to cook it the correct way would be disastrous. It surely won't end with just a bad stomach or something. Worst case, they might die. So Haru's words made sense. First, they should discuss the food they can eat right now. Some constellations are impressed at your cautiousness. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is surprised that you didn't grill the rat from before and ate it without thinking. I won't do something like that, you know. Haru deadpanned. If it was something similar to a chicken or boar he might have done it. There should be some stores on the station, right? We can get some food from there, Namun said like it was no big deal. We can't do that, Haru shook his head. Why? Is it because someone is camping at the stores? If so, then we just need to beat the crap out of them. Simple, Namun said with a grin. Hyunsung wanted to say something but stopped himself after a bit of hesitation. It isn't about that either, Haru said, puzzling the others. If it wasn't a group monopolizing the store, what else was it? The stores at the station are already emptied, Haru said. Tea this early? Sanga was shocked since it was about 8:30 p.m. right now. And to think the people have emptied the stores in 1.5 hours. Damn it, some people should have stashed it. We should just turn the whole place upside down, Namun said with a frown. He actually was the one who was feeling the most hunger right now and it was agitating him. That is not really a good move. You should know that there are currently more than 100 people present here and they are all survivors who passed the first scenario, Haru said while looking at everyone. His group understood what that meant. Everyone here is someone who most likely survived by taking another's life. So doing what Namun suggested will be the same as making an enemy out of everyone. It would be the worst thing to do. So, do you have a plan, Ajusi? Namun asked. He understood what Haru said. Even if they are strong, fighting so many would only be their death. There are two options right now. One is to exchange for food with the people here, and the second is to get food for ourselves, Haru said while tapping his thigh with his finger. I don't think trade is Possible right now, Sangha said while looking around them to see people being wary of them. Haru thought the same because of what had happened. People were wary of each other. And in such a situation where food was scarce, it is going to be hard to trade. But where will we go to search for food? The shops at the station have been emptied, Hyunsung muttered. Hey, Ajusi, you don't mean we need to go outside of the station, right? Namun asked while raising an eyebrow. That isn't really plausible, we will only put ourselves in danger, Hyunsung said quickly. The thought of going outside seemed so insane that it didn't even cross his mind. That is what I wanted to do though, Haru said, causing the group to look at him. But. Haru stopped Sangha from speaking and said. I know that all of us going outside is nothing short of suicide. That is what I am saying, Hyunsung sighed in relief since Haru seemed to understand the danger, but Haru wasn't done speaking yet. That is the reason I am going out alone this time. Any thoughts? And to the ones who have the original, tell me if the OG characters are looking consistent or not. Also, I updated the character page. Do your magic there, bye. Chapter 275, I'll show you. That is the reason I am going out alone this time. Haru's words left the group in silence as they looked at him without knowing what to say. Okay, so before you guys scream in surprise, I'll give you the reasons for going alone, so tell me how many of you got affected by the poisonous fog? Haru asked. The group looked at each other before they started to raise their hands. Everyone aside from Haru and Namun raised their hands. Haru looked at Namun without saying anything. Okay, fine, damn it. Finally, after a solid 20 seconds, Namun raised his hand with a pout. What about you, Ajusi? Didn't you get affected by it? Namun asked even while knowing the answer. I didn't feel anything from the fog, guess I am that strong, Haru said with a smug look that pissed off Namun. The group could feel it in his words that he wasn't bluffing. The fog really didn't have any effect on him and they haven't seen him out of breath even once till now. That is one of the reasons it would be better for me to go alone. If my partner gets infected it would be disastrous for both of us, Haru said, and the group understood. They knew very little about how infectious the fog was because they weren't exposed to it for long. But they couldn't help but smile at Haru's words. The way he said, it would be disastrous for the both of us, indicated that he didn't even think of abandoning the person he was with. And there is another reason, right? Hyunsung asked. Yes, it is the illusion ability I have. I can use that to run away if I encounter a monster that I can't handle, and I also pack quite a power in my fist, so no need to worry about me, Haru spoke with a smile. His plan was easy to understand and wasn't complicated. He would go out and look for food, and if he encounters a difficult situation he can use his ability to run away by putting the monster into an illusion. But even then it was a risky endeavor, even though Haru was strong enough to crush the rats from before. There are sure to be stronger monsters out there. So then, I'll get going before it gets any late. I'll be back quickly after checking out the shops in the surroundings. Haru stood up, not letting the others stop him. I'll be back in a bit, Risha. Haru addressed Kairisha with a smile. Okay, Kairisha nodded while everyone looked at her. They thought that she likely wanted to stop him from going alone. So did the others, but it is not like they could, since they couldn't come up with something other than, it is dangerous outside, since danger will be at every step from now on. They needed to get used to it. So all of you stay sharp, okay? Haru said while looking at everyone, and they nodded. Even if I ask Haru SSI to take me along with him, I'll be a burden. I'll make sure nothing happens here while Haru SSI is away, but I won't stay behind next time. Hyunsung clenched his fist while Sangha was also thinking while looking down. Well, Ajusi said he'll take us with him next time, Namun said while lying down on the platform. Even though he was trying to be calm, the others could see he was pissed off. It was clear that Namun didn't like the feeling of being left behind because he was weak. Especially after he said things like that before. Even though Haru tried to nicely avoid saying it, they all knew that the main reason he didn't take them along was because they were weak. Just you wait, damn it, I'll prove it to you, Namun thought while looking at Haru walking away before standing up. Haru looked around a few times as he walked towards exit number 2, which didn't have people near it since most of the people were gathered around exit numbers 3 and 4. Many constellations are delighted by your choice. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations are worried about you. 400 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations are looking forward to what you will do. Haru opened the shutter that was all the way down and walked out before closing it behind him as silently as possible so that the fog doesn't enter inside. Coming outside, the poisonous fog entered Haru's nose, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. Haru could hear hurried footsteps behind the shutter, but he just climbed the stairs to reach the surface. But just before going up, Haru raised his right hand and suddenly a sheathed katana appeared in his hands. It wasn't anything special but a simple katana made by Zenobia. Well, you can't exactly call it normal anymore, but there was no use of magic during the forging of this blade, so it didn't have any magical abilities. The reason he wasn't worried about it was that the men who attacked them before also had a sword, and that guy's coat was also an artifact that could store items, albeit only some, but it could do that. I doubt he was carrying a real sword around, and even if he was, the coat can't be explained. It was definitely from his sponsor. Haru had come to his conclusion as he stealthily ran on the road. If I remember correctly, there should be a convenience store that is a 5-minute walk from the second exit along with some cafes and restaurants. Haru had visited here once with Heian to try some Chinese food at a nearby restaurant, so he remembers the area even though he had seen it once like 2 years ago. Haru looked around the streets and there were many bodies along the way. Some looked like they were killed by the dakibi with their heads split open, some seemed to be killed by human hands with knife wounds or getting hit by a blunt object, and some were killed by monsters. Haru saw many bodies that were cut in half or some that were crushed to a pulp. Looking around, Haru was about to reach the store, but the amount of bodies and the blood on the ground doesn't match up. Haru thought while looking at the ground around the convenience store. There was a lot of blood, but the absence of the bodies only meant one thing. Haru took out his katana and stabbed back, feeling the sword penetrate flesh. Puchi *. Looking behind, Haru saw a wolf that was about 4 feet in height with its mouth open as if it wanted to bite him. Too bad it was killed by the katana that went through his head. Splash *. A pack of monsters who hunt for food, Haru thought as he swung his katana, cutting the wolf from before while looking at the pack of wolves coming out from the alleyways nearby surrounding him. 6 including their leader. The wolves are 3 times stronger than the rats, but the leader seems to be stronger than the wolves by at least 10 folds. Haru held his katana with an impassive look while looking at the wolves. The leader was twice about as tall as him with light gray fur. Many constellations are excited. 100 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations want to see you get beaten up. 200 coins have been sponsored. *. The wolves growled and rushed towards Haru from all sides as he ran straight towards one, cutting its head, then ducked under to dodge the wolf that jumped on him from behind and stabbed it through its heart before flinging its body toward the right, hitting a wolf. Swipe *, splash *. Seeing the 2 wolves jumping at him, Haru slashed the katana horizontally, cutting the 2 down. Haru went towards the one wolf who was down, leaving an opening. *. With a zap, the pack leader appeared beside Haru, swinging its front claws at Haru's head. Clank *. Haru easily stopped the claws and pushed the wolf back easily. Growling *, crackle *. The wolf growled as lightning crackled on its body and it rushed towards Haru at full speed. Clank *, clank *, clank *. Sparks flew as the wolf's claws struck the katana in Haru's hands. The wolf blitzed at top speeds, using the buildings nearby to change directions. After a few more clashes, the wolf found an opening and pounced on Haru from behind, causing him to turn around quickly. Splash *, thud *. Blood splattered on the ground and, with a dull sound, the body of the pack leader hit the floor with his head separated. Chapter 276 Out for a Walk. Power Stones. You are the first to defeat the Tier 8 monster, Lightning Wolf. You have received 6,000 coins as a reward. You have received 1,000 coins as an achievement reward. Some constellations aren't happy with how you came out unscathed. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is interested in the way you fight. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is saying you are still too weak and telling you to eat more sweets. 300 coins have been sponsored. Haru ignored them as he flicked off the blade and sheathed his katana before quickly smashing the head of the last wolf, who was still on the ground with his foot, and running into the convenience store. The blood will surely attract more monsters, so let's do things quickly and go back, Haru thought while stashing food items into a plastic bag. Biscuits, instant noodles, packed lunch boxes, gimbap, chocolates, cookies, and all. But before putting them in a bag, Haru tasted one of each to see if they were affected by the poisonous fog. The answer: at least we won't have to worry about food for a while, Haru thought as he continued to stash food and filled up the large bags full of them. And at last, he went toward the freezers and opened them. Heh, Haru took a few tubs of ice cream with a silly smile, placing them in his plastic bag. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is happy with your reaction. 500 coins have been sponsored. Haru didn't notice the constellation's messages since there was only one thing in his eyes right now. The backup generator should keep the freezer running for a while, Haru thought as he turned off all of the lights and equipment in the store aside from the freezers. Unwrapping an ice cream cone, Haru started to eat it while walking outside of the store with 2 bags full of food in his hand. Keek *. Haru looked to his right to see a giant praying mantis the size of a house looking at him. I am not giving you my ice cream, Haru said with a defensive stance. Screech *. The mantis roared in anger. I know you are angry, but ice cream-chan only belongs to me. Sorry, Haru said while shaking his head. The constellations are left speechless. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is angered by your claim and is challenging for an ice cream eating contest. Anytime, I'll crush you, Haru scoffed at the statement as he turned around and said. Anyway, it was nice meeting you, fellow ice cream lover. I'll be going. Haru waved at the mantis and started to walk forward only to see. *. There were more than 30 wolves with 3 Tier 8 wolves from before. Haru walked without being bothered by them and they all ran past him and started to attack the mantis, who responded in kind, slashing at them. I need to make a few stops before going back, Haru said as his Sharingan was activated. He silently walked the empty streets filled with bodies while eating his cone. Jiamho Station, 9:10 p.m. 30 minutes since Haru left. Namun was standing in front of exit number 2 looking at the shutter and then at the time. TCH, don't go dying, I still have to pay you back for the punches. Namun clicked his tongue in annoyance and leaned on the wall. So why are you standing here? Namun looked back when he heard a familiar voice. You, when did you arrive here? Namun asked the men that attacked Haru before, he didn't even feel someone approaching the place. Answer my question, the men said. TCH, has someone ever told you that you're annoying, like super annoying? Anyway, it is none of your business, so get lost. Namun spat with a frown. Your leader went out, didn't he? The men said after a long pause. How did you know? Namun was surprised. So he really did, that is foolish, the men said while displeased look. Yep, it is, that Ajusi is such an idiot that he went out without even keeping someone to look out. What if someone locks the gate? He will be stuck outside. Kakik, look at how I make fun of him after he comes back, Namun cackled. So he already trusts that he will come back, and he didn't deny him being the leader as well, the man thought while looking at Namun. You didn't go out with him? The man asked, thinking that it wasn't like Namun to be this calm, especially at the start. No, he won't let me cause I am weak, and if I tried to cause trouble I would have gotten beaten up, Namun said with an annoyed look. He didn't like it but he had to admit it. But Ajusi is stupid, imagine putting yourself in danger for others. The only reason he went out was to get food for the group. He is strong but he is also stupid. Namun kept on talking as the man was in his own thoughts. I don't know about his combat ability, but he would need good strength to keep Namun like this. He also does have a good ability, but if he depends on it too much he won't live long, the man thought as he saw Namun was still talking and asked. You want to get stronger? Of course I do. I won't be able to live in a world like this if I can't, Namun said like it was natural. In the current world the weak will get killed or will be at the mercy of the stronger ones, and he didn't like either of the options. Then join me, your growth will only be slow here. I'll make you stronger way faster, the man said. Can you defeat him? Namun asked. Yes, I can, the man said after thinking about Haru's abilities till now. Even if his ability was troublesome he believed he could kill Haru if he wanted to. You are doubting your own words, and I don't see you beating Ajusi. Don't just take his ability at face value, he is strong physically as well, Namun said since he didn't like someone saying the person who defeated him was weak. Aside from him no one can defeat the person who beat him up. Your answer? The man asked again. He didn't want to play the stupid guessing game. Namun was one of the people with the most potential on earth, so having him as a subordinate will be better. He had decided to leave Hyunsung alone for a while under Dokja if he comes back alive. But he somehow didn't want to leave Namun under Haru. Even though Namun would eventually join him he felt compelled to make his move now for some reason. I'll join you if you can defeat that Ajusi, Namun said plainly. Looks like he got attached in a weird way. I'll see then. If Namun can't reach his proper potential, I'll have him join my team no matter what, the man thought as he was about to turn away, but the shutter opened and Haru walked in with 3 big bags in both his hands. Yo, Namun, what are you doing here? Haru asked nonchalantly like he had just come back from a stroll through the neighborhood. Completely weird if you think about the current situation, but it wasn't far off the mark. He is fast. I just sensed him on the top of the stairs and he already opened the shutters the next second, the man thought. I was bored of sitting down, so came out for a walk, Namun said while looking away. That isn't what you told me, the man thought but didn't voice it since it wasn't necessary. Oh, you are here as well, came for a walk too. Namun, can you hold the bags for a second? Haru said while handing Namun the bags and quickly closing the shutters before he wiped the blood out from his eyes. The man frowned a bit at the friendly attitude Haru was showing him. How did you get your sword? The man asked a question. Just like you got yours, Haru said while pointing at the sword at the man's waist. So he deduced that I got my sword through a constellation. He is quite sharp. Alright, let's test it, the man thought as he spoke. You know that gifts can only be given by constellations which are supporting you, and since you have a katana it is very simple to know where your supporting constellation is from. Chapter 277, Dokja is alive. You know that gifts can only be given by constellations who are supporting you, and since you have a katana it is very simple to know where your supporting constellation is from, the man said while folding his arms. This was just a shot in the dark with half-truths to see if Haru will fall for it. But the man was sure he would. Given Haru's actions, he didn't seem like one to think things through and had a very animated personality. The only constellations who would pay an astronomical price to send an item to the incarnation this early into the scenarios would be the supporting constellation that value their incarnation potential or those who need their incarnations to live no matter what for their own purposes. That sword has a strong air about it, so it should have cost the sender a fair deal of coins. But this is also a double-edged sword here. The men had heard Haru's name before when their group was leaving. If Haru's supporting constellation was really Japanese and it gets out, Haru's life will be in danger. Just imagine a Japanese guy with a Japanese supporting constellation right in the middle of Seoul where the moral compass has gone haywire with people in despair. And people in despair only seek one thing to do. That is inflict far greater despair onto others, which will make their miserable situation seem better than others who they've made suffer, and this guy has a golden target on his back right now. I am sure his supporting constellation knows it as well, and as sharp he is, he should know it as well, the man thought while looking at Haru, who seemed to be thinking something. Well, it made sense since this was a serious issue. According to the man's theory, Haru most likely should have died in the train in the previous rounds, because given his personality he surely would have tried to calm down the crowd and then said his name, which would have made him the #1 target to kill. But he seemed to have survived in this round because of the abnormality Kim Dokja. I was never really interested in what happened inside the other carriages, but it is fully possible, knowing how the many Koreans were killed in Tokyo Dome just for them being Korean, and it was the same in Korea where Japanese were targeted. This guy's constellation is at the very least a Fable grade constellation, or it can only be higher since they intervened in the scenario, so if I just help him a little, not only do I get a possibly strong incarnation on my side but also gain a favor of a strong constellation in the Takamagara Nebulae, the man thought, because Haru looked like someone who won't forget someone's goodwill. He was sharp, yes, but he was also kind, given he left him and Namun alive, both of who have tried to kill him. The constellation, secretive plotter, is watching the scene intently. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is worried about your safety. But what Haru asked him was something totally different. So you also have a supporting constellation. So you are trying to wriggle your way out of it. As expected, you're naive, the man thought, since the way Haru asked the question while looking at his sword. Giving out your constellation's info can be fatal since it also puts out your weakness on the table. No, I do not have one. I had this sword on me from the start, the man said. Haru looked at the men without knowing what to say. Why are you looking at me like I am weird? The man was irritated by the stare and asked. No, weird ain't enough to describe someone like you. You are practically off the deep end. Who carries a cold weapon that sharp on a normal day? Haru said while moving away. Yeah, what the hell, dude? Namun's face was also laced with disgust as he moved back. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Your personal attribute is Chanibiu. The man didn't say anything, but it was all written on his face. It is a gift, Haru said, seeing that the man was about to blow his top. He isn't lying, but he doesn't seem like he wants to answer. Might be his supporting constellation. The man confirmed that Haru was telling the truth with his lie detection skill and started to think. Also, Namun, you aren't any better. You were carrying a knife with you, Haru said. No, Ajusi, this and that are different things. Namun shook his head in objection. We'll do this later because now we need to take this food to everyone. Haru dropped the matter and looked at the men. So, was that all you wanted to talk about? Haru asked the men. There is no way he figured it out. I didn't even talk about it, nor did I give any hints. The man was having many different things, but he decided to suppress them. I still have something to say, the man was about to continue, but if you have to apologize, do it later. I wasn't about to apologize. The man had veins appeared on his forehead as he saw Haru take back the bags from Namun. Let's go to the group first, they might be worried. You can apologize there, Haru said to the men as he started walking. The man was tempted to cut Haru down right then and there, but he controlled himself as he followed along with the smirking Namun, who seemed to be having fun. It didn't take long before they reached the group. Haru SSI, you're back, Hyunsung said as he stood up and walked over, seeing the smiling Haru come back. In one piece, got food as well. Haru smiled brightly as he sat down beside Kairisha, setting the bags down. The others, who were nervous up until now, felt relieved at seeing him back without any injuries. Haru had a fruitful outing just now. He has familiarized himself with the surrounding area, knowing the good spots to look for food and other necessities. He also found out some things about the constellations and about this super premium Twitch thanks to the man along with the constellation's help. I'm glad you're okay, Haru SSI, Sangha said with a smile as the old lady also looked relieved. Gil-young stayed silent while Myung-oh didn't look happy at all. Thank you, but where did the people go? Haru asked while looking at the empty platform. There is a group that is handing out food near exit number 3, Hyunsung said, since they heard some people come over and told them to gather. The rest went but didn't. We were waiting for Haru SSI to come back, Sangha said as the others agreed. They would have been calmer, but everyone was wary since the man who tried to kill Haru before was here. I thought Namun went there to get something to eat, Kairisha said while looking at Namun, who has been gone since Haru left. Why would I go there? I went for a walk, Namun said. Yes, he was waiting for me by the exit, Haru said. Hey, I told you I went for a walk, I just happened to be there when you came. Namun's eyes twitched since Haru didn't seem to be listening to him at all. Also, didn't you have something to apologize for? Haru said while looking at the men. You should learn how to listen to people, the men said. Yeah, tell him, Namun cheered in the background. Also, what is your name? Haru asked like he had remembered something he had forgotten previously. Yu Hyuk, the man said with an irritated look since Haru still wasn't listening to him. So, what did you have to say? Haru asked. I am not apologizing, Yoon Hyuk refused on reflex. But I didn't say you were. You really do want to apologize, don't you? What are you at Sundara? Haru tilted his head. I'll get nowhere with this guy. Young Hyuk's eyebrows twitched as he decided to ignore Haru and said what he wanted to. Kim Dokja will come back alive, probably, Young Hyuk said while looking at everyone. What? Sang-ah spoke in surprise as Hyunsung was shocked, but the loudest reaction was from Gil-young. Really? Hyung is alive. He hadn't spoken much since the start and kept to himself, but as soon as Dokja was mentioned he became enthusiastic, much more than his normal blank expression. You don't look surprised. Young Hyuk looked at Haru, who didn't look surprised at all. Chapter 278, A Gang. You don't look surprised. Young Hyuk looked at Haru, who didn't look surprised at all. How Haru SSI? Dokja SSI failed the scenario, Hyunsung asked. He was confused since he didn't know how this made sense. The people who failed the scenario died before, so how can one live? He surely didn't want to complain, but it didn't add up. Because it was never mentioned that if one fails the second scenario they will die like it was done in the first one. That is the reason I had a hunch that there is a strong chance of Dokja SSI coming back, but I didn't say it since on the off chance he couldn't. Haru paused as he looked at Gil-young, who was full of smiles, making Sang-ah and Hyunsung understand. Haru didn't want to give false hope to Gil-young, who got attached to Dokja, because that would hurt the kid even more. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is happy with your thoughtfulness. 100 coins have been sponsored. So does that mean Dokja SSI will come back? Sang-ah asked. I think so, Haru nodded. Thank God, Sang-ah said, and Hyunsung also looked relieved while Namwoon and Kaorisha didn't really care. But Myung-oh's face was twisted at this moment. Alright, let's eat first, then we'll talk about other things. I found some lunch boxes, they aren't poisoned, I tested them, so you can eat them without problem, Haru said as he pointed at the bags. Everyone nodded. They were pretty hungry right now and took out the food from the bags. The lunchbox was a simple one with white rice, spicy fried chicken with some kimchi along with some sliced egg rolls. But this was all that they needed at the moment. Everyone took one while Namwoon took two alongside a few gimbaps. You don't want any? Haru asked Young Hyuk. No, Young Hyuk said curtly as he looked towards the people coming towards them from the direction of exit number 3. It looks like the people are coming back, they only have 2 packets of biscuits in hand. Pathetic, Namwoon scoffed with his mouth full of food. Someone is overlooking the food distribution, Haru muttered while looking at everyone. Sang-ah did mention someone distributing food before. It is monitored by the Cheoldu gang, they are the ones who emptied the items in the shops on the station, Kaorisha said, making her group look at her. They didn't know when she found this out. I asked about it to a woman when I went to the toilet earlier, Kaorisha said, making the Sang-ah realize that after Haru left to get food Kaorisha went to the toilet for a brief moment. The group thought that she needed some alone time because someone she is close with went out to possible death, but it looked like they were wrong. Haru looked at Young Hyuk and saw he seemed to be waiting for something. Well, he himself was the same since he saw 2 guys run back towards exit 3 earlier. Sang-ah and Hyunsung didn't have time to say anything since the people that were coming onto the platform saw them eating and they were dumbfounded by the sight. Why do they have lunchboxes? There is no way, we were told that we needed to eat less. Did they steal it? The people murmured while looking at Haru and the group, making most of them uncomfortable. Namwoon clicked his tongue, but he was still eating. Kaorisha and Gil-young didn't give a damn about others and continued to eat as well. People were gathering around Haru's group looking at them like people do to animals at a zoo, but they didn't move any further since Namwoon's nasty glare kept them at bay. The guy was looking at them like he'll slice them apart if they came closer. Risha, did you find anything about the leader of this gang? Haru asked Kaorisha, who was about to answer, but a commotion broke out. Hey, step aside fuckers, a man roared at the back of the crowd and moved forward while the people moved to the side making way. Isn't that Bang Cheolsu from the Cheoldu gang? So did they really steal? Seems so. Aren't they fucked? Haru saw a group of 5 people walking towards them while the people murmured. The man leading them seemed to be named Bang Cheolsu, and he looked in his mid-30s wearing a suit without a tie. He walked with an aggressive gait with a frown, trying to look tough. Did you steal our fucking food, huh? Cheolsu shouted while looking at the lunchboxes and the bags from which one can see packets of food items. The constellation, secretive plotter, is watching the situation with shining eyes. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, isn't pleased with the situation. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is blazing with anger. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, desserts for days, is displeased that he had run out of ice cream. Why are you talking about something that is unrelated to the matter? Haru decided that he will ignore this guy in the future. You've got some balls ignoring me, Cheolsu said as veins appeared on his forehead. How did I forget this guy was in front of me? Haru thought as he looked at Cheolsu, who was fuming. It doesn't fucking matter, we are taking the food, Cheolsu spat as he moved his hand towards the bag near Haru. Namwoon already had the knife in his hand and was about to stand up to stab Cheolsu, but he was a step too late. Shuring asterisk. Now you react, huh fucker. Chiolsu grinned as he felt the cold steel on his neck. He looked at Haru who was holding the katana. Hands off, Haru said flatly as Chiolsu stood up with the katana's tip at his neck looking at Haru. You don't know who I am, do you? Because if you did you wouldn't have done this, Chiolsu said while leaning forward. The people around started to move back as Chiolsu's entourage took out knives and bats while grinning. Even then Haru didn't bat an eye and his katana didn't shake from Chiolsu's neck, rather it moved forward. Are you sure you want to go against us? We are the ones in control of this place. It would be bad if something happens to your companions, don't you think? Chiolsu said while looking at Kair Isha and Sangam, making the latter a little scared. Incarnation, Bang Chiolsu, has used the skill, Bluff LV, too. This should be enough to scare him off, he is just acting tough. Chiolsu grinned while looking at Haru's clothes which looked expensive, thinking he would be easy prey, but it soon froze when he looked at Haru's eyes. To the people in the back, it might seem the situation was at a stalemate with neither side backing down, but a few people thought differently. Haru stared death into Chiolsu's eyes, looking at the latter from above because his height gave off an intimidating feeling. That is inefficient, Jung Hyuk thought. Look at that bitch, he was talking so big now his legs are shaking. LOL, Namun ate his food while looking at the scene like he was watching some drama. Just when it looked like Chiolsu was about to move back, a voice resounded. Oh my, what is happening here? Following the voice, people saw a man with brown hair with slanted eyes wearing a black turtleneck and gray pants walking over with a small smile on his face. Why, you're lucky, Chiolsu said as he moved back and went towards the men who just came, but Haru could see his back wet with sweat as his fingertips trembled. Boss, that guy stole the food we were safekeeping for everyone, Chiolsu said to the men that just came. Are you the ones who keep an eye on the food distribution? Haru asked as he sheathed his katana. Yes, that is correct. My name is Cheon Inho and our group with the support of the people took over handing out food equally to everyone, Inho said with a smile on his face. I see then, I have a question for you, Haru nodded while saying. Please go on, I am here to help people after all, Inho said while looking at Haru. How bad is your security? Haru asked. Huh. Inho's eyes opened as he looked dumbfounded. The people around them were also shocked. The constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at the scene with approval. Thoughts? Also, Power Stones gimme. Chapter 279, Will you join our group? The constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at the scene with approval. 100 coins have been sponsored. What do you mean by that? Inho, who seemed to regain his bearings, asked. No, I mean when the people saw food in someone else's hand their first thought was, is it stolen? Even your own subordinates seemed to think the same. So, I thought it might have happened a few times for it to become the only conclusion for them to arrive at. And it seemed like you were having a shortage of people to keep a proper eye on the storage, that is why I asked, Haru said with a harmless smile. Has it happened before? No, it makes sense, right? Will the food be safe with them? What if people keep on stealing it? The people in the surroundings started to murmur among themselves, which made Chiolsu and his group panic a little. This guy, was that intentional? Inho thought while looking at Haru, who seemed to look harmless with his smile, and it seemed like his words were spoken out of consideration. No, there hasn't been anything of that sort. Most of our men patrol the area where the food is kept with additional guards, so you don't need to worry about that, Inho told Haru with a smile, but his words clearly weren't for Haru but rather the surrounding people. I have just gotten control over the people here, I can't let it slip away, Inho thought as he looked at Haru. The people in the surroundings calmed down to a certain extent and Inho spoke again. It looks like my subordinate has caused you trouble, I am deeply sorry for that, Inho bowed his head while pushing down Chiolsu's head as well. Of course, it was all for show so that the mob can see them. I understand it isn't a big deal. Helping people is hard after all, Haru said while waving his hand as Inho stood back straight. His eyes went towards the plastic bags that were full of food. I thank you for your kind gesture, though I am curious where you got the food from, because even with the food we've gathered from the 2 small shops here, we are still short on food right now. It might be okay for now, but with the number of people we'll run out soon, Inho said with a worried look on his face. Even though he talked about the food running out, he never specified how much was in the stock and only quantified with saying it was the sum of 2 small shops. I got them from a convenience store outside, Haru said, and the area around them was silent with people shaking at the thought. Yup, that is the normal reaction, Haru's group thought as they saw the people gulping at the mention of outside. Now that I look at the bags, they do have the 7-Eleven logo on them. They surely are from the outside, but isn't that reckless? You could have waited for a bit since we were about to distribute the food after sorting out a few things, Inho said while looking at Haru. I am quite strong if do say so myself, also I went out very quickly so I didn't know there was someone distributing food. Haru had a smug look on his face while talking. The constellation, secretive plotter, is scoffing at your obvious tricks. 50 coins have been sponsored. Is this guy an idiot? I think he got lucky to find a store nearby. Wait, that can be useful, that is what he is thinking right now, Haru thought while looking at Inho, who seemed to have finished his thoughts. I definitely heard someone going out from exit 2 while I was working before, now it seems to add up, Inho said while tapping his chin. Then he looked up. He didn't doubt Haru's claim to be strong with how quick he was with his sword, and the evidence that Chiolsu was trembling in his boots showed the latter had an intimidating presence. Is there a shop nearby exit number 2? Because it will help the people here tremendously if there is one, Inho said. Yes, there is one nearby. It is like 700 meters down the road when you exit, Haru said with a smile, and Inho froze in place. How is that nearby with monsters roaming about the area? We don't know what type of monsters are outside aside from the wolves, and even those were hard to deal with. More than half of the people died while coming to the station. We'll be ripped apart before we even reach the shop, let alone coming back, and there is that fog to boot which was slowing everyone down, Inho thought seriously as he looked at Haru. Are you planning on going outside? Haru asked. Well, we will have to do that eventually since the food won't last. There are still people coming into the station and we can't have them starving, Inho said with a worried look on his face, but his voice was a bit higher than before so that the people around them can hear it. So you need to fatten up the pigs, is that what you mean? Gotcha, Haru thought as he nodded his head. To others it might seem that he was moved by Inho's concern like the group of people around them were. If so, you should be careful. There are smaller wolves and then there is this big one that is like super fast. There are also many big monsters that are the size of a house. I saw this big praying mantis slash a 5-story building in half, Haru said with a serious look, and even though he didn't raise his voice everyone around them clearly heard it. Inho's confirmation that Haru went out along with the bags of food he brought along gave his words more credibility, and the people started to panic. Most of them have seen the smaller wolves while they were running back, but they didn't know much about the other monsters. Ah, really? Aren't we done for? Oh God, are we going to starve? We can't face something like that. The whispers grew louder as everyone got more and more anxious over the situation. Inho frowned looking at the panic that has spread, and he couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. Thank you for the information, I am really grateful for that, Inho thanked Haru even though he was cursing him on the inside since now the people would be more fearful of going outside, which would be bad for his plans. Although he had his doubts that Haru did this on purpose, but looking at the latter. To think he would give out information that easily, he seems like a pushover. Well, that just makes things easier for me. I only need one thing to calm the people and get them to go out, Inho thought as he planned his next move. Can I ask you something? Inho asked as the surroundings started to quieten down as Haru nodded. As someone who has been outside and knows its dangers, it would be really helpful if you could join our group. It would help save many lives and we will be able to help the people, so please would you consider it, Inho spoke with a serious look as he lowered his head. He will surely agree. Such lines work perfectly on pushovers like these, Inho thought, because he used his words carefully to appeal to Haru, who seemed like a goody two-shoes. He couldn't help but grin at the thought of having Haru as a subordinate. Even though Inho knew that a goody two-shoes like Haru would cause problems if he saw them carrying out certain plans, it would be troublesome, but it was easy to avoid that. I'll have to keep him in the dark about things, which would be very easy, Inho's grin widened. The surrounding people were also silent and watched with bated breath since it would affect them as well. And they wanted Haru to accept because it would make their life easier and they won't need to starve. This is the type of creature humans are. Many constellations are waiting for your answer. 500 coins have been sponsored. Thoughts. Power Stones. Chapter 280, I am not dumb. Many constellations are waiting for your answer. 500 coins have been sponsored. No, Haru's words reached everyone's ears and they all froze on the spot. Inho's grin was stuck in place as he couldn't believe what he just heard. He looked up at Haru and asked. What? I said, no, Haru said again. Why? This is for helping everyone, Inho said as his voice echoed on the platform. It is because of him, Haru said while pointing at Chiolsu. Emmi, Chiolsu stammered as he felt everyone's eyes on him. The gazes contained malice and anger far greater than he could handle. Is it because of what he did before? This idiot was rash, but it isn't unfixable, Inho thought as he looked at Chiolsu before looking back at Haru. If it is because of his earlier behavior, I can have him apologize. No, if anything I want to thank him, Haru said, and the people weren't able to understand what was going on anymore. That guy just threatened you, why do you want to thank him? Even Haru's own group looked confused along with Inho and the others. What does that mean? Inho asked after he got out of his shock. Well, earlier he said that something might happen to my group while I am away, and that has helped me look at the important things. I want to ensure their safety first, so thank you for your offer, but I'll have to decline, Haru said with a soft smile while looking at Chiolsu. And no problem, Chiolsu said as he froze since he could see Inho glaring at him. Why the fuck did I answer? Chiolsu thought as he looked at Inho glaring at him, but it wasn't only him that was affected. The surrounding people also believed in Haru on the basis of what he has done till now. I mean, why wouldn't they believe a person who went out in danger alone to get food for his group? Hell, they'd want a leader like that themselves. Haru SSI, Sangha, and Hyunsung were almost moved to tears. Even if I know he is serious, this is too funny. Namun covered his mouth to muffle his laughter. This was way too funny for him. But not everyone in Haru's group was happy. Damn bastard, acting like you are all good, Myung-oh gritted his teeth with his face scrunching up. Of course, it didn't go unnoticed. I see, that is too bad, but is that all? In-ho asked. He was still trying to throw a bone. Because if it was just for the safety of Haru's group he could do that, if the latter was useful enough for the trouble it would cause. Several constellations are extremely curious about your answer. 500 coins have been sponsored. Yes, I do not trust you, Haru said with the same smile. Huh. In-ho's eyes snapped open as it took quite some time for him to register the words. The air around the two got tense with the people not understanding what just happened. Oh, I should give you the reason. It is because In-ho SSI has these slanted eyes and you're also wearing a turtleneck, so I can't trust you, Haru said with a serious look. The area was silent, the people were more speechless than ever before. But Namwoon couldn't hold in his laughter and it burst out a little for everyone to hear. Many constellations are saying, I can't believe you've done this. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, nods her head in understanding. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Noble Child of the Sun, agrees with your statement wholeheartedly. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Goddess of Love and Beauty, is happy to see you didn't fall for the ugly tactics employed by the ugly incarnation, Cheon In-ho. 300 coins have been sponsored. Haru ignored the war going on between the constellations and looked at In-ho, who seemed to have got his bearings. Haha, that was a good joke, In-ho laughed while looking at Haru, who smiled back, and to the surrounding people it looked like the tension was gone. Alright then, I won't waste any more of your time, In-ho said to Haru, who was still smiling, and nodded. Haru then looked at Cheolsu, who got irritated because of how tall Haru was. It seemed like he was looking down on him. What? Cheolsu asked while hiding his anger. There is a piece of chicken stuck in your teeth, Haru said with a small smile. Wah. Cheolsu panicked and closed his mouth in a hurry. Of course, his action was seen by everyone in the surrounding. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is looking forward to this conversation. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is getting excited at the development. 200 coins have been sponsored. This idiot, did he not check before coming out? In-ho was furious right now because before coming out Cheolsu and the others were eating. Cheolsu and I were having fried chicken before everything happened. It must have been from that time, In-ho said while looking a little sad, and the whispers among the people died down after hearing his voice. The incident In-ho was talking about was something everyone understood, and it made the mood heavy. I am sorry I suspected you for nothing, Haru said with a sorry look. Suspect us? In-ho looked shocked and his eyes opened a little with the smile on his face vanishing. Yeah, it would be quite bad if the people who are responsible for food distribution are monopolizing the food while others are starving, don't you think so? Haru said with a smile. In-ho frowned as the murmurs started to get louder and louder. There is no way people didn't suspect them. In-ho and his group had just taken over the position, so the people were still wary of them. A little snowball can become an avalanche at this moment. I see, so this bastard isn't as simple as he looks, he has some brains after all, In-ho thought as he looked at Haru. I agree, but I hope, no, I'll make sure everyone sees how fair we are, In-ho said those empty words with a smile, but the people seemed to calm down. That is great, Haru smiled. Though I hope you can help us when the time comes. There are nearly 180 people here and it will cause a lot of problems since food is limited. You seem to be able to get an abundant amount after all, In-ho said with a genuine smile. Incarnation, Cheon In-ho, has used the skill Insight LV. 2 foot. I have more than one ways to have you work for me even if don't join me, In-ho scoffed in his mind as the people started to whisper between themselves again. I have no problem with that, as you can see I brought a lot of food and some of it might get spoiled, Haru said while laughing. There gotcha, but how does he have so much confidence? In-ho smiled while looking at Haru, since his earlier statement meant that he could get a steady supply of food from the outside, which was basically a death trap. I am very thankful for your kindness. If there is something I can help with, do tell me, In-ho said. He really wanted to make one of his men tag along with Haru to see where he was getting food and everything. Oh no, as long as you pay the price for them I have no issue, Haru added with an amiable smile. Yes, sir, wait what? In-ho, who was about to agree, snapped out of it and asked while the crowd looked on. 10 coins per item, as long as you pay that I have no issue with giving it to the person who wants it, Haru spoke loud enough so that his words were carried to everyone. 10 coins. In-ho's face was blank of any emotions as his previous friendliness went out of the window. Yes, I risked my life to get those, surely a man as generous as you isn't asking me to give it all away for free, right? Haru said with a smile. Some constellations are worried if you've eaten anything weird. 300 coins have been sponsored. Many constellations are suspecting that you've been replaced by someone else. 300 coins have been sponsored. I am not dumb, you know. Haru didn't know what to say to these guys, but they were surely having fun. Haru looked at In-ho, who didn't seem to be doing good. This bastard. Inho was infuriated. Thoughts. Chapter 281, Reasons. This bastard, has he been playing with me this whole time? Inho was infuriated, but he calmed himself down, because if he pushes it here he might get on the bad side of the crowd who were agreeing with Haru. There were a few reasons behind their agreement. First, the need for food wasn't that great at the moment. They got some food while some others who came here before Inho's group took the food items from the small shops and hid them. So they could survive off that for some time. Second, if they go with setting a price on the food they can get a supply whenever they want, and looking at Haru's confidence he would be getting more food, which meant that they only needed to pay with coins to have it. This would give them a proper result since they get more if they want more, which is the complete opposite of Inho's group who are only giving out food equally while monopolizing it for themselves. Everyone was only getting 2 biscuit packets for the day. How are they supposed to live like that? The only reason Inho's group was able to take control of the food and pull off all this bullshit was that people were divided. Everyone in the station is wary of the person next to them since they all knew what the other has done in order to survive. This became a roadblock and prevented them from working as a group. Third, Haru's words had credibility. This guy went out and got food, which showed he was capable in contrast to Inho, who only spoke big till now. And if Inho tells Haru to go give the food away for free, it will most likely cause a conflict between the two. So if they had to choose one, it was obvious who they'll choose. Everyone on the platform had 400 coins at the minimum, which meant that they can easily choose up to 40 food items. That is more than enough for them to live till someone figured out how to complete the scenario. Even though the coins were important to increase their stats, but high means nothing if you have nothing to eat. Hunger was the problem they needed to tackle first. The fourth reason, and the important one, was that Inho's skill was useless. Although he didn't know it, his skill had no effect when he was using it in Haru's presence. Inho looked around and he could hear people agreeing with Haru, which pushed him to make a decision on the spot. No, I wouldn't do that. I'll surely contact you if I ever need your help, Inho said as Haru nodded, saying no problem. By the way, I haven't asked, but what is your name? Inho asked with a polite smile. He needed to get out of there before things get worse and think of new ways to get the crowd under his control right now. Tsujikuni Haru, I'll help you in helping others to the best I can, Haru said with a smile, but that smile surely didn't reach his eyes this time. Thank you for your generosity, Inho smiled widely as he heard Haru's full name. He already had things in his head now. With that, Inho turned around and left with his group. Just you wait, soon I'll have you under my foot, Inho thought as he grinned maliciously. All he needed to do was put a target on Haru's back, which was as easy as taking candy from a toddler. The people are going to be on his side because he holds an important lifeline, food. Even though Haru had it, he was charging for it, and Inho was certain that Haru was lucky to get food this time, which is why he went and placed a price on it to prevent it from being taken away. There is no way he could get past monsters like those, Inho thought, since he had heard it from some of the survivors before and Haru talking about also confirmed it. There were dangerous monsters outside. He didn't know if the giant mantis was real, but the wolves were definitely there. But now he can be cautious about it as well. Chiolsu, get in touch with that guy with glasses when he is alone, Inho said, and Chiolsu nodded, turning back to look at Myungo once. I'll show you how to play this game. I'll have you under my feet soon, Inho thought as he walked away. But in his conceit, he seemed to have overlooked that he was already in a compromising position because of Haru's actions and words. The seeds of distrust against Inho that was already inside the people's hearts sprouted earlier, and it will only grow if he doesn't do something against it, but he was too busy with the things Haru prepared for him. In reality, such things wouldn't have happened if Haru wasn't around, and it would have been easier for Inho to take control of the masses because of their inability to band together. But it was also easy to topple him if someone was able to gather the people together. So to outdo Haru, Inho would need to come up with better strategies. But he won't really focus on that and try to take me down as I am the only one in his way right now. Well, who he'll aim for is obvious, Haru thought while looking at Inho. Many constellations are happy that you used your brain for once. 500 coins have been sponsored. I guess you'll know soon enough if I use my brain or not, Haru shrugged as he went back to the group and sat down. He didn't pay mind to the people looking at him as it didn't bother him. It was uncomfortable for Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, and the old lady, but the others couldn't care less. Haru sat down and started to eat again since he was feeling hungry. While the others in his group also ate, trying to ignore the stares they were getting. The people wanted to come over and trade, but they were still wary. So they started to scatter, finding their own places around to sit down and eat. It was silent for a bit before a voice disrupted it. Can I buy a lunchbox? Haru looked up, seeing a beautiful woman with gentle features. She had free-flowing long black hair and large eyes, wearing a white shirt and black pants. She was only 2 inches shorter than Keirisha at 5 feet 8 inches with long limbs, looking like a model. Haru's group was looking at him since only he can make that decision. They have no say in this because they didn't do anything. The only reason they can eat right now was because of him, or they would only get about a packet or 2 of biscuits for a day to survive on. Of course, Haru nodded as he took out a lunchbox from the bag, and he suddenly stopped. Is it no good? The woman asked. She was a little skeptical at first, but hunger got the best of her and she thought it was worth a try. She was thinking if Haru changed his mind about what he said earlier, as the food was an important asset at the moment. "Oh, I don't know how to trade coins," Haru said while rubbing the back of his head. The woman was shocked since it was the first thing people learned when they came to the station, and this guy somehow didn't know how to do that. "For real?" the woman asked. "For real, I went out after a little while to get some food for the group," Haru nodded. "Looks like I was overthinking it. This guy is surprisingly easygoing," the woman thought, since the impression she got when she saw Haru talking with Inho earlier made him seem like a smart person. He wasn't cunning, but he had a way with words. She even had thought that Haru might increase the price or something along the lines when she saw him pause, but it didn't seem that way. "You touch the index finger of the person you want to trade coins with your own and think of the number of coins you want to give," the woman said as she pushed forward her index finger, and Haru followed her, receiving 10 coins. "Also, if you want to check the number of coins, you have to touch your index finger with your thumb, making an OK sign," the woman said as she took the lunchbox Haru gave her. "Thank you," Haru said with a smile. "I knew that," Kaorisha thought, but didn't interrupt. "It wasn't a big deal, but do you mind if I eat together with you all?" Chapter 282, A New Member. "It wasn't a big deal, but do you mind if I eat together with you all? I don't really feel like eating with others since they are all staring at me," the woman laughed dryly because she was the center of attention as the first one to buy the food with coins. "I don't really mind, how about you all?" Haru looked at the others and they didn't seem bothered by it. But it really warmed their heart that Haru asked them if they were comfortable with another's presence, because from what Haru had done till now it wouldn't be weird if he just did things without even asking them. "So, you going to eat or just stand there?" Haru looked at Jung Hyuk, who still hasn't moved. He was acting like an onlooker. "If you were to use your illusion there I would have killed you," Jun Hyuk said plainly about what he planned before. Haru's group was dead silent. They didn't understand where this came from. Even the woman who was about to sit down nearly dropped her lunchbox at Jung Hyuk's words. "Are you sure you can?" Haru asked while raising his eyebrow. "Yes, I know the limitations of your ability since you so foolishly stated them before in my presence," Jung Hyuk said while looking at Haru. "Are you sure that what I said was true? Maybe I said it on purpose since I knew you were hearing. What if I wanted to feed you with the wrong information?" Haru spoke while looking at Jung Hyuk. Haru and Jung Hyuk looked at each other as the air felt a little tense. A little while later Jung Hyuk turned around and started walking away at a steady pace. "Is that all you wanted to talk about?" Haru asked as his voice reached Jung Hyuk, making the latter stop for a bit before he started walking again without looking back. "Well, let's eat now," Haru said with a bright smile. "You change gears quickly," the woman said while looking at Haru, because it didn't seem like he was faking it from the way the group reacted with smiles as well. Myung-oh was off to God knows where and the others were slowly eating the food in silence. "Being serious is quite hard, my face feels stiff," Haru said with a sigh. "Some constellations are conflicted if they should be relived or not. 200 coins have been sponsored." "I totally get it, but sometimes being serious is also important," the woman nodded while speaking. "I know that, miss," Haru said with a small smile. "My name's Jung Hee-won, call me Hee-won all right, Haru," the woman said with a smile. "Sure thing, Hee-won," Haru nodded since his name was probably known by everyone on the station for now, which was intentional on his part. "I'll have another one." Gil-young asked for another lunchbox. It seemed he was quite hungry because he didn't have anything in the afternoon. As everyone ate, Hee-won acquainted herself with the group while talking with Sang-ah and Hyun-sung. She also tried to talk to Kaorisha, but she barely responded with a few words. And as everyone was talking, the people from the platform started to come one by one to buy the lunchboxes from Haru. At first they were on guard, but after seeing Hee-won buy it and eat it without any problems, Haru's group, who seemed very friendly unlike Inho's group, a few people came forward and that increased. "You really sold out the lunchboxes and juice," Hee-won said while looking at 3 empty bags. "Well, I am surprised as well," Haru shrugged as he sat down taking the bottle of apple juice from Kaorisha. "It must be because everyone trusted you, Haru SSI," Hyun-sung spoke with a happy expression while looking around to see kids and the elderly eating their fill. "I won't say that, it is just that I had what they needed," Haru said while drinking his juice. "I am surprised they complied like this. I was half expecting there to be a fight or something," Hee-won said bluntly, as her voice was definitely heard by others as well, but she didn't seem to care about it. "It is because I was the one doing the work. How can you fight with someone as likable as me?" Haru said with a smug look. It was as if he was saying that I am so good-looking that it can stop conflicts with just standing there. And it was true. Haru's appearance calmed down 60% of the people, which consisted of women, children, and the elderly. The men were also intimidated by him and didn't cause trouble, so there was no way they could deny this narcissist even if they wanted to. I was also shocked to find out that they were only giving about 2 packets of biscuits for a day. It would be very difficult for people if that happened, especially the kids, and the elderly would have a hard time, Sang-ah said while looking around, but it wasn't like she could change anything. "What happened, Gil-young? You want some juice?" Haru asked Gil-young, who walked in front of him, but the kid wordlessly pushed his index finger forward. "For the food," Gil-young said, and Haru smiled before he accepted the coins, which were 40. Why are you giving me 10 extra? Haru asked. Advance for the orange juice, Gil-young said while picking up a juice bottle from the bag. What a sensible kid, Hee-won laughed while looking at Gil-young. Seeing Gil-young, Sang-ah and Hyun-sung remembered they haven't given coins to Haru for the food. Even if Haru never asked for it, that was to be expected because of how he was. The two couldn't help but turn a little red from embarrassment since they were reminded of it by the youngest in the group. So after Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, and the old lady gave coins to Haru, they were all sitting down. Oh, the crowd is gone, Namwoon, who just came back from the toilet, said while looking around. Also, here are the coins for the food. I bet I am the first one, Namwoon said while looking smug. Nope, you're the last one, Haru said plainly. Wah. Namwoon looked at the group and everyone nodded. Well, I had to go to the toilet, Namwoon muttered as he sat down sulking a little. The others didn't understand why it mattered but chose not to say anything. Also, Hee-won, are you alone? Haru asked. Yes, I don't really have a group. I can go away if I am bothering you. Hee-won said. It made sense if he thought of her as an informant since he just butted heads with In-ho, so it can be possible for In-ho to send someone to spy on the group. It might seem paranoid, but that is pretty normal considering the current state. It isn't about that, I was just curious since I didn't see you with the group. I don't really mind you being around, Haru said. Oh. Have you perhaps taken a liking to me? You may be my type, but I am not easy, you know, Hee-won spoke with a smirk. Nothing of the sort, Haru waved his hand. Don't deny it that quickly, damn you, Hee-won sulked while Haru laughed. Others in the group were smiling seeing the two act like that. Sorry Keirisha, Hee-won suddenly noticed Koresh's stare and apologized, only getting a short nod. Even though I was playing along with Haru's plan to lighten the mood up, I should be more careful with his lover sitting right next to him, Hee-won thought as she felt a little awkward. But she could see that Haru was a good leader from his actions till now. Haru, you kept some food for backup, right? Hee-won asked as she suddenly remembered. Yes, we have instant noodles and biscuits, Haru said while pointing at one of the remaining bags. Sang-ah, you said we can trust him, Hee-won was dumbfounded and shook Sang-ah, who could only smile wryly. We will be going outside to get more food anyway, so pipe down, and Juicy, that was stupid, how are we supposed to eat instant noodles without hot water? Namwoon said, shaking his head. Hey, you underestimate me, Haru smirked as he took out a portable butane stove along with a kettle from the plastic bag. God has descended, Hee-won and Namwoon were on their knees in front of Haru praying. Hyun-sung looked happy as well while Sang-ah was looking around to see how many people were looking at them. Their group was already under attention before, but now everyone was looking at them even more because of the three's antics. Thoughts. Chapter 283, Plan. Haru's group was already under attention before, but now everyone was looking at them even more because of the three's antics. But their group was just like that, Keirisha, Gil-young, and Namwoon didn't seem to care about how other people looked at them. The old lady and Myung-oh were never involved and also didn't seem to care. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung also understood that even if being serious in the situation was important, they can't be serious all the time, because it would burn them out mentally. This was also the reason Haru tried to keep the mood up, since it would only be counterproductive for them and will likely make them prone to causing a mistake. Hee-won caught onto it and so did the others, which led them to relax a little after a tiring few hours where their lives were in danger. So are we really going outside tomorrow? Hee-won asked after they were done fooling around a little. She had heard Namwoon say it before and wanted to know more about it since Haru's description of the outside didn't seem like the ideal place to visit. We need to do that in order to have a stable food supply till we can complete the scenario, Haru said as they were all sitting in a circle ready to discuss what to do next. Then wouldn't limiting the number of items being sold and keeping more for backup be a good idea? Hyun-sung asked, since the outside was dangerous and it was possible they wouldn't be able to get more food because of the monsters outside. Haru did consider this since there was still food kept for backup, but it was just one bag which wouldn't last more than 2 days if they ate moderately. So Hyun-sung thought that keeping more would have been beneficial as they could go for a few more days without getting desperate because of hunger. Even if I agree on saving more food for backup, that was a necessary measure. By doing this, not only Haru decreased the Cheolsu gang's control over the people but also avoided us being targeted by everyone. Hee-won's words confused Sang-ah and Hyun-sung to an extent. When did that happen? Hyun-sung looked genuinely confused while Sang-ah was thinking. Is it because they don't have a monopoly over the food anymore and have someone who can also distribute it but without any constraints like limiting it, albeit they need to pay, but the point is people hate it when something they need is limited. Although it wouldn't have mattered if the Cheoldu gang was alone, they would be able to control the people easily, but they aren't and they can't compete with our group without the help of the people, so Haru made sure the people don't side with Cheoldu group, Hee-won explained. I don't care about the other stuff, but I agree those guys are no match for our group, Namwoon said with a proud look. I understand that part as well, but why would we be targeted by others? Sang-ah asked Hee-won. Deep down she wanted to trust other people but couldn't voice it out. She knew there were bad people out there, but not everyone would be like that, right? They could only eat a few biscuits while we can eat chicken and rice to our heart's content. We have to pay, of course. It will surely frustrate the others, and even though they will be frustrated, they won't do something immediately, but imagine that frustration building up for a few days. It will explode at the slightest trigger. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and like it or not, we are the nail that is sticking out right now. You can see that even now, he once said, prompting the group to look around to see how people were maintaining their distance from them. Wow, I didn't know Haru SSI thought so much about this. Hyun-sung had a look of admiration. I agree, that was a superb plan. I think Haru is quite a good leader. He-won nodded with a smile and looked at Haru along with the group. Haru, who was enjoying his ice cream, looked at them. Yep, totally planned that. Am I awesome or what? Haru gave them a thumbs up as melted ice cream on his lips. I take that back, this guy is an idiot. He-won attitude took a 180. Hey, don't lose faith in me already, it hasn't even been a second. Haru snapped back as Kaorisha wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Yeah, I totally believe in you. Go, go, He-won said with a blank look as Sang-ah smiled wryly. At least try to sound convincing, Haru said plainly. Can't you see the trust in my eyes? He-won said with empty eyes as Haru shook his head. It isn't his fault the ice cream was too good after a meal, although he would have liked something else. Ice cream was the only dessert available for him. Let's get back on topic, Sang-ah said since they went on a tangent. It is as He-won said, the reason I sold the food to everyone was so that our group doesn't get targeted, and you guys also did a great job, Haru said, making the others confused. I didn't really do anything, Sang-ah said with a small smile. It was definitely a sore spot for her since she hasn't done anything noteworthy yet. The same could be said for Hyun-sung and Nam-woon. No, you all did great, because you all paid for the food up front. It didn't make you any different than the others, which lowers the chance of them being hostile towards you all, because now you are in the same position as them in their eyes. A person in the quicksand won't envy the person next to them but the one standing outside of it, Haru said as the others understood his point. Even though people were looking at them, they weren't looking at them with hostility like before when they were eating while the others walked out with only biscuits. This also made Hyun-sung and Sang-ah feel a little relieved since they helped with something even though it wasn't planned on their part. Also, the reason I did all of this was that I don't trust that guy, Haru said with a shrug. Tell me honestly, is it really because of his eyes and the turtleneck? He-won asked with an intrigued look. Yes, the turtleneck is the important bit, Haru pointed out as He-won shook her head in dismay. She also didn't trust Ino, but it was more like her intuition rather than a ridiculous reason like Haru's. Also, was there really chicken in that guy's teeth? Hyun-sung asked curiously. No, there wasn't, Haru said, making the other look at him with twitching eyes. Did you really just lie to that man's face? Everyone didn't know what to say to this guy. Don't look at me like that, He-won, let me finish. There wasn't anything in his teeth, but there was a drop of sauce on that guy's shirt and it clearly didn't look like it has been there for over an hour or two. Also, because the guy came in a hurry, there was some red color and oil on his fingers as well. He was probably eating before he came and only wiped his hands with a tissue. Haru explained his reason. Even if it was a shot in the dark, Haru was sure he was right. Ah. So chicken was the most likely answer and it caused him to panic, which means Haru SSI was correct. Hyun-sung nodded as he understood why Haru said that. You are really observant, you're getting my respect again, He-won said with a laugh. I just have good eyes, Haru shrugged. That was good since you've dealt them a good hit, but I think there is more to it than what I said, right? He-won asked curiously. She could feel that she had missed some things. Why don't you figure it out? Haru said with a smile. Playing mysterious, eh? Just you wait, I'll uncover your crimes, He-won said, donning an invisible hat. She is quite perceptive even though she only caught 10% of the plan, but that is impressive already, Kaorisha thought while looking at He-won. So how do we move forward from this? Searching for a new source of food isn't going to be easy, He-won said while tapping her chin. Shouldn't we first get more spare food, Hyun-sung said while looking at Haru. The scenario didn't have a time limit so they can figure things out, and it would surely take time to know how to cook the monster meat. Yes, we need to get more from the store outside. Because I was alone, I could only get a limited amount with me since it would be bad if the weight slowed me down, so we will be going outside tomorrow morning, Haru said, agreeing with Hyun-sung. Finally, we are talking about the important bit, Nam-woon said with a happy smile. Chapter 284, Haru is a genius. Finally, we are talking about the important bit, Nam-woon said with a happy smile. All of the discussion from before was making him sleepy. But isn't the outside dangerous? You said for yourself how dangerous the monsters were, he once spoke about the main issue. We will need to find out about that tomorrow morning. The monsters might be more active because I went outside during nighttime, Haru speculated while tapping his thigh. That is the web novel logic, I like it, Nam-woon nodded. But what if we are wrong and it isn't that way? He-won asked as Sang-ah also looked anxious, but she chose to believe in Haru. Even if it isn't true, I can assure you that not a single one will die, Haru said with a serious look. You sure are blunt, okay, I'll bite, He-won laughed since Haru said the words that were on everyone's mind in the group. But she didn't expect him to say it so openly. The fear of death was ever present in every human being, the reason for it may differ from person to person but it did exist. And it was raised further given the current events. Seeing Haru's serious expression, everyone understood that he wasn't joking one bit like he was a bit before, and they believed him since he came back after going outside alone. So is there anything we should be careful of? Sangha knew that Haru surely would know some things that would help them in surviving, otherwise he wouldn't have talked about going outside. Yes, I'll tell you about it. Haru then explained about the outside environment and monsters to everyone. He told them about the monsters and how they attack. Sangha and Hee-won listened attentively, with Namwon paying full attention as Hyun-sung took notes in the small diary he had in his pocket. The discussion lasted for a while, with Haru answering questions asked by the four before they concluded it early. It was midnight right now, as the worst day to ever pass on Earth ended with most of the people on the platform asleep. Hee-won, Hyun-sung, and Sangha were sitting on the ground looking after the remaining items so that no one steals their stuff while the others slept. I didn't know he had such an ability. No wonder he could come back safely after seeing those big monsters. Hee-won was now more certain about the big monsters being real. Earlier Haru told her about his ability and how it could keep them in case they encounter a dangerous monster like that mantis. But that ability does have a limit to it. I wonder if it is just blood coming out of Haru SSI's eyes, Hyun-sung said while looking a bit worried. Haru SSI looked alright before, so it shouldn't be that bad, Sangha said. She was worried as well, but there didn't seem anything wrong. Even then we shouldn't rely on it too much. We need to get strong so that he only needs to use it in important moments. I don't believe such an ability can be used with the only consequence being blood coming out of his eyes, Hee-won said while leaning back on the wall behind her. Hyun-sung and Sangha agreed with Hee-won's words, but only words were no good. It would take effort for them to do something about it. And for him to reveal such a thing like this, I don't know if he is overly considerate or overly idiotic. No, he might be both, Hee-won sighed heavily. She was shocked when Haru just straight up told her about his trump card like it was nothing while only knowing her for less than an hour. Maybe he told me about it because I trusted him when he said he won't let anyone die, Hee-won thought, as Haru trusted in her because she trusted his words, but even then. That was too reckless. We need to be careful about this and teach him to not do such things. That gloomy guy from earlier also came to know about it, and I don't know if he really wants to kill Haru, but we need to get more careful, Hee-won concluded. Sangha laughed awkwardly, since the reason Young-hyuk knew about it was that he overheard it when Haru was telling them about it. The main reason Haru told them about it was because he didn't want them to be on edge, and they understood it, but it also showed that Haru trusted them, which made them want to help him more. And it seems Hee-won also feels the same way, Sangha thought as Hyun-sung had a touched expression. By God, they look like the perfect family, don't they? Hee-won's words brought out Sangha and Hyun-sung out of their thoughts as they followed her sight and saw Haru, Kaerisha, and Gil-young. Haru was sleeping while leaning on the wall, with Kaerisha on his right, leaning on him with her head on his shoulder, as Gil-young's head was on Haru's thigh with his coat over the kid to act as a blanket. And they really looked like a family. Well. Sangha smiled wryly, making Hee-won look toward her. They aren't really a family. Haru SSI and Koresha SSI aren't even married, Sangha said with a helpless smile. She could see what Hee-won was saying, since the three looked like a small peaceful family, but they weren't. Hee-won blinked a few times since her brain stopped working. Damn, I thought the kid took after the mother since they both barely spoke. I was drawing so many scenarios in my head, thinking of the family dynamic of an overly cheerful dad pulling his straight-faced wife and kid all over the place. Hee-won felt sad the family she envisioned didn't exist. I am pretty sure most people who would see them would think the same, Sangha said. That is unless they know them. Also, how are those two not in a relationship? They totally give the vibe of a married couple, Hee-won said with an exasperated look. She couldn't believe it. Ah, I shouldn't speak loudly. Hee-won lowered her voice since she saw Koresha's shoulder move a bit. Hyun-sung and Sangha sighed in relief that no one woke up. Well, I don't really know about that, but Haru SSI is only 24. I don't know about Koresha SSI, but she shouldn't be any older than us, Sangha spoke while trying to remember if she had ever heard about Koresha's age. He is 2 years younger than me, and here I thought I'd tease him by calling Appa tomorrow morning. Hee-won hit her thigh since her plan was ruined. Well, I heard that Haru SSI skipped grades and already held a degree at the age of 19. It was also on the news at the time. I remember reading the article about it, Sangha said while completely ignoring the part about Hee-won's plan. Haru SSI is very impressive. Hyun-sung was getting more and more impressed. If he was that good at studies, he should have gone overseas to study. Why is he in Korea working in a game company? Hee-won wondered. In Hee-won's talk with Sangha, she came to know that Haru was superior of hers at work, which was puzzling. I don't know about that, but I heard there were some complications that led him to stay in Korea and find a job. Sangha had only heard about it a little since she was very busy at that point as a new employee. Sangha also didn't like gossiping. Another point was that gossip about Haru was all over the company, so it was hard to figure out which ones were true and which ones weren't. So Sangha didn't pay attention to them. Hee-won was in deep thought right now. What are you thinking about, Hee-won? Sangha asked. Handsome, tall, good physique, intelligent enough to skip grades, has a high position in a company, and a mysterious past, Hee-won muttered, making Sangha tilt her head, not understanding what was going on. No, it can't be, all of it checks out, Hee-won said in disbelief. What? Sang-ah asked in surprise since Hee-won looked a bit on edge right now. Hee-won pointed at Haru with wide eyes as if she had realized something. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung gulped since Hee-won's actions had made them tense. He is a modern novel protagonist, Hee-won said with sweat rolling down her forehead as she pointed at Haru. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung froze on the spot not knowing what to say. TCH, Namwoon clicked his tongue and looked at Hee-won in annoyance. Why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Hee-won asked while raising her eyebrow. I thought you knew something interesting about a Jussi, TCH waste of time, Namwoon clicked his tongue again. Oh my, looks like Haru got himself a fan here, Hee-won giggled which pissed Namwoon off. Shut it you old hag, I only wanted to know more about him so that I can use it to murderize him later, Namwoon snapped but before he could say anything further he was. Chapter 285, The Game. Shut it you old hag, I only wanted to know more about him so that I can use it to murderize him later, Namwoon snapped but before he could say anything further he was put in a headlock. You brat, who are you calling a hag? I am still in my prime, Hee-won said as veins appeared on her forehead as she kept Namwoon in a headlock making him thrash around to get free but to no avail. Hee-won calm down or the others will wake up, Sang-ah said as she quickly tried to calm down Hee-won by pulling her back. Damn it, how is she so strong? Namwoon muttered as he was in pain. Hyun-sung also didn't understand what happened as Hee-won looked very gentle even after taking her upbeat personality. So it was out of his expectation for her to put Namwoon in a headlock all of a sudden. The nerve of that brat calling me a hag, if you don't call me Nuna next time I am beating your ass, Hee-won huffed in anger as Sang-ah smiled wryly she could understand the anger. I am adding you to the list of the people I am going to crush, Namwoon muttered as he went to sleep. He needed to wake up at 2 a.m. with Haru and Kaorisha since it would be their turn to keep watch while the others rested. And soon it was 2 a.m. As Haru and Kaorisha were woken up by Hyun-sung and Sang-ah. You guys get some rest as well, we will wake you all up at 7, Haru said to Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, and Hee-won as he came back after washing his face with water. Thank you Haru SSI, Sang-ah said as she leaned back on the wall with Gil-young now sleeping with his head on her thigh and they all went to sleep with Haru, Kaorisha, and Namwoon keeping an eye on their items. Haru and Kaorisha spent the time sitting down next to each other as Namwoon sat a little further away from them. As morning approached people started to wake up while others still slept, these were mostly senior citizens and children who were extremely tired because of what happened yesterday. Most of the people were groggy and they looked burnt out. It seemed clear that they didn't have a good night's sleep because of what they had done and it made it impossible for them to sleep properly, and them being surrounded by other people also didn't help. The thought of them being killed in the night haunted them for most of the night and when they eventually fell asleep they were woken up by the nightmares they had. Most people have passed their night this way. Seeing that it was 7 a.m. Haru woke up the others and they all went to the washroom to wash up. A little over 20 minutes later they were all back and ready to start a new day in this new world. Alright, let's have some breakfast first, we need a lot of energy to fight, Hee-won said as she looked through the bag to find herself a few kimbaps to fill her stomach. I agree and don't take all of the chicken ones, Namwoon snatched some of the kimbap from Hee-won because she was taking all of the ones with chicken leaving the vegetable ones. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung only stood near them and tried to stop them from fighting. Well, I would suggest you guys don't eat too much, Haru's words drew their attention as they saw him being serious about it. They all looked at each other and they decided to listen to Haru's warning since they knew he wouldn't say it without reason. It is surely because we will be moving around a lot in the poisonous fog, it could upset our stomach, Hee-won thought as she only ate just enough so that she doesn't feel hungry for a few hours. The others did the same and they were all done with the food in about 15 minutes. Another thing, where is Myung-oh? Haru asked while looking around. The guy with the glasses? Hee-won asked as that was all she remembered of him, but she saw Haru nod which meant she was correct. Come to think of it, Myung-oh SSI hasn't been back since he left after eating last night, Sang-ah said as she felt a little worried that something might have happened to him. Maybe he didn't want to be in the group anymore. He didn't seem particularly chummy with everyone last night, Hee-won said while thinking of how Myung-oh was frowning last night. Hee-won remembered him having an ugly expression whenever he looked at Haru, so there might be something going on that she didn't know. That old man surely ran with his tails between his legs because he didn't want to go out, why are we even wasting our time on that trash? Namwoon scoffed since Myung-oh will definitely annoy the hell out of him by screaming at every turn. It is not like I am telling you all to come outside, if any of you don't want to you can stay behind like the grandma, Haru said while looking at everyone. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is happy seeing you look out for your comrades. 100 coins have been sponsored. That has to be a joke, Jussi, Namwoon smirked, he surely didn't want to stay behind, rather he wanted to level up quickly. I want to help Haru SSI, even if I may not be of much, please let me come along, Hyun-sung said bowing his head a little. I feel the same way, Sang-ah spoke slowly even though she knew that she won't be of much help but she didn't want to stay back and be a burden. I see, well then let's go to exit number 2 and get ready, Haru said as he picked up the remaining bag and walked towards the exit. Kair Isha, Namwoon, Hee-won, Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, and Gil-young followed him while they felt the people look at them. The people knew that the group was going out to get food but they didn't join them nor did they say anything. Alright, everyone put on these masks to be safe from the poisonous gas, also breathe as less as possible and don't take the masks off or the poison will affect you faster, Haru said as he handed everyone the masks he told them about last night. These were the best and thickest masks he could find in the convenience store. The group wore the masks and took the next thing Haru handed them. A crowbar will be quite useful, I'll be the stylish monster slayer, Namwoon spoke with a grin while swinging the crossbar. It is better than nothing, Hee-won said while swinging her crowbar a few times. Sang-ah held the crowbar and took a deep breath to calm herself while Hyun-sung looked a bit uncomfortable. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is pleased by his incarnation's naming sense. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is laughing uncontrollably. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is looking forward to see if you can keep your word to your friends. 100 coins have been sponsored. Alright then, I'll be keeping the remaining stuff in the locker. Haru stuffed the remaining items into the locker, and then a voice was heard from behind the group. It looks like Haru SSI is really planning to go out. In-ho came with his signature smile along with his few goons and another familiar person. Myung-oh SSI. Sang-ah said as she looked at Myung-oh standing behind In-ho. Oh. Myung-oh SSI decided to join our group last night. I hope Haru SSI doesn't mind, In-ho said with a smile. I am not his subordinate, Myung-oh spoke quickly but stopped when he saw In-ho looking at him. Well, it is as he said, he isn't my subordinate so I can't say anything about who he chooses to follow on his own, though it would have been better if he told us since we were quite worried about Myung-oh's sudden disappearance, Haru said as he closed the locker in front of In-ho making the latter's eyes open slightly. I see Haru SSI is quite open-minded, I'll make sure to give you a notice next time, anyway I won't take much of your time. I hope you come back safely, and don't worry about your stuff. I would make sure it doesn't get stolen, In-ho said with a smile while looking at the group. I'll count on you In-ho, Haru spoke with a smile of his own. These two know how to play the game, Hee-won thought while looking at the two smiling men. Thoughts and stones, I need 'em both. Chapter 286, Outside the Station. These two know how to play the game, Hee-won thought while looking at the two smiling men. Then we'll take our leave, saying that In-ho and his group walked away going towards their own base which was near the end of the platform. In-ho SSI wouldn't it better to attack them right now? What if that woman dies outside? We'll lose out, it would surely be a big waste, Cheolsu said with a grin. The goons on his side also grinned while one of them was drooling. No, from the information our dear friend Myung-oh has provided, Haru won't let that woman die, she is his lover after all, right Myung-oh? In-ho said as he looked at Myung-oh. Yes, it was no secret in the company that they were going out, many employees have even seen them outside of the company going on dates and stuff, Myung-oh said quickly. He wanted to solidify his position in this group and for that, he needed to bring out all of the information he had on Haru. It didn't matter if it was the truth or just a baseless rumor, he dug it all out. He was the source for nearly 70% of the bad rumors surrounding Haru in Minosoft. They will be at their weakest when they come back. If they are overly wounded we will finish them and take that woman. A person who can heal injuries will be very useful right now. Also I don't care what you do with her as long as it doesn't affect her work, In-ho said while looking at Cheolsu who grinned widely. They knew of the skill Haru talked about and they knew about the limitations or what Haru made up. Should we take the things from the locker as well? It will be useful for us, Cheolsu said as he was tempted to do that right now. No, it will eventually be ours anyway, In-ho said with a serious tone to insinuate his point to others. That smile from before, it was almost like he was asking me to open it. No, it seemed he was certain I would. Did he set up a trap? Does he know my plan? In-ho thought while remembering Haru's smile. In his eyes, Haru was smart and useful. He wouldn't mind having him as a subordinate but Haru didn't seem to want that. Even if you are smart, you are just a normal man. You can't do something against people who have lived that type of life, you are just a pretender running around like a clown. I have all of your weaknesses, In-ho thought while sitting down on a chair as he looked at Myung-ho. In-ho remembered how Haru prepared with masks and crowbars to go outside. The more preparations he made the more likely it was that Haru wasn't capable of handling the outside with his group tagging along. On the off chance Haru is strong enough, there is still his group just consists of normal people who aren't anything but a burden. They are sure to slow him down and in the worst case get him heavily injured or fully exhausted. Cheolsu, go and look at the locker, don't touch it, just observe it then come back, tell me what you see, In-ho said and Cheolsu did as he was told. After hearing what Cheolsu found out, In-ho had a headache rising. So did you set up a trap in the locker? Hee-won asked Haru as they walked out of the exit. Nope, in fact, I didn't even put a lock on it, Haru said without batting an eye. What? Hee-won was shocked and even the group was flabbergasted. What do you mean you didn't put the lock on our reserves? Are you alright? Don't worry, no one will steal our things in the locker, Haru said reassuring the group. How are you so sure? Hee-won asked with twitching eyebrows as they climbed the stairs. Inho will guard it as he promised, Haru said with a laugh, confusing everyone. Why would he? Is he a nice guy? He doesn't seem so. What the hell is going on? Why do you trust him all of a sudden? He was clearly wearing the turtleneck earlier. Namun was laughing while Kaorisha shook her head. Of course, you don't understand, it was planned by him after all, the words spoken between them, the actions taken by both sides, Myungo changing sides, everything was planned, it was planned from the start, Kaorisha thought happily, but she was also a bit dissatisfied that the others weren't smart enough to bask in the glory. Even though the others had many questions, they didn't get the chance because they saw the outside and their mouths stopped moving altogether. With purple poisonous fog hanging in the air, cars crashed all over the roads and the nearby buildings burning with occasional explosions. Fires erupted from the different apartment and office buildings with a dark sky that did not even let a single ray of light pass through. And only after looking at the road did they finally understand why Haru told them to eat less. Gil-young, don't look, Sang-ah covered Gil-young's eyes with her hand since she didn't want the young kid to see what was in front of them. I am glad I didn't eat much, Hee-won said while taking deep breaths as she felt her stomach churn as Sang-ah closed her eyes, unable to look ahead. Human corpses strewn on the ground like garbage, innards spilled out of their cut-open belly, heads smashed in on the floor with brain matter splattered all over, bodies with missing halves, bodies that looked like they were half-eaten by monsters with their cracked skeleton revealed as the flesh was torn apart and the blood painting the street. Haru SSI, wouldn't it be better to leave Gil-young at the station? Hyun-sung finally said, the thing that was eating away at him. I asked about it before leaving, if someone wanted to stay behind they can, Gil-young surely doesn't want to, Haru said. I can handle it, I want to help, Gil-young said as he moved Sang-ah's hands away even though she didn't want to, but she could see the kid was serious. But Hyun-sung's voice died down as he wanted to say more, but he stopped. If you wanted to say that Gil-young can't help, then look at this, Haru said while signaling at Gil-young. Why are there roaches in his hair? Hee-won asked as she saw two roaches jump down from Gil-young's head and go down the road turning into the alleyway. The first alleyway is clear, no monsters, see, I can be helpful, Gil-young said plainly while looking at Hyun-sung and Sang-ah, who could only nod since it looked like persuasion wouldn't help. It is his skill, he showed it to me this morning and said he'll help, and the kid just doesn't know when to back down, Haru said with a sigh. This made Sang-ah, Hee-won, and Hyun-sung understand that it happened while they were sleeping. And it also looked like Haru tried to convince Gil-young to not come with them, but it didn't work. Good going, kid, let's do our best, Hee-won said with a small smile. She believed that sticking to the previous notions like women and kids are weak wouldn't be correct anymore since fantasy has been involved now. All things considered, Gil-young's ability is the second most important ability in the group currently. They can use it, scout, a bit further, and know if monsters are lying in an ambush. This helps them a whole lot combined with Haru's ability. It also limits the instances Haru needs to use his ability, which is what they wanted. Hyun-sung and Sang-ah also understood this after seeing the skill in action. But Sang-ah still felt it was too cruel for the kid to see such things. She felt helpless since everything she had learned to this day didn't help her in the current situation. She found herself at a loss where worrying was all she could do. Before we go, I want to ask you something, Haru, Hee-won said, and Haru nodded. Was it the same here last night? Hee-won asked while looking around at the corpses. She wanted to know if these people could be saved. This question did pass through everyone's mind as well, but none of them asked. Only Hee-won asked it since she wanted to know. Do you want the truth or the lie? Haru's perplexed everyone since they didn't understand it. Some constellations are pleased with your consideration. 300 coins have been sponsored. The truth, of course, Hee-won said like it was a matter of fact. A lie won't do anything in the current situation. It is good that you can step on the ground now, Haru said while turning around, leaving the group a bit speechless. Aside from Kaorisha, everyone looked at the somewhat red ground and then at the corpses. The words Haru said left them without any response as they saw his shoes and pants. They can see red spots on them which were likely from the blood he got on them last night when he came out. They didn't notice it before, but not that they did, it was hard to unsee it. Chapter 287, A Week. Aside from Kaorisha, everyone looked at the somewhat red ground and then at the corpses. The words Haru said left them without any response as they saw his shoes and pants. They can see red spots on them which were likely from the blood he got on them last night when he came out. They didn't notice it before, but not that they did, it was hard to unsee it. Everyone could only imagine what his reaction would have been when he saw the scene. He had to step on the corpses of others to get the food. It surely left a deep impression on them since they could only think about how hard it must have been for him. You guys coming or no? Haru asked since no one was moving. No, let's go, Hee-won shook her head and walked forward right next to Haru after tying her hair in a bun. Sang-ah took a deep breath, holding the crowbar tightly. She stood near Kaorisha and Gil-young, who would be in the middle, with Hyun-sung and Namun at the back. They had discussed this formation before coming out and now they have applied it, ready to move forward. The group went forward at a steady pace with Gil-young checking the alleys and roads to make sure there weren't any monsters, but the front line, which was Haru and Hee-won, they stayed alert just in case. The group walked down the road seeing more and more corpses, ones in worse condition than before. There were monsters' dead bodies along with the human ones, but they didn't lose in the grotesqueness since they were also ripped apart and cut to pieces presumably by stronger monsters. "Hey Haru," He-One called out and Haru looked at her. "Isn't that Four Eyes changing sides bad?" He-One asked. "Why is it bad?" Haru asked. "I mean, he knows about your ability, and also what if he tells them about Koresh's ability? I am sure they will come for her. It is just a speculation," He-One said since she also knew of Koresh's healing skill. "You don't need to worry about that. I won't let something happen to her," Haru spoke with a smile. "How romantic," He-One rolled her eyes but she still had more to say. "I'll help you in case they do something." "Really? Why?" Haru asked. "Because I am part of the group as well, am I not? I'll do my all to help my team members," He-One said with a smile. "And you'll need help, even if you have a powerful skill, it still has its limitations. Having allies will be very helpful," He-One pointed out but the merry mood was interrupted. "3 wolves from the right alley in the front and 3 from the left," Gil-young said and everyone got alert. Grrrrrrr***. Seeing that their ambush failed, the wolves jumped out of hiding and charged at the group. From their haphazard movements, they didn't seem to have a leader. "I'm taking the ones on the left," Namwoon spoke with a grin as he moved with Hyunsung being a beat behind him. He didn't move recklessly like last time since he learned his lesson. "Haru, let's get ready. I'll take on the right one. The last one is quite far from the first 2, so let's finish the 2 in front before the last one arrives," He-One said as she gripped the crowbar tightly ready to attack the first one. "He-One, how many times do you think I used my skill out here last night?" Haru asked. "I don't think now is the time for that. The wolves are closing in. Draw your sword quickly," He-One said while seeing that Haru didn't even take out the katana on his waist. "Well, I only used my skill on the mantis." Haru didn't move even when the wolf was only arm's length away from him. "Not the time," He-One shouted as she moved trying to attack the wolf that was about to bite Haru. The others didn't understand what was happening. Sangha tried to reach Haru wanting to help as she noticed him not moving. If it stayed like this he would surely be attacked, but it seemed like things didn't go as they thought. Bang ***, crack ***, splash ***. Haru's left hand struck the wolf before any of them could react, and with the sound of glass cracking the wolf's head exploded into bits flying into the air with its body falling on the ground lifeless. He-One was left wide-eyed at the spectacle in front of her, so much so that she forgot about the wolf heading towards her. "Shit," He-One cursed as she won't be able to react. Haru grabbed the wolf heading for He-One by its fur and put it in the way of the third wolf who wanted to bite his head. Crunch ***. But to the wolf's bad luck it only found the neck of its fellow pack member in its mouth, killing the wolf in the process. "It is no time to be standing around, right?" Haru slammed the last wolf on the ground in front of He-One. Bang ***, splash ***, splat ***. "And whose fault do you think that is?" "You show off," He-One scoffed as she hit the sharp end of the crowbar right on the dome of the wolf, killing it in one strike. "I'll look out, one got through," Hyunsung said in a panic as one of the wolves went past him as his eyes shifted to look toward Haru. Namwoon was fighting one of the wolves pretty nicely. He was more cautious than last time, but it also created an opening since he became a bit too careful. Oh no, Sangha got nervous as she turned around to see the wolf heading for Kair-Isha and Gil-young. She knew her mistake of leaving their side as she was supposed to be helping the two. She was about 6 meters away from the two and the wolf was just in front of the duo. Now isn't the time for that. I have to do something, Sangha thought quickly as she couldn't reach them in time. She used the most optimal yet risky option. Whoosh ***, bang ***. As the wolf was just a few feet away from Kair-Isha and Gil-young, Sangha threw her crowbar which with skill or pure luck hit the wolf square on the head, knocking it off its feet. The wolf wobbled trying to stand up, but it was struggling and this was only half of the work done. Sangha was about to run forward to hit the wolf again but... Firebolt, Kair-Isha shot a bolt of fire that landed on the wolf's forehead and came out of the back of its head leaving a burned hole. Okay, what the fuck just happened? He-One asked with twitching eyes. She just saw Kair-Isha shoot a fire arrow. 15 minutes later, in the convenience store's basement, everyone was looking at Haru because he told them he'll talk about it after they reach the store. Talking outside would be dangerous since it would lower their vigilance towards the surroundings and the noise will also attract other monsters. So you're saying that Koresh's ability is to create spells of any element and use them as long as she understands them? He-One asked with a surprised look. Yes, although it takes time to understand them, it is useful since it gives me a variety of spells like healing and attack spells. I still have a lot to learn about it. Kair-Isha nodded and the others were amazed. The skill was too good. You can even use a spell made of darkness? Namwoon asked with shining eyes. He saw Kair-Isha kill a wolf that attacked from behind with a spike that extended from her shadow. Yes, I am still learning more so I can't use a lot of them, Kair-Isha nodded. You're so cool, Nuna, Namwoon said with a big smile, and Kair-Isha didn't really share the enthusiasm. Hey, why have you not called me Nuna once? He-One asked Namwoon. Can you use the dark element? Namwoon asked. Yeah, thought so, Namwoon said with a flat look as He-One lips twitched. Call me Nuna you brat, and Namun was put in a headlock once again. Some constellations are incredibly interested in the incarnation, Kairisha Kalistraya. 700 coins have been sponsored. Many constellations are shaking their heads. Well, that is understandable. Even though the skill is good, it won't matter if she can't master an element to the utmost. In the eyes of the constellations she is basically a jack of all trades but master of none. Some constellations are intrigued by it since this opens up many different options, but some aren't since it limits one's ability to master a single element. That might have been true if someone else had this skill, but this is Risha. Her mastery of magic defies common logic. They'll see it soon enough, Haru thought while looking at the constellation's reactions. He knew that they are drawing in quite a crowd. Even if some might want to sabotage him, there will also be ones who would help them. Having a backup is always a better choice. And the best way to get more constellations on your side was to gather individuals with high potential or create them on your own. The constellations want incarnations that have high potential that they can form contracts with, and Haru was doing just that at this moment. The plan has been in motion from the train and it should be done in a week. Haru folded his arms while looking at everyone in his group. Thoughts and stones, you guys do get a bonus chapter for 650 stones but you never complete the goal. Chapter 288, didn't use the skill. It should be done in a week. Haru folded his arms while looking at everyone in his group. Sangha calmed down. He won getting her off Namun and they were placing the lunchboxes in bags with Kairisha arranging them orderly. Hyunsung was taking note of the stock left to get an estimate of how long it would last and if they should consider finding another shop. Gilyung was sitting on the floor with the cockroach in his hand giving him the information it had obtained from outside the store. Gilyung looked at Haru and shook his head, meaning there were no monsters in the vicinity outside the store. And Namun. Give me the dark element, he was asking his sponsor to give him a new skill. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is saying, no. Ah come on, almighty super stylish Black Flame Dragon God, this is your chance to show that you are the true ruler of darkness, Namun said full of passion. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is saying he will think about it. 100 coins have been sponsored. Sweet, Namun punched the air. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is in disbelief. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is left speechless. The members of the nebulae, Black Cloud, are silent. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellations were as loud as ever while watching over what was happening. So are we done here? Haru asked since the bags were packed neatly and they still had enough food to go for a few more days if you included the biscuits and instant noodles. All done with the food, He-One looked at the 4 bags which were packed to the brim. They didn't pack more since battles would be harder on their way back if they have too much to carry. The group walked out of the basement along with the bags before placing them in front of the counter. Why are we stopping here? Namun asked since there was no one here to do checkout. Don't you need some clothes? Haru said while looking at Namun who had a lot of blood on his clothes. This guy fought with little care about the blood, which led to him having a lot of blood splatters on him. Yes, these feel sticky and they stink, Namun agreed. A clothing shop is right across the road. There is also an electronic shop on the 2nd floor. We'll need flashlights and batteries as well, Haru said, and Hyunsung nodded because the lights aside from the platform's lights the others were switched off to save the remaining power they had. And Hyunsung also had some blood on him so he wanted a change of clothes as well. Namun and Hyunsung followed Haru but Namun stopped before looking back. Why aren't you all coming? Namun asked He-One, Kairisha, and Sangha who didn't move. Hey Namun, did you have a female friend at school? He-One asked. No, why are you asking? Namun felt a little irritated by her question. No wonder you didn't have any. Look at Haru and Hyunsung, learn from them and be a little considerate, He-One said. I'll kill you. Namun was about to jump at the snickering He-One but was dragged out by Haru. I don't know what they are doing, but I should probably not talk about it, Hyunsung thought while following Haru. We can't take too much time, quickly get what you need, Kairisha said, and the 3 started to look through the store. Gilyung was also in the convenience store eating chocolate while looking at the 3 women gathering supplies and adding 4 extra bags of goods they had to take back. After about 30 minutes the group was ready to go back. Kairisha had 2 bags of the supplies she gathered with the other 2 as Gilyung held one. The bag was light so the kid had no problem holding it. Sangha held one of the bags that had food in it since He-One, Hyunsung, Namun, and Haru didn't let monsters get past them. The other 3 learned quickly and Sangha didn't need to worry too much about fighting since Kairisha was also helping out in clearing out the monsters with her magic. Haru SSI, are you sure about holding 3 bags? Sangha asked Haru, who held 3 bags in one hand without any problem. She thought it might hinder him and wanted to take 1 or 2 bags off him so that he doesn't get hurt. I think he will be fine, he hasn't even used his second hand during the whole time, you know, He-One said while hitting Haru's back. Sangha also realized that what He-One said was true. Haru didn't even use 2 hands, let alone the sword. I am fine, thank you for asking, Sangha SSI, Haru said with a small smile as he moved away from He-One who just kept hitting him on his back for no reason. It is nothing, Sang-ah said, and everyone started to make their way back to the station at a slow but steady pace, fighting with monsters that attacked them. Splash asterisk. Hyun-sung finished off the last wolf with the makeshift spear made of metal pipe from the clothing store. He still had his crowbar, but he preferred the makeshift spear over the former. Few asterisk. How long did we take? Hyun sighed as they walked down the stairs of exit number 2. It took us 2 hours. It was because we encountered the wolves and rats quite some times on our way back. It might have been because of the monster we killed on our way to the store. Hyun-sung has been keeping track of things. They had to fight monsters about 12 times in those 2 hours. They were outside 4 times on the way to the store and 8 times on their way back. Also, if you aren't going to use the katana, give it to me next time. Hyun looked at Haru, who didn't even it once the entire time. No, Haru refused. Cheapskate, Hyun grumbled unhappily. She just wanted to try out a real katana since she had learned kendo when she was a kid. Maybe I'll give it to you sometime later, Haru said with a smile. I don't trust you. Hyun looked at Haru with narrowed eyes, thinking he was just pulling her leg. Come on, how can you not trust someone as good as me? Haru looked quite hurt and Hyun just ignored it. Even while joking around, the two looked around the exit to make sure no monsters have followed them back and climbed down the stairs that led to the shutters. I am tired as hell. I want to take a shower so badly. Hyun's shoulders sagged as she knew it wasn't possible right now. Hey Jussi, you didn't use your skill even once, right? Namun asked as they reached the closed shutters. Didn't use it, why? Haru asked, looking back at him. The others also didn't understand why he would ask such a thing. Last night your eyes were bleeding a lot, even the handkerchief you used had a lot of blood on it. How many times did you use your skill last night? Namun's words caused the eyes of the others to widen. They haven't seen Haru use his skill once, and they made a full round from the convenience store. But according to Namun, last night Haru's eyes were bleeding, which was a side effect of him using his skill. So if his eyes were bleeding badly, then he must have used it a lot of times last night. There weren't as many monsters as last night right now, and that Mantis also didn't show up because I sent him to the next district when it was chasing me last night. I had to use the skill quite a few times to make sure it didn't stick around the exit, because then it would be harder to get food for us. Plus I also couldn't wipe my eyes with bags in my hand, you know, Haru said, but the others weren't able to respond back. Sigh asterisk. I guess we need to step up our game then, Hyun said while shaking her head, no matter how they brood over it. Also, we can conclude that monsters don't attack in larger numbers during the daytime, Hyun-sung said, what has been on his mind for a while. I hope that is true, Haru said as he turned around ready to open the shutters. What do you mean? Hyun asked. You remember what I said about the bodies, right? Haru said without looking back. Yes, you did say there were far lesser. Hyun's voice got smaller and smaller as she stopped talking. It didn't take a wise man to figure out what Haru was pointing at. Maybe most of the monsters have had their fill and aren't coming out, or it could be what Hyun-sung said. Their theory about monsters not attacking en masse during the daytime might be true. But they could only be certain about it tomorrow. Suddenly it didn't feel good to be able to make it back safely. Alright, let's go in. We shouldn't stay outside for longer, Haru said as he opened the shutter and everyone entered it as they closed it down again. The lights were off and they used their flashlights to make their way over to the locker, where they found a group of people standing next to the locker they left their items in. Hyun gripped her crowbar tightly, ready to attack, while the others also got alert. The people turned their flashlights to Haru's group. Chapter 289, Surely Something Happened. The lights were off and they used their flashlights to make their way over to the locker, where they found a group of people standing next to the locker Haru left their items. Hyun gripped her crowbar tightly, ready to attack, while the others also got alert. The people turned their flashlights to Haru's group. There was a brief silence, as if they could fight at any given moment. Thank you for guarding the locker, you all. I forgot to lock it. I owe you one. But Haru's reaction was totally opposite of everyone's as he talked with a big smile like he was seeing a friend. TCH, we are leaving. Cheolsu, who was also present, clicked his tongue and went away with his goons, which included Myung-oh. Seeing them leave, Hyun's grip on the crossbar loosened and she went to check the locker. They were really guarding it. Hyun couldn't believe it. There really is nothing missing, Hyun-sung said while going through the items as they all looked at Haru. Told you, didn't I? Haru smiled. That doesn't explain anything, everyone thought, but they didn't talk more about it. Haru and the group went towards their spot on the platform under the eyes of the people who had relieved looks. They weren't happy because the group came back safely, rather they were happy that they could eat their fill for the day without having to live on some biscuits. In-ho reduced the biscuit packets to 1 per person this morning, and it was ridiculous to think that they could live off that when they could continue to eat fully with some coins. The group settled down after placing all of the things down before they took turns to go to the washroom and wash their face or change their clothes if they wanted to, like Namun. After they came back, they started to sell the food to the people that came to them, while they all thought about things that they have come to know after stepping outside. Some might say that it would have been better if they didn't go outside, so that they can live in ignorance, thinking that the only people who died were in front of them and many others have survived. This way they can think that their family and friends are also alive and weren't in danger, when they very well might be all dead and they wouldn't even be able to see them again since some random monster ate them, leaving nothing behind of them, just like what happened to the corpses they've seen outside. Ignorance is bliss after all, but it is also the cause of suffering. Last night they thought that only 20% of the population of Seoul must have perished, but after stepping out and seeing things with their own eyes, it was hard to even convince themselves that 20% of Seoul's population has survived. This is what made Haru a compelling leader to them. As nice and carefree as he seemed to be, he was never ignorant. He knew what was at stake and never assumed things would work the way he wanted. Although it could be said that he made the mistake of leaving Yoon Hyuk and Namun alive, both tried to kill him but he let them go because he didn't want to kill them. But that also can't be seen as a mistake since he seems to be sure that he could handle them both if they try to attack him again. And oddly enough, both Namun and Yoon Hyuk only have their eyes set on him without looking at the whole group, so his actions haven't put the group in any danger. Even when he told them about his ability at the bridge, they realized that it was to calm them down and it would be a lie if they said that they didn't fear him at that moment. He could have just kept his mouth shut and expected them since they didn't have a choice but to follow him. Nonetheless, he didn't because that would cause more problems for the group as a whole, as there will be a sense of distrust between them. When he chose to use the tunnel instead of the roads to get to Gyeomho Station, he clearly knew the pros and cons of doing that. After coming to the station when they all felt burnt out, scared, and hungry, the anxiety kept building up and they couldn't think of what to do next. Their mind was in a scramble. Which is the reason he chose to go out and get food for them even if it was risky. So that they can calm their minds a little, because without that it won't be possible for them to function properly and tackle the situation. Even today when he took them outside, he didn't feed them information aside from the info about monsters, rather he only answered when they asked. He didn't impose anything on them. It started when he asked if they wanted to stay back at the station. He clearly didn't want the group to follow him like blind sheeps, he wanted them to think and question things for themselves. They can ask him if he knows it, he will tell them about it, but if he doesn't they'll find it together. That is what they felt at least. Finally, after 30 minutes, Haru and the others finished handling the people that came to buy food. Currently, they were eating some food for themselves because they didn't have a proper meal in the morning courtesy of Haru, but they were grateful for that. Hey, Hee-won, I want to ask you something, Haru asked. Sure, Hee-won gave a nod. Why did you rush to help me when there was a wolf attacking you? You should have known that I could handle a wolf on my own, and even if I got injured there was Risha to heal me, so why risk it? Haru asked. I did it because it would be hard to find a good leader again. I seriously don't want to change groups now, it would be a hassle, Hee-won said with a tired sigh. Don't look at me like, is that it? Hee-won's eyes twitched as she saw Haru. Anyway, I passed the test, didn't I? Hee-won said with a proud look. What test? Haru looked confused. Wasn't it a loyalty test to know if you can trust me or not? Hee-won thought that she had figured it all out and Haru was trying to avoid the subject since it would be bad, but... What test are you talking about? Haru had no idea what Hee-won was talking about. Huh. Hee-won stopped moving. Huh. Haru tilted his head. Wait, hold up, you are saying that wasn't a test to see if I could be trusted? Hee-won asked in shock. Of course not, what type of novels are you reading to think like that? Haru couldn't understand how she arrived at the conclusion. So if it wasn't about the test, why did you do that? Hee-won asked. It was to show you guys that I am strong enough. Even though I went out alone last night, no one has really seen what I can do, so I wanted to do that in order to give you guys more than just words. Haru explained his reason. You just wanted to show off, didn't you? Hee-won narrowed her eyes. Well, kinda, but you get the point, Haru said with a shrug. That is the stupidest reason I have heard, Hee-won deadpanned. I don't need to hear that from you. Your reason for putting your life in danger was because you didn't want to look for another group, Haru said plainly, and Hee-won just ignored him, focusing on her food. The other members of the group just looked at the two going back and forth. They could only shake their heads, but they were kind of used to it. A few minutes later they all finished their food and cleaned up. So, we'll be going to the bathroom, Hee-won said as she, Kair-isha, and Sang-ah picked up the 3 white bags they filled at the store. Why do they need to take those big bags with them? Also, why are they all going together again? Namun asked while lying down on the floor. They need to do something, Haru said without going into details. I'll never understand women, Namun muttered with an annoyed look and closed his eyes to get a little nap. Hyun-sung just kept silent as Gil-young was keeping an eye on the exits waiting for Dokja to come back. He has been doing that in his free time. A little while later there was a little commotion on the platform with every woman rushing towards the washroom after a few women came out and told them something. The men were flabbergasted at the scene and backed away so they don't get caught up in the swarm. I can't even sleep. Namun was stirred awake as he sat down looking at the women lining up outside the washroom as if they were waiting for their turn for something. Quite lively, isn't it? In-ho said with a smile as he approached the group with a few people. That it is, Haru nodded as the others just stared at In-ho. Also thank you for keeping an eye on the locker, Haru gave added with a bright smile. Well, I did promise to do so. Inho's smile twitched a little. Something surely happened while no one was looking, but it seems we didn't lose, so it is fine, Namwoon thought. Chapter 290, Is This a Joke? Something surely happened while no one was looking, but it seems we didn't lose, so it is fine. Namwoon was curious about what happened but didn't pursue it since it wouldn't help him in getting stronger. Some constellations are laughing at incarnation, Cheol Inho. 400 coins have been sponsored. And you even gave us a gift, so we didn't really lose anything, Inho said as his signature smile returned. It wasn't that big of a deal, so what can I help you with? Haru spoke, cutting to the chase. I wanted to buy some food from Haru SSI, Inho asked. How much? Haru asked. About 10 lunch boxes, Inho said as Haru nodded, giving 10 boxes to the person next to Inho after he received the coins. Is something wrong? Haru asked Inho, seeing the latter look a bit confused. No, I am quite happy to see that all of you have seemed to make it back without any injury. Inho looked at the present group members. He got a report from Cheolsu that everyone was back. That is true, but we are very tired at the moment. The outside is really dangerous. Haru stretched his arms while sighing. Do you think I'll fall for that? You guys don't even look tired. It is like you went out on a picnic. Inho didn't his thoughts show. I see, looks like I need to tell our team to be more careful, Inho spoke, trying to gauge Haru's reaction. Inho's group is also going out? Haru asked, looking surprised. Yes, I talked about it last night, right? Inho opened his eyes slightly, looking at Haru. Oh, come to think of it, you did. I forgot about that. So are you leading them yourself? Haru asked with a very innocent look, but as soon as his words fell, everyone's ears raised, waiting for Inho's reply. This bastard. Inho calmed down his raising anger and opened his mouth. No, I won't be. I have some things to do in the station and I am not much of a fighter, Inho explained. I see, then tell the leader of the group to be careful of the wolves' ambushes. Tell them to not show the wolves their backs, they won't miss the chance, Haru said with a smile. Is he really trying to help them or threatening them? Namwoon thought as he felt a chill down his spine, and he wasn't alone. I'll keep it in mind, Inho said as he went away while Haru waved at them with the same smile. Inho had a severe look on his face as he made his way back to his base. Give one each to the expedition team and keep the rest in the storage. We also need more people on duty to patrol the area. Don't let anyone near the food stash, Inho said to the guy holding the boxes before he looked at the 8 people who would be going outside, 5 from his group and 3 from the survivors on the platform. They all had masks on them ready to go outside, but first, they would be eating the lunchbox he brought for them. There is no way he knows. Inho took a note from his pocket which read as follows, You want the masks, right? There are 8 in here, you can take them. We have spares with us, so don't worry. It is a shame that there aren't any crowbars left, but you can have the masks. You have my permission to take them. This is what they found in the locker when they opened it. This gave Inho a headache because not only did Haru know he would open the locker, it seemed like he made him open it, but he also knew what Inho would search for. On top of that, there is no way he'll know that I will send out 8 people outside. No one aside from me knew who I would send out. Inho refused to believe it, but he felt something heavy pressing on him as he remembered what Haru told him before. That is useless. I shouldn't believe in his bluff. It looks like the outside is far less dangerous than he made it out to be. Everyone in his team was perfectly fine. Inho shook his head and chuckled as he remembered how even the little kid who went out with Haru's group didn't look tired at all. And then he has the nerve to tell me to watch my back. Nothing can go wrong, but that is what he is thinking, Haru thought as he sat down on his seat waiting for everyone to gather so that they can talk about what they'll do now. The crowd in front of the bathroom didn't seem to calm down till now. We can rest a little while. Haru leaned back, relaxing a little. Inside the woman's washroom. Thank you very much, a woman in her mid-20s thanked Hee-won while bowing deeply alongside her little sister, who looked like a high school student. Thank you, Yuni, the younger sister was also grateful. There is no need to worry about it, you even paid for it when we said it was fine to do pay. Hee-won waved her hand with a smile as she saw the pair of sisters walk out of the bathroom with a relieved look. That seems to be the last of them. Kair-isha didn't look tired in the slightest. Few asterisk that took a while. Hee-won sighed as they folded 2 plastic bags and kept the remaining items in one since it was for their personal use. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Sang-ah looked tired as she remembered how fast they needed to distribute the items, but even then she thought it was okay since it helped so many people. It is only natural they all need the sanitary products, Kair-isha stated flatly. I get that. It was definitely a good idea to get these when we had the chance. Hee-won smiled. Even though it was a lot of work, it was worth it. Though I don't know what to say to Haru about this. We didn't really charge everyone coins for this. We accepted it if they insisted, but most of them didn't, so there is that, Hee-won muttered. He did leave it to us, so there won't be a need to say anything, Kair-isha stated. Wow, it looks like you really know him well, Hee-won said with a teasing smile. I know more about Haru than I know about myself, Kair-isha said while looking at Hee-won, catching her off guard. Oh god, that is something. Hee-won thought it was a joke at first, but looking at Quresha's eyes she could see the seriousness. Maybe she is pulling my leg, cause I tried to tease her, Hyewon thought, but she didn't know how wrong she was. Sang-ah, is everything alright? You look tired, Hyewon asked Sang-ah, who had barely spoken after coming to the station. I just have been thinking about something, Sang-ah said with a smile like usual, but Hyewon could feel that something was off. Maybe she doesn't want to talk about it. Thinking I can help will be quite careless, I might make it worse if I push it. Hyewon didn't know if she should ask or not since Sang-ah's mood was down in the dumps. She did have a few guesses about what it can be, but it only made it harder to talk about. Sang-ah, are you feeling guilty about your mistake before? Kair-isha said, making Sang-ah halt in her steps. Kair-isha, that's... Hyewon saw that Kair-isha made the correct guess, but it was still not right to talk about it, since she saw Sang-ah looking down with guilt on her face. That is correct, Sang-ah's small voice reached the two's ears. I thought she might try to lie about it like she was trying to before. It might be because she is comfortable around Kair-isha, unlike with me. Hyewon didn't think that Sang-ah would open up. I am sorry I put you in danger because of my actions, Sang-ah said, bowing her head. You also did help me, did you not? Kair-isha said. That, but I made a mistake. Sang-ah spoke, a bit of fear on her face as she thought about how things could have ended up if she missed the throw. The worst that could have happened was me getting bitten. I can heal that type of wound, so don't think too deeply about that. Think about how it didn't come to that result, it was avoided by your effort, and are you not happy to see me unharmed? Kair-isha spoke with a straight face while raising an eyebrow at the end. And no, I didn't mean it that way, I was just... Sang-ah panicked a little as she stopped talking, since it was hard to distinguish if Kair-isha was joking at the end or not. Hello again, give me your thoughts and stones. Let's see you guys continue to fail at making the goal of 650 PS for a bonus chapter. That is all, bye. Chapter 291, Weird Bunch. The worst that could have happened was me getting bitten. I can heal that type of wound, so don't think too deeply about that. Think about how it didn't come to that result, it was avoided by your effort. Are you not happy to see me unharmed? Kair-isha spoke with a straight face. And no, I didn't mean it that way, I was just... Sang-ah panicked a little as she stopped talking, since it was hard to distinguish if Kair-isha was joking at the end or not. I understand what you mean. You are looking back at the mistake you made, thinking if it could have been avoided altogether if you stuck to the positions. Self-reflection is an admirable quality, but it is also bad if you go about it the wrong way. It isn't about thinking about what you could have done in the past, since that will be a waste of time. What you need to think about is how to not make the same mistake again in the future. Koresha's soft but somewhat cold voice rang in the bathroom. Sang-ah couldn't say anything in return, while Hyewon also didn't intrude because she was thinking over Koresha's words. The words made a lot of sense to her, and she thought that Sang-ah also needed to listen to it, or she might make a bigger mistake because of her self-doubt. A minute later, Sang-ah looked at Kair-isha. Thank you for telling me that. Sang-ah's face looked more determined than before. Just don't let my words go to waste, Kair-isha responded simply, and Sang-ah nodded. Damn, I didn't know one can be harsh and considerate at the same time. Hyewon shook her head. Well, Koresha SSI is very direct with her words, Sang-ah said as she had seen how Kair-isha was at work. If you are making a mistake, she'll let you know without trying to sound nice, no matter if you were a normal employee or a department head. I don't see a point in beating around the bush. Anyway, let's go out, we still have the whole day ahead of us, Kair-isha spoke while walking out of the bathroom with the remaining bag. Sang-ah, if you need my help, just say it, alright? Hyewon spoke with a small smile. Thanks, Hyewon, Sang-ah spoke with a smile as she felt her heart warm up. The people around her were kind to her, which helped her cope with the changes a little. Before long, the three reached the group and sat down. Sang-ah and Hyewon were a bit tired after distributing the items to others. So now that everyone is here, I have to give you all something, Haru said, bringing everyone's attention to him. The number of coins we got from selling the food items was about 4,200 coins. We'll split it 7 ways, which would be 600 coins for each of us. Haru's words brought different reactions from the groups. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is nodding her head at your fairness. 100 coins have been sponsored. Several constellations are surprised by your actions. 400 coins have been sponsored. What is there to be surprised about? Haru looked at the messages with a puzzled look. We're getting coins. Sweet, Namun smirked, since he could use the coins to get stronger. Gil-young didn't really think much of it and stayed silent like always. Wow, you are really giving us coins? Hyewon asked in surprise. Of course I am, did you think I am a tyrant or something? Haru looked like he was hurt by Hyewon's statement. Yeah, who knows what evil plans you are cooking up in your head, Hyewon moved back, shielding Sang-ah. Do I really look like a villain to you guys? Haru asked as his shoulders sagged a little. I don't think Haru SSI looks like a villain, you are a kind-hearted person, Hyun-sung said what he thought of Haru. I also think the same, Sang-ah said with a small smile. You guys. Haru looked like he was about to shed tears of joy looking at Hyun-sung and Sang-ah. On second thought, I don't think you are cut out for being a villain. You don't have the oomph that will make people feel dread, Hyewon spoke as she crossed her arms, thinking deeply. I don't like the way you are saying that. Well, anyway, here, take the coins. Haru rolled his eyes at Hyewon before he gave out the coins to everyone. He didn't listen to Sang-ah and Hyun-sung, who were trying to lessen the number of coins, saying that they didn't help with much. It took a little persuasion, but they finally agreed. After doing this, Haru moved on to the next topic, which was the food sub-scenario. So now we need to find a way to cook our own food using the monsters, Haru spoke while looking at the others who were thinking deeply. Are we going to cook them here? Hyun asked while looking at one of the white plastic bags. I don't think that will be a good idea. I am thinking of going down the tunnel and doing it there. Haru knew that if they tried to cook meat it would draw attention, which isn't a big deal, but they aren't sure if the food is edible or not. That is a good idea, so when are we leaving? Hyun asked. Let's just go now and test it out, we can rest after that. Hyun, Hyun-sung, Gil-young, and Namwoon can stay here and look after the food while Sang-ah and Kair-isha can come with me, Haru said as he stood up. Good, I can rest, Namwoon said, laying down on the floor comfortably. I'll keep an eye out properly. Hyun-sung took on his duty. I know you will, Hyun-sung, Haru said with a smile, and it made Hyun-sung happy since he was trusted. Why are you looking at me like that, Hyun? Haru saw Hyun looking at him with a grin. Going to a secluded place with two beautiful women, focus on the task, and no funny business, all right? Hyun said, making Sang-ah smile wryly since Hyun was making jokes once again. Well, we technically aren't alone, Haru said while closing one eye. Several constellations are saying they are sorry for intruding but don't mind us and carry on. 400 coins have been sponsored. Like hell, I will let you see anything, Haru shook his head at the perverted constellations. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is saying she'll close her eyes. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is saying rage you explode. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is asking you to focus on your task. The constellation, the one who hates food, is saying do it. The constellation, the one who likes to change genders, is saying she isn't interested unless you are turning into a woman. The constellation, secretive plotter, is saying he is good at keeping secrets. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is putting down his pole. 700 coins have been sponsored. These guys are a weird bunch, Haru thought with a deadpan look. Alright, let's go, Haru said while picking up the white bag that had everything they'll need before going towards the tracks without bothering with the stairs he got. Should we go from the way we came from? Sang-ah asked while turning on her flashlight. We know there is a barrier that way which is preventing the rats from coming in, so it would be better to look in the opposite direction and see how far the barrier is on this side, Haru said while pointing in the opposite direction from where they came from. Okay, Sang-ah nodded and they started to walk on the tracks. She didn't doubt Haru's words because it made sense. If there was no barrier on the other side as well, monsters would have attacked the platform by now. Turning on their flashlights, they walked a little over 3 minutes before they came across a semi-transparent black barrier which was the same as the one they passed through on their way to the station. Alright, I'll try to cook it here, Haru said while placing the bag down. He took out the butane stove out from the bag and a slab of meat that looked about 700 grams in weight. It was the meat of one of the wolves they hunted outside. Haru sliced one up and took a good amount of meat from it because they only needed to find if it was edible or not. They can get more when they confirm it was actually edible. Haru placed the meat on a plate, sprinkling it with salt. He was trying to cook it like a steak, so he made the preparations quickly and started cooking. Sizzle asterisk, sizzle asterisk. Sang-ah gulped her saliva as the aroma teased her nose, making her hungry. The steak in the pan looked picture perfect. She was so shocked that she didn't even notice that Haru made it. Well, let's try it. Haru cooked the steak well done just to be sure that it is safe to eat. Placing it on a plate before he put some pepper on it, Haru cut a small bite and picked it up. I'll try it first to see if it is safe, Haru said as both Sang-ah and Kair-isha nodded. Chapter 292, Where is the popcorn? Haru cut a small bite and picked it up. I'll try it first to see if it is safe, Haru said as both Sang-ah and Kair-isha nodded. Will Haru SSI be alright? What if it is worse than the poison in the air? Sang-ah got worried as she snapped out of her previous entranced state caused by the aroma of the steak, but she was too late as before she could say anything Haru put the slice of meat in his mouth. Is it alright? Sang-ah thought as she looked at Haru, who stopped moving, but she was surprised the next instant. Damn it, cough asterisk, that is shit. Haru spat out the meat from his mouth and rinsed his mouth with water, but it didn't look like the aftertaste was washed away. Does it taste bad? Sang-ah asked as Haru took an ice cream cup from Kair-isha. It isn't just the taste, it is extremely poisonous. If a normal person eats it they'll die, Haru explained. What? Are you alright, Haru SSI? Sang-ah panicked as she jumped to her feet, going near Haru. I am fine, I told you before, right? Poison doesn't work on me, Haru said while eating the ice cream. He thought it was a good idea to bring it along. This was just in case the steak tasted bad, no other reason. Sang-ah felt relieved as she saw that Haru wasn't affected by the poison. Many constellations are laughing at you. 700 coins have been sponsored. Haru grumbled unhappily as he ate more ice cream. The constellation, desserts for days, is saying meat is overrated, sweets all the way. 200 coins have been sponsored. Finally someone I can agree with, Haru nodded as he moved on to the chocolate bars after finishing the ice cream. A little while later Haru seemed to have gotten over the terrible taste. So what do we do? Sang-ah asked because they needed to cook the meat in order to complete the scenario. We can only try, Haru said with a heavy sigh as Sang-ah felt bad for him. Haru was the only one who wouldn't have any aftereffects if he ate it, and she knew he won't let others eat it since it would put them in danger. So after 40 minutes and even trying the rat meat, there was no difference. We need to do something about the poison, Sang-ah said as she followed Haru and Kaorisha who were walking in the front. That will take time, but it is the best choice we have right now, Haru said as the three were walking back to the station. After they reached the station and told everyone about what happened. Wahahaha, I should have come with you, ha ha ha, I am definitely coming with you next time, one laughed while rolling on the ground as the others shook their heads. Just you wait, one day when you can handle it, I'll shove this meat down your throat. I'll see if you can laugh then, Haru thought while cooking up some evil plans. Why is it so noisy? Kaorisha asked as she saw people whispering among themselves. That is because. Hyunsung told Kaorisha, Sang-ah, and Haru about what happened while they were away. So they had causalities, huh? Haru muttered while thinking deeply. The atmosphere of the group dropped a lot after hearing this news. Even after you warned them about the ambush, Hyewon got back to serious mode as she frowned. Who were the ones that died? Haru asked. They said it was the 3 people they recruited from the survivors. I heard that they couldn't bring back much food because they were attacked and ended up dropping a lot of the gathered food items. Hyunsung felt really bad for the people who lost their lives. I see, Haru was thinking about what he had heard as he looked at the atmosphere around the platform. Everyone seemed to be on edge because they seemed to have realized that the outside was a lot more dangerous than they initially thought. Time passed and the night came before long. Most of the people on the platform were already asleep. Haru was awake with Kaorisha and Hyewon keeping an eye on the items. Half an hour more and then we'll sleep. Hyewon yawned. It seemed her sleep schedule was a bit messed up because of waking up early in the morning without getting much sleep. You can sleep early if you want to. Haru had told her this before as well, seeing how sleepy she was, but. No way, I don't want to be a slacker. Hyewon denied it just like before as Haru shrugged. Haru, Kaorisha called Haru and pointed towards Inho, who was walking towards them with a few people with him like usual. Hello Haru SSI, Inho said with his normal smile. Yo, did something urgent happen for you to come here in the middle of the night? Haru asked with a normal laid-back attitude. You are always quick on the uptake Haru SSI, it is indeed an urgent situation, we are low on food reserves, Inho said as his smile got bigger. He was happy to see that Haru was so carefree. You want to buy some? Haru asked and Inho nodded. How much? Haru already knew what Inho would say but asked nonetheless. As much as Haru SSI can give us, I would be very grateful. I could buy all of the stock you have. Inho's smile widened. That isn't possible, I have limited the number of items I sell to people. Haru's words caused Inho's smile to falter a little. Why does this sound like a drug deal rather than a food deal? Hyewon thought, blinking her eyes. Since when? Inho asked. Since now, you know, I saw a guy who bought 20 lunchboxes from us. At first I thought he was taking them for his group, but then I saw him trying to sell them to other people for 30 coins each after we finished selling the food. Haru shook his head in exasperation. Hyewon was trying her hardest to control her laugh because it actually happened this evening and she knew Haru didn't care but just trying to annoy Inho. Haru SSI, you know I wouldn't do that. Inho's smile faltered a little but he kept his calm. Inho, you shouldn't lie so carelessly in front of me, Haru said with a small smile. So you're finally showing your true colors. Inho dropped the honorifics and everything as his eyes cracked open a little. He speculated if Haru had something like a lie detection skill, because if he did that would make a lot of sense. I can say the same for you. Haru didn't bat an eye since he had expected it. Where is the damn popcorn when you need it? Hyewon thought unhappily as she looked at the two men talking, and she wasn't the only one who felt that way. Many constellations are enjoying the back and forth. 300 coins have been sponsored. Some constellation wants to see some action. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is excited to see how this would unfold. 100 coins have been sponsored. I'll be direct, why don't you join me, Haru? Inho asked in a flat voice, looking at Haru with his fully opened eyes. I told you before, Inho, I do not trust you. Haru didn't even entertain the idea. It would be better for your group if you make the correct decision, Inho spoke while looking at everyone in Haru's group. Assuming what is better for the others is very presumptuous, you know. Haru said while shaking his head. I see, my bad, I'll take 10 lunchboxes, Inho smiled. I hope you can make some profit with these, Haru said while giving the lunchboxes to Inho. Thank you, and I hope you have made plans because things would get serious from the morning. Inho's former smile came back as his eyes closed. Plans? Haru looked a bit puzzled. Don't tell me you didn't make any, Inho said. He didn't believe it since Haru has clearly been messing with him since he came. There was no way he didn't have a plan. This guy was playing mind games with him for a while now. He has to have a plan. You see, Inho, a good friend of mine, used to say something: plans, strategies, precautions. Such things are only important if your opponent is on the same level as you, otherwise it is just a waste of time and effort, Haru said while looking at Inho. Don't get too cocky, Inho said, seething with anger, but that was all he could do. It isn't cockiness but a simple fact. Let me give you an example, Haru continued as he stood up looking at Inho. Do you think an elephant needs a plan to kill an ant? No, they do not. They kill thousands, millions of ants without ever being aware of it. How? Just by walking around. There is no need to plan for that. Haru's face still had that friendly smile while he talked about such things. Inho had to look up to see Haru because of the latter's height, plus even with the friendly smile, Haru looked more dangerous than ever. I see you are quite smart, Haru, Inho said with a flat tone. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about you, Inho, Haru shook his head. Chapter 293, Plans. Just you wait, Inho couldn't say anything back and walked away pissed off. The constellation, secretive plotter, wants to know your friend's location. Several constellations are having fun watching the event unfold and are expecting a lot more fun. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is saying he will use your line when he faces an opponent. You should be grateful. 700 coins have been sponsored. Whoa. That was really something. I didn't know you could talk that way. He hit Haru's back as she expressed her surprise. She knew Haru could be serious when he needed to be, but she didn't expect him to talk like this. I told you, didn't I? I am just that awesome, Haru spoke with a smug look, causing He-won to facepalm, but she didn't deny his claim. Not only does Inho's group have no monopoly over food now, but they've also lost the people's trust to a great extent. Their influence on the people has diminished greatly compared to yesterday, and it is the result of their own failures. He-won saw how frustrated Inho looked before, which means that they had the upper hand right now even though they didn't want to have an upper hand. But, you do have a plan, right? I am sure that guy will try something later, He-won asked, since, unlike their group, Inho's group wanted to control the people on the station. But after Inho's group incurred causalities, the people's distrust in them grew further while everyone started to move towards Haru, because their group didn't even have one injured member, let alone a causality. So Inho would surely try to get back on the top, and for that, he'd need to do something about their group. Sure I do, Haru said with a chuckle. Come on, share it with me, I am curious. He-won kept pestering Haru, but she couldn't get it out of him and finally gave up, saying that she'll figure it out herself. There is no such thing as a plan for Inho. As he said before, an elephant doesn't need the plan to kill an ant, they do it without even knowing it. In a way, Inho is just one of the many who will be just collateral damage, because they happen to overthink their abilities. I can't understand why they don't grovel at his feet the moment they see Haru. This way they might have a better chance of living, Kaoru thought while resting her head on Haru's shoulder, ready to sleep for the day, since Hyunsung, Sang-ah, and Namwoon were awake to take over for them. Kaoru looked at Gil-young, who was asleep with his head on Haru's lap, before she closed her eyes. The fourth day of the scenario. You have entered the area of the second main scenario. The real game starts now, Dokja thought while holding his breath as the poisonous fog attacked him. He looked in a bad condition, with his clothes looking like rags. Most of his shirt and lower pants were missing with holes all over. He didn't even have shoes on his feet. That damn emo, he dropped me straight into the mouth of the ichthyosaur. I'd be dead if I didn't know about the hidden scenario, Dokja cursed as he changed his clothes at a shop he found along the road. Though I gained much more by his actions, I was able to sign a stream contract with the Dakibi and can use the Dakibi shop to buy and sell items from all over the star stream. Dokja quickly left the clothing store and went towards his destination, Jiamho Underground Subway Station. The stream contract was something that was normally signed between a Dakibi and a constellation, as the incarnations have no say in it. Most of the constellations view their incarnations as slaves anyway. By signing a contract, constellations also get a cut from the donations made to their incarnation by other constellations. Dokja was sure about the others being at the Jiamho station, but he was a bit worried as well. I hope Haru SSI is alright. Given how he is, he might have butted heads with Jung Hyuk. That guy is seriously dangerous at the start of the third regression. He is totally not right in the head and will kill anyone over the slightest disagreement, but there is no use thinking about it. If something happened, then it happened, Dokja thought without realizing how different he had become from before. No, he had realized it and knows the reason for it as well, but he thinks it is better this way. I should go quickly or the item's duration will run out. Dokja had a green-colored item about the size of a tennis ball in his mouth. It was the item he was using to not get affected by the poisonous fog. He bought it from the Dakibi's shop. Dokja saw a convenience store up ahead and quickly went inside silently without making noise. But he was surprised by what he heard. Hey, hold her still, a man's voice was heard along with the sound of some things getting knocked over. Hoo-hoo, she is a feisty one, still trying to escape even after we killed her boyfriend. Another voice belonging to a different person came. Doesn't that make it better? Put more force and hold her legs properly. Too bad, it could have been better. As the third voice rang out, Dokja heard the sound of cloth tearing with muffled cries. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening in there. Some constellations are amused at the current situation. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is frowning in displeasure and is asking you to take action. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is waiting to see your decision. 200 coins have been sponsored. Well, I don't need you to tell me what to do, Dokja thought as he picked up a can of food from the ground and chucked it to the opposite side as he was just a single aisle away from the people. Bang asterisk. What, who is it? One of the men panicked as they looked back to where the sound came from, but they didn't see anything. Dokja came in from the other side with another can in his hand. He saw 3 men, one holding the woman's arms, one holding her legs, and one kneeling between her legs with his pants down. Seeing that his distraction worked, Dokja didn't waste any more time and threw the can in his hand toward the man who was holding the woman's legs as he was the furthest from him. Bang asterisk. Ugh, the man was rattled by the hit and fell back with his head started bleeding. Hearing his groan, the other 2 looked back at their friend and then turned to look at Dokja, who was already near them. Wem asterisk. Before the guy who was holding the woman's arms could react, Dokja drove his knee into his face, breaking the man's nose and knocking out his teeth. Who are you, asterisk? Before the last man could speak, Dokja already punched him, knocking him out cold on the floor. All 3 of them were on the floor and passed out in no time. Dokja invested coins to increase his stats, which is why he was stronger than the others. Some constellations are content seeing justice being served. 300 coins have been sponsored. Many constellations want to see more blood. Some constellations are unhappy with you for interrupting their fun. Fun, huh? These sick bastards, Dokja thought as he looked at the 4th body on the floor that was there from before, and seeing the woman reaching out towards it, he assumed it was her boyfriend that the men were claiming to have killed. Can't really blame the constellation since humans themselves have no regard for their own kind. Dokja understood that these men were planning on raping a woman right next to her dead lover for extra coins. He didn't understand how humans were able to inflict such cruelty onto their own kind without feeling any guilt or remorse for their actions. On the contrary, they seemed to enjoy it more than the constellations did. Blaming the changed world would be a lie, since no matter the time, peaceful or not, such animals in human skin have always been present. Alright, let's not waste more time, Dokja thought as he picked up the bags that seemed to be gathered by these men along with the now passed out woman. It was expected after what she had been through. He saw that only her shirt sleeve was torn, so there was no need to worry about that. It didn't take long before Dokja reached the station. He really just ran at his full speed and he wasn't even out of breath thanks to his stats. Reaching exit number 4, which was the nearest one to him, Dokja tried to open the shutters but they were closed. Seeing that, Dokja went to the nearest exit from there, which was the 2nd exit, and... Chapter 294, What did Haru do exactly? Reaching exit number 4, which was the nearest one to him, Dokja tried to open the shutters but they were closed. Seeing that, Dokja went to the nearest exit from there, which was the 2nd exit, and... It is open. He half expected it to be locked, but it didn't seem that way and it only helped him. As the shutters opened, he saw some familiar people standing there looking at him. Oh, it is you, Namwoon said as he sat down on the floor again. Dokja SSI, you really came back. Hyunsung walked over hurriedly with a happy look. I somehow got back. How did you know I will be coming back though? Dokja asked as he saw Hee-won placing her crowbar back down, seeing that he knew Hyunsung and Namwoon. Looks like there is a new face in the group, Dokja thought as he waited for Hyunsung's answer. Yu Young-hyuk SSI told us that you would come back, and Haru SSI also thought the same. Hyunsung spoke as his mood got visibly better. I see, Dokja said while placing the woman against the wall and letting her sit down. There is no way that bastard said that I'll surely come back. He must have said something like, he is alive, probably. I don't know why Haru SSI thought I would come back safely though, Dokja thought as he was a little suspicious of Haru. Over the last 3 days he had some time to think things over with a calmer mind. And he couldn't understand why Haru agreed with his ridiculous request of leaving the carriage when it was nothing but a stupid endeavor. If things went wrong or it was a short-fused Dakaebis, they would have probably been killed, or at least some of them would have been killed to be made an example. And knowing how smart Haru was, it seemed like a dumb move on his part to just agree with such a plan. On top of that, now Haru seemed certain that he'd come back alive as well, which was again a bit weird. Who is that woman you brought with you? Hee-won asked Dokja, bringing him out of his thoughts. He could see that she was a bit wary of him. I found her outside, Dokja looked at Hee-won, not knowing how to address her. I forgot about introducing myself. My name is Young Hee-won. I have heard something about you from Hyunsung, Kim. Dokja SSI, Hee-won said as she moved her hand forward for a handshake, which Dokja complied to. Hee-won didn't push to get more information about the woman for now and was observing Dokja. She seems strong, but let's see her profile later. Dokja turned his attention back to Hyunsung and asked a question. Where is everyone else? It wasn't Haru alone that wasn't here. Sang-ah, Kair-isha, and Gil-young weren't with them, and since they seemed to be guarding the exit then. They all went out to get some supplies. Dokja got the answer he expected from Hyunsung. He could also see the frown on Namwoon's face. Is he upset that he didn't get to go? Dokja thought. Your understanding of the character, Kim Namwoon, has increased. I see. Will they be back soon? Dokja asked while looking at the message. They should be in around an hour, though I am surprised you didn't ask if it was safe for a few of them to go outside. Hee-won answered the question. I believe in Haru SSI's judgment. If he chose to go out with just them he must be confident, Dokja said, and he saw Hee-won nod her head in agreement. Also the outside wasn't that bad unless you were unlucky. There are a lot lesser monsters each day from what they have observed. That is correct, and we are here guarding the items. Dokja nodded at Hee-won's words as if that made sense, but he thought there was more to it than just stating their purpose. He could see about 4 white bags on the floor next to Namwoon, which he assumed had all of the things their group had stocked. Hey, what are you doing with that snake's group member? Namwoon asked, and his words shocked everyone for different reasons. She is from the Cheoldu group. Hyunsung didn't expect that. He thought that Dokja might have found her on the way and brought her here. His line of thought was that like Dokja she might also have her circumstances and Dokja helped her. Hee-won was deep in thought. She already had a suspicion about that, but because she didn't know who was on the Cheoldu group's food hunting team she didn't say anything. The reason for that. The Cheoldu group has too many casualties, so their team kept on changing. The only time their group didn't have any deaths was yesterday night, but I didn't see their team because I went with Haru and Hyunsung on the quest, how to cook monster meat, which we failed at of course. Hee-won's thoughts were confirmed by Namwoon, who was on the station yesterday evening watching over the items with Sanga and Kairisha. Though she had fun looking at Haru sulking since he had to taste the bad food. It was definitely worth it. Hyunsung actually said he'll also try the food even while knowing it would be bad, but he was denied. Even though Haru and Kairisha have somehow brought down the lethalness of the meat with herbs, it still wasn't something eatable by anyone other than Haru. Though according to Haru he can fix it in about 2 more days. Yes, she was in the team along with another man, Namwoon said as he looked at Dokja waiting for him to answer. Where did you find her? Did you see any of her group members? Hee-won asked Dokja questions because it looked like Cheoldu's food hunting group got wiped out and only this woman remained from the way she was brought back. Name, Young Hee-won. Age, 27 years old. Sponsor, none. 7 constellations are currently showing interest in this person. Exclusive attributes, crouching figure, general. Exclusive skills, demon slaying LV, 2, kendo LV, 3. Intuition LV, 1. Stigma, none. Overall stats, physique LV, 6, strength LV, 6, agility LV, 7, magic power LV, 3. Overall evaluation, she is a crouching figure with enormous potential. The attribute information isn't verified, but she is on the verge of blossoming her attribute. A crouching figure and one that's strong at that. How did Haru SSI pull this off? Was there a character like her in the novel? Several questions were running through Dokja's head, and rightfully so. Hee-won's stats didn't make sense to him. The total of all of her stats like physique, strength, agility, and magical power was 22 while Dokja's own was 33. Most people's total stats didn't even hit double digits around this time, which is why Dokja was shocked. And crouching figure was an attribute that could evolve further if lucky enough one could even get a legendary level attribute. In the novel Dokja read, one of the characters who was counted in the strongest 100 characters ranking also had this attribute. Such a person was in front of him right now, and not only that her attribute was about to evolve, just a little push and the chance of her becoming a really powerful ally would go up. She was already great now, but after her attribute evolved she'll be even better. Namwoon and Hyunsung should have also gotten stronger, Sanga as well since she could go out along with Gil-young. Damn, what did Haru SSI do while I was away? Dokja made up his mind and told them about what he saw in full detail. It looked like he'll need to wait a bit before he can see their attribute window. And as he expected, Namwoon wasn't listening to what he had to say. Hyunsung was shocked to the point he couldn't say anything, and Hee-won, well. Those bastards, I'll fucking kill them. She flew into a rage and was about to go toward Cheoldu's group. It seemed like she had a bone to pick with the Cheoldu group. Dokja was about to stop her since it wasn't the right time, but he was a bit late. Stop right there. Namwoon, who was lying down, lazily sprung to his feet and stood in front of Hee-won. Why are you stopping me? I need to go. Step aside. Hee-won was furious. Go and do what? Start a commotion. I thought you were smart, but here you are acting up like this. Namwoon frowned looking at Hee-won. Should I just let such a thing go then? Hee-won said with anger on her face. We are only 3 people here right now. Wait for everyone to come back. If you go out there and cause a mess, it will only be flipped on us since we have no evidence for attacking them, Namwoon said without backing down. Chapter 295, Namwoon doesn't care. We are only 3 people here right now. Wait for everyone to come back. If you go out there and cause a mess, it will only be flipped on us since we have no evidence for attacking them, Namwoon said as Hee-won's anger simmered down a little as she understood how hasty she was. On top of that, she knew that waiting for Haru was the better option. Hee-won SSI, it would be better for us to wait till Haru SSI comes back. We can talk about this matter then. Hyunsung, who had just gotten out of his shock state, tried to talk Hee-won out of her rash decision, and it seemed to be working. Damn it, Hee-won cursed as she sat down on the floor closing her eyes. Phew asterisk that was unexpected. Dokja sighed as he didn't expect He-won to blow up like this. No, that would be a lie. What he didn't expect was Namwoon calming someone down, the person known to not give two shits about anyone. That is who he was in the novel, delusional demon Kim Namwoon. He was always ready for a fight and killing people, but here he was trying to calm someone down. How shocking was that? Was it really? Namwoon eyed Dokja. The character, Kim Namwoon, is suspicious of your actions. Dokja's eyes widened a little at the message, but his shock didn't appear on his face. Namwoon, that would have been bad. Thank you for stopping her. Hyunsung understood Hee-won's frustration, but they will have to wait till everyone is here. Do what you want, but don't make trouble for me. If I had let her go, I would have to answer to that Ajusi when he comes back, Namwoon said with a frown as he went back to his spot and leaned on the wall lazily. He didn't even bother with Dokja. Haru SSI, what have you done to this guy? Is he still the same Namwoon? Dokja was stupefied at Namwoon's change since it was too early. It might be because he isn't with Yoon Hyuk. Dokja remembered how emo Yoon Hyuk was at the start of his new rounds. He wasn't like that in every round, but it was the same in most because of his frustration of dying in the previous round, which would cause him to kill people who would be potentially dangerous to him on a whim. So it was normal that Namwoon won't really get to mature under Yoon Hyuk during the early phases of the scenario, but here he was with Haru, who was sensible and level-headed, childish at times, yes, but he knew when to be serious. It made sense that Namwoon matured a little by being with Haru. Dokja thought he had cracked it down. Who knows what type of face he'll make when he realizes that the only reason Namwoon stopped Hee-won from causing a fuss was to not get hit on the head when Haru comes back. But oh well, change is a change no matter the cause, right? But this is really bad. Hyunsung looked at the ground with a sorrowful expression. You can already tell how bad he felt for a person he didn't even know, but this only showed how different humans were. Some people don't think twice about harming others, but there were also people who helped others without thinking twice about it. Hyunsung was the latter type, but he still had many things on his mind which stopped him from taking action. Even though he could make trips to the outside and kill monsters, even though he was getting physically stronger and tougher, he didn't feel it. He felt weak, weaker than he was before the scenario started. Dokja decided to sit down near them, taking out his phone to read the novel file to freshen his memory about the lot, as the others were all in their own thoughts. About 30 minutes later, the shutter was lifted once again and Haru came in alongside Kaorisha, Sang-ah, and Gil-young. Haru noticed Dokja, who also stood up, but before either of them could speak, a green blur passed by, sticking to Dokja. Gil-young, have you been doing well? Dokja patted Gil-young's back as the latter hugged him tightly. Gil-young gave a nod of affirmation. He was clearly happy that Dokja came back safely. Kim, Dokja SSI, you're back. Sang-ah was also happy, as Dokja being in danger was weighing on her mind even if she didn't let it out. She felt partially responsible for what Myung-oh did, which caused Dokja to be stranded on the other side of the bridge and that led to him being thrown off the bridge by Yoon Hyuk. Dokja smiled slightly, getting a warm reception from everyone. So what happened here? Haru looked at the woman who was still leaning on the wall. In addition to how Hee-won and Hyunsung were in low spirits, well, Hee-won seemed more angry than sad. Well, Haru SSI catches on quick. Dokja has decided to keep a close eye on Haru, wanting to know if anything changed in the few days he wasn't around. Sang-ah seemed to have noticed it as well and was confused about what caused the mood to plummet like this. Alright, let's hear it. What happened while we were away? Haru asked after placing the bags in his hand down on the floor. Dokja nodded and retold what had happened again. Sang-ah was in disbelief at what she had heard. Kaorisha didn't show much reaction to it, but everyone was used to it. In the short time they have known her, it became clear that she didn't let her emotions show on her face unless in front of Haru. Gil-young was still clinging on to Dokja. They weren't sure if he even listened to what was talked about or not. Namwoon still didn't give a shit about what happened. Even after hearing it 2 times, he was still laid back. So you knocked those 3 men out? Haru asked. He still looked calm and didn't lose his cool as Dokja expected. Yes, Dokja nodded. What about the guy who was with her? How was he killed? Haru heard she had another man with her. They joined the food gathering team together. Hit on the back of the head with a hammer and a lot of bruises on his face. Dokja remembered seeing a bloodied hammer near the corpse of the man with his head split open. Fucking dumbass, they brought it upon themselves. Namwoon spoke without a hint of sympathy for what happened to the men and the woman. Namwoon, don't talk that way. Hee-won looked at Namwoon, not being able to listen to his words. What? If I am wrong, why don't you refute me? Those guys fell for that snake's words and used their coins to increase their strength because they feared our group. Then they had no coins to pay for the food and had to go with their group, which is the reason why she is in that position. And they did all because they didn't want to take free food from a Japanese. They are dumbass. You can change my mind. Namwoon scoffed as the others understood where he was coming from. What happened here? Dokja asked Haru curiously, since it looked like something big happened in the last 2 days. I'll give you a brief summary of what happened, Haru said. It started yesterday morning when Haru's group came back from outside. Suddenly nearly 20 people started to cause a ruckus about how everyone shouldn't buy food from a Japanese when there is a Korean selling it as well. In-ho started to put a price on his food as well and stopped giving out free food. It was a ploy set up by Inho to play on the patriotism of the people present, but even that didn't do much aside from getting a few people riled up, since most of the people cared about their own life right now rather than getting carried away by patriotism. There were some people who were extremely upset with Haru just because of him being Japanese. These guys were just stubborn, and Inho used it to his advantage, using his skill to get some more people to side with him. Then after that, Inho incited people by telling them how strong Haru was. Everyone in the station knew that Haru was strong. He was strong enough to see a monster that split buildings and come back safely without even a scratch. They don't know how he came back, but he needed to be a lot stronger than others to do that. It was a good thing that he was so strong, this way he can protect people. But that strength was only good when it is protecting them. If it is turned towards them, it is bad. Inho played on that insecurity and his skill to talk the people that came to him into using their coins. And now that they had no coins, he told them to join the food gathering group if they wanted food. The food gathering group of the Inho group was known for their casualties, but those people had no choice or they would starve. Well, in reality, they had a choice. So while you hold on to that cliff, help me out here. So, I am having some trouble naming some of the constellations, so I thought of asking you guys, my lovely readers, for some help. Scotty. Bride of the Gods. The one with no sense of humor. I like feet. Now before any of you fuckers think this is me admitting to liking feet, then no, it is a name suggestion for Scotty. Suggestions here. I am a bit undecided on this one, but I am open to your suggestions and will choose them if they are better than the ones I came up with. Musashi Miyamoto. Master of Nitten Ichiryu, the one used in the original ORV. The Loner Swordsman. History's first loner. Suggestions here. I always hated how he was given such a short end of the stick in ORV, definitely thought I would see more from such a figure, but it was almost like the writers didn't put any effort into the other constellation aside from the Korean ones. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Goryo's first sword, aside from the ones who were the main supporters of Dokja Company, Uriel and the lot. And the antagonists like Zeus and the like. Well, that is what they did. I am open to suggestions on this one as well. I know most of what you guys come up with will be way better than mine. Demeter. And lastly, for now, this one, have no idea what to call her, so go ham on this one. I'll probably do this a lot in the future since I will be increasing the number of constellations and different mythologies. Many of them will see the light of the sun in this FIC, unlike the original. Chapter 296, 5 minutes. The food gathering group of the Inho group was known for their casualties, but those people had no choice or they would starve. Well, in reality, they had a choice. Even when I tried to give them food they refused. He-one gritted her teeth. There were some women in the group of people who were tricked by Inho, and there was no need to say what they were trying to do in order to get food. Inho didn't mind how the women paid for the food. This made He-one angry, but she was calmed down by Haru and he told her to give them food if she wants to stop them. When He-one went to give them food, the women accepted it since they either had to take the food or they had to be ran through by nearly 10 guys waiting at the back. This actually did piss off Inho since their chance to get coins was gone. Yes, there were several constellations who were interested in seeing that thing happen. After that, Inho caused a commotion about how He-one was interfering with their group, which grew to the point where if Haru didn't come in time, He-one would have punched Inho and the situation would have gotten worse. And with Inho involved, no one else took food from He-one aside from one man. Many things happened last day, which was also the reason today half of the group was guarding the items while only half of them went out. It looks like Haru SSI had his fair share of problems as well. Dokja remembered the Chioldu group from the novel, but they should have been killed by Jung Hyuk before he left the station. But it seemed like he didn't, which caused this problem to crop up. Well, he did hear that Jung Hyuk didn't even stay at the station for an hour. It wasn't really a problem. Haru shook his head. It looks like Haru SSI is also angry, because it seems like a problem now that something like this has happened, Dokja assumed. She is awake. Koresha's voice brought the group's attention to her and they saw the woman open her eyes, looking around in fear. There is no need to worry, no one will attack you, He-one said slowly, causing the young woman to look at her before she started crying. Haru, Dokja, Hyunsung, Na-moon, and Gil-young moved a bit away from them so as to not startle the woman, while Sang-ah, He-one, and Kair-isha looked after her till she stopped crying before asking her what happened before Dokja helped her. Those scum, He-one's blood boiled as she heard what really happened. Why would they do this? Sang-ah couldn't understand how a human could behave this way. The woman's name was Dua and the name of the guy who was with her was Minwoo. From what Dua told He-one, after their group collected the food items, the members of the Chioldu gang attacked them from behind and 2 of the men were down Minwoo as the other 2 kept her in place. They wanted to let Minwoo watch as they raped her. That seemed to be their plan, but Minwoo didn't stop thrashing around. He didn't stop even when he was hit over and over, hitting the shelves behind him, causing a mess. Afraid that it might attract monsters, one of the Chioldu guys threatened him by placing a knife on the Dua's neck, which stopped him for a bit. And just as the 2 men relaxed a little, the man shook off the 2 guys on him and jumped towards them and holding the knife. It seemed like Minwoo used a skill because his strength and speed suddenly increased at that time. That was when he was hit in the back of the head with a hammer a few times before he died right in front of Dua. It looks like one of them was out when Dokja went in. Haru's speculation was that one of the guys must have gone out to check if any monsters gathered around the place, and he most likely missed Dokja, who exited the place quickly, or worse, he was spotted but the remaining guy didn't take action knowing Dokja had defeated the 3 guys in the store. It would seem so. Dokja nodded, but as they were talking, Kaorisha came next to Haru with a little frown on her face. Did something happen? Haru asked, since he could feel she was upset. They were about to get married in a month's time, Kaorisha said, prompting Dokja to look back, and he noticed the ring on the woman's hand. The two must have been really happy just a few days ago, but it was all turned upside down. It was downright tragic, and it wasn't for them. No one knows how people have lost their family members, lovers, and friends. That was just how the world has become. A couple who were about to start their life together were subjected to such an end before they could even start. I can't go thinking things like, if only I arrived earlier. I didn't really help her with good intentions as well. This is the type of world TWSA is. Dokja closed his eyes as his skill activated to calm him down a little. I see. Haru didn't say much on the matter as well, and the atmosphere around the group was heavy aside from a few people. Where are you running to, Hee-won? Haru asked as he grabbed Hee-won's hand, stopping her from running. I am going to their base to kill them. Hee-won was beyond furious right now. There is no need for that, Haru said, and the others were stunned. They thought he would agree, even Hee-won thought the same. Haru, you. Hee-won understood where Haru was coming from. He was the leader of the group and he had the responsibility to make sure they were all safe. That is how he was. There is no need to go to their base, they are waiting ahead. If you act like this, they'll get in your head, Haru said as Hee-won looked him in the eye. Hee-won was blaming herself for not trying hard enough yesterday to help them. The woman told her that the only guy from In-ho's group who took the lunchbox from her was him. Dua told her about how Minwoo gave her the lunchbox with a smile, saying, a kind Nuna gave it to me. Hee-won thought that she had used her brain rather than getting emotional. She could have saved the two of them last night. But she understood that if she got angry now, she'll make the same mistake as last night. And it seemed like Haru was trying to make it so she doesn't. I understand, I'll listen to you. Hee-won took a deep breath as the red color in her eyes went away. She could see Haru looked relieved seeing her reaction. You want to punish them, right? Haru asked, and Hee-won nodded. She still felt like Haru would try to calm her down, which was normal since the guy wasn't someone they knew, and doing something like fighting In-ho's group without any evidence would just get them labeled as mad people. Do you have a plan? Hee-won asked as she thought Haru had one given how serious he was. This was also the reason he made it, so she isn't blinded by anger. And as expected, it seemed like Haru had one. If you kill them without any evidence, they will become the victims, but if you kill them after getting their crimes out, they'll die as criminals, Haru said as he pointed out why Hee-won's way of doing things was hasty. How? Hee-won asked. She couldn't see how they'll get In-ho to confess. Give me 5 minutes, you can do what you want after that. Can you do that for me? Haru asked with a serious expression, and after a little thought, Hee-won nodded without hesitation. You all can stay here if you want to, we'll be back in a bit. Haru looked at the rest of the group who seemed to be listening in. Is that some kind of joke? If there is a battle to be fought, I am coming along. Namun was the first one to speak as Kaorisha was already beside Haru and she didn't need to say what she'll do. Hyunsung and Sangha also stepped forward. They were a group after all, plus they didn't like what happened. I am curious how Haru SSI will handle this, Dokja thought as he felt like this was the opportunity to know more about Haru's capabilities. Dua will be back after dealing with the problem. You can wait here. Hee-won didn't know how Dua would react given that she might see people who tried to assault her. Everything considered, it wasn't a good idea. And no, I'll come as well. They killed Minwoo. I want to see this to the end. Dua's body was shaking because she remembered what happened, but her eyes were firm. It seemed like she had made up her mind, and Hee-won nodded since Dua showed such resolve. Chapter 297, You Shouldn't Lie in Front of Me. Seeing that everyone was ready to go, Haru went ahead followed by the others as they passed the corridor and reached the platform. They could see everyone gathered in front of them with the Chioldu group in the lead as In-ho stood as if waiting for them to arrive. Welcome back, Haru SSI, In-ho said with his normal sly smile. This is quite the welcome indeed. Haru looked at the Chioldu members who held bats with nails and crowbars ready to attack. Namun smiled like it wasn't anything as Sangha and Hyunsung felt how tense the situation was. Everyone in our group is on edge since our food gathering team got attacked by someone. I hope you understand. In-ho spoke loud enough for everyone to hear him. He had already spread the word along with a few more lies. I see, it must have been a big loss to lose 30 people, Haru said while looking at the Chioldu group. There were about 65 people in the Chioldu group. 15 was the original number, but it increased by 20 on the first day when they took control of the food. All of the thugs and gangsters joined them, and it increased again by 30 yesterday after In-ho pulled his trick. But now there were only 35 people present, and Haru's words caused unrest in the surrounding people as even the original group members were sweating. They knew very well when and how they lost their 30 members like this while the group in front of them didn't even lost one. The monsters were strangely active last night, and along with how dangerous it is to patrol the area while gathering food, people dying is normal, Inho said, trying to divert the attention. Monsters. We were also out last night with only 2 people at that, and we didn't see a single one. Haru knew that Inho was lying. There have been no monsters in the vicinity of the station. He had made sure that there were none with He-1. Maybe Haru SSI didn't encounter them, or maybe you all didn't go outside and neglected your duties. Inho's smirk got a little wider as he spoke. Incarnation, Cheon Inho, has used the skill, Insight LV3. Did they really? Damn fuckers. My husband died because of you. What were you doing? The normal survivors behind Inho were getting angry at Haru's group. I see, so when faced with the responsibility of deaths in your group, all you can do is make excuses and shift the blame, is that it? Haru's voice silenced the bystanders. I am just telling the truth as it is, Inho said. Incarnation, Cheon Inho, is lying. You thanked our group for patrolling the first and second exits in front of everyone, did you forget that? So when confronted with your failures, putting the blame on someone else and using a skill to get people on your side, where is the truth in that? Haru looked at the prompt in front of him. Inho on the other side didn't like that his plan failed. Why is my skill's effect wearing off that quickly? The people should have been shouting by now, accusing him more fiercely. What is happening? Inho's plan of putting the blame of the people he killed in the dark on Haru failed because his skill didn't work. I mean, it isn't really a surprise. When someone attacked your group, you came towards mine with armed people trying to shift the blame. It seems you don't really like my group for some reason, Haru continued as the people on the platform got agitated. Didn't we all see it happen? Why is Inho lying? No, why did we agree with what he said? Is Inho really using a skill? I am not lying about your group attacking ours. That man in the gray suit behind you attacked our group and took one of our members away with him. See, she is at the back. Are you going to say that is a lie as well? Inho asked, trying to draw everyone's attention away from the previous failure. How will you face this, Haru SSI? Dokja wanted to see how Haru will go about this. That is the truth, but aren't you missing a few things? But this wasn't what Dokja, or for that matter no one on the platform, expected from Haru. That's check, expect for Kair Isha, that is. So you aren't going to deny it. That makes things easier. Also, I agree that there is one thing missing, and that is, your member brutally murdered 2 members of my group and injured one of them. If one of the team members wasn't hiding in fear, all 3 of them would have been dead, Inho said with a triumphant smile on his face. He was sure he has won as the people started to murmur about what he had just said. Inho could see Haru's group panicking at the voices coming from the people. There was one injured person standing right beside him. He was the one who had his pants down, and the other person was the one who killed Minwoo and then went out to check if there were any monsters. It was as Haru thought. This guy brought back one of the guys from the team. Dua seems to recognize the 2, so they must be the people, but what about the other 2? Haru heard Dokja say that he only knocked them out and the 2 didn't have life-threatening injuries. So did these 2 kill their own group members? Well, it doesn't matter, Haru thought, since this was all over. As the people continued to whisper among themselves, Haru's soft yet strong voice rang out in everyone's ears. Inho, what did I tell you about not lying in front of carelessly? Inho didn't know what was happening, but he felt his heart sink at that moment as he recalled the words. Fwoosh asterisk. A small ball of fire appeared on Inho's chest and exploded, covering him whole before he could even react. The people around Inho stepped back in shock as his pain-filled screams echoed throughout the platform. And that is checkmate, Kair Isha smiled slightly. The stigma, Fire of Truth LV, is activated. The punishment will be carried out. Incarnation, Cheon Inho, has lied 3 times. The severity of his punishment will be determined by the number of his crimes. Lives taken by the Cheon Inho 40, number of hours the punishment will last 4,000. Everyone on the platform could see the blue panel in the air. Why, you bastard, what have you done to Inho SSI? Cheolsu asked in a shaky voice as Inho was still shouting. He wasn't dead but seemed to be burning continuously while feeling the pain. What is so hard to understand about this? He is being punished for not admitting to his crimes, Haru said with an unamused look. Don't fuck with us. Do you think you are a god or something? What right do you have to pass judgment on someone? Yes, stop this fake bullshit. You just wanted to get rid of our group. Yeah. One after another Inho's group members started shouting, trying to denounce Haru, but they didn't move forward, not an inch. They were scared shitless and left trembling on the spot. I see, so you think I attacked him trying to cover up my mistakes? Haru asked. Yes, what else? Yeah. You want to kill our group so that no one is here to oppose you. Everyone in Inho's group agreed and shouted loudly. Then tell me, what do I stand to gain from doing this? Haru asked as he was trying to make his position clear in everyone's mind. He could see that even though the other survivors were still scared of him, to be honest, he didn't care about them. All he wanted to do now was crush the Inho group in every way possible. Why you want to control all of the people here, so that you can do whatever you want with them, one of Inho's cronies shouted loudly. They didn't expect Haru to actually let them talk. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have declined the people who wanted to join my group. The other people also knew about what Haru said. Nearly half of the survivors tried to join his group but Haru declined them. If he really wanted to control the people, he'd easily have more than half of the people under him, so there was no need for him to go about it in such a way. But unlike me, your group is the one constantly trying to cause trouble, trying to sabotage people, even using skills to promote conflict. I wonder who really wants to do whatever they want. Haru could see the people agreed with him more than the Chioldu group because they have always known what type of the group was, but they had only turned away from it because they didn't have the power to oppose them. Why you? Stop faking this bullshit. The Chioldu group wasn't even able to come up with a retort as they looked at the people behind them, doubting them. Sai, you just don't understand, do you? Haru stopped for a while before continuing. Chapter 298, Snickers Commercial. I have no control over this skill, and I am not free from the effects of the skill as well, which means that I can't lie as well, not that I have any reason to, but what about you? Are you as sure as I am? Haru looked at the Chioldu group waiting for them to respond. So that is how it works. Haru SSI also can't lie. That is to be expected though. There are always limitations, but there is still too much unknown about it. Dokja considered many things in his head as he tried to analyze Haru's skill. And as expected, no one responded to Haru, because the example of what would happen to them is right next to them. No one. If you are telling the truth, then you should step forward and prove it, right? Haru asked again. Since the whole area was silent, not a single one of Inho's group moved forward. This is a very good opportunity for me, Dokja thought as he stepped forward. Please Haru SSI, ask me questions. I want everyone to know the truth. Dokja words rang through the area and became the center of attention. Alright then, did you kill the members of Chioldu's food gathering group? No, I only knocked them out. What were they doing to the woman you saved? They were trying to rape her. What did they do to that woman's boyfriend? He was killed by them before I arrived. The question and answers were done quickly without any hesitation. The incarnation, Kim Dokja, has spoken the truth. The people could only look at the result in front of them. It was the truth and they cannot deny that. Several constellations are jumping in glee. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is impressed by your method. 300 coins have been sponsored. There you have it. Nothing happened to him. If you are confident that you spoke the truth, come forward. Haru looked at the Chioldu group members and they all stepped back in fear. This was noticed by the people behind them who could already add 2 and 2 in their heads by now. The Chioldu group lied and tried to pin the blame on the others. Of course, it wasn't just Haru's words that convinced them. There were many things at play, from his impression on the people, to what he had done till now, along with everything Inho has done. Haru's stigma just gives the people another reason to believe him, alongside the hesitation of the Chioldu group members. Arrrrghhhhh, stop it. Please stop this, I beg you. Inho's screams rang out as he was being burned over and over again. This guy couldn't even handle it for a minute as he started to beg for his life. There was no end to it. Every time he felt like he would die, his body regenerated and he would be burned all over again. It was like a time loop, but with every turn, the pain got worse. It is easy, tell the truth and it'll go away, or it will keep burning you. Haru reminded everyone how harsh the punishment was. What type of constellation is sponsoring Haru SSI? Dokja thought while looking at what was done to Inho. It was most likely a stigma, but the question was, whose? He hasn't seen such a stigma in TWSA. Even he himself felt like heavy chains were wrapping around him as soon as Haru asked him questions. This meant that the stigma was real. It was like if he lied, he'll be fucked. Even the fourth wall was shaking violently earlier. Dokja knew that it would take time to figure out who Haru's sponsor was, but one thing was clear. That is one dangerous stigma. I need to be more careful so that he doesn't activate it on me. Dokja knew he needed to be even more careful around Haru now. No one wants to be around a person they know they can't lie to unless they have nothing to hide, of course, but Dokja has too much to hide as of this moment. No matter how much people preach about telling the truth, humans are full of lies. A human can't live without telling lies. Now whether that lie is said to save themselves or a lie said to save someone else, both of them are lies in the end. That is what made the ability even more terrifying. It made one of humanity's biggest weapons useless. Dokja understood that there were some limitations to it, but it was dangerous nonetheless. Unless he could figure out a way around it, since everything had some faults. But I didn't do anything. Argghhh, the fire around Inho intensified as he felt immense pain. The more you lie, the worse it will become, Haru said flatly, bringing more terror to everyone in Inho and his group. I did it, please stop this. Inho's voice was cracking as he had difficulty speaking. What did you do? Haru asked vaguely as he wanted Inho to spill out everything he had done. But Inho had no choice in the matter and could only talk through the searing pain that assaulted him over and over. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is in disbelief. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, goddess of love and beauty, thinks you look really cool right now. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is pleased with your response. 200 coins have been sponsored. Left with no choice, Inho admitted to killing the people who joined his group and putting the blame on the monsters and later Haru, while he got donations from some of the constellations for doing such things. He admitted to how he tricked the people into going against Haru so he could get more people by using a skill. How he made a situation where the woman in his group didn't have any other choice to sell their bodies for food. And even what really happened with the food gathering group today, Inho said everything he had done. He also ratted out his own group members since they were also part of the crimes. And of course, those people wanted to deny it but they couldn't say anything because they saw Haru looking at them and their mouths stopped moving. They were scared that they would be burned by the fire as well, they would be lying if they deny it and that was the last thing they wanted to do right now. You don't look very good, Inho, Haru said while looking at Inho as the fire that was on him vanished leaving him lying on the floor. He didn't look burned at all as the others expected, but he didn't look well either. His eyes were sunken with dark circles like he didn't sleep for years. He even lost a lot of his weight, looking all bones, completely different from before. Please leave me alone. I told the truth. I told the truth. Inho kept muttering the same thing over and over like a broken record. It seemed like the fire did a number on him. That you did, but I am afraid leaving you alone isn't an option. You will have to resume this punishment after you die anyway. Haru shook his head and everyone in the Chioldu group felt their heart sink into their stomach. There was no escape. At least I can narrow it down now. Dokja's list of, who is Haru's supporting constellation, was cut down by a lot. But he also added Haru to people not to fuck with. This was one wicked stigma, you won't be able to escape it, even in death. The constellation, secretive plotter, is shaking his head at your deviousness. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is telling you to stop eating the monster meat. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, the one who hates food, is telling you to eat more monster meat. 700 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, he who invites wants you to eat more of the monster meat. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, she who invites is livid but she is telling you to stop eating monster meat. 1,500 coins have been sponsored. What is this? A Snicker commercial? No wait, that doesn't make sense, or does it? Haru put this question away as he would solve it at a later date as he looked ahead at the terrified people that belonged to Inho's group. Stay back. Chapter 299, Stay Away. Haru looked ahead at the terrified people that belonged to Inho's group. Stay back. Don't come over. Do you think we are a joke? The Chioldu group members started to shout while waving their weapons, but they didn't look intimidating given the scared looks on their faces. They could only step back with trembling feet. Stay away from me, stay away from me. Inho wasn't any good either. He seemed to have had a panic attack as he crawled away with a fear-stricken look. Well, I am not attacking you, he won, Haru said while looking back. It took you 10 minutes, he won's eyes were red but she still made a snide remark causing Haru to shrug. How about I let you use this as an apology? Haru took off the katana on his waist and handed it to Hiwon, who took it wordlessly. Kakik, feel the wrath of darkness, euphonies, Namun cackled as he ran towards the Chioldu group with 2 knives. Those 2 guys from the food gathering group are mine, don't touch them, Hiwon said coldly as she moved forward without waiting for an answer from Namun. They are all just EXP to me, it makes no difference who I kill. Namun laughed with a smirk as black smoke started to rise from his body. Now he seems like the Namun I know. Dokja didn't know if he should be relieved or not. Seeing Hiwon and Namun run towards them with gleaming weapons, Chioldu group gritted their teeth. Damn it. It is just 2 of them. Damn it. Crush them. One of the guys in the front ran and swung his crowbar at Hiwon. /*thud*. He was slashed in half alongside the crowbar as Hiwon swung her katana. Aya, Chioldu group's people felt terror as they heard cut through a few people without batting an eye as her eyes only glowed in a darker shade of red. But she wasn't the only terrifying one. Haha, Namun laughed as he stabbed a guy in the neck with 1 knife and kept stabbing the guy's head with the other knife. The scene was straight out of a horror film and it sent chills down the people's spines. Run, no one knew who screamed but they all tried to run. They didn't know where they'll go but anywhere would be better than facing those 2 psychos. Why are you running? Kiki always wanted to use that line. Namun was having fun as he looked at how they were all scared. You're not going anywhere, Hiwon said in a cold tone as she made her way toward the 2 guys from the food gathering group. She wanted to reach them faster since if they run into the crowd the bystanders will be harmed, and it was like she thought. You use the people, one of the 2 shouted as they looked at the people who were a little distance away from them. Hearing them, the other people tried to run away but they were too slow as the Chioldu group caught up to them. She won't attack if we hold someone in front of her, the second one said as he grabbed a woman from the crowd holding her in front intending to use her as a meat shield. I don't know about Hiwon but Namun doesn't care if you have a hostage or not. he'll kill both, Dokja thought as he looked at Namwoon slashing through people. It didn't matter if they were from Cheoldu group or not. Character summary. Name, Kim Namwoon. Age. Sponsor, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. Stigma, none. Exclusive attributes, Chinibu, General. Exclusive skills, Unusual Adaptability LV, 5, Knife Fighting LV, 4, Blackening LV, 3, Weapon Proficiency LV, 2. Overall stats, Physique LV, 11, Strength LV, 12, Agility LV, 10, Magic Power LV, Overall Evaluation, a Chinibu who was blackened by a special occasion. Has a twisted attachment with his group leader, so staying 10 feet away from him is advised. Asterisk, Starter Pack, is currently being used. As expected from a monster like him, his total stats are higher than mine, and his supporting constellation also seems to like him as he got the starter pack that increases the level on each stat by 1 while also giving the skill, weapon proficiency. Also his summary is as disturbing as ever. I hope Haru SSI best of luck. Dokja finished his thoughts quickly as he saw Haru rub his right ear. Well, it made sense because of what he had done. Pretty everyone was thinking about Haru. What are you doing? The woman shouted in fear as she saw Hee-won towards them. Haru SSI, this is bad. They are using people as shields. Hyun-sung couldn't help but shout in panic. He saw how the other people who had nothing to do with the conflict were pulled into it. Hee-won, stop. Sang-ah also shouted as she broke into a run because Hee-won didn't stop even after seeing the woman who was held in front of her, but she swung the katana. It might be because of the Demon Slayer skill she has. It does have such a side effect. Dokja looked at Haru trying to figure out what the latter was thinking as he could feel like something was missing. From what he knew, Haru wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, but he seemed far too calm in the situation. It is like he doesn't care who dies or there is no danger for the people. Which one is it? Dokja soon got his answer. Splash asterisk. Huh, Hyun-sung was dumbfounded as he saw Hee-won cut down the 2 people in front of her. It wasn't him alone. Everyone was shocked as they saw 2 bodies that were bisected fall down to the ground, but unlike the woman who they saw before. The 2 people who Hee-won killed were the 2 men from the food gathering team who tried to rape Dua. Sang-ah also paused since it happened so suddenly she couldn't see the other survivors who were running away from the Cheoldu group anymore, as if they had all vanished in smoke. Sang-ah turned back and saw the people were actually standing near their group looking at what was happening. They were as confused as everyone as to how they reached there, but they were glad they were away from possible death. Haru SSI's ability. Sang-ah didn't care about what happened as she felt relieved. She understood that at least the bystanders won't be used by the Cheoldu gang. Although she was averse to violence after hearing the things the Cheoldu group had done, she couldn't muster up in her to say that they should be spared. Such a feeling was very complicated to Sang-ah. In a short few days she had seen more sides of people than she had in her whole life. And it bewildered her. How can people be so cruel? This was all she could ask herself. Hyun-sung also breathed a sigh of relief. He felt thankful for what Haru had done. Another skill. This will take time, Dokja thought while looking at Haru, who was staring at the blue panel in front of him. The requirement for the evolution of the attribute, crouching figure, has been met. Young Hee-won's attribute is blossoming. Young Hee-won's attribute has blossomed into Judge of Evil, Heroic. You have contributed greatly to the blossoming of the attribute, crouching figure. All according to the plan. Haru saw the blue panel stacking in front of his eyes as he looked at Hee-won, who seemed to have stopped in her place. Well, she was still glaring at the Cheoldu group, but it seemed like she had calmed down a little from her earlier frenzy. What, you tired already? I'll get all of the EXP if you don't move fast, Namwoon sneered as he reached Hee-won. He was taking his time killing his opponents in order to increase his skill proficiency. Hee-won looked at the 14 remaining people standing in front of her. These people looked scared as they held their weapons in their hands. They couldn't understand what was happening. No matter where they run, they find themselves in the same place in front of these 2. Don't even think about it. This is my job, Hee-won spoke as she activated her skill. Young Hee-won has activated the personal skill, Time of Judgment. The constellations of the pure good alignment are agreeing with the use of this skill. Activating the skill, Time of Judgment. Chapter 300, 300 Disappointment. Activating the skill, Time of Judgment. Hee-won rushed forward without noticing the sparks of fire the katana was letting out. Reaching one of the enemies who had no choice but to swing at her, since he can't escape no matter how much they run away. She sidestepped the horizontal swing and swiped the katana vertically, slashing the neck of the attacker and killing him on the spot. Whoosh asterisk thud asterisk. But then she was attacked from the left side with an iron rod and could only use her hand to block the attack, but it didn't do much damage to her even when it was swung by a guy who the power of about 6 adult men. As Hee-won was killing the enemies, In-ho was on the ground panting hard. His body got weak after what Haru did to him. He had also tried to run away only to fail. Now he didn't even have the power to move and he could only watch as Hee-won made her way towards him. I don't want to die, that was the only thought running through In-ho's head. The fire from before had made him feel what hell is like. He was scared of dying, thinking he would be sent to hell and burned the same way. He remembered every bit of that fire, How it burned his skin going through his nose, frying his lungs and throat alongside his organs. He felt everything so vividly, like it was done on purpose. Every second felt like a year to him, as he kept burning over and over again. Desserts for days, you seem to be in a bad situation. Inho's body jolted as he saw the blue panel in front of him again. It is him. Inho's mind seemed to have cleared up a little as he remembered something. I set everything up for him. Is he here to give me coins? Inho had set up the convenience store attack for this constellation. He got a private message like the current one from this constellation 2 days back. Desserts for days, make someone feel enough misery that they don't want to live anymore, do that and I'll give you 10,000 coins. After that, the constellation sponsored 2,000 coins just as a normal prize to show that he was serious about it. Inho was hooked just by the number of coins he saw. He was a little averse since who knows if the constellation refused to give him coins, but he was getting coins from the constellations for killing people, plus he got an extra 2,000 anyway, so he would surely get more if he makes the situation a lot worse and makes his victim suffer more agony. His first targets were the woman, who was nearly forced into having sex with nearly a dozen guys just for food enough to feed them one time. He planned to not give them anything at the end to see how much he'll get for doing that. No one on the platform stopped him since they didn't have the leeway, or no more like they didn't want to get involved. But the plan was stopped by Hee-won's interference, which got Haru involved. As much as he wanted to attack Haru's group and do the same thing with the woman of their group, he didn't try to risk it. Inho was already planning on attacking them after he raises his stats to a high level with the help of the coins he was getting from the constellations. So he left them and carried out the plan where he targeted the couple he was sure that would get him a lot of coins and might possibly also get the task given by the constellation done as well. And even this plan was destroyed by an unknown person. Inho planned to strike down Haru today since he got the perfect reason for doing it. At first he was going to try and frame Haru's group since they didn't know where the person who attacked his group was, but then again that didn't matter, he just needed to get the people on his side and Haru's group would be finished. At least that is what he thought. Inho thought everything would work since the person who attacked his group was coincidentally in Haru's group, which strengthened his reason that he'll win. But that didn't age well. Give me coins please. Inho thought that the constellation wanted to help him since the constellation might want more from him. Desserts for days, why should I? I'll do anything, please just save me. Inho needed coins to increase his strength in order to fight back. He had used up his coins prior to confronting Haru in order to stand a chance, but it didn't amount to anything. He knew that the constellation won't help him unless there is something in it for the latter, so all he could do was offer everything he had since he didn't have anything else. He'll work as a slave for this constellation if he could survive. His instinct to live was at an all-time high. He thought the constellation would agree, but he was wrong. Desserts for days, no. Why? Inho felt like all of his life left his body when he saw that the constellation refused. Desserts for days, don't feel like giving you coins. Fucking shit, why? Why? Inho screamed as Hee-won reached in front of him with blood on her face and clothes. No, no, and no, please ugh. Hee-won didn't give Inho any time and stabbed him through the neck as he fell down with blood gushing out of his throat. He felt his life slipping away as his blood spilled over the floor. Why? What did I do wrong? I don't want to feel that again, no. Inho felt extreme fear as his body was getting colder. The fear was too much for him to handle. The constellation Desserts for Days is smiling kindly. 100 coins have been sponsored. Is he really not going to help me? Inho still felt like there was a chance. He thought there was still a little hope, but Desserts for Days, you are useless to the end. Your misery isn't even equivalent to a gram of sugar for me. I thought it would be a good amount since you were so high up in the clouds. Truly a waste of my time. But don't worry, I'll reserve a good place for you in hell. No need to thank me. Inho's eyes shrunk as he looked at the message and he could understand. This constellation's target wasn't someone else but him, giving him a high-paying task while igniting his hope that he can defeat Haru and reign over the people. Then when it came all crashing down, he tried to appear again to reignite some hope in him only to trample on it. Bastard, why? Inho died before he could complete his thought. The truth was unbearable for him. He has been dancing on someone else's hands this whole time, running around like an idiot. Many constellations are feeling extreme ecstasy. Some constellations still like there wasn't enough death. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is happy to see bad people punished. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is pleased with the outcome. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is throwing a candy since it tastes like disappointment. 800 coins have been sponsored. Some constellations have recommended your scenario on the star stream. Many of the constellations were satisfied with the bloodbath that had happened at the station. And it even got the constellations of the pure good and pure evil alignments going wild since the fight was made as such. Inho's group were the hidden evildoers while Haru's group were the heroes who uncovered their schemes and brought them justice, just like how it is in the fairy tales. But unlike the heroes in the stories who lived happily ever after. Thud *. Hee-won fell to her knees, soaking her pants in the blood of the people she had killed. Even after she killed all of the people who had wronged other people, she felt empty. She expected it to be such. She didn't achieve anything by killing the Cheoldu group, and it was true, the lives that have been lost will not come back just because of this. Thank you very much, Nuna. Hee-won could still hear the happy tone of the young man as he took the lunchbox from her. He looked about 23, a young guy with an honest look. Kind of reminded Hee-won her younger brother. Although she thought her younger brother was annoying, he was her only family and it got her emotions into a tangle. Maybe she could have saved him if she pushed a little more. If she had done something about Inho's group, things wouldn't have come to this. Don't blame yourself. It is your fault as much as it is mine that things got to this point. Hee-won looked up to Haru, who was standing beside her. Chapter 301, Is This a Fairy Tale? Don't blame yourself. It's not just your fault that things have escalated to this point, it's mine too. Hee-won gazed up at Haru, who stood beside her. She understood that he felt the same way as she did, but his thoughts seemed to differ. No, it's not your fault. I'm the one who complicated things for you. Hee-won shook her head. Haru was the leader of their group, not the entire station. He did what was expected of him as a leader, considering the welfare of his group. This was also why he rejected those who wanted to join them, as they would only serve as a burden and bring more problems that could endanger the group. There's no need to worry. Your failure is my failure, and your success is undoubtedly my success, Haru said with a sly smile. You're going to be worse than my last boss. Hee-won looked at Haru with a faint smile on her lips. That is for you to find out. Are you in? Haru smiled slightly. The constellations of the Pure Good and Absolute Evil Alliance are ecstatic. 900 coins have been sponsored. The constellation of the Absolute Evil Alliance is somewhat disappointed with the low quality of the villain. 200 coins have been sponsored. Hee-won observed the conversation unfolding before her and realized that everything she had experienced until now was nothing more than a game to these constellations. Haru's group were the heroes, while Inho's group were the villains. As the hero, Haru had initially confronted Inho to stop his nefarious actions, but without sufficient evidence, they were unable to bring him down. However, as the villain was about to commit heinous deeds, the heroes could not stand idly by and brought the evildoers to justice, just like in the stories. But was it really that simple? Just because the evildoers were killed did not mean that those who had suffered would be okay. The people who were killed, those who had lost their families, and Dua, who had almost robbed of her innocence and lost her partner, these people would not simply be okay now that Inho was gone. But in the eyes of the constellations, it was all just a game. In plays, when the hero defeats the bad guys, it's the end, there is a happy ending for everyone. Unfortunately, things were different in reality. Here they still had a long way to go before they can think about something like a happy ending for everyone. Don't ask the obvious. Leave it to me. Hee-won closed her eyes for a moment before taking Haru's hand and pulling herself up. What's wrong? Hee-won asked, noticing the awkward expression on Haru's face. You know, when I extended my hand, I was actually asking for the katana, Haru said, trying to make a joke. Hee-won's expression became void of emotion. I will seek out another group, Hee-won stated indifferently. Hey, you gave up even more quickly this time. How can you leave a leader like me so heartlessly? Haru shouted in disbelief as Hee-won did not even grace him with a response. Yep, still the same, Dokja, Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, Nam-woon, Gil-young, the other survivors, and all of the constellations who were watching thought the same. Thank you for everything you've done, Dua said, her eyes welling up with tears as she bid farewell to Haru's group, who were departing from the station. And she was not alone. Many people were grateful for the assistance that Haru and his group had provided. Is it just me, or are there more women than men here? Dokja shook his head, wondering if he was imagining it. Dokja had been informed that Haru and the group were planning to leave the next day. They had waited for him in case he returned, and now that he had arrived, they would be departing from the station following the recent events. Please be careful as well, Hee-won said to the crowd of about 60 people who had come to see them off. After saying this, Haru's group left the station with their flashlights on, traveling along the tracks. Haru and Hee-won were at the front, with Dokja just behind them, Sang-ah on the left and right of Kair-isha and Gil-young, and Hyun-sung and Nam-woon guarding the rear. Haru SSI knows how to lead the group. He has effectively secured our defenses. Dokja could only nod in agreement as he saw how everyone was able to fight so proficiently without needing to be instructed. Swoosh asterisk splash asterisk. Few asterisk, is it just me, or has the number of rats significantly increased? Hee-won said after dispatching her fourth rat. It might be because they are ravenous after a long period of hunger, Haru concluded. That is right. In the novel, many people tried to escape from Gyeomho Station to find a safe haven with more food supplies, but this resulted in their demise. However, because Haru provided an ample supply of food, no one had the inclination to leave the station. Dokja knew that the only person who ventured into the tunnels and didn't return was Young Hyuk, who was anything but deceased. So they were the first humans to traverse this part of the tunnel, and the famished rats attacked them en masse. All right then, let us continue forward, Haru said as no one seemed to be out of breath at the moment, and everyone agreed as they resumed walking. Haru, is it really feasible for you to be carrying the bags? Dokja asked the question that had been gnawing at him. I can manage, Haru replied as he had 4 bags in one hand, which contained the food items they kept as provisions. Of course you can, you've killed 10 rats with just one arm. Dokja could only smile wryly as Haru had single-handedly dispatched every rat with one hand, and he didn't even break a sweat. Haha, he can be quite dependable at times, he once said as she chuckled. What do you mean by sometimes? Haru pouted unhappily, causing the others to chuckle. Keek asterisk. Suddenly, a rat leaped out at Sang-ah from behind. Sang-ah, look out. Hyun-sung shouted as he noticed the rat. But he wasn't the only one who noticed it. Whoosh asterisk clank asterisk. Sang-ah. Dokja's thoughts paused as he saw Sang-ah swiftly turn around and strike the rat with the crowbar in her hands. What happened to you? Dokja blinked, as he didn't expect Sang-ah to respond so adeptly to a surprise attack. That was close, Sang-ah sighed. The rat scurried back and retreated. Sang-ah, you should be more cautious in the future, Haru warned her. I'll pay more attention next time, Sang-ah nodded and resolved to work on her situational awareness. She hadn't encountered such a situation before, as she had always had clear visibility in the open spaces she was accustomed to, unlike the dimly lit tunnels. There is a burrow here, He-won pointed to the deep hole that had been dug into the corner of the tunnel, smoke rising from within. There is a shoe here, Gil-young called attention to the object on the right side of the hole. Could someone have been dragged into this burrow? Hyun-sung speculated, as that seemed to be the case. Who else has come through here besides Young Hyuk? Dokja can't envision that guy being dragged into this hole and leaving a shoe behind. He's not exactly a princess. Wait, no, scratch that. He's a total diva, Dokja thought, setting aside the jokes. He knew it was impossible for the shoe to belong to Young Hyuk, as he wouldn't be concerned about ground rats. That is Myung-oh's shoe, Haru declared as he picked it up. How do you remember that? He-won asked incredulously. Oh, there is a name tag on the sole inside, Haru showed it to everyone. There really is a label inside, Sang-ah marveled. I saw that he had labels on all of his shoes during the company trip to Tokyo. Haru tapped his chin as he recollected the trip he took to negotiate with a distributor in Tokyo, where Myung-oh had been included on the team, despite not being relevant to the discussions. He was listed as extra baggage, Kair-isha said, seeming somewhat annoyed with Myung-oh. It seems that Myung-oh caused some trouble on the trip. No, to be called extra baggage, he must have caused quite a stir, Dokja thought, making sure not to get on the bad side of Kair-isha, whose words can make anyone cough up blood, Chinese or not. He tried to tag along when Haru and I were about to go on a date during our free time. Kair-isha was feeling unhappy thinking about that day. Why do you look unhappy, He-won? Haru asked, noticing that He-won looked a bit discontent. Chapter 302, Suspicious. Pushover. Why do you look unhappy, He-won? Haru asked, noticing that He-won looked a bit discontent. You've ruined the scenario in my head again. I thought it would be something better than just seeing the label on his shoe by chance, He-won huffed unhappily. Well, what should we do now? Haru asked. Don't ignore me, He-won shook Haru in faked anger. But we need to be serious now, Haru looked at He-won. I don't want to hear that from you, He-won made the joke while ignoring Haru's expression that said, I was asking you to make that joke. Honestly, this made her want to make the joke more than anything. Ah, Myung-oh, no one likes you, Dokja offered his silent prayers to Myung-oh, no one is worried about him even when he is clearly in danger as he could see how carefree everyone was. But their carefree attitude was strange. None of them looked nervous in the slightest, it doesn't even feel like we are all in danger of being killed at any moment, that is the type of world TWSA is, Dokja sighed deeply looking at He-won and Haru. He would have also thought it was strange for them to be like this if he didn't know how strong they were. Dokja still knew very little about how to counter Haru's abilities, including the ability to set people on fire for lying and the ability to create realistic illusions. He knew almost nothing about the latter and was completely clueless. I couldn't even sense anything with the fourth wall, Dokja knew he needed more information and he knew how to get it. Is Myung-oh okay? Sang-ah asked worriedly, and Dokja almost couldn't believe that someone could be so kind. But this was exactly what he wanted. I think there's a high chance he's still alive, Dokja said, throwing the ball in Haru's court. He still needed to determine where Haru stood with his character. Would he ignore the situation or face it by giving the correct answer? I also think the same, Haru said, examining the area around the burrow and the shoe. There's no blood near the burrow, so it's highly likely he wasn't injured when taken away. So there's a high chance Myung-oh is alive down there, Dokja said, relieved that he got the answer he wanted from Haru. He could also see Sang-ah's eyes brightening with hope that Myung-oh might be alive. Do you plan on saving Myung-oh, Dokja? Haru asked, turning everyone's attention to Dokja. That's exactly the question I wanted, Dokja thought as he saw the blue windows popping up in front of him. Some constellations of the Pure Good Alliance are eagerly awaiting your answer. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is smiling while looking at you. 100 coins have been sponsored. The people in the group knew what Myung-oh had done to Dokja, so this was the moment of truth. Would Dokja risk his life by going into the rat's burrow to save someone who had tried to kill him? I want to at least check the burrow once to verify the situation, Dokja said, trying to appear compassionate and understanding. Fucking pushover, Namwoon looked at Dokja with disgust and muttered a curse under his breath. Dokja remembered that Namwoon had a habit of cursing at people he suspected of ulterior motives, as a way to keep them at a distance. Your understanding of character, Kim Namwoon, has increased. Dokja noticed the notification window that appeared in front of him and realized that his actions had indeed drawn suspicion. However, he also knew that he could use this suspicion to his advantage if he was careful enough. The reason Dokja had mentioned checking the burrow was because he wanted to gauge the range of Haru's stigma. It was risky, but he believed it was worth it. Hyunsung looked touched by Dokja's words and Sang-ah smiled slightly in agreement. Dokja also noticed Hee-won looking at him with a more favorable expression. Even the constellations seemed pleased with his decision. Constellations from the Pure Good Alliance are pleased with your decision. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is happy to know you are a good person. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is shaking his head. 100 coins have been sponsored. Dokja was a bit puzzled by the response of the Secretive Plotter constellation, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. I see that you've made your decision then, Haru said, causing Dokja to tense up momentarily as he wasn't sure how to interpret the pause in Haru's words. However, it seemed he was overthinking it as Haru continued. Gil-young, can you use your friends to search the area and see if there are any other burrows nearby that the rats could use to ambush us if we go through this one? Gil-young nodded and sent out 5 roaches to search the area. There aren't any, Gil-young reported after thoroughly scouring the area. Then should we go? Dokja asked, looking at Haru for his decision. No, I don't think that will be possible, everyone was stunned on the spot when they heard him. Don't look at me, look in front, Kair-isha, Sang-ah, and Hyunsung moved their flashlights to see in front and they saw nearly 30 ground rats looking at them with drool falling out of their mouths as their red eyes shone in the darkness. When did so many of them gather? Hee-won got into her attacking position quickly, Namwoon was the same, he seemed rather excited for the fight. Now isn't the time to think about how it happened, we need to split the team to deal with this, Kair-isha said, much to everyone's shock. What Risha said is correct, Hyunsung, Sang-ah, and Gil-young followed Dokja into the burrow and looked for Myung-oh, Haru followed up, making them even more speechless. What's the matter, you guys wanted to save Myung-oh, no. You guys need to go fast if you want to, the rest of US will hold clear these guys, we're confident of that, are you not confident in saving him? Haru looked at the 4 he mentioned before. We'll go in first, Sang-ah chose to believe in Haru, and so did Hyunsung, they both knew that if Haru said they could handle it then there was no need to worry about it. That is a good judgment on his part, Dokja gave Haru a nod and turned around, going into the burrow with the other 3. All they saw next was, nothing. It was pitch black inside the burrow with no light. Gil-young, can you look for the path? Dokja said as he held the kid's hand. His other hand was on Hyunsung's shoulder, and his coat was held by Sang-ah. I can, Gil-young said and got to work. These tunnels were complex like a maze, and without a person with a navigation skill, it would take ages even if there was light. But it would be even harder since there was no light now. This is also the reason Haru asked Gil-young to search for another entrance inside, as it would allow more rats to pour in and attack them from all sides. Given how dark it is here, they would be doomed if that happened. But since there was only one entrance to the place where rats stored their food, it made it easier. This way, some of them could stay behind and prevent more rats from entering, like they were doing right now. Let's go slowly and steadily, there is no need to rush. Since we haven't encountered any rats yet, they all seem to be outside. Dokja knew that what he planned would take time to implement, but they were making progress with Gil-young at the helm. This kid's ability was no joke. Although I missed the chance to see Haru SSI's combat power, it surely looked like he planned to be serious. Dokja came to this conclusion because the people outside were vastly outnumbered, with only 4 people facing nearly 30 rats. The ground rats may be weak initially, but they are cunning and use their numbers to their full potential. However, since Dokja had brought this situation upon himself, he could just roll with it. After 5 minutes of making their way through the darkness, Gil-young spoke up. We are almost at the place. Hyunsung and Sang-ah prepared themselves, firmly holding the weapons they had, as Dokja saw a window pop up in front of him and the darkness faded away. The sub-scenario has been updated. You have entered the ground rat's treasure trove. Dokja gestured for Hyunsung, Sang-ah, and Gil-young to remain silent as they heard a person screaming from inside. "Someone help me," it was Myung-oh. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung were relieved that they made it in time, but it wasn't just Myung-oh, there were many ground rats around the area on the lookout. "Anyone, please get me out of here, hiik*, Myung-oh screamed in terror as Dokja threw a spike near his head. Chapter 303, Broken Faith. "Anyone, please get me out of here, hiik*, Myung-oh screamed in terror as Dokja threw a spike near his head. His actions shocked Hyun-sung and Sang-ah, as they weren't able to react or understand why he did that. But Dokja didn't tell them anything and stood up, walking towards Myung-oh. Why you all," Myung-oh cried out while looking at the people who've come to rescue him. "Calm down, Myung-oh ssi, Sang-ah quickly took out the combat knife she got during her time outside and used it to cut the ropes that bound Myung-oh, as Dokja and Hyun-sung looked out for the ground rats. Well, at least Hyun-sung was doing that. "It's coming," Dokja thought as the wall where his spike landed started to crack. As Sang-ah quickly pulled Myung-oh away from the wall and rushed back toward the other three. Crack asterisk. The wall cracked as heavy pressure spread throughout the room, crushing everything that it landed on. The roaches Gil-young brought all exploded together. The rats in the area were all trembling in fear as if something ominous had appeared. And it was so, something ominous had appeared in front of Dokja, Sang-ah, Hyun-sung, Gil-young, and Myung-oh. The Warden of the Dark has appeared. The sub-scenario has been updated. The sub-scenario, Defeat the Warden, has begun. Gwei, Gil-young, who was hit by the mental damage because of the roaches he was connected to dying, barfed without being able to suppress it. What is that? Sang-ah gulped in fear looking at the thing that appeared in front of them. She wasn't sure if it was a male or female, but it was a long and thin, human-like creature almost 3 times their size, draped in black cloth that covered its gray and sickly skin. Its long arms almost reached its ankles and there were also nearly 8 purple appendages flailing behind it. Its head was covered with a hood, just like most of its body. Tier 7 Demonic Species Warden of the Dark, of all the monsters the demonic species are especially unique, Dokja thought as he stepped in front of the group looking at the monster. Even if the normal beasts and the demonic species are on the same tier, the latter has the upper hand on them. This is also why the treasure the rats collected, aka food, aka Myung-oh, was all an offering to the demonic species. The Warden has received the Demon King's blessing. Dokja looked a little uneasy as he looked at the pop-up in front of him. Dark lighting sparks surrounded the Dark Warden as its drapes fluttered. Common, eater. I don't understand what it is saying, Dokja thought, but his eyes widened in the next second. The Warden of Dark spews an aura of fear. Everyone move back, Dokja warned as a wind accompanied by sparks of dark lighting passed by the room hitting Dokja first as he was the closest. Personal skill, the 4th wall, has nullified most of the effects of fear. Gwa, eater. The Warden screamed as his empty eyes glowed in a green glow. Shit, this isn't good, I didn't want to fight with it and leave after I take the real treasure, Dokja thought as he looked at Gil-young who wasn't in good condition, but Hyun-sung and Sang-ah seemed to be doing okay, although both had beads of sweat rolling down their forehead. Mother, Sang-ah spoke in a really low voice but she was heard by the others who looked at her. I know it is scary, Sang-ah, that is why I told you to move back, Dokja said as he pointed the crowbar he had toward the Warden. No, that is not why I said that, the monster said, Mother, so, Kardu Amiran. Sang-ah blushed slightly in embarrassment as everyone thought she was scared to the point of calling for her mother, but she tried to communicate with the Warden. Maybe this is how it's pronounced. Akidu. Seeing that the monster wasn't answering, Sang-ah tried again. Is she so embarrassed that others heard her before that she is making up bullshit? Dokja looked at Sang-ah with an incredulous look, but it seemed he was wrong. Kalida. The Warden responded much to everyone's shock. Hey, seriously, what happened while I was away? Sang-ah, since when did you speak demon language? Dokja retorted in his head as Sang-ah used her skill to communicate with the Warden. Character U Sang-ah has activated the skill, Interpretation LV3. What is it saying? Dokja saw that it was a skill and asked her what was going on. It is asking us to be the mother, and as if waiting for Sang-ah to say that. Kalida. The Warden pointed at her. Me a mother. I am not even married yet, Sang-ah was shocked and spoke on reflex. I don't think the Warden cares, Dokja's eyes twitched, but unlike his expectation, the Warden moved his finger to Myung-oh. Kalida. Why should I be the mother? I should be the father, Myung-oh spoke and Warden went, say less as one of the appendages on his back went straight into Myung-oh's mouth without anyone in the room being able to react. Sang-ah covered her mouth in fear as she saw something going down Myung-oh's throat. So that is what it was, Dokja thought, the demonic species impregnate other species with their offsprings, that is what happened with Myung-oh. Myung-oh ssi don't move, Hyun-sung shouted as he thrust the makeshift spear piercing through the appendage of the Warden making it retracted as it shouted in pain while sending another one but this time at Hyun-sung. Whack asterisk. Hyun-sung hit the appendage with the blunt end of his spear knocking it out of the way. But the strength behind the strike pushed Hyun-sung back a little. Even the spear was bent from the force. But the warden didn't stop as it tried to attack Hyunsung with two appendages. Hyunsung shouted as he swung the spear, hitting the first tentacle that came from the left away, but the butt of the spear broke off as the second one came from the right, which made Hyunsung use the sharp end to stab the tentacle. I won't be able to react, Hyunsung thought while looking at the third one coming from his left as he was occupied with the last one. Splash asterisk. Dokja came and hit the tentacle with his crowbar, piercing a hole through it. This caused the warden to pull back all of his tentacles and look at the two people in front of him. Krah. The warden shouted and thrashed around his tentacles trying to hit the two. Bang asterisk crash asterisk thud asterisk. Ugh, Dokja groaned a little as he deflected one of the tentacles. Both he and Hyunsung weren't in a good condition. Dokja didn't have enough strength to withstand the attack and Hyunsung's spear was broken to pieces. He was currently using the crowbar, which was also on the verge of breaking just like the spear from before. I just need a second, it is not like I came here without preparing for this, Dokja thought as he moved back from his position. He looked behind and it seemed like Sangha had moved both Myung-oh and Gil-young out of the way. Hey Bai-hyung, how long are you going to watch? Dokja communicated Bai-hyung. TSK, I get it. Just something interesting is happening outside. Bai-hyung's irritated voice came into Dokja's ears as he saw two blue prompts in front of him. Dokja was curious about what happened since it seemed to be connected to Haru, but now wasn't the time for that. An item has arrived from the auction house. Obtained item, Broken Faith. You are exempt from paying the commission due to your contract. With a bright light, a half-broken sword appeared in Dokja's hand. He got this after he auctioned the ichthyosaur's core after killing it. As soon as the sword appeared, the warden halted in place seeing it. The equipped item is too worn out to use. The durability is too low for it to be effective. I know that, and I have a way to make it work, Dokja thought as mana started to gather in the broken sword, sending out blinding white light. A few moments later, a blade of mana formed over the broken sword. Broken Faith reacts to your magic power, Blade of Faith is activated. Hyunsung moved back, Dokja shouted and Hyunsung moved back. Gwa. The warden shot his tentacle at Dokja, who cut with the mana blade. Damn, this is taking too much mana, Dokja thought as he saw the warden was about to send more tentacles his way, but suddenly it wobbled, nearly falling as it tried to stabilize itself with its tentacles. Chapter 304, End of the Warden. This is taking too much mana, Dokja thought as he saw the warden was about to send more tentacles his way, but suddenly it wobbled, nearly falling as it tried to stabilize itself with its tentacles. Dokja looked to the right and saw Sangha and Hyunsung pulling on what looked like glowing threads. Mana threads. But when did she do that? No, I need to end this guy first, Dokja quickly shook his head as he activated his own skill. Skill bookmark has been activated. It was the skill that let him use other characters' skills only if he had a certain understanding of them. Activating the skill weapons proficiency LV1. Dokja rushed forward at a speed way faster than before and attacked the warden with his sword. Slash asterisk splash asterisk. Dokja went past the warden, leaving a deep cut in its abdomen. Thud asterisk. The warden fell down on the ground bleeding out as Dokja's blade went back to normal. My gosh, constellations, did you see that? Not only did this incarnation defeat the warden but also used an ether blade this early in the scenario. Bai-hyung came out blabbering to the constellations. Hey, WTF are you doing? Kill that thing, Bai-hyung messaged Dokja. Not doing it, Dokja answered back as Bai-hyung fumed in anger. Several constellations are confused at the choice made by incarnation, Kim Dokja. Why aren't you killing it? You will get a huge amount of coins if you do so, Bai-hyung spoke aloud since the constellations were going off in the chat. Myung-oh SSI, don't go near it, Sangha shouted as Myung-oh stabbed the warden's head with Hyunsung's broken spear. Splash asterisk. The Tier 7 demonic species, Warden of the Dark, has been slain. You are the first to successfully hunt a Tier 7 demonic monster. You have achieved the impossible. You have received 8,000 coins. Haha, to think you this foolish Dokja, did you think no will kill him first in such a world? With this amount of coins I can also be strong, Myung-oh laughed loudly while Sangha wasn't sure what to say. She thought something was up since Dokja didn't kill the warden, which is why she tried to stop Myung-oh. But this wasn't something she expected. Now I'll show that red-haired bastard and hi-ha. Myung-oh's words stuck in his throat as he saw several blue panels appear in front of him. The 7th grade demon, Warden of the Dark, has been killed and the Demon King, God of Wrath and Lust, has noticed the murderer's presence. The Demon King, God of Wrath and Lust, will chase the one who dealt the finishing blow until they are dead. The Demon King, God of Wrath and Lust, has put a terrible curse on the person who dealt the final blow. Final blow, Han Myung-oh. What the hell? Myung-oh shouted, not understanding what just happened to him. I was about to say the reason why I didn't want to kill him, Myung-oh SSI, this is why you should listen to people. Dokja sighed, but deep down he didn't feel much about Myung-oh. Yes, this was all done as he wanted. When monsters of demonic species are killed by an incarnation, that incarnation gets a hit on him made by the demon king who the monster was working under. And it is the demon king, god of wrath and lust, though Dokja did pity Myung-oh to have such a person after him. This demon king had also defeated Young-hyuk very badly in the earlier rounds. So it looked like something horrific is about to happen to Myung-oh in the following days, also. His hatred for Haru SSI runs too deep. Dokja shook his head as he looked at Gil-young, who looked at him in amazement. Alright, let's open up the treasure chest, shall we? Dokja looked at the treasure chest. A minute later. This is a magic item. Sang-ah looked at the bracelet that was letting out a blue hue from it. Mana recovery bracelet, grade D. You sure I can have this? Hyun-sung asked Gil-young while looking at the iron shield in his hands. His eyes were shining brightly, but he asked just to make sure since Gil-young was the one who got it. Yes, I can't use it and Hyung doesn't want it either. Gil-young had asked Dokja if he wanted the shield, but since he declined it went to Hyun-sung, who was more than happy to take it. Rusty iron shield, grade D. Thank you, Gil-young, you can have this. Hyun-sung gave Gil-young a square box with a side of 6 inches and a height of 3 inches. He got it from the treasure chest. It was dark purple in color along with different silver engravings on the sides. Mana brazier, maximum 1 per incarnation. What is this? Sang-ah wondered as she looked at the item in Gil-young's hand. The latter was the same. He was trying to figure out what this device did. I think I know what to do with it, Dokja said, and Gil-young gave it to him without any more words. A few later, Dokja was sitting in front of the mana brazier with the ground rat's leg. Dokja turned on the device and it let out blue flames. Dokja SSI, are you trying to cook the meat? Sang-ah asked. Yes, monster meat can't be cooked through normal means, so I am just trying to see if this works. Dokja smiled. He already knew how the device worked and he also knew how to cook the monster meat, but... Dokja SSI, how do you know that monster meat can't be cooked through normal means? Dokja didn't expect Sang-ah to ask this question, although he knew it was just a spur of curiosity on her part, but it was hard for Dokja to answer this. How do I answer this? I have read the novel, that is how I know. That isn't a correct answer in any scenario, Dokja thought, but he got help from the person sitting next to him. Ah, Dokja SSI, did you also try to cook monster meat and eat it like Haru SSI? Hyun-sung asked while still looking at the shield in his hand. Why yes, something like that, Dokja answered as he was shocked more than ever. Haru SSI ate the monster meat cooked by normal means. What the hell, how is he okay then? Dokja knew how lethal the monster meat was because of the poison in it. This poison couldn't be cured by normal fire and one needed to have the mana brazier to cook the monster meat for it to be consumable. So the question in Dokja's head was, how did Haru eat it and survive? I see, that makes sense, Sang-ah nodded with a small smile. I am glad Haru SSI isn't here. Dokja shook his head and put the meat on the flame. A few minutes later. This is so good, Sang-ah relished as she took a bite of the ground rat's leg after she cooked her. The area was filled with the pleasant smell of cooked meat that could make anyone drool. Everyone had to agree with her on this. This meat tasted so good that they can't stop themselves from eating more. Gil-young was also eating with a smile. When he barely showed anything while eating before, it showed how tasty it was. Even Myung-oh, who was devastated because of what happened before, seemed to have forgotten it all after taking a bite. Reading about it and experiencing it yourself is totally different. Well, now to the main reason I came here. Dokja took another bite as he looked at the treasure box, not noticing Sang-ah looking at him. Alright, let's all go outside. Dokja's mood was uplifted since he got what he wanted. No, it would be accurate to say he got more than he thought he would. Item information. Name, Unbroken Faith. Rating, Constellation grade. Description, in the past, it was the sword of the hero, Ki Xenix, who led the Grisiad during the Great Demon Age. The great ether dominance of Ki Xenix allowed him to create a blade of faith that contained fire, darkness, and divine power respectively. As an additional option, it increases strength and physique level by 2. It was the same as in the novel. To be able to get an item that above the alphabet rating this early is a great boon to me. Dokja looked at the long sword on his waist. He got it after he placed the Warden's core and the broken faith inside the treasure box before closing it. Young-hyuk didn't know of this method, so he didn't use it. Chapter 305, Outside the Burrow. Dokja looked at the long sword on his waist. He got it after he placed the Warden's core and the broken faith inside the treasure box before closing it. Young-hyuk didn't know of this method, so he didn't use it. To think I would come across my dark history, Bai Hyung's tired voice came into Dokja's ears. This random item box is your doing? Dokja asked, and Bai Hyung stayed silent, not wanting to talk, and Dokja dropped the subject. He already thought that something was up given Bai Hyung stopped the stream, but now he seems to understand a little more. Hyung, I can't lead the way back. Dokja was stuck in his thought after he heard Gil-young. All of the insects in this area died when the Warden showed up, so now if they decide to go back they'll be lost in the complex tunnel ways. There was no way back but to wait till some roaches or insects come into this area. But that will take too long and also has a low chance of happening. We can go back using this. Seeing everyone was at a loss for what to do, Sangha spoke up holding a glowing thread in her hand. It is the same thread as that time, Dokja thought as the group was currently walking down the pitch-black tunnel. I think it was a good idea to tie a thread outside on our way here, Sangha suddenly said, seeing that everyone was silent. Yes, I didn't know you could do that, Sangha, Dokja said, since it seemed she didn't mind him dropping the honorifics. Well, I couldn't be of much help during the battle, Sangha sounded somewhat disappointed in herself. No, I would say you helped a great deal when you used the threads to make the warden stumble. None of us saw that coming. Dokja spoke truly, he didn't expect Sangha to grow to this degree. After he downed the warden, he saw that Sangha picked up a crowbar which was near the warden's legs. It was obvious that she tied her threads on that crowbar which she had dropped near its legs before falling back. Then with the help of Hyunsung, she pulled it, getting the warden tangled so it loses its balance. I know she has a high-level constellation supporting her and all, but I didn't expect she would improve this much in battle during the few days. Dokja remembered how she dealt with the surprise attack outside and how she used what she had to create an opening for him in the last battle. If only I could look at her profile. No, not just hers. Dokja still couldn't see Sangha's profile along with Haru's. But at this instant, he gained a little hope. Currently collecting information about the corresponding figure. It seems like he can see profiles of the people who are not characters, but it will take time. But he totally okay with waiting, at least he won't be completely in the dark. I learned a lot from Haru SSI during the time we went to gather food outside, Sangha said, bringing Dokja out of his thoughts. Oh, I see, it must have been tough. Dokja knew that who else but Haru will help her get better. It was just speculation before, but now Sangha herself admitted to it. No, he is really kind and helps others when he gets the chance to. He is also very patient when teaching. That is why I was able to be a little helpful. Sangha spoke slowly. She was especially thankful to Haru with all he had done for her from the start. I think everyone in the group knows that, Sangha, don't you think so too, Hyunsung? Dokja asked, as he also knew that it was true, but he also came to know how dangerous that kind person is if he becomes an enemy. It seems there is still the same distance between us. No, maybe it has increased. Dokja shook his head while thinking of what Sangha said. Yeah, I also agree. Hyunsung agreed as well. He had seen up close how Haru did things. Red-haired Hyung is good, he gave me ice cream. Even Gil Young chimed in. This showed Dokja how well liked Haru was in the group. He won another potential ally, also seemed to get along well with Haru, and even the unruly Namwoon listened to his orders well. Thinking of this, the group arrived outside the burrow in silence and they were greeted by He-one shouted as she swung Haru's katana at him with her full power. You aren't cutting anything with that, come on, put more power behind it. Haru used his hand to redirect the blade by hitting it from the side. This is my max power, He-one spoke while swinging the katana, sending a flurry of attacks which were once again deflected like nothing. Come on, put your back into it. Haru didn't even look a little tired while He-one was sweating heavily. You're having fun, aren't you? He-one asked as she stopped to catch her breath. Absolutely, no, why would I be having fun? Don't slander me, you. What type of illusion did you use to make me say that? Haru pointed at He-one and said with a serious expression. I'll kill you, He-one shouted as she ran up to Haru and swung the katana. That's the spirit, good, keep it up. Haru laughed, parrying the attacks. What the hell is going on? Dokja, Sangha, Hyunsung, Gil Young, and even Myung-oh were lost while looking at the two. Well, to understand what happened we'll need to go back a little after Dokja and the others went into the burrow to save Myung-oh. That was the last one, Kair Isha spoke while killing a ground rat with a wind blade. Few asterisk, this was easy, He-one said while putting the katana back into its sheath. Haru gave it to her before the fight. She knew that Haru didn't really need it and took it without saying anything. Too easy, Namwoon sounded bored. He has had enough of the ground rats and wanted to go for new monsters, but there weren't any. Stop complaining, you only got 4, that is lower than me. He-one sighed looking at Namwoon. She knew that the kid was strong, but the only reason they could come out of this safely was because of Haru, who killed 15 rats by himself without a weapon, no less. Kair Isha was second with 8, she only killed them with magic from behind and didn't step forward. Then He-one with 6, she knew the katana was a good weapon for her, but it wasn't hers. He-one saw Haru looking at the burrow and spoke up. You sent those 4 in there for a reason, right? He-one asked. Several constellations are perking their ears up. The constellation, secretive plotter, is waiting for your answer. 100 coins have been sponsored. You got me, Haru smiled, rubbing the back of his head. I told you before, right? I have my eyes on you, He-one said while wiggling her eyebrows. You are scaring me there, He-one. Haru backed away with a scared look. Come on, stop trying to avoid the topic. You want to test that Dokja guy, right? He-one thought that Haru was trying not to answer the question. Why does your mind only goes that way? Haru was genuinely curious now. Was it not? He-one thought she was correct this time, but guess not. No, it was for Hyunsung, Haru said while sighing. Why would you want to test Hyunsung? Okay, I'll stop. He-one stopped looking at Haru's blank look. Well, it was mainly for Hyun-sung. You should have noticed that he has been staying more silent during the talks. It is like he is losing confidence in himself, so if they save Myung-oh it might get him to regain a little confidence. Haru has seen how Hyun-sung had become quieter as days passed by. Even though strength-wise he is on par with Nam-woon and Hee-won in some aspects, he is even stronger than the two. But he seems to be low on self-confidence. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is touched seeing you worry about your comrade. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is smiling. 200 coins have been sponsored. Damn, I feel bad for trying to make you seem like a mastermind, Hee-won spoke while scratching her face. You should, now go in the corner and repent, Haru said with a serious look. Come on, stop joking, though I am curious, what do you think everyone else needs? Let's start with Nam-woon over there. Hee-won thought it might be a good time to see what Haru thought of everyone. Chapter 306, What do you need? Come on, stop joking, though I am curious about what you think everyone else needs. Let's start with Nam-woon over there. Hee-won thought it might be a good time to see what Haru thought of everyone. I don't need anything but a strong foe that can become my stepping stone, Nam-woon said with a scoff, ridiculous of them to think he was lacking in something. He needs some humility, Haru said, much to Nam-woon's shock. What dash? Yeah, I can see that, Hee-won agreed. Nuna, you don't agree with that, right? Nam-woon looked at Kair-isha. It doesn't matter if you are the most humble person to ever be born. If Haru says you need more humility, you need more humility, so be more humble, Kair-isha said, confusing Nam-woon to his core. I don't understand anything. What happened? Nam-woon's lips twitched. He is the total opposite of Sang-ah, who needs to be a little less humble. Hee-won laughed and Haru did agree with her on that. What does Gil-young need to do? Hee-won asked. He needs to stop asking for my favorite ice cream. Haru had the most serious look on his face he had ever made. Just when I thought you were doing well as a leader, Hee-won sighed in exasperation. You aren't going to ask what you need to improve on? Haru asked, ignoring her earlier comment. Do I need to? Hee-won flicked her hair with a smug look. Of course, she was only joking. Yes you do, you need to go repent in the corner for trying to frame me as a schemer, Haru said. Come on, I was just joking. Anyone can see how good of a leader you are for keeping an eye on everyone. Hee-won offered lip service as Haru shook his head. What do you make of Dokja? Hee-won asked after a little silence. She wanted to know if Haru had any suspicions about Dokja. They weren't close, but Dokja was in the group before her, which is why she wanted to know a little more about Dokja from Haru. I trust him as a teammate. You know, we completed the first scenario together, so there is no reason to doubt him, Haru said. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is looking at you with shining eyes. The constellation, secretive plotter, is smiling widely at your words. 300 coins have been sponsored. I see, Hee-won nodded and didn't ask any further. Anyway, Hee-won, I want to ask you something, Haru spoke, making Hee-won pout a little. I know I am giving back your katana, Hee-won grumbled. It wasn't about that. What I wanted to know was, do you like using the katana? Haru asked. Yeah, even though it was the first time I used a real blade, it felt quite comfortable. Anyway, it is not like you are going to give it to me. Hee-won herself couldn't put a finger on it, but when she held the katana she felt like she had been using it her whole life. You can have it if you want, Haru said, and Hee-won didn't know how to react. She didn't think Haru would give the katana to her just like that. For real? Hee-won asked and Haru nodded. Seeing that it was true, Hee-won immediately kneeled on one knee in front of Haru. What are you doing? Haru asked, a bit perplexed. Isn't this how you receive a sword? Hee-won looked at Haru. What are you? A knight? Haru asked. That doesn't sound so bad, Hee-won smiled before continuing. I, Young Hee-won, swear on this blade that I shall protect your majesty till my last breath, Hee-won said seriously while bowing down. Yeah, just have it, Haru spoke with a sigh. He could see that she was trying to tease him like this. She ended up making him remember something that wasn't appropriate for the situation. Your wish is my command, Hee-won smiled as she stood up. She noticed that Haru seemed a bit embarrassed, which meant her teasing got to him. She got a weapon now which would help her protect everyone. Hee-won then seemed to have noticed a similar stare and saw Kair-isha looking at her. Is it just me, or, she seems pleased? Hee-won couldn't understand it, so she just shrugged it off as Kair-isha didn't seem to mind it. But, are you sure giving this to me? Hee-won asked once again. I don't particularly use it, and it seemed to suit you well. Also, I don't think you are giving it back to me even if I ask for it, Haru smiled while looking at Hee-won, who was hiding the katana behind her in fear of him taking it back. Don't even try, Hee-won said. But what Haru said was true. Hee-won hasn't seen him use the katana, not even once. She knew that he used it on the night he went out alone, but she haven't seen him use it aside from when he pointed it at Cheol-su's neck. So in a sense, the katana wasn't of any use to him right now. Why are you sighing so badly, your majesty? Hee-won asked, since Haru seemed a little stressed. We also haven't found a way to cook the monster meat, Haru was dejected. Your majesty, if you want I can taste it on your behalf, Hee-won spoke respectfully. Really? Haru perked up. Yes, but then my death will be on you, he once spoke in a flat tone. What type of knight complains like this? Haru's eyes twitched. Me, he once smirked while raising her hand. Leaving that aside, this is how you hold it when it is sheathed. Haru moved he one's fingers near the end of the sheath and placed her thumb on the guard. Is there a reason for this? He one asked curiously. If you don't keep a thumb on the guard, the katana will slip out if you are running or tilted forward. If that happens, there is a high chance that you'll try to grab it with your hand on reflex. I need to tell you what will happen if you do so. Haru stopped since it looked he one understood. I regret asking that now. He one hid her right hand behind her back, thinking there was a possibility of her losing her fingers if she didn't know this. Do you want to learn more? Haru asked as he one seemed interested. Is there even a need to answer that? Yes, teach me, sensei, he one asked, still trying to joke so that she can forget what she heard before. She'll remember the part where she needs to keep her thumb on the guard. She'll forget everything after that, or try to. And that is how we arrived at the current situation. My head hurts. Dokja seemed to not understand why this group had become like this. Haru was just outrageous. Imagine telling someone to swing a weapon at you while you have no weapons. But even then, Haru SSI is able to easily subdue someone as strong as he one with only bare hands, even if she has a blade and he has nothing. Dokja didn't forget to take in the new information he got from watching whatever Haru and he one were doing. I am tired. He one was exhausted, as no matter how many times she tried to hit Haru it didn't work. At first she was a bit apprehensive about doing it since Haru had no weapon. It didn't matter if Haru was strong or not, pointing a blade at her own teammate was a bit too much for he one. But seeing how easily Haru brushed her attacks off, it made her realize the difference between strength and technique. That was the only reason she went all out. It had nothing to him riling me up with taunts, he one thought. TCH, Namwoon clicked his tongue as he gave 1,000 coins to Keirisha. Easiest 100 coins I have made till now. Hearing Keirisha, Namwoon's eyes twitched. He made a wager with Keirisha while Haru and he one doing their thing. He said that if he one could land an attack on Haru, she'll need to teach him some cool magic spells. But if it didn't, then he'll give her 1,000 coins. But Keirisha said, if she can as much as graze Haru's clothes or hair, I'll teach you all the spells I know. Keirisha didn't touch on what happens if Namwoon loses the bet, so it stayed at 1,000 coins. It looks like you all made it in time. Haru saw that Myung-oh was alive and looked over at the people who went to get him. They all seemed to be alright with no injuries. Yeah, we were truly lucky, Dokja spoke as he saw that Haru didn't even look a little tired while he one was leaning on the wall covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Did something unexpected happen? Chapter 307, Second Main Scenario. Did something unexpected happen? Haru asked, and Dokja told him about what they faced down in the treasure trove. He even told Haru about how he got the sword. Well, not everything about the process. I see, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I should have been more careful. Haru was talking about the warden. Haru SSI, I don't think anyone could predict that an event like that would have happened, Dokja said. Yes, Haru SSI, you don't need to worry, we all came back safely, Sangha said with a smile. You're right, it is good that it ended well, Haru said as he dropped the matter, but everyone aside from Dokja knew that he will keep this matter in his mind and try to make it so it doesn't happen again. He didn't even look at the sword once. Dokja thought that Haru might be interested in it, but it didn't go as he thought. Also, Dokja, do you mind if I try that item you used to cook the monster meat? Haru asked. Sure, Dokja gave the mana brazier to Haru, who skipped away toward the dead rats. Is it just me, or does Haru SSI look really happy? Dokja asked Sangha. Well, now Haru SSI can stop trying the normally cooked monster meat. He said that if he didn't have ice cream he might have died. Sangha laughed, remembering Haru joking about it before. No, I am surprised he survived at all, ice cream or not. Dokja knew if someone else tried to do what Haru did this early into the scenarios, they will die, unless they had a poison-resistant skill. Haru was cooking some bite-sized meat on the flame by putting them on a skewer as the others chattered behind him. But it didn't take long for the chatter to stop as they all gathered around Haru, looking at the meat that was giving off a flavorful smell that grabbed them all. Haru took the meat off the skewer, putting them on the plate before he took one piece and ate it. It is good, Haru said as his expression brightened up. The meat tasted like a high-end product that one would have a hard time getting their hands on. Why are you all looking at me like that? Haru asked as he looked at how everyone was nearly drooling. No scratch that they were actually drooling with looking at the cooked meat. See, can I eat some? He one asked, her mind holding onto the last thread of reason. She was super hungry because of how much energy she used while training with Haru. And it wasn't just her, everyone in the group was the same. Even Dokja and the ones who have eaten before were feeling hungry just from the aroma. There are enough for all of you to try, Haru said after he sprinkled some salt on the cooked meat. This is too good, I need more. Namwoon's eyes lit up as he ate it. Everything he had ever eaten paled in comparison to this one piece of meat. I agree, this is even better than before. Sangha couldn't help but praise it. What did you put in there, Haru SSI? Dokja asked, since it must have been some seasoning that elevated the taste that much. It was just salt like you saw. Dokja was a bit dumbfounded at Haru's answer. It was 100 times tastier with just a sprinkle of salt. Dokja wondered if it was really just that. He suspected it might be cooking skill or something. I have cooked this meat a lot of different ways while I was trying to figure out a way to perfectly cook it, so, sit down, we'll eat and rest a little before we move forward. Haru smiled and everyone sat down. They were like, I get to eat more of that delicious meat. Say less. And they eat a lot, and the reason for that was the food got tastier each time, as if Haru was improving every time he made it. So after half an hour, everyone had their stomachs full as their faces were full of satisfaction except Kaorisha. She was used to the taste of Haru's food. Several constellations are curious about the taste of the meat. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is smacking his lips. 700 coins have been sponsored. The constellations also wanted to try the food since seeing everyone's reaction made them wonder just how good was it. I can't move, he ate the most out of everyone as she was the most exhausted one after moving around so much. Now she was taking a little nap to recharge more energy. Alright, did we get all the things? Haru asked as an hour has passed and everyone rested well enough to continue further. We got everything, Kaorisha answered as she looked at Hyunsung, who also nodded in confirmation. Okay, Myung-oh, there won't be any rats on the way back, but be careful just in case. Haru waved at Myung-oh, who was walking back towards Jeomho station. He went away because he didn't want to be near Haru and no one tried to stop him, not even Sang-ah. Haru SSI, aren't you too kind to Myung-oh considering what he had done? Dokja couldn't understand this part about Haru. He had heard that Myung-oh changed sides at the station and had given out information about Haru's group. Considering such things, it wouldn't have been abnormal for Haru to even stop Dokja and the others to go down the burrow. But he allowed it, and even when they came back with Myung-oh, Haru didn't even show any displeasure but rather wasn't even opposed to him eating together. There are many enemies in the world as it is, no need to make more of them if it can be avoided, Haru said while looking at Dokja. I see, Dokja nodded, he can understand what Haru said. This world as of now, is filled with enemies left and right that will tear you apart if you show the slightest opening, so it was in a person's best interest to avoid making more foes for themselves. Of course, unless the person is strong enough to not care for enemies like Young-hyuk. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is approving your way of thinking. The constellation, secretive plotter, is smiling as he understands your reason. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is asking for more action instead of this sappy talk. The constellation, desserts for days, is asking for more ice cream. 700 coins have been sponsored. Way to ruin the mood, you two, Haru thought looking at the last two constellations. Anyway, it looks like he is suffering enough as it is. Haru shook his head. He did hear about the curse of the Demon King that was put on Myung-oh, so that guy will get what was coming for him. Well, that is true, Dokja and the others also agreed on that, so they let it be. Alright, let's go forward, we are still 3 stops away from our destination, Haru said, and they all nodded, moving along the tracks in order to complete the scenario. Main scenario number 2, meeting. Category, main. Difficulty, E. Clear conditions, cross the tunnel and meet the survivors in the first main base. Time limit, none. Compensation, 500 coins. Failure. The next main base is Chungmuro. This appeared a little while before they stopped and now they had a clear destination set. The group moved forward with Hyunsung, Haru, and Hee-won in front facing the monsters, Gil-young and Kaorisha in the middle leaving Dokja, Nam-woon, and Sang-ah at the rear to look out for attacks from the back even though the chances were low of it happening. This is also the reason Haru switched the position of the rear and the front members aside from himself, so that they don't get too exhausted and can recover in the back. This is how they passed Yaksu Station and reached Dongguk University Station in around an hour, covering nearly 2.5 miles while facing nearly 80 ground rats on the way here. The group passed through easily as they had time to rest as well, but even then fatigue kept building up. No one here as well, Hee-won said as she looked at the empty station. They didn't find any people at Yaksu Station or more like anyone alive. Young-hyuk most likely killed them, Dokja thought as he saw the expression of Sang-ah and Hyunsung were a bit hard to describe at the time. It seems like they moved to Chungmuro faster, Dokja said as the others nodded. Sang-ah, Hee-won, and Kaorisha went to the toilet first, leaving the men behind. They are definitely planning something evil in there, Nam-woon said with narrowed eyes. I used to think the same, Dokja sighed, trying to forget the embarrassing thoughts he had as a teenager. Though there weren't a lot of them, there are still some that make him blush even right now. Well, I'll also go to the toilet as well. Haru left the group as well, after which Hyunsung and Gil-young also followed him. You're not going, boring Ajusi, Nam-woon looked at Dokja. I have some things to do, so, no, Dokja said with a kind smile, but he was cursing in his heart. Oh, what? Nam-woon asked. You know, just boring things that boring Ajusis do, Dokja smiled. 300 more power stones and a bonus chapter. Chapter 308, Misunderstanding. I have some things to do, so, no, Dokja said with a kind smile, but he was cursing in his heart. Oh, what? Nam-woon asked. You know, just boring things that boring adjussies do, Dokja said, and Namun frowned before he sat down, ignoring Dokja. Well, now I can leave and do my thing. Dokja left the subway station, going outside in the poisonous fog. A little while after Dokja left, everyone came back since they were done with their business. Where did Dokja SSI go? Sangha asked, looking around. I don't know, he said he was going to do boring things, so I didn't bother with him, Namun said lazily. Did that guy go outside on his own? He said after they had searched the entire station and still didn't find Dokja. Most likely, Haru agreed. Sai asterisk, don't just gloss over it. He held her head. The outside still had the poison. Even though its effect has lessened as they get stronger, there was still the chance of Dokja being in danger. It didn't matter if she doubted the guy, he was still a team member. Hyunsung and Gilyung also looked worried. If he has gone out on his own, Dokja should be confident in himself that he'll be safe, Haru said as he understood the worry of others, but it wasn't needed. Yeah, if he dies it is his overconfidence that killed him, Namun shrugged. He was washing his hands clean from this matter. He sighed heavily and sat down. They decided to wait since they were going to rest here for some time anyway. Gilyung looked even more worried after what Namun said. You want some ice cream, Gilyung? Haru asked with a smile. Yes, Gilyung nodded. You were supposed to say no, but thank you for the consideration, kind handsome Hyung. Why are you taking it? Haru's eyes twitched as the situation didn't play out as he thought. Because I want it, Gilyung tilted his head. Just give the kid the ice cream cone. What do you expect from the kid? He gave Gilyung the ice cream after taking it from Haru. She didn't even retort to the nickname Haru gave himself. I guess you are right, a kid doesn't need to worry about such things. Haru shrugged, making Sangha smile a little. She could see that Gilyung was a little distracted and stopped worrying about Dokja for a bit. Kids won't be able to behave like kids in the current situation. He had seen how bad the situation was with her own eyes. Unless the chaotic atmosphere that has cropped up after the scenarios is solved, such thoughts were only a luxury. Someone as weak as Inho could commit crimes as he liked because there was no one to stop him or. We were still stuck in the previous custom of having evidence before we can take action. This was surely a hindsight, but everything has changed so much that it is hard to think what we should do. He has been thinking about it for a while now. Hey Jussi, I have a question. Namun brought the others' attention to him. What is it? Haru asked. On the station when you brought the idiots on our side so that they don't get killed like the dumb side characters that they are, when did you do it? Namun narrowed his eyes. It was a question that not only him, but everyone in the group aside from Kair Isha was wondering about how Haru did that. It is just that they didn't ask about it. You see, I have been keeping an eye on you from the start and I didn't see that weird pattern in your eyes even once, but you were still able to use your ability, Namun said. He just simply wanted to know more, nothing else. I don't know if I should call that creepy or stupid, since you were doing that in the middle of a fight. Haru chuckled slightly. I prefer you call me observant, and it is not like those low-level scrubs could hurt me, Namun said with a smirk. Haru shook his head and was about to explain, but there is no need to explain it. He looked a bit agitated as she stepped in. What happened? I thought you guys wanted to know. Haru sounded confused while looking at He-won and the others. It would be a lie to say that they didn't want to know it, but no, you thought that we were afraid that you can now use that skill of yours without anyone knowing. That is the reason you were about to explain it. He-won looked at Haru with narrowed eyes. Are you guys not? If there was such a person around me with that skill, I would surely be. Haru raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone. If that person was a stranger I do not know about, then, yes, I would be afraid, but are you a stranger to us? He-won asked with a frown. We just met 3 days ago, so technically yes, Haru pointed out. You know I can technically beat you up if you technically do not listen to me, He-won spoke with twitching eyes. It is true though, Haru shrugged, and of course, everyone knew it was the truth. 3 days normally is not a lot of time to know if a person can be trusted or not, but that was normally. I'll say it without beating around the bush, even if it has only been 3 days, I have seen enough to know what type of person you are. No matter what you say, I trust you enough to know you'll have my back in a crisis, He-won said looking at Haru. I trust Haru SSI as well. You don't need to tell us anything because it also puts you at risk. Hyunsung spoke about how the cases of Young-hyuk and Myung-oh. Having a crazy person and a disloyal person know your powers is disadvantageous. And Haru had both of the cases just because he tried to calm their panic. I trust Haru SSI as well. I do not need to hear about how you did it. All that matters is that Haru SSI used that skill to save people, and such a person can't be someone evil. Sangha also agreed, and Gilyung gave Haru a thumbs up showing his approval as well. Sangha said that paired with what she had heard about Haru in the office as well as what she had seen from him till now, while Gilyung agreed cause Haru gave him ice cream. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is touched by your group's spirit of camaraderie. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is happy you have found yourself such great companions. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, desserts for days, is asking, what is trust? Is it a new dessert? 700 coins have been sponsored. What is with this sappy talk? I was just asking if his skill evolved or something. Namwoon couldn't understand why they were talking about something as useless as trust in their current situation. Skill, evolve. Hee-won muttered. Yes, I figured it should be possible, like when you reach a certain level with a skill you can upgrade it into something more powerful. Since Ajusi used it without the indication unlike before, I thought it should be something like that since one of the skills' weakness got removed. Namwoon said the reason why he asked the question. Because if skills do evolve then that is a good find for them given how early it is since the scenarios started. Hell, it wasn't even a weakness, it is not knowing that you are under the illusion will help you break out of it. Although even with that indication his skill is too OP, like how a skill that lets you control a person's 5 senses not be OP, Namwoon kept this art to himself since he didn't want to praise Haru openly, it would ruin his badass image. Then say that from the start you dumbass. Hee-won snapped. Her face was a little red since she talked about such embarrassing things when the matter wasn't even about it. You were the one who made the assumption, so did I get it right? Namwoon said as Hee-won held back the urge to smack the former. Something like that, Haru agreed. He knew that skill can evolve in this world, so it wasn't a lie. This is what he was about to tell them in the first place. I see, that's cool, Namwoon said, nodding a bit happily. Come on Hee-won, don't sulk, I am quite happy that you all trust me, Haru laughed, patting Hee-won's shoulder. It is good that you know. Hee-won rolled her eyes as the others laughed. The moment may have been born out of a misunderstanding, but they meant what they said and that was all that mattered to them. 650 power stones and you get a bonus chapter. Chapter 309, Illusory Prison. It is good that you know. Hee-won rolled her eyes as the others laughed. The moment may have been born out of a misunderstanding, but they meant what they said and that was all that mattered to them. A few minutes later Dokja came back in. He didn't look exhausted or hurt, which was a relief for most of the group. Gil-young was hugging his leg, not wanting to let go since he thought Dokja will run away again if does so. What is that in your hand? Hee-won seemed interested in what Dokja brought with him. Samyangdang's prayer beads. Samyangdang's straw mat. Oh, this. I went out and got these as presents from a great person, Dokja said as he gave the beads to Sangha as it helped in the recovery of mana. He offered it to Kairisha first but she declined. Come to think of it, she already has a metal band on her hand. Haru SSI is the same, Dokja thought while giving the straw mat to Hee-won since it helps in increasing a sense of justice and will. Did you go to the statue of great monk Samyang at the 6th gate? Haru asked. He remembered there being a bronze statue of the monk here. Huh, who is that? Hee-won looked the most out of touch from this and Sangha was the only one who seemed to recognize the name. A constellation wearing a robe is surprised you know of his statue. And it wasn't just the constellation that was surprised by Haru's actions. Ah, yes, I went there and prayed, which led to these items falling from the sky. Dokja was shocked as well since Haru remembered something like that. Even he only remembered it because he reread it in the novel. He was a monk from the mid-Joseon dynasty. He defended Korea during the Japanese invasion and won the battles of Noonpying and Ugwindong. Sangha spoke excitedly since she had studied this before. The constellation wearing a robe is touched by the acknowledgement of the incarnation you Sangha. These items are imbued with the great monk's power, Dokja said, getting a surprised reaction from Hee-won and Sangha as they looked at the items they got in a new light. Hee-won didn't seem to like it at first, since it wasn't stylish, and Haru's laugh after she tried it on didn't make her want to wear it even more. But now that she felt that it had an effect on her strength, she thought was okay. I think it was sent by Samyangdang for South Korea. He might have left his belongings to save the country, just like how he did in the past, Dokja said with a bright smile. Sangha seemed to buy it along with Hyunsung and Gil-young. But Hee-won and Namwoon weren't having it. They thought this was plain bullshit. And it was all bullshit. What Dokja did was break the statue and these items came out of them. All of the idols are sealed with the power of their respective constellations. Once the seal is broken, one can obtain skills or items that belong to the corresponding constellation. Dokja broke the statue as undoing the seal normally would take too long. This does make the constellation angry, but it was easy to offset that by spreading their name. No constellation would pass up the chance for their name to be praised, Dokja thought as Hee-won, Sangha, and Hyunsung offered their words of praise for the great monk Samyang. A constellation wearing a robe has revealed his nickname. The constellation, bald leader of the peasants' army, forgives Incarnation Kim Dokja's transgression. 100 coins have been sponsored. Haru just laughed, which actually made Dokja sweat in nervousness since he wondered if he was caught lying, but it seems like he was safe since Haru didn't say anything. It looks like there are a lot more conditions to the activation of stigma than I thought. Maybe there is also a limit to how many times he can use it. Dokja thought while looking at Haru, but he didn't want to take any more risks than he already had. Is something wrong, Dokja? Haru asked as Dokja was staring at his face for quite some time. Ah, no, I was thinking that Haru SSI looks different, Dokja spoke while looking at the red flame-like mark that was on Haru's forehead. I nearly said he looks more handsome there, Dokja sighed since he somehow held himself back. You can't blame him, Haru made Young Hyuk look like a normal person after all. Ah, you must be talking about the mark, it just appeared suddenly 2 days ago, do you want to know about it perhaps? Haru asked with the same smile. No, it won't be a good idea to tell something like that. Dokja meant it as in not giving out information on your skills and the likes, but in reality. I don't think I should ask that. Dokja quickly wanted to avoid the situation since it seemed nothing good will happen if he tries to find out about this. It felt like a trap. A big trap at that. Dokja wouldn't be surprised if that mark is a symbol of the stigma. There are cases when a stigma causes a change in the incarnation's body. In Haru's case, it seemed like it left a flame-like mark on his forehead. I see. Haru didn't push it further and accepted it. I want that. Namun was of course jealous. He wanted something like that on his arm so that he can have a real excuse to wrap bandages on it. But all of this was suddenly interrupted. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Sub-scenario, Phantom Prison. Category, Sub. Difficulty, DF. Clear conditions, escape from Phantom Prison within the time limit. Time limit, 1 hour. Compensation, 300 coins. Failure. What the hell? He quickly took out the katana, pointing it forward. Everyone got alert looking at the scenario window, but they didn't even know what hit them. It is this one, Dokja thought, as a heavy and cold wind passed by everyone, enveloping them in complete darkness. A mind attack, Haru muttered as he wasn't affected by it. The darkness that tried to surround him was blown away and he was able to see others clearly. It would seem so, Kair Isha confirmed while looking around. Privately Hyunsung did not copy SIR. Hyunsung was standing straight with a scared look as he shouted. I'm sorry mom. Gil-young was covering his ears, mumbling the same thing over and over. What the hell? Why is this katana glowing? He shouted as the katana was glowing, surrounding her with its light, but this helped her avoid the illusory prison. Haru SSI, Dokja, Gil-young, and Hyunsung are acting weirdly. Sangha looked at Haru. She also wasn't affected by the illusory prison, and it was because of the prayer beads on her hand. I think I can dispel it, Haru said as a wave of red mana left his body and passed through the area, blowing away the darkness like it was nothing. Huh, what am I doing here? Hyunsung was shocked as he regained himself and looked around to see where he was. His head was pounding like crazy right now. It is okay, Gil-young. Sangha was looking after Gil-young, who was still trembling in fear, huddled on the ground. This is a zone that triggers someone's past trauma in order to drive them insane. Dokja broke out of the illusory prison with the help of the skill, the fourth wall, but Haru SSI has too many abilities. No, I guess this one makes sense. Dokja saw Haru break apart the illusory prison. He likely used a skill like Dispel Evil, which he got himself after breaking Samyong's statue. But it seemed like he didn't need to use that skill to break the prison. We still have to kill the monsters in the front. Dokja's words got slower as he looked in the front. What he expected was a swarm of Tier 8 ghost species, Spectre, coming at them, but what he saw was Spectre Spirit Stone. When did they die? Dokja wondered as he looked at the dark green and purple stone on the ground. You okay, Dokja? You look a little pale. Haru looked at Dokja, letting the latter know who was responsible for what he was thinking. Why yeah, Dokja didn't know why he stuttered, but he felt something quite dangerous from Haru even though he was just asking about his condition. I see, then should we welcome the ones that have come? Haru said, pointing ahead and making Dokja turn around. Who are you people? Everyone saw a familiar girl standing in front of them, pointing her katana at them with a frown. Aside from Haru and Kair Isha, no one even felt her arrival. She was like a ghost. Ah, this girl. Sangha exclaimed, looking at the girl. The girl that was in the video that was shown to them during the first scenario, the only survivor of Daepong Girls' High School, Lee Ji-hai. It was because she was one of the main characters of Ways of Survival. But Dokja knew her for another reason. She was one of the reasons why Yu Young-hyuk went straight to Chungmuro in the shortest time. That was how much potential she held. Dokja quickly used his skill, character list, to see her profile. 530 power stones and you get a bonus chapter. Chapter 310, The Reunion. Dokja used his skill, character list, to see her attributes. Character summary. Name, Lee Ji-hai. Age, 17 years old. Sponsor, Maritime War God. Exclusive attributes, Scarred Sword Demon, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Training LV, 3, Demon Slaying LV, 1, Absolute Sense LV, 2, Ghost Walk LV, 1. Stigma, Sea Battle LV, 1, Large Army Command LV, 1. Overall stats, Physique LV, 13, Strength LV, 12, Agility LV, 13, Magic Power LV, 9. Overall evaluation, a person who evolved into a Scarred Sword Demon after killing her closest friend. The sponsor behind her has an affinity for Dokja and his colleagues. Currently, she has 2 people she looks up to as role models. Starter pack is currently applied. Dokja took a moment to process the information before him, and he noticed that nothing had drastically changed aside from the last part. He glanced at Ji-hai, who seemed a little shocked for some reason. He soon found out why. Haru, you're finally here. A cheerful voice broke the tense atmosphere, and Dokja was wide-eyed as the voice came from near him. There was a person right next to him hugging Haru without him even knowing. "Gina, why did you leave me behind?" Ji-hai was even more shocked as she saw another person run past her like the wind, stopping in front of Haru. "Because you were taking too much time for your makeup, Aliyah, you even changed your clothes," Gina said without even turning back. "It is because Haru is here, you know I had to bring my A game out. Couldn't you at least have waited for me?" Aliyah said in exasperation. She actually changed her outfit into a light green sweater top with wide sleeves and cream-colored pants. Gina didn't reply to her. She also wanted to change into a different pair of clothes, but she got too excited and came out in a gray hoodie and black jeans. Aliyah saw Gina enjoying the hug, which caused her to dive in as well because Haru didn't stop her from doing so. Since there was someone else who would. "I see, you two are as lax as ever, so whose brilliant idea was this?" Quresha's voice caused not only Aliyah and Gina to stiffen up but also the others. Her voice was just that scary paired with the smile on her face. "We clearly talked about meeting at the station, these two only get in trouble for little things." Haru shook his head as he looked at the three. "Yuni, calm down." Gina moved back with sweat on her forehead. She got too excited knowing that Haru was coming towards her first, and in her excitement she forgot who was coming along with him. It is all her fault, she ran out, I was following her." Aliyah backed off pointing at Gina. "You traitor, how dare you do the same thing I would do if I was in your position." Gina screamed in panic as Kaorisha reached in front of her and Aliyah. Aliyah had just accepted her fate, she knew it was going to happen anyway, so why resist? She got a nice and warm hug. "It can be considered a good day, right? And you're also as loud as always." Kaorisha pulled the ears of both Gina and Aliyah, making them cry in pain. Jaya. What the hell is going on? No one had any idea about what was going on, but they knew one thing. We should never make Kaorisha angry. They all covered their ears instinctively. The scene in front of them dug up some tragic memories from their childhood. Right now, the group was on their way to Chungmuro Station. Aliyah and Gina were following Haru with pained expressions. They were covering their red ears as they stung a lot. "I can't have these two fool around and mess up Haru's image." Kaorisha was right beside them, keeping an eye on the two. "That woman is a formidable opponent. To think she tamed the two legendary lionesses of Yeongdo, read as Yeong District in English, that easily." Ji-hai was in shock looking at Kaorisha, but she quickly looked away as soon as the latter noticed her. It was too dangerous to lock eyes with such an individual. Ji-hai had seen for herself how fierce Gina and Aliyah were only recently, but she had actually known about the two during the time she started school, or more like she knew about them even during her last year of middle school. Gina and Aliyah had studied at Daepong Girls High for their third year and left behind quite a legacy that was still talked about in the area. When Ji-hai entered Daepong High as a first-year student, the two had just recently graduated from the school, so she heard a lot about the two from the second and third years who were the juniors of the two before they graduated. "I have heard that they beat up a famous delinquent gang from a nearby boys' school that was harassing the girls of Daepong High. That is how it all started, and then the two went on to conquer the entirety of Seoul, beating up troublemakers and boys who harassed the girls. They made a name for themselves." Ji-hai knew the full story as she had heard for more than times than she can remember, but it never gets old. A/N, wouldn't it be interesting if there was a webtoon that followed such an adventure? Only me. Alright. She looked up to the two and wanted to be like them as well, even though she had never met the two directly. But when she did, it wasn't a disappointment, as she could see why the two were called two lionesses of Yeongdo. So you can imagine her shock when she saw the lionesses she admired act like scared cats in front of a single woman. The two who brought down the schools from around Seoul on their knees were scared to the point of stuttering in front of a single person. It was like the words "sky above skies" came true right in front of her eyes. It was shocking, it was terrifying, but most of all it was an eye-opening event. Also, the Yunis were so happy since morning. Is it because of him? Ji-hai looked back at Haru, who was comforting both Gina and Aliyah. But he sensed her gaze and gave her a kind smile. He is dangerous as well. Ji-hai quickly looked forward. She actually thought Haru was more dangerous since he was the one who stopped Kaorisha, and the scary woman backed off without even a little resistance like a docile cat. So the power dynamic looked something like this. Ji-hai, Gina and Aliyah, Kaorisha, Haru. It is just an observation and has nothing to do with his appearance, nothing else, you hear me? Ji-hai was shouting in her head, trying to convince God knows who. She had a lot going on in her mind, and it wasn't her alone. The others were as confused, if not more confused than her, as they all walked towards the Chungmuro station in silence. You have entered Chungmuro. #GIR 8761 channel is live. #BIR 3642 channel is live. The group reached the station in less than 5 minutes with Ji-hai at the front. Right now they were all standing on the platform looking around. This place is eerie. Sang-ah felt uncomfortable because of the silence and muttered. It almost feels like we've stepped into a swamp. He once spoke while being on full alert. Since this was a new place, it wouldn't be a surprise if they are attacked. The number of channels has increased as well, the scenarios will continue to get larger from here on out. Dokja looked ahead and saw a number of people sitting near the stairs that led into the station. Don't get too nervous you all, Haru said to Sanga and Hyunsung, who were a bit stiff with their movements, though he couldn't blame them for it because of the circumstances. Both nodded at Haru's words, but it was still hard to not be nervous in the current situation. The third main scenario is currently in progress. Oi, did our three little musketeers brought in newbies? A middle-aged man who was standing a little far away from them, he walked over with a little unsteadiness in his steps along with some redness on his face. A few others also followed him, standing in front of Haru's group. You guys are drinking again. Jihai frowned looking at them. The guys just shrugged it off, not really paying any attention to them. Also, what is this lame-ass name, Three Musketeers? I thought I made it clear that you should call us the Three Divine Generals of Chungmuro. Jina frowned unhappily, completely not noticing the angry gaze she got from Kairisha. 400 Power Stones for the bonus chapter. Chapter 311, New Members. Also, what is this lame-ass name, Three Musketeers? I thought I made it clear that you should call us the Three Divine Generals of Chungmuro. Jina frowned unhappily, completely not noticing the angry gaze she got from Kairisha. PST, Jina, now Haru is here, we need to change the name, Aliyah whispered to Jina, who eagerly nodded. You pretty lady in the back, do you want a room? A man ignored the others and asked Kairisha. I can smell the stench from your dirty mouth even here, so do the world a favor and shut it, Kairisha said with a chilling gaze that scared the shit out of the two men, and even the people around her stepped back. She is a feisty one, isn't she? One of the men laughed, but he had sweat rolling down his brow right now. You two can stop bothering them, we'll take care of introducing them to the surroundings. Jina waved off the two people before Kairisha roasts them, in every sense of the word. Come on, we need to make a live dash. The man who was about to talk stopped as a sword was at his throat. If you value your life, listen to what Jina Yuni says. Jihai looked at the old man with her eyes glowing a little red, making them back off. This rude brat. The two guys stormed off with pale faces. Jina Yuni and Aliyah Yuni, are two really going to handle these newcomers? Jihai sheathed her sword and looked at Jina and Aliyah. Yeah, we have been waiting for them to arrive anyway, Aliyah said with a smile. They have been waiting for us? Or more like waiting for Haru SSI to come. Dokja looked at Haru, wondering how the girls knew he would come straight towards them. I see, then I'll go ahead. Jihai remembered the two talking about waiting for someone. She looked at Haru one last time before turning around to leave. Young Hyuk should be around the station somewhere, Dokja thought as he looked at Haru. If he was alone he would have just straight up asked Jihai, but he needed to wait for a little. Why are you all looking at me? Haru asked, since everyone in the group was looking at him. I mean, we are waiting for the introductions for our new group members, Hee-won said as she crossed her arms. Why do you think so? Haru was curious as to why Hee-won was so sure about this. The others seemed to be thinking the same. But hearing him, Hee-won wordlessly pointed at Aliyah and Jina, who were practically glued to him at the moment. Oh. Haru seemed to have understood why they thought so. Several constellations that are interested in the incarnations, Aliyah Triskan and Sung Jina, are wary of your presence. The constellation, Noble Child of the Sun, is narrowing her eyes. 300 coins are sponsored. The constellation, The One Who Hates Food, is laughing in glee. 1,000 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is asking if someone else needs popcorn since he prepared extra. 200 coins have been sponsored. Dokja was also extremely curious about the two and what their relationship was with Haru. Of course, it wasn't because of the gossip or anything. Rather. So these two are the people Jihai looks up to. Dokja was in a bit of a pickle since such a thing didn't happen in the original. Your understanding of the character Lee Jihai has increased. Well, Sanga and Dokja, do you guys remember how we met on the subway that day? Haru asked the two, knowing full well that there is no way they would forget today's events as long as they live. What does that has to do with anything? Hee-won leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. She thought that Haru was trying to ignore the question. Well, the reason why I ended up in the subway was that our car broke down while we were on our way to the Dongguk University, and the reason we were going to the Dongguk University was because of these two troublemakers, Haru said, pointing at Aliyah and Jina. You make more trouble than us though. Jina said as Aliyah nodded in complete agreement. Haru is the last person you should leave on his own since you don't know what he'll do. Most of the time it was something bad, like eating all of the ice cream and cake in the fridge. Sometimes he'd go the extra mile and eat the chocolate bars as well. Haru closed one eye to their snide remark as the others were intrigued, not Kairisha though. Oh. Sanga made a surprised sound as she seemed to understand everything. Even Dokja realized it now. At first, I thought they might be going on a dinner or something, but I guess not. Dokja or any employee in Minosoft knew where Haru lived. It was a well-known fact since he had once held a party for his team after they finished one of the major projects, and the place he held the party was in his mansion. Yes, the guy had a mansion in a city like Seoul, and above all his mansion was in Hanam the Hill, the most expensive residential area in the entirety of Seoul as of today. Well, not anymore since apocalypse happened. It didn't take long before the photos and videos from the party were spread throughout the company. It was the talk of the company for months. Dokja had heard it happen before he even joined the company, but he still heard about it like the event took place yesterday. This was also the event from where the rumor of Haru SSI and Qureshi SSI are dating originated. This happened because it was only Haru and Kaorisha in the mansion. Kaorisha also seemed to have her own room there from what Dokja had heard. Then seeing Ji-na and Aliyah, it made sense that they were related to Haru in some way for him to go and pick them up, possibility, from Dongguk, but their car broke down on the way and then they ended up taking the subway to Dongguk University. Then we all know what happened after that. At first, he thought that they'd get off at Okesu Station since they can easily reach back home by walking or bus. Don't go into a flashback on your own, explain it to us. One's eyebrow twitched as it seemed like Dokja and Sangha understood everything. We are like a family. Haru smiled and explained it to the others who didn't understand it. Of course, he didn't tell them everything. I see, so these two are really joining our group. One nodded. She didn't seem to have any problem with the two as they seemed extremely chill and Haru knew them. This was the important part, for most members of the group at least. And they were strong. I wasn't even able to react when they showed up near Haru. One was the closest to Haru at the time, but she didn't even know when these two arrived. Of course, Ji-hai was also trouble in one's eyes. The constellation, the one who hates food, is disappointed. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is unsure what to do with all the popcorn. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is snickering. 200 coins have been sponsored. Yes, the name's Aliyah Triskin, just call me Aliyah. Aliyah spoke casually. Yo, Sung Ji-na, nice to meet ya. I'm the second youngest here, so just call me by my name. Ji-na was also very casual with her speech. I would say you are the youngest in mental age. Gil-young is more mature than you, Haru said to Ji-na. I see, then I'll eat all of the Mont Blanc I found by myself. Ji-na shrugged. Hey, how can you do something like that? Haru shouted in shock. He has only been eating ice cream and chocolates because the few dessert shops around Jeomho Station were demolished. One of them was famous for its bagels and fresh bread, the other one was famous in the neighborhood for its macarons. A/N, they are actually delicious. I've had a chance to try them, so if any of you live in Seoul, highly unlikely, or if you are visiting there, also unlikely, come on, don't deny it, just walk straight after coming out of the first exit of the Jeomho subway station. The first shop isn't even 10 minutes away, and then if you walk a little further and take the first left you'll find the second shop after 5 minutes. Curse that damn mantis. Haru felt his blood boil since he barely held himself back from killing the damn bug. Remember the 4-story building that he said was cut apart by the mantis? Yeah, sadly it was the bagel shop. Well, anyway, let's get back on topic. Because he had only had ice cream for a few days, he has been craving something different. I don't know, because I am mentally less mature than a child. Ji-na smiled as she knew she got Haru perfectly. 290 power stones needed. Chapter 312, Landlord Coalition. I don't know, it might be because I am mentally less mature than a child. Ji-na smiled as she knew she got Haru perfectly. The puffed up cheeks with the look of, I was joking, was perfect. Too bad she didn't get to enjoy it for long. I'll let you have it later. Ji-na looked away with a terrified face since she happened to see Kaorisha looking at her with a full smile. Yeah, that was the last thing you'd want to see unless you're Haru, because to Ji-na it translates to, you better stop fucking around, look. Yay, thank you Ji-na. Haru gave her a big hug. Is he that easy to win over? Dokja was sure that it couldn't this easy, right? We need to be more careful so that he doesn't get dragged into a trap because of this, One pointed out. I don't think that would happen, Sana laughed nervously. That would be great, One said blankly. If anyone in this group was the most mentally immature, it was Haru, of course only when something sweet is involved. Hey Ji-na, what is the room those guys were talking about? Haru got to the main point since he got what he wanted. Fufu, you have asked the right person, let this senior educate you. Ji-na raised her nose up with a smirk and explained about the rooms. Throughout the station, designated safe zones have been established. The safe zones can accommodate varying numbers of individuals, with some able to shelter up to 20 people and others only capable of housing a single person. As desperate individuals struggle to secure a spot in these limited safe zones, intense battles and conflicts have erupted throughout the station. That is a short but sweet explanation. Courtesy to Ji-na. So, have any questions? Ji-na spoke as she crossed her arms with a smug look. She explained everything that was happening at the station by showing them a map she drew. How long do I have to hold this up? Before anyone else could, Aliyah asked. She was the one holding up the drawing while Ji-na explained. You can let it go, I think everyone saw what they needed to. Aliyah did as Haru said, smiling brightly since she was free from her job. Who is the Landlord Coalition? Kaorisha asked while remembering that this group held the second basement floor in its entirety. Why are they still alive? Dokja thought since Hyuk should have taken care of them by now. They are a group that was here before we came, their leader is Gong Pildu, Aliyah said with a frown. This is a little weird, Hyuk should have taken care of Pildu by now. In the novel Dokja had read, Gong Pildu was one of the 10 evils which were basically the villains. Did you have any clashes with them? Haru asked since Aliyah looked a little pissed. Yes, on the day we came, they don't let other people access the bathroom or have drinking water unless you pay them, they are a pain, Jina said as both of those facilities were placed on the second basement floor. What? How can you stop someone from using public facilities? He-won frowned even more. It is because the people are okay with it, the landlord coalition is the largest group in Chungmuro, even the people we came with do not want to fight them, hell they even offer up their coins as rent to stay on Pildu's floor because that place looks safer to them, Aliyah explained the reason. The group was able to continue its tyranny because the people tolerated it. He-won could see that Aliyah and Jina didn't take action because there was no one to rely on, they were just alone, even the group they were with didn't want any trouble. Hyung, I need to go to the toilet, Gil-young pulled Dokja's shirt slowly. It seemed like the kid was holding it in for some time now. I guess we should go to the toilet to freshen up a bit before we talk any further, Haru said with a small smile. Yeah, He-won agreed as well. I don't have a good feeling about this, Dokja thought as everyone made their way to the second basement floor. And as they had heard from Aliyah and Jina, people were fighting over the safe zones, some were defending the zones that they already had as they looked at their group with wary looks. The fights were fierce as well since there were much more people than the safe zones could accommodate. Everyone's mood became more somber as they entered the second basement floor, there were no fights here even though there were way more safe zones on this floor compared to the lower one. The whole area was clean and there were people guarding the safe zones like they owned the place. It didn't take a lot to figure out that they were from the landlord coalition. It seems lively here, Haru said as they all approached the last passage to the bathroom. Like a bottleneck, dozens of people were gathered in the passage. Even if this is a little dangerous, this is a good opportunity, Dokja knew that even if it was one of the 10 evils their group was in a league of their own, and this is excluding Haru. If this guy is in the mix, things change, so in reality, there were no cons to him, rather, he'd be able to get a good grasp of how strong Haru is since he hasn't seen him in action against formidable opponents. Pildu SSI. Please accept it. I won't do it again. Please, please. Please let me stay one more day. I'll go into debt to get the coins. The leader at the head of the line was facing the agitated people. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is looking forward to your actions. 200 coins have been sponsored. Haru strode through the crowd while looking at the few messages that came up in his view. The crowd instinctively parted ways as they caught sight of him. He approached the group of individuals who were blocking the way for others. Hey, who are you? One of them asked, frowning at Haru. The man was in his early 50s, short and rotund, with a beard. Are you Gong Pildu? Haru inquired with a smile. Yeah, what's it to you? The man responded, smirking arrogantly. Don't try to deceive me, old man, Haru said, patting the man's shoulder and examining his face. What? The man was taken aback by the fact that his bluff had been detected so easily. I have a really bad feeling right now, Dokja thought as he checked the man with his skill and discovered that he was not Gong Pildu. However, a chill ran down his spine as he considered the possibility that Haru might have a passive lie detection skill. If that was true, then Dokja had already been caught lying. From what happened with Inho, it was clear that mixing lies with the truth was not effective. Although it was not confirmed at the moment and Dokja might be overthinking it, the possibility still lingered. At present, everyone on the floor was focused on Haru, with the other people backing off and leaving only Haru's group behind him. You can't even read in peace here, a man sitting a little distance away from the people reading a book about fishing commented. That's what happens when you have incompetent subordinates who can't even carry out a simple task like pretending to be you. The man flinched as he looked to his right and saw Haru gazing at him. Do you think so? The man who was supposedly Gong Pildu said, grinning confidently at Haru. The incarnation, Tsujikuni Haru, has trespassed into private property. That bastard. When did he go there? The members of the landlord coalition were shocked to see that Haru had reached next to Pildu before they even noticed. Dokja used his skill character profile on Pildu since he had now found him. Character summary. Name, Gong Pildu. Age, 48 years old. Sponsor, Defense Master. Exclusive attributes, Landlord, Rare, Great Landowner, Rare. Exclusive skills, Private Property LV, 3, Patience LV, 1, Profit Calculation LV. 2, Leadership LV, 2, Insight LV, 1, Weapons Training LV.1, Stigma, Militarized Zone LV, 3. Overall stats, Physique LV, 9, Strength LV, 11, Agility LV, 10, Magic Power LV, 19. Overall evaluation, Gong Pildu, the representative of the Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. His skill, private property, and stigma, militarized zone, has the best effect in a battle against many. It is advisable for you to not make him your enemy. Asterisk starter pack is currently applied. Asterisk a growth package is currently applied. He isn't a part of 10 evils for nothing, Dokja thought, unsure of why he was unable to block out Haru's illusion even with the fourth wall. However, that was not important at the moment. Zoom asterisk click asterisk zoom asterisk click asterisk. The incarnation, Gong Pildu, has activated the stigma, militarized zone LV.3. 170 power stones to go. Chapter 313, Comfortable. Zoom asterisk click asterisk zoom asterisk click asterisk. The incarnation, Gong Pildu, has activated the stigma, militarized zone LV.3. 4 turrets materialized all around Haru, aiming at him and ready to shoot at a moment's notice. To me, you are no different from those fools, because if you were, you would know better than to step on someone else's land so brazenly, Pildu said, looking at Haru. Several constellations are shaking their head at your impulsive behavior. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is eagerly waiting. The constellation, secretive plotter, is chuckling. 300 coins have been sponsored. What gives you the impression that you are standing on your own property? Haru asked, perplexing Pildu before. What on earth is going on? Pildu looked around and realized that he was outside of the range of his stigma. The stigma, militarized zone LV.3, has been deactivated. The statement was like a bolt of lightning to everyone in the landlord coalition, leaving them completely stunned. What's going on, Mr. Gong? You seem to be out of your comfort zone, Haru's voice came from behind Pildu, causing him to jump in fright as he turned around. YUBA-. Now, that isn't a polite way to talk to people you don't know, Haru looked at Pildu with a seemingly harmless smile. That is somehow the most beautiful yet terrifying smile I have seen yet, Dokja couldn't help but feel dread at the sight of that smile. He didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. You bastard. What do you think you're doing? Pildu's group members tried to intervene, but they were met with Haru's group, who were also armed surrounding Haru and Pildu in the middle. Stop it all of you, what do you want? Pildu sighed as he looked at Haru. His current condition didn't look good. I just wanted to meet you, Haru said. If that's all you wanted, why cause such a commotion? Pildu asked, frowning in annoyance. Would you have met me if I had asked normally? Haru raised an eyebrow. Fair enough, so what is it? Pildu nodded and got to the heart of the matter. Our group will be using the toilets and the water dispenser, Haru stated his request. And you expect me to allow that without any compensation? That's exactly why I hate tenants like you, Pildu frowned, showing his discontent. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. But I do understand your point about receiving some compensation, Haru nodded in understanding. Oh, what are you offering me? Pildu's face was devoid of emotion as he looked up at Haru, unable to believe how arrogant Haru was. But he was currently in a vulnerable position and had to take that attitude whether he liked it or not. How about I let you keep your head on your shoulders? Haru looked Pildu directly in the eye as he patted his shoulders. What happened to you, Haru SSI? Dokja knew that Haru was only joking around, as it wouldn't be good to come off as a pushover to people like Pildu. However, even he, who knew Haru's true nature, was a little scared by his words. Oh. Are we having a fight? Suddenly a voice came from the toilets, attracting everyone's attention. What the hell? I don't even know what's real or not anymore, Dokja's face twitched as he saw He-Won coming out of the toilet, followed by the others. How are there two? Gong Pildu looked at the individuals surrounding him and the ones who had just emerged from the toilet. Aside from Dokja and Namwoon, the others seemed to have vanished into thin air as if they had never been there in the first place. Thank you, Hyung, Gil-young said to Haru, grateful for his intervention. No problem, kid, Haru replied nonchalantly. Well, are we fighting or not? He-Won had already unsheathed her katana, while Hyunsung stood with his shield looking around, as they faced the landlord coalition, who had their weapons pointed toward them. No, we've reached an agreement, right? Haru asked Pildu. That we have, Pildu said, acknowledging that he had no other choice at present. I see, He-Won sheathed her katana with a sour expression. Hyunsung also relaxed slightly, relieved that they wouldn't have to fight. The group began to make their way toward Haru, but the landlord coalition remained on edge, still pointing their weapons at them. Why are you all pointing your weapons at empty space? Pildu's cronies were shocked as they looked back to see Gina looking at them with a puzzled expression. When did they get past us? That was their thought at the moment. Gina, don't waste your time on those drunks, Aliyah sighed, pulling Gina towards Haru and the rest of the group. So my stigma being deactivated wasn't an illusion. This one is tricky, he's different from the psycho, and those two girls seem to have joined him as well. This isn't looking good for me, Gong Pildu thought to himself as he retreated to his own safe room, keeping an eye on Haru, Gina, and Aliyah. I wouldn't recommend it. Pildu looked up at Haru, who smiled while speaking. This is the problem with greenhorns, they get ahead of themselves over a little success, making bigger mistakes, Pildu said as he smiled. Gong Pildu has used his stigma, militarized zone LV4. Gong Pildu's mini turrets are being loaded with enhanced magic bullets. Bang asterisk. Pildu fired a bullet straight at Haru, seeing that the latter had undone the illusion. But he soon saw a fist in front of his face. It doesn't matter if one is a greenhorn or a veteran, everyone makes mistakes when they get too comfortable in their own bubble, Haru said as he threw the bullet he caught in the air right in front of Pildu. Is the illusion still going on? Pildu gritted his teeth, since the bullet he fired didn't go toward Haru but rather towards his own head. If Haru hadn't stopped it, I would be dead. The bullet would have hit right on the temple, killing him instantly, and the reason for that would be he himself. Why don't you try to figure it out? A little hint, you haven't even left your safe zone once. Haru's words were making people more and more fearful of him. Wait, so that means Pildu's stigma was never deactivated. Dokja's eyes widened a little, and it seemed Pildu also understood it. The sweat on his forehead dropped down as he glared at Haru, showing his frustration. I stopped it this time because I made a little commotion here so that the kid can go to the toilet fast. It won't happen again. Haru turned around and walked towards his group. They were all ready to fight for real if it came down to it. But it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. Several constellations are shocked at what had happened. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is saying his stomach hurts from laughing too much. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is smiling smugly. The constellation, secretive plotter, is shaking his head in worry. The constellation, desserts for days, is feeling lonely and wants someone to share his desserts with. 1,200 coins have been sponsored. Haru just deadpanned while looking at the last comment. If you have too much, give it to me, Haru cursed in his mind. Young Hyaku was standing a bit further away from the crowd, was looking at Haru and the others. Master, that ability is too much of a cheat, right? I don't even understand if what he did was real or not. Ji-hai was shocked while looking at the scene. After leaving Haru's group to their own device, she even to Young Hyak and told him about the new people. And he immediately came down to search for them. That is how they ended up watching them from beyond the crowd. He has gotten stronger, but he is still uselessly naive about his actions, but this played in Young Hyak's favor since he didn't need to step in to stop the fight. He needed Pildu for the upcoming scenarios, so if he were to die it would mess up his plans. Young Hyak was fully ready to step in if needed. He usually wouldn't have done that, but things have gotten way off course because of a few people. He didn't use his ability to catch the bullet, Young Hyak said flatly, making Ji-hai blink in confusion. If Haru didn't use the illusion to make appear that he caught the bullet, but he actually caught it with his hand, then that meant his physical stats are no joke. Who is that guy? Both Unis and Master are paying attention to him, Ji-hai thought as she saw Haru walk in their direction. 50 power stones to go. Chapter 314, Bonus Chapter, Drama. If Haru didn't use the illusion to make appear that he caught the bullet, but he actually caught it with his hand, then that meant his physical stats are no joke. Who is that guy? Both Unis and Master are paying attention to him, Ji-hai thought as she saw Haru walking in their direction. Oh, it is the frowny guy, Ji-na said while looking at Young Hyak, who barely showed any reaction to her remark. Oh. We forgot about him. That is Young Hyak, he is Ji-hai's teacher or something like that. Aliyah muttered the first words to herself but quickly spoke, acting like nothing unusual happened. These two joined him. Seems like they know each other, lucky bastard. Dokja could hear Young Hyak's thoughts thanks to his skill called Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint LV2. Is he talking about Ji-na and Aliyah? Are they that strong? Dokja was shocked by Young Hyak's thoughts. And most importantly, I can't see their character profile as expected. Dokja, who was sighing, suddenly flinched as he saw Ji-na look around in confusion, which nearly gave him a heart attack. But it looked like he was safe given Ji-na stopped looking around. We know him quite well, right Dokja? Haru said, looking at Young Hyak with a smile. He is still irritating as well. Dokja just laughed since he somehow felt happy seeing this, getting annoyed and wanted to ask Haru to do it more. Anyway, it is good to see you in one piece. Haru laughed as he walked past Young Hyak, patting his shoulder. Even Ji-hai and Pildu had their mouth wide open when they saw the way Haru acted with Young Hyak. I'll kill him. Dokja panicked, seeing the anger flash on Young Hyak's face as he reached for his sword. Dokja seemed to have forgotten how Young Hyak was. Why you Young Hyak? Dokja spoke up, bringing the others' eyes onto himself. He got a bit scared since Young Hyak was about to really draw his sword to attack, which put he-one into attack mode, and even Hyunsung was lifting his shield in wariness. So you survived as well, Young Hyak said with a little frown, taking his hand off his sword. The character, Young Hyak, is feeling annoyed. I want to punch him so badly. Will Haru SSI save me if I do so? Dokja's anger flared as he looked at the message in front of him. In the end, he decided to not make a move and just followed his group back to the first basement floor under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. This place is really cozy, he once spoke while sitting down on a chair made that seemed to be made of branches but was very sturdy and comfortable. It took some effort to build this, Aaliyah waved her hand but one can see the smugness on her face, practically dripping. They were all currently sitting inside a safe zone that can hold up to 15 people, the place now had 15 chairs that were built in front of them. It was shocking seeing tree branches come out of nowhere and take shape. Anyway, they've seen weirder things like a demon trying to impregnate a man with its child, so it didn't have much of an impact as they thought it would. They were just having some food a bit before and were now drinking some iced tea. Are we really in an apocalypse? Regardless, I ain't complaining, he one shrugged having more tea. It made Sang-ah smile wryly as she also thought that something was wrong. Everything is wrong, the other people would go mad if they look at us living like this. Dokja knew what they had was a luxury that wasn't available to others. Hell, this thing would be called luxury even when the world was normal. There was such tasty food, tea, and comfy chairs. Dokja even saw a cold storage room that was made by Gina. They all left the food items and meat there. Even though Gina and Aaliyah had stocked a lot of meat and food items in there, they also came to know that Aaliyah, Gina, and Jihai were the people who got food for all of the people in the station. They hunted the monsters and Young-hyuk cooked them before they gave it to other people to eat, and most importantly of all. Haru SSI looks over the moon. Dokja looked at Haru who was eating his Mont Blanc with a satisfied smile like it was the tastiest thing in the world. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is asking if it is really as good as you are making it look. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is dissatisfied. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is confused but happy. The constellation, desserts for days, is scoffing in disdain. 1,500 coins have been sponsored. Haru just ignored the constellation eating the Mont Blanc. Most of the constellations are also not complaining for some reason. This peaceful atmosphere had thrown Dokja for a loop. He was wondering if this really was the same dangerous world he had read about because he can't see it. He won. Sang-ah, Gina, and Aaliyah were talking amongst each other. They seemed to hit it off really well since their energies matched, aside from Sang-ah who was pulled along. Dokja knew that his group was the weird ones for behaving like this. Well, not really weird, but in the current situation, it did seem weird. Well, not everyone in the group is high on energy, Dokja thought as he saw Hyung-sung brooding while Namwoon seemed a bit absent-minded. He has been that way since the illusory prison. Dokja wondered if it had something to do with what he saw then. Namwoon, you alright? Dokja asked even though he kind of knew that he would get cursed at. I am alright, but to Dokja's shock, he received a normal answer. Did something happen? Dokja asked as it was likely he'd get an answer given Namwoon's state. I think. I am in love, Namwoon said slowly, and it petrified Dokja down to the soul. This man was so shocked that the words, I am shocked, appeared on his forehead. I did not expect that, Dokja thought as he came out of his shock. Well, the real question now was. Who is it? I might have an idea about this. Dokja had already narrowed down the possible candidates to 2 people. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is shouting, No. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is cackling wildly. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is smiling thinking of the possible drama. The constellation, Demonic Judge of Fire, is looking at the scene with gleaming eyes. 800 coins have been sponsored. The constellations were having a field day with this one. It was like they were watching some high-budget drama. A little over an hour later, it seemed like everyone had gathered their thoughts and relaxed enough. So now it was time for the serious talk. Where did you find these? I want more, Haru demanded while holding the box in which the Mont Blanc came in. I thought we were about to have a serious conversation. He-won said in confusion. This is serious, Haru said in all seriousness, making He-won's eye twitch. That shop was destroyed by monsters, so we can't get any more, Gina said, and Haru's shoulders slumped down. Sigh asterisk all right, Haru sighed as the previous goofy attitude went out of the window and he looked like he was in his leader mode. Currently we have no need to worry about anyone on this station being a threat to us. Haru's first serious words were enough to shock them. I get that Pildu isn't a threat given what had happened, but... Dokja didn't know what to think of the statement. It would seem like you disagree with my statement, Dokja. Haru looked at Dokja, causing him to pause a little before he answered. I think Young-hyuk isn't someone we should underestimate. He nearly drew his sword back when Haru SSI was talking to him. Dokja tried to make it seem like Young-hyuk is a mad bastard, so they should be on their toes. Well, that is true in some capacity, Dokja thought as he saw how everyone was looking at him. Why do you think he didn't take out the sword then? Haru asked with an intrigued smile, making Dokja think about it for a second. Why would he not do that if he was that annoyed? Dokja understood Young-hyuk's mental state at the moment, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he actually tried to kill Haru. But, what was stopping him? Am I missing something here? Dokja wondered as he heard a voice. Chapter 315, Get Good Scrub. Am I missing something here? Dokja wondered as he heard a voice. It might be because Dokja doesn't know about what happened after he was dropped off the bridge, Kairisha said while looking at the other as a look of realization dawned on their faces. I don't know what Qureshi SSI is talking about, but her voice seems a bit colder than before. Dokja didn't know the reason for two things now. It happened after you were thrown off the bridge. Dokja was shocked just after hearing the first words, and it only grew as he heard what happened after that. I thought it wouldn't be good to let you remember such a thing. I am sorry if it came off as rude. Anyone could see that Hyunsung's actions were genuine here. Even Dokja felt a bit overwhelmed since the guy was just too kind. Hyunsung, Hee-won, and Nam-woon were the ones he met first. Hyunsung didn't tell him about what happened, which made him think that nothing of significance took place during his absence. Hee-won didn't butt in after seeing Hyunsung avoiding the topic, and Nam-woon simply didn't care enough to keep Dokja up to speed with everything. So much information at once, but it is better than being in the dark, since it could save me from awkward situations like the one before. Dokja made several conclusions based on the information he got. First off, Haru has a skill like his own which can block the Sage's Eye from reading his profile. Sage's Eye was the highest grade detection skill in the world of TWSA. You can't thwart it with a simple mental barrier. So, this means that Dokja's chances of reading Haru's status had lessened by a lot. The second is, Haru's skill is like the worst possible matchup Young-hyuk can ever have. It is a skill that shows people what they fear the most. For Pildu it was his stigma deactivating, leaving him vulnerable, and I am sure Young-hyuk also saw something that caused his current reaction. Dokja seemed to have come to his conclusion about this, and it was bad since he himself didn't have any defense against this skill. Of course he doesn't see nightmares, but his theory is that he isn't the target for the skill. Now with that out of the way, we should move on to the main topic. We do not know anything about the upcoming scenario, but the safe zones are going to be a big part of that. Haru moved the conversation forward since Dokja seemed to have gotten his answer. That is the main problem now. Hee-won's face had an expression that was hard to explain. The safe zones aren't enough for the people here. Hyunsung had also noted this himself. It can't be said as it simply isn't enough. There are nearly 458 people in the station counting everyone here, and the number the safe zones can hold is 216. Aliyah offered the information she had gathered. Then more than 50% of the people aren't going to survive. Hee-won rubbed her forehead in vexation. We still don't know if that is true. Sang-ah didn't want the group's morale to come down by a situation that hasn't happened. Being optimistic isn't really a good choice right now. Thinking the worst is the best course of action. I won't be surprised if the number of safe zones gets reduced after the scenario starts furthering the casualties. Kairisha wasn't one to mince her words, and her speculation is correct. In a world like TWSA, it is always better to work with the worst possible scenario in mind, even though Dokja felt a little bad for Sang-ah since she looked at the table after hearing Kairisha and couldn't say anything in return, but he couldn't agree more with the latter's words. We don't know much about what we will be facing, Haru mused while the others did the same, because depending on the strength of what they face is an important factor if they want to try saving others. Well, I guess we can stop this for now and gather our thoughts before talking further, Haru said as it looked like they weren't making any headway. And the thing they'll face will either be monsters or other people, or in the worst case both. This was of course known by everyone without anyone saying it, but still no one mentioned it. The reason for this is, no one wanted to say a thing, because if they tell one the others will be mentioned whether they like it or not, as they wouldn't be able to argue against it. Also Dokja, just tell me when you feel like doing it. Haru looked straight at Dokja much to his surprise. What? Dokja didn't understand what Haru was talking about since there were too many things he hadn't said. You don't need to hide it, Dokja, we can see it. Hee-won shook her head looking at Dokja, being surprised that he was caught. Did they catch me? Have I been the little lamb inside the lion's den this whole time? Dokja felt a chill run down his spine when he saw everyone nodding. Even Nam-woon seemed to have caught him. He was beyond scared at this point. Yeah, no need to suppress it. If you ever feel like punching that guy, just do it, Haru said with a smile. What? Dokja was dumbfounded by the words he had heard. I know, you might be scared thinking, Young-hyuk will kill me, he is insane, but if you feel like doing it, go for it and leave the rest to me, Haru smiled brightly, giving Dokja a thumbs up. Count me in, Hee-won joined in. I suggest you do it when Haru is around, Kairisha suggested, but she was on board with the idea. Aliyah and Jina also showed their agreement just for the heck of it. Me too. Gil-young seemed the most into it. Sang-ah and Hyunsung could only shake their head in dismay at everyone, but would also side with Dokja if he did something of the sort. These guys are angels. Dokja nearly shed a tear from the support he got from everyone, even though he was scared for his life some time ago. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is overwhelmed by the sense of companionship. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is saying, friends are for the weak, get good scrub. 100 coins have been sponsored. After the short talk finished, everyone did their own thing. Haru, Hyunsung, Nam-woon, and Gil-young were sitting down silently thinking about stuff. I will leave their thoughts to your imagination. Sang-ah, Hee-won, Kairisha, Jina, and Aliyah were all sitting down and talking about things that only they knew. They would occasionally look at others, but they were mostly talking between themselves. I also leave what they are talking about to your imagination. And lastly, Dokja slipped out of the area and made his way towards Yoon Hyuk's area, which was fully silent, unlike their side where many people were sitting around with a tense atmosphere, but no one was at each other's throats like the lower floor. This is the only place left on this floor, Dokja thought as he went towards the ticket counter, and there he found him staring at him with character. Yoon Hyuk is a little disappointed. What the hell? Dokja's eyes twitched a little, but he still went up to Yoon Hyuk, ignoring Ji-Hai's disdainful look. Dokja looked at Yoon Hyuk's character profile first, since it was important. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to character summary. Full version. Dokja thought, since he needed to see all of it. Converting the character information of Yoon Hyuk into the full version. Character summary. Name, Yoon Hyuk. Age, 28 years old. Sponsor. Exclusive attributes, regressor, third turn, myth, pro gamer, rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eye LV, 7, hand-to-hand combat LV, 8. Advanced weapons training LV, 5, strong self-defense LV, 6, mental barrier LV, 6, crowd control LV, 5, reasoning LV, 6, lie detection LV. 4. Omitted. Stigma, regression LV, overall stats, physique LV, 26, strength LV, 27, agility LV, 26, magic power LV, 25. Comprehensive evaluation. The comprehensive evaluation of this person is too long to load. Monstrous as always, but there is something wrong with his Sage's Eye skill. Dokja saw that Sage's Eye has lost a level and his mental barrier skill was upped by 1. The Yoon Hyuk right now is way stronger than he should be in the third round at this point of the story. But Dokja couldn't think about the reason and whatnot later. Why are you letting the Landlord Coalition do whatever they want? Dokja thought that Yoon Hyuk should have taken them out just like he was supposed to do so with Inho's group at GMO. But he hadn't done anything about the two, which was confusing to Dokja. Are you just a tag-along in that group? Yoon Hyuk looked at Dokja with displeasure clear on his face. 700 power stones to go. Chapter 316, Fear. Are you just a tag-along in that group? Yoon Hyuk looked at Dokja with displeasure clear on his face. It looks like that annoying guy didn't share his thoughts with him, Yoon Hyuk thought while looking at Dokja, who was caught off guard by the comment. Did Haru SSI catch his plan already? In such a short amount of time, Dokja was perplexed at what he found out now. I know you need Pildu for the upcoming scenario. But you don't need the entire Landlord Coalition, do you? Dokja said to Yoon Hyuk, who frowned in return. If you have a problem with them, go to your leader and ask him to solve it for you, or are you telling me you don't even have enough standing to do so? Yoon Hyuk raised an eyebrow. Dokja was of course angry, but he didn't let it slip. I have more important things to do, Yoon Hyuk thought, shocking Dokja for a moment and getting him out of his pissed state. So, if Haru SSI takes action against Pildu, you aren't going to do anything? Dokja asked as he tried to figure out what Yoon Hyuk was up to. You should know about that being a prophet. Yoon Hyuk frowned slightly, seeing Dokja smile. I see, weren't you standing nearby to intervene if Haru SSI took action? Dokja added the pieces together and they seemed to fit given Yoon Hyuk's reaction. Talking about it with you is futile, as foolish as he is, he'll not move by the words of someone who doesn't trust him, Yoon Hyuk said. What do you mean? Dokja's smile faltered after what he heard. You haven't told him about your future vision, have you? Yoon Hyuk asked, making the smile on Dokja's face vanish, but it reappeared again like nothing was wrong. I don't distrust Haru SSI, rather I d-. Dokja had a sad smile on his face, but it froze the next instant. Yoon Hyuk has used the skill, lie detection LV, 4. The lie detection has verified that you are lying. Have a little trust in people, you emo bastard, Dokja shouted in his head while looking away from Yoon Hyuk's eyes. That annoying guy has become more annoying. Yoon Hyuk seemed to have figured out that there was surely a reason that stopped Dokja from telling Haru about his ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't let such an opportunity go. Also, Yoon Hyuk looked at Dokja. Don't project your fear onto me, you are the one who fears him, not me, Yoon Hyuk said flatly. Stop talking nonsense, why would I fear someone who promised to save me if I ever socked you in the face, Dokja said with a smirk. Yoon Hyuk has used the skill, lie detection LV, 4. The lie detection has verified that you telling the truth. I should just kill him right now. Yoon Hyuk's eyes turned red as he placed a hand on his sword. Haha, I'll take my leave first. Dokja ran away from there since he knew Yoon Hyuk will really cut him down if he stays. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is disappointed in you. 100 coins have been sponsored. Dokja ignored the message since he didn't want to die so early. Master, should I chase after him? Ji-Hai asked with anger on her face. Just guard this place and don't let anyone else pass by, Young Hyuk stated flatly as he turned around and walked in the exit that led outside. Dokja on the other hand came back to the group after checking out all of the safe zones on this floor. Where is Haru SSI? Dokja asked Hyunsung since he couldn't see Haru around. Haru SSI went to the toilet a few minutes ago, Hyunsung answered as Dokja nodded, seeing the coast was clear. I should start doing something as well. Dokja looked at Hyunsung, who was looking at the shield in his hand with a solemn expression. The past few days have been quite rough, haven't they? Dokja said with a sigh. It has been, but, thanks to Haru SSI we didn't have to face many problems, Hyunsung agreed while looking at Dokja. That is true, but I am sure everyone feels more at ease with you around, Dokja said with a small smile. Sorry. Hyunsung looked shocked at what he had just heard. I am talking about how seriously you protected others while we were fighting monsters. It really put my mind at ease and I am sure others feel the same, Dokja continued. Really? Hyunsung looked happy as Dokja smiled. Then I'll be back in a bit after I grab something to eat, Dokja said bye to Hyunsung and went towards the group of people who were staring at him with blank looks. You saw that right? Just do what I did. Dokja whispered slowly to everyone. What are you planning? Hyewon asked with squinted eyes. It is to help Hyunsung. You guys should have noticed it as well. He seems rather down lately, so I thought this would cheer him up. Dokja looked hurt that he was doubted like this, but Hyewon still had that "you are suspicious" look on her face. That is true, Sangha agreed with Dokja about Hyunsung's recent behavior. He used to be a bit more upbeat, but it got worse. Who is your constellation, Gung-yi? Hyewon asked. Then we shouldn't cough in front of him, right? Aaliyah asked. I am sorry in advance, Jina knew she won't be able to stop the coughing or sneezing if they come. No, it is just a skill of mine, it helps me understand people better. Dokja waved his hand as he noticed Koresh's gaze. This was a good time to make himself involved with the group and also help out Hyunsung while getting a favor from him. I am sure Haru SSI will hear of this skill. Dokja hadn't lied about his skill, so even if he is asked about it, he doesn't need to worry about it. Anyway, let's do this, let us all take turns and cheer up Hyunsung, Dokja said. Intermission scenario, well done. First challenger, Young Hyewon. Hyunsung is really dependable. You are like a pine tree. Haha, thank you Hyewon SSI. My favorite song is Green Pine. The character Lee Hyunsung feels proud. I didn't ask. The character Lee Hyunsung feels a bit sullen. Result, failure. Second challenger, Yu Sang-ah. I don't think I've seen a righteous person like Hyunsung SSI. Ah, that isn't the case. Still, thank you. Sang-ah SSI. The character Lee Hyunsung has started to worry about justice. Result, okay. Third challenger, Lee Gil-young. Hyunsung Hyung has the best muscles. Thank you kiddo. The character Lee Hyunsung has increased his self-esteem. Result, good. How did I fail something that easy? Hyewon was in shock. I didn't realize how low maintenance Hyunsung is. He looks better even after just empty comments. Dokja didn't know if he should be happy or not, but it seemed like it will take more than just this. But just as he was about to ask for Koresh's help, an unexpected challenger appeared. Intermission scenario, well done. Surprise challenger, Tsujikuni Haru. It sure is a mess down there, Haru said as he sat down next to Hyunsung. Is it really bad? Hyunsung asked since it was already bad when they were coming up. Yeah, everyone seems to have realized that the safe zones are vital. Haru tapped his thigh with his index finger. I see, Hyunsung looked at the shield in his hand silently as he heard Haru speak his next words. It seems like we'll need to rely on you again Hyunsung. What? Rely on me. Hyunsung whipped his head to the left looking at Haru in shock, but the latter only nodded. But I haven't really done anything. Hyunsung said slowly. Did someone tell you that? Haru asked a bit perplexed. No, Hyunsung shook his head. It was his own thoughts and Haru seemed to have realized it as well. Hyunsung, do you remember when we were on our way to the Jeomho station? Haru asked and Hyunsung nodded. He clearly remembers bringing up the rear at that time. The reason I kept you at the back was that I trusted you more than the others in defending the rear properly, Haru said, and Hyunsung was stunned. He actually thought that he was sent to the back because he couldn't attack like Namwoon. But it seems like the reason was something else entirely. It was also because of you that I was able to go out and look for food with peace of mind since I knew you would protect others. It was also thanks to you that I was able to focus on teaching Hyewon and Sang-ah at the front while leaving the back and Namwoon to you. Haru continued on talking about different accounts where Hyunsung helped. Even in the recent incident with the landlord coalition, Hyunsung was kept out of the illusion so that he could respond to an unexpected situation. Do you still feel like you haven't done anything? Haru asked Hyunsung. 600 power stones to go. Chapter 317, Abnormal. Do you still feel like you haven't done anything? Haru asked Hyunsung. He told him about everything he had helped with till now. Thank you Haru SSI, Hyunsung's face fully brightened up as he looked at Haru. Characterly Hyunsung is awaiting the chance for his attribute to blossom. Result, believe it, date Bayo. Yes. Dokja celebrated in his mind as he saw the prompt coming up in front of his eyes. It seems like there was a miscommunication that led to this situation. Sangha was happy seeing it all work out in the end. It may be simple miscommunication, but it can become lethal if it isn't resolved quickly. Everyone could understand that Keirisha spoke from her own experience. Though it isn't miscommunication but comparison, that in itself is a stupid thing to do in front of Haru, Keirisha understood the root problem of Hyunsung. It isn't that he felt like he didn't help, rather it was that he compared it with what Haru had done till now, which resulted in this. She knew that Haru didn't address it till now because it would be better for Hyunsung to understand this on his own, but since they were low on time, Haru brought out the desired outcome by suggestions and recognizing what Hyunsung had done. It is like an up-and-coming scientist gets praise from Elon Musk for his work. It helps validates the person's self-worth. That is what people look for the most, validation, whether it be by their family or friends or lover. It is an important part of human nature, since it makes you feel like you achieved something. Leave all that aside, isn't Haru too good at this? If Hyunsung was a girl, he'd be in love by now. One looked terrified at Haru's incredible prowess. His affection meter would have been broken. Jina agreed with a sagely nod. Did he coax girls for a living or what? One shuddered at the thought of being in Hyunsung's place. She wouldn't be able to take it. Like, how can you when a person keeps so much attention on you in order to help when you doubt yourself? I wonder about that. Aliyah laughed, since Haru would be broke if that was his real job. They are talking again, Dokja said, bringing everyone's attention to Haru, who was looking at Namwoon. Is something troubling you? Haru asked Namwoon, since he had been silent this whole time, sitting next to Hyunsung, like way too silent given his normal behavior. I am okay, Hyung. Namwoon sounded like a normal person, and yes, this was a problem. Who are you? Haru asked in complete shock. That hurts, Hyung. Can you not recognize your little brother? Namwoon looked sad at Haru's reaction. Oh my god. It is happening. Emergency meeting, everyone gather right now. This is not a drill. Haru called over everyone and they all rushed over as they were hearing from nearby. What happened to him? Hyewon asked with shock. Not you too, Nuna. Namwoon rolled his eyes. If you don't tell me where you've hidden Namwoon in 10 seconds, I'm going to carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Hyewon unsheathed the katana already. Why are you making a fuss when I am only acting normal? Namwoon asked in confusion. You acting normal is abnormal, Haru and Hyewon shouted in frustration as the others didn't know what to say in the current situation. They could only stand by and laugh wryly. This was their group. 1 second they can be serious and the next they can be goofy like the world hasn't ended. But maybe that isn't as bad as it sounds, Sangha thought, smiling, as because of this very reason was she able to keep her mind together in such a situation. Leaving that aside, it took a whole hour before Haru and Hyewon calmed down. They were fully convinced that this Namwoon was fake and were ready to interrogate him. After this, everyone had dinner and sat down, conserving their energy for the upcoming scenario. I'll be looking around for a bit, Keirisha said as she stood up with the other girls following her. No need to worry about any attacks with me around. Hyewon gave Haru a thumbs up with a grin. I see, don't overwork yourself. Haru nodded and looked at Keirisha. I'll be sure not to, Keirisha smiled slightly. At least do this while you are alone. Geez, Hyewon got a bit cranky, and the girls went to do what they have been talking about for a while. Hey Hyung, give me some flirting tips, Namwoon asked Haru. What flirting tips? Haru blinked in confusion, making Namwoon's eyes twitch since he could see this guy was genuinely clueless. Several constellations are laughing. The constellation, Noble Child of the Sun, is confused. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, has closed his eyes. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is looking forward to how this develops. 400 coins have been sponsored. Haru looked at the constellation go back and forth as a few hours passed in a blink, and it was soon 11 p.m. and the peace was broken by the Dakibi that emerged in the air. Now, shall we start the third day of the main scenario? New faces have arrived today, so won't it be fun? Ha ha ha. It was Bai Hyung that appeared to be the representative. There were currently 3 channels active in Chungmuro for this scenario, and Bai Hyung's channel was the smallest, so he had to do the tedious tasks. Leaving that aside, the scenario window appeared in front of everyone. Main scenario number 3, Green Zone, Day 3. Category, Main. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions, occupy the Green Zone in the station and survive the monsters that emerge every night at midnight. This scenario will last 7 days. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. One can see how fast the expression on everyone's face changed. The clear horror that was present on the people's faces was something else. It is simple. Occupy the green zone before other people. Of course, you can take away the green zone of others. By the way, you should hurry. If you don't have a green zone after the scenario starts, you will have a terrible experience. Haha, then everyone should try it. Bai Hyung continued looking at everyone as they panicked. This, Hyun Sung's face looked a little pale since this was a bad scenario. There were way more people than what the green zones could keep. This, of course, will create mass panic as no one wants to lose their life. There weren't such people in this world, since even the kindest people won't hesitate to defend themselves if the need arises. The whole Chungmuro station is about to turn into a war zone till the scenario begins. Dokja saw that the people were already looking at the safe zones with dangerous eyes and their group also possessed one. Though it is unlikely that they will be attacked, but with enough desperation, it is possible that they get swarmed. Since the threat to their lives provided sufficient reason for them to do so, it was a likely scenario they needed to prepare for. Well, we don't need to worry about it even if they do attack. Dokja was confident in the prowess of the group and they could kill everyone that attacked them, but that was the point. Will their group actually kill them or just beat them up to keep them away? There were nearly 200 people on this floor alone. Among these only 75 people had a green zone and the tension in the atmosphere was thick. The slightest spark can send the whole place into chaos. What is with this hostile atmosphere? Everyone's attention was stolen by the voice that came from the stairs. Qureshi SSI. One of the women said since it was none other than Kairisha along with Jina, Aliyah, Sang-ah, and Hee-won. But they weren't alone as nearly 50 people were following them up the stairs as they walked towards their own safe zone. And the people who came with them also followed them standing near Haru's group. I understand your predicament but our group won't allow fights on this floor. Qureshi's flat and cold voice rang in the silence that was hanging in the air. Her words clearly showed that there was no room for any refusal. Of course, they wouldn't like that. Even if Qureshi SSI healed the few wounded people here, it is still far from enough to sway them. Dokja knew what would happen if they tried to persuade people just by words. What? What nonsense is this? Do you think we'll listen to you? The people were, of course, having none of it. They shouted and Kairisha knew this would happen. If you think you are strong enough to overthrow us, please do so. No one is stopping you. 500 power stones to go. Chapter 318, Different Plans. If you think you are strong enough to overthrow us, please do so. No one is stopping you. We are only doing this in order to save as many people, but we won't go out of our way to save you if you won't listen to us. Please do remember that. Qureshi's voice was as static as it was even if she was talking about the people dying, and that is what made the threat feel real. The people who were on this floor actually gulped as they saw the 50 people that came with Kairisha a minute ago were fully ready to fight. It seems that they were going to side with Haru's group. As if Haru's group wasn't strong enough already that now they had numbers as well. There are rumors that Haru is stronger than Pildu and can rival Yoonhyuk who is the strongest person in the station. Jina SSI and Aliyah SSI, are you two going to let them do this? The people turned to the ones who saved them in the first place. Well, we are just group members, you know. And in all else, it is better if you guys accept it, Aliyah spoke quickly. Yeah, Kairisha Yuni is quite scary so don't get on her nerves, and it is not like we are doing this without any plans, Jina said as Aliyah nodded frantically. The people were dumbfounded. Jina and Aliyah were the ones who had saved more people at the station, even more than Yoonhyuk himself. 100 in Dongguk University and 70 people on their way to the Dongguk station, then they took 40 people from Dongguk to Chungmuro. These two fought the monsters outside without any problems and provided food for almost everyone in the station along with Jihai. They even fought with Pildu but it came to a draw because their group backed off. So their ranking in Chungmuro was right up there with Yoonhyuk, and right now these guys were saying that they were just group members in Haru's group on top of that they were scared of a healer. Though that didn't matter to them at the moment as the clock was running out and they needed to get a green zone. Are you just asking us to die? With one person the others got behind it as well, since that is what it looked like. Of course, we aren't. If you used your brain calmly instead of behaving like mindless animals ready to kill others you would have understood our intention from the start instead of this tomfoolery, Kairisha said looking at the people that were ready to attack other people inside the green zones. Harsh but true, Dokja thought as that was true, if the people thought calmly they'd be able to find the way where the most number of people survive, but that isn't how people think when they are in danger, is it? Such thoughts are a luxury only available to the strong ones who won't be affected by the ongoing situation no matter what happens. And this time Haru's group was the ones who wouldn't be affected no matter what happened to the scenario. Don't patronize us. Do you think we want to do this? Yeah, it is the fault of the Dakebis, they're the ones who forced us to do this. The people shouted as they didn't like being labeled as killers, though there were some of them who understood what Kairisha meant. They survived the first scenario by killing a person, and from then on their mind has normalized killing and made it their go-to choice. Like just now, there was no mention of killing people but that was the only way they could think of since their mind has registered it as the easy choice. There might be another way to clear this scenario, but did they think of that? No, they went with the option that had become normal in their minds, which is killing the people who are in the green zones and taking it for themselves. The scary part of this was most of these people didn't even realize how their minds changed since in their minds they frame it as if they have no choice but to kill, when they clearly do have another choice. This helps them think that they are innocent even while they choose to kill others to save themselves. They mentally can't take responsibility for taking another's life. Why am I getting flamed for doing my job? Bai Hyun complained to Dokja, who didn't really bother with him since he was too busy trying to figure things out. It seems like we aren't going to be sitting in the green zones for the whole night, Dokja thought as he started to see the bigger picture now. I don't want to waste any more of my time. We are about to tell you about the way to save all of the people on this floor. If you like it you can stay, and if you do not you can go to the lower floor, but I suggest you do not. Kaorisha didn't seem very keen on lecturing them since these people will not believe her even if she told them the truth. They won't agree, so it was better to get to the main point. Are you going to kill us if we leave? One shouted, and this put the others on high alert. Of course, they'd think like that since they were agitated. They aren't, but the landlord coalition will kill you. One of the people from the group that came with Kaorisha spoke up. What do you mean? Don't spout nonsense. Of course, the people weren't going to believe it since the landlord coalition's area was only limited to the second basement floor. Even there they didn't have the whole floor under their control, and they also didn't invade the other areas. So the third basement floor was fair game for anyone who could fight and win. The landlord coalition has expanded its territories. Other people in the green zones on the second floor were scared that the others will raid them, so they made contracts with the landlord coalition who will protect them if they were attacked in exchange for coins. Of course, many agreed, and the ones who didn't were kicked out of the floor. They have also started expanding into the third basement floor, so if you are planning to go down and attack green zones, they'll kill you in the name of messing with their group's property. A woman shared with everyone what had happened downstairs. It was shocking to them as they had heard nothing of this. They all thought that the landlord coalition didn't have the manpower to expand, so they just kept to themselves. It looks like Pildu is desperate for coins to increase his strength. His constellation isn't really that rich to begin with, even if he is a strong one. Dokja knew that the reason Pildu hadn't expanded his territory was solely because he wanted to concentrate his power in the event of Yoonhyuk attacking him, and this also helped him keep his goons to a manageable number. That was the only reason for him, but right now in Pildu's eyes, he is in more danger than ever because of Haru and his group. That is the reason he is expanding, in order to get more coins. That way he can get stronger so that he doesn't die in a fight. And the way he was doing it provided almost no reason for anyone to intervene since the people themselves were joining him and paying him. He was taking in small groups that fight well to boast his combat power and rake in the coins as well, a good strategy on his part. Since Yoonhyuk was nowhere to be found at the station, Haru was on the first basement floor, so Pildu thought he can do this undetected. But it seems like his plan was red. Dokja now understood the reason the girls went down to the lower floors. Qureshi SSI healed their wounds and got these guys to join in. Dokja saw the clothes of the people who came in. They were in tatters and covered in blood. These guys were the ones who tried to defend their green zone from the landlord coalition, or tried to take one over by fighting the landlord coalition, and as one might see, it didn't end well for them. What? Why, you're lying, there is no way. Are we really going to just die like this? I am done with this bullshit. The people on the platform looked devastated by the news. They knew that the landlord coalition was no joke and will really kill people if they trespass in their area. Some didn't believe it and left the area to go down in order to check for themselves if this was true. My part is done here. Kaorisha looked at the uneasy people talking among themselves. 400 power stones to go. Chapter 319, Just Because. My part is done here. Kaorisha looked at the uneasy people talking among themselves. She turned her head to look at Haru as he walked near her. Okay everyone, there is no need to panic like this. There is a way that all of you can survive, and our group is willing to help you if you choose to receive it. Haru clapped twice to get everyone's attention on him, and they looked at him even in the panic as the noises quietened down. It wasn't any skill or anything of the like, but a subconscious behavior. Haru is known as the leader of the group. He made Pildu back down and is rumored to be on the same level as Yoonhyuk. He also had Jina and Aliyah in his group, both of which were invited to join the landlord coalition alongside Yoonhyuk, trying to recruit them once before. In other words, Haru was the most powerful person on the station right now, so, of course, they'd stop and listen since all the other strong people on this platform aren't right in the head, for them at least. But Haru seemed chill. They have seen him talk friendly, and he didn't go kill people just because they got on his nerve. Even then. Why would your group do this? One of the people voiced the question that everyone had in their heads. The answer to that is simple. Haru paused a little, looking at everyone. Because we can. Haru simply smiled as Dokja shook his head. He was having a headache while Sangha smiled wryly. Haru was just too blunt about it. Are you saving us because of pity? Who do you think you are? Some were actually enraged by this and shouted loudly. Pity. Yeah, I'd say that is the correct term without sugarcoating it. I am not asking you to take our pity. You are free to do what you want since you know the consequences of that, Haru said clearly. The people could only grit their teeth. This is similar to how a man gives money to a beggar. It is out of pity, and another important fact that is the man's financial situation is stable. Would you give beggars money if you don't enough to eat yourself? That is the same logic here. If Haru's group was weak and they didn't enough strength, he wouldn't have done this, but since he has and he will be benefiting from it, he is doing it. Several constellations are intrigued by your views and actions. The constellation, secretive plotter, is nodding in agreement with your plan. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is happy that you are doing so much in order to help others. She wishes you luck. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is displeased by the other incarnations staying at Chungmuro. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, I like feet, understands your plan. 300 coins have been sponsored. So, if you want to leave you're free to, because if you aren't on this platform before 11:45 p.m. we have nothing to do with you, and we won't take you in. Anyway, I am pretty sure you all now understand our offer, what will happen if you accept it and what will happen if you don't. Now I'll tell you how we are planning on doing this. Haru's words rang crystal clear in everyone's ears as they waited for his next words. We are going fight the monsters, Haru said with a smile. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is grabbing his pole with excitement. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is saying, finally some fucking action. 500 coins have been sponsored. 11:40 p.m. Chungmuro Station, first basement floor. I knew this would happen, Dokja thought as he looked at the number of people that were on their floor. There are nearly 260 to 270 here. Yes, they were all staying here, if you are curious as to why all of them stayed here. Most of them left after Haru SSI told them of his plan to fight the monsters. Dokja understood they would leave thinking they'd have a better chance of living if they go down and try to take a green zone from someone else. Yeah, that didn't work out that well since the landlord coalition was ready to kill them if they tried. The lifeless bodies of others on the floor didn't help increase their courage either. So they came back without any other option since the alternative was to die down there either by fighting for a green zone or die by being eaten by the monsters. They'll rather believe in what Haru says since they were desperate right now and were grasping at straws to survive. There should be no problem dealing with the monsters with this lineup, Dokja thought while looking at everyone getting ready for the monster attack. The people who didn't want to fight were kept at the back with the combatants in the front. The number of people fighting the monsters was only 70 while the others were going to sit back. Of course, Haru's group was about to be the main combat force. But this way we can save more people, and this also is the best way to complete this scenario. Dokja wouldn't have agreed with this plan if he hadn't seen the strength of this group. There was no need to say anything for Haru. Kair Isha was strong with her spells, Hee-won was a force just by herself, Sangha also had good combat powers, also Namwoon and Hyunsung weren't people you could look over. And then there are those two as well. Dokja looked at Aaliyah and Jina, two people whom Younghyuk tried to recruit for himself. It spoke volumes about their powers already. But the combat power wasn't the only surprise for Dokja. The plan was also well executed. Koresha SSI cornered the people by telling them the situation and then Haru SSI threw them a bone. Dokja knew this won't have worked if the order changed. Kair Isha took the role of the bad person in this play. Well, in all honesty, she was stating facts and that is the reason she was seen as a bad guy in the first place. And it looked like Kair Isha wasn't even bothered by it. She didn't seem to care for the hostile gazes or anything. Even now she was doing her job ignoring the eyes like they didn't even exist. So, how are we going to defend from three fronts? Hee-won asked as there were 3 different staircases that came up to the first basement floor. In that case, they'd need to make 3 different teams to take care of the monsters that come from each side, and that will be tricky. We will only need to divide it in 2, Haru said much to Hee-won's confusion. Hyunsung if you will, Haru looked at Hyunsung who nodded with a determined look. Haru and Hyunsung walked towards the staircase that was west of their group with others following them. If we don't destroy this staircase chances are more people will die. No, they would definitely die. Hyunsung took in a deep breath as he closed his eyes for a second. A new stigma has been unlocked with the blossoming of Lee Hyunsung's attribute. Lee Hyunsung has used the stigma, Great Mountain Crush LV.1. Hyunsung balled up his fist as pale magic power gathered around his fist and within seconds, Hyunsung's arms became big enough to transcend common sense. Ha-ya, Hyunsung shouted as he brought down his big fist on the first step of the staircase with all of his power. Bang asterisk crack asterisk crash asterisk. With a loud bang, the concrete staircase cracked fully and broke apart in seconds. Well, now we only need to divide the team in 2, Haru looked back at the others with a smile. I didn't know you guys had Hulk here, Ji-hai pointed at Hyunsung in surprise. We didn't know either, Hee-won shrugged. I am sorry this is all I can do. Hyunsung wanted to destroy the other ones as well but he won't be able to do that since. There is no need to worry about that, they are escalators we can only leave them alone for now, Haru shook his head. Yeah, I don't think there are many people who can crush a concrete staircase in the first place let alone try to crush several escalators, Hee-won sighed. Now it was time to divide who will defend which area. The north side had 4 escalators while the west side had 2 of them, so they'll need to divide the team based on the number of monsters that will come up. It was important. I am taking on the west side alone, you guys can handle the north side, Haru stated simply causing the others to look at him. 320 power stones to go. Chapter 320, third scenario starts. I am taking on the west side alone, you guys can handle the north side, Haru stated simply. Can you do it? He-1 asked. She just wanted to make sure he wasn't taking any risk. Absolutely. Anyway, your side will need to get rest and switch since we will be doing this for 8 hours. I can handle that easily on this side, Haru said, and the others didn't say anything. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung looked worried since it would be hard to face the monsters all night long, but they chose to believe in him since he said so. They haven't seen him go all out yet, and neither have they seen Haru get tired. Okay, this is good. Dokja was okay with this development since he could actually see Haru fight properly. Even the current Yoon-hyuk will have a hard time trying to stop the monsters alone. He can survive no doubt, but to stop each and every one of those monsters now, that is a different story. Also, he knew that their side would need to work in 2 groups. This needed to be done so that they can avoid getting exhausted from fighting over a long period. That is just stupid. Aren't you going to stop him, Ji-na-Yuni? Ji-hai was a bit taken aback by how everyone agreed to it. Don't worry, aside from that, are you sure you want to fight here? Ji-na asked as Ji-hai only came to see them at first. I think I am too deep into this swamp to go back now. Ji-hai glared at Haru since he was the reason she got stuck here now. When she arrived, Haru said that she'll also help them with their plan, which made it hard for her back off since the people were looking at her with hope. And above all else, Ji-hai also wanted to save these people. She didn't want them to die, but Yoon-hyuk told her that she wasn't strong enough to do this alone, so now that she saw Haru and the others do this, she joined in. A worst-case scenario she can run, taking Ji-na and Aliyah. Okay, so we are up first. Ji-na looked at Hee-won, Ji-hai, and Dokja. These 3 are going to be the frontliners who will be called Team A, with 25 people behind them to stop the remaining monsters that get past these guys, while Kair-isha, Gil-young, and Ji-na will be standing a little further away from the front lines providing support. The second team consists of Hyun-sung, Na-moon, Sang-ah, and Aliyah. They are Team B. The frontliners will switch every hour in order to let them rest and not burn out. Haru was standing on the west side alone with the 25 people who were going to fight as well behind him. They were there just in case Haru missed a monster or 2. They will also switch with the other support team after an hour and will go in with Team B. They were already at their positions as there were only a few minutes left before the scenario started. Haru, you need the katana? Hee-won asked with a cheeky smile. It would be funny if he does ask her for it. Haru laughed as he put his hands together and did an unsheathing motion. There was a burst of fire between his hands and he was now holding a sheathed katana in his hand. No, I don't think so, Haru said, waving the new katana. Why does he act so cool? Even his katana looks better. That is so unfair. Hee-won grumbled at the visual effects. She tried to do the same motion as Haru's, but it didn't work, and could only pout in unhappiness, wishing for the monster to come early. I'll take my anger out on them, Hee-won thought as her eagerness to fight increased. That one does seem stronger than Hee-won's. Dokja also agreed, but he still hadn't checked the information on these weapons, so it was just a guess based on the aura around the weapon. Dokja also increased his strength since he will need it in the upcoming fight, bringing all of his physical stats to level 20. He had to spend more coins than he originally planned, but he knew it would be raining coins here as soon as the scenario started. The reason for that was simple. It was because they were doing it in a way no one else had done it. Right now, no matter what type of constellation it is, they are all stoked to see what will happen next. Dokja was very compelled to just leave the group and go into a green zone, but he knew if he did that, very well may be the end of his journey. Of course, he knew no one in the group would actually blame him. If he does this, it will create a distance between them that won't be closed again no matter what happens after that. Every single member of the team seemed like they were about to give it their all. It isn't that they weren't scared, but they seemed to believe that they'd overcome it. Call it optimism or blind trust, they were prepared for what is about to come. Dokja had checked the other stats. Hee-won had 18 on all of her physical stats, Hyun-sung was the same, and Na-moon seemed to have focused on physique, agility, and magic power, raising them to 20. Perks of having strong backers. Dokja knew that Hyun-sung and Na-moon were helped by the constellation behind them. Hee-won also had a constellation in the shape of Haru. He had given her coins to increase her strength. Dokja couldn't check other stats, but he knew that they were on this level if not higher given the things he had heard and seen. While Dokja mused over this, a blue panel appeared in front of everyone. The third main scenario has been activated. This got everyone's nerves to tense up as they all gripped their weapons tightly. They were all ready for the onslaught. The monsters have appeared from the tracks, they just keep pouring out. Gil-young's voice rang clearly because of the surroundings. He was tasked to monitor where the monsters are going to come from or how many of them are coming by using his insects that were scattered around the station on the key points. Team A, get ready, also sang, I'll wait for my signal. Kair-isha gave out her order, and Team A, consisting of Hee-won, Dokja, Ji-hai, and Ji-na, got ready to attack. They've reached the second floor, Gil-young said again, and everyone could hear the roars and growls of the beasts coming from the escalators. They've climbed up, Gil-young said as monsters poured into the floor from both sides. They were mostly ground rats along with wolves and bear-like monsters. The most powerful ones among these monsters were grade 8 at best, but the problem wasn't their grades, it was. There are so many of them, Dokja thought as nearly 100 monsters poured onto the floor on their side. They were standing 200 feet away from the escalator and 100 feet away from the hallway that led up to the escalator. The hallway was 100 feet long and 50 feet wide. The monsters have crossed nearly 100 feet and were about to get out of the hallway into the open space. Sangha now, Kair Isha ordered, and Sangha pulled the shining threads wrapped around her fingers, and the monsters running in the front stumbled onto the ground with the one behind them falling over the ones in front. Splat asterisk crack asterisk crunch asterisk. This was done in order to break the monsters' momentum, as that was the main problem aside from their numbers. Now with that done, the monsters started to pile up as the others behind kept on running, trampling on the ones that had fallen and killing them as well. Now, Kair Isha said as both Gina and she sent in a barrage of sharp ice shards, killing or seriously injuring most of the monsters that came out from the hallways. It would be so good if we can just repeat this over and over. Dokja laughed dryly as he unsheathed his sword. He knew that won't be possible since the mana cost to do that spell would be huge and it could likely be only done in emergency cases. It is our turn now. He one didn't need to be told and got ready to attack the monsters that made it out of the hallways, cutting them down. Chapter 321, Too Fast. It is our turn now. He one didn't need to be told and got ready to attack the monsters that made it out of the hallways, cutting them down. I am fired up as well. Ji-Hai grinned as she was stoked seeing such a scene. All of the unis here are so kick-ass. Ji-Hai laughed, cutting down the monsters. The numbers are kept in check by Qureshi SSI and Gina. Dokja saw 8 sharp ice shards dancing around the hallways, cutting down as many monsters as they can. They were acting like drones and were controlled by both of them. Dokja understood that it was a trick to conserve mana, but it also required mastery over the spell to do it. Qureshi SSI seems to be able to use any element, from attack to healing, and I can see why Younghyuk tried to recruit Gina, Dokja thought as he focused on killing as many as possible by using his bookmark skill to get combat skills from Namwoon and Hyunsung. The hallway was full of blood and the bodies of the monsters that slowed down the other monsters as they would trip over since they are rushing in madly. The 25 people were killing the stray monsters that got through the first 2 lines of attack, the ice drones, and T-Maze attacks. Like this, they didn't let the monsters go toward the people behind them on the north side. They were able to do it all swimmingly without any issues or errors. Since Kair Isha held the command, she ordered the people to go to certain spots that needed reinforcements at the perfect time and place so that the monsters don't get past them. He won, Dokja, and Ji-Hai were the focal points, and the other 25 people were to be moved in order to ease the pressure on the focal points so that they can go on longer without being drained fully. Kair Isha didn't stop there as she fired off wine spells while Gina used normal ice spikes to pick off the monsters that got out of the range of the front line while controlling the drones. This way the front line won't have to stretch and there won't be any holes that the monsters can punch through. Many constellations are astonished at the prowess shown by the incarnation, Kair Isha Kalistraya. The constellation, god of naval warfare, is impressed by the strategy. The constellation, bald general of the peasants' army, is nodding his head with appreciation. The constellation, I am worth more than that, has taken an interest in the incarnation, Kair Isha Kalistraya. The constellation, general who dined with Hades, is looking at the warriors with great interest, although he is very disappointed in most of the people in Chungmuro. Kair Isha made sure to keep it all together and not make even a small blunder, and she didn't even want to entertain such a fallacy since. This is an important part of the plan. I can't let these guys mess it up, Kair Isha thought as she looked towards the west where most of the people were looking currently. Kair Isha smiled a little before she focused on the front since it was about time to switch between the attack forces. Fall back, Kair Isha ordered as both she and Gina sent a barrage of ice shards killing off the monsters. This gave T-Mei the chance to fall back without letting the monsters push forward. Aliyah now, Kair Isha said as Aliyah jumped forward putting her hands on the ground. So she has plant or tree magic. Dokja thought as thick vines cover the hallway's exit. This trapped the new monsters inside the hallway as they kept pouring inside, pressing against the net made of vines trying to break through. This gave the others enough time to get into positions, including the cleanup team. If that number of monsters burst in at once they might break through the front line. He-one was ready to help even though she was tried. The same was true with Ji-Hai. That is what I was thinking, but it seems like Qureshi SSI had a plan for that. Dokja saw that Kair Isha didn't even look a little panicked about the situation, and they all soon knew why. Crunch asterisk splash asterisk. Like a beast munching on meat, sharp spikes rose from the ground and the ceiling on the other side of the net and crushed the monsters in between, splashing their mushed corpses everywhere. Looks like we worried for nothing, He-one laughed as she saw Aliyah, Hyunsung, Namwoon, and Sangha intercepting the monsters. Sangha wasn't as strong as the others, which is the reason she was backed by Aliyah more, as Kair Isha oversaw the fight like before. She can use the plants to even make weapons and her range also seem wide. Qureshi SSI's range is also no joke, plus she has many cards up her sleeve. Dokja was analyzing Aliyah and Kair Isha while the former fought and the latter healed the injured Team A members. This included him as he had some minor injuries like cuts and so. Aliyah was fighting very smoothly with the green sword in her hand. She was the main attack dealer in this group alongside Namwoon since Hyunsung was a shield user. So Aliyah needed to run around and kill faster, but it wasn't that big of a deal. She is also no joke. Her sword skills are top-notch and her agility seems to be her strong suit. She is perfectly balanced with Gina according to their skill sets. Dokja was even more convinced of the high potential these have. Anyone would want to bring these two into their groups. Even Dokja felt like wanting to bring these two into his own group. Gina was a powerful ranged attacker while Aaliyah was the swift and skillful vanguard that can respond to the quick speed of Gina's spells. Aaliyah was quick enough to cover a larger area which in turn helped Sangha so that she doesn't get overwhelmed by a large number of monsters. But I don't understand why is everyone so silent. Dokja soon got his answer as he turned to the west to see Haru's side and he understood the reason. Swing ****. Is he really fighting and not performing? That was all Dokja could think of as he saw Haru twirling and lunging across the horde of beasts with a calm look, swinging his katana, cutting them down before the beasts could even register what happened to them. That is just too good, he muttered as she was paying close attention to the way Haru used the katana. His swings looked powerful, but it also made it seem like he wasn't using any power but was using momentum to cut down the monsters. I haven't seen something like that even from Master. Ji-Hai also wasn't able to keep her eyes away as Haru didn't stop even more a moment and the attacks just kept on coming out like a sequence. Young-hyuk also has a great swords technique, but it isn't like this, and on top of that Haru SSI is using an ether blade or something similar. Dokja was sure that the main point that made Haru more captivating was the fire that lingered on his blade following behind katana as he slashed the monsters. I really want to fight on this side, Ji-Hai said looking at the clean floor below Haru. The monster corpses did litter the area but there was no blood. Me too, we have so many things to watch out for on our side, he sighed in exasperation, since if they don't pay enough attention, they might slip on the blood or stumble over a corpse. All this while facing multiple monsters. It would be hell if this happened by chance. And even now the corpses were piling up on the north side, making it hard to fight, and the front line had to fall back in order to have more area to move about. On Haru's side, there was no blood on the floor and the cuts on the corpses looked charred like they were burned by the fire. The slight smell of burnt meat only affirmed Dokja's thoughts. And even with all those corpses, Haru seemed to have no problem dancing all over. To others it seemed like Haru's feet weren't even landing on the ground, he was just that quick. It is almost time to switch, Ji-Hai grumbled as an hour passed by in a blink while they were watching Haru. They weren't even able to tell. Arg, damn it, I haven't had enough food yet, he frowned as she quickly cut the steak into small pieces and put them into her mouth before standing up ready to fight while chewing frantically. And now, Kair-Isha signaled and Gina placed her hands on the ground as a wave of cold air passed alongside the ground. Aaliyah used the vines to make the same net as before, blocking the monsters once again. The entire Team B had run to the flanks as soon as they saw the freezing air pass by the ground. They were told to do so in less. 700 power stones to go. Chapter 322, Excitement. The entire Team B had run to the flanks as soon as they saw the freezing air pass by the ground. They were told to do so unless they wanted to be frozen as well. It is freezing the monsters' blood and the corpses. Dokja saw a sheet of ice forming on the floor leading to the hallway. The ice enveloped everything in the way. Bang ***, tremble ***, crack ***. With the sudden sound of Koresh's foot hitting the floor, the ice sheet trembled and cracks started to form on the ice before it completely shattered, bouncing off the floor and started levitating in the air. Wind. Dokja was a little taken aback as he felt a gust of wind brushing past his face, and it wasn't only for him, everyone felt it, but it shouldn't be possible since they were underground currently. But they didn't have enough time to figure things out because the floating ice shards were sent into the hallway at full speed, cutting apart the monsters and even breaking the walls in the hallway. Slash ***, crash ***, bang ***. That is one way to clean up the corpses, I guess, he was amazed. It's a fucking cool way, Ji-Hai grinned. She was secretly a bit jealous since she didn't have cool spells like this. What happened was when Gina froze the ground, she also froze the blood and monster corpses together, encasing them into ice. Then Kair-Isha sent a shockwave into the floor, breaking the ice and creating shards that she sent flying into the monsters who were trapped in the hallway by the net Aaliyah made. This not only created an opening for Team A to come back but also got rid of the blood and corpses in the area, which was the main problem they were facing. There was no need to use any high-level magic or spells. Kair-Isha and Gina have just been using the most basic ones with little mana cost to cause all of this carnage. Koresha SSI has hidden too deep to have such power. She hasn't shown even a little sign of slowing down after using magic for 2 hours straight now. Dokja thought that Koresha's highest stat should be her magic, as her skills seemed to only based around it. Dokja also guessed that Young-hyuk doesn't know about this, or more like didn't think of Kair-Isha was a threat given how she is always low profile and only keeps herself near Haru. And people tend to get overshadowed when Haru is around, but in Koresha's case, she seems to want to remain that way. At this rate, she'll soon become the real shadow. Dokja thought this was correct because of the way Kair-Isha tried to be the bad guy while convincing people. It is our turn now. Ji-Hai's fighting spirit was roused seeing such a display. We can't let Kair-Isha and Gina show off like this. Let's go. He also didn't want to back down as the excitement went through the roof. They didn't have to worry since they knew that there was a competent commander who had their backs in case they fall in danger. They didn't have to worry about the west side since it was all taken care of, so now they could fight without any worry eating away at their mind. Oha! The other 25 people shouted as they ran to their spot ready to meet the influx of the new monsters. Look at them all pumped up, Aaliyah laughed as Team B made it back to the back line to rest. It is really amazing that we are able to do this. Although Sangha looked tired, she smiled knowing what they were doing. We already knew this would happen the moment all of us didn't ask any questions about the plan. Hyunsung seemed to me full of life even if he had just come back from fighting. Everyone is giving their best, that is the only reason we can do this. Aaliyah looked at Sang-ah and Hyunsung, making them smile since this time they were also actively participating. Thank you for helping me before, I'll do better next time. Sang-ah knew she was holding them back because she wasn't a great damage dealer and Aaliyah was picking up the slack for her. No need to worry, everyone has something they aren't good at, that is why teams are made. Aaliyah waved her hand. Yeah, you scratch my back and I scratch yours, this is the base reason people form groups, Namun said, making Hyunsung, Aaliyah, and Sang-ah look at him. Did I say more than necessary? Namun for the first time regretted practicing these lines so that he doesn't forget them in the heat of the moment. Oh, you do get it after all, that's a sick way to say it. Aaliyah laughed, seemingly enjoying the way Namun talked. It reminded her of herself before she was disciplined by Isha. Yeah, that was a bad memory. Aaliyah shuddered a little, but it wasn't her fault, well, not fully, since Jina was the one who taught her about the modern world. Isha didn't care though, both Aaliyah and Jina got severe punishments for this. Anyway, I was only able to help Sang-ah because the left side was well defended by Hyunsung and Namun, so thank you, Aaliyah said with a smile. It wasn't a big deal, Namun said coolly with a smile. She thinks I am dependable, great going, Namun nodded as he was trying his best not to punch the air. Something doesn't feel right, both Hyunsung and Sang-ah felt something was off but they couldn't put their finger on it. It feels like I have been sent to the Middle Ages, Dokja thought jokingly while fighting the monsters, but he understood the excitement of these people as they weren't the only ones who were excited. Several constellations are excited while looking at the current scenario. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, is pulling his hair in excitement. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, is intrigued by the current scenario. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, General who dined with Hades, can feel the battle spirit of the warriors. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, I Like Feet, is impressed by the efforts of the warriors. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Goddess of Love and Beauty, can't take her eyes off the fight. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Noble Child of the Sun, is looking at the battle intently. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, One Who Hates Food, is shouting, increase the difficulty, what is this nonsense? 600 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, He Who Invites, is agreeing with the constellation, One Who Hates Food. 700 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, She Who Invites, is smiling kindly. 800 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, God of Storms and Tantrums, is praying for the dead so that their souls rest in peace. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Lady of Corn, is saying, don't make me come down there. 600 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Desserts for Days, can't decide if he should have a chocolate parfait or a matcha parfait. 800 coins have been sponsored. They are very lively up there, Haru thought as he looked at the messages that were popping left and right. Time to kick things up a notch, Haru thought as he continued to kill the monsters. Just like that, the night passed with Haru's group fighting the monsters. 9 a.m. Chungmuro Station. Currently, an hour has passed since the monsters stopped coming into the station and everyone who fought was sitting down and eating grilled meat to fill their stomach. You have endured Chungmuro's night without the green zone. You have accomplished the Never-Ending Dawn achievement at Chungmuro Station. You have earned 1,000 coins as an achievement reward. Everyone who wasn't in the green zone got this achievement, over 100 people got this. 0 deaths, let's fucking go, Ji-Hai shouted with excitement. There have been no deaths aside from injuries that were treated by Isha, so nothing to worry about aside from that. Ah, I feel my hand will fall off. He-One looked burned out, she was just lying flat on the ground with black circles under her eyes. And it wasn't her alone, Ji-Hai, Dokja, and most of the people also had bags under their eyes and they looked fully spent. They had no energy, even Ji-Hai had spent her last bit of energy on that last war cry. You guys can sleep after you have some proper food, Haru said with a smile as Isha was helping him by getting the food out. Where does he get his energy from? He-One muttered. He is an alien, I tell you, Ji-Hai also said slowly since she didn't have the power to shout anymore. Well, it isn't him alone, Isha, Jina, and Aaliyah are also something. He-One was in shock seeing the other three help Haru with the food. He is the only one who is an alien. 600 power stones to go. Chapter 323, I'll kill you. He is the only one who is an alien. Jina Yuni and Aaliyah Yuni took breaks in between the fight. Isha Yuni also looks a bit tired but he is the only one who didn't even sweat a little. Ji-Hai complained, since here all of them were dying of exhaustion even after they took multiple breaks. And Haru on the other hand fought on one side alone and didn't even have a drop of sweat on him, let alone a sign of exhaustion. That is Hyung after all. Namun's words made no sense but also made sense to everyone. His physical stats are definitely higher than Young Hyuk's, but even then it is hard to explain how he isn't even affected in the slightest, maybe a recovery skill. At this point I don't know who the protagonist is between Young-hyuk and Haru SSI. Dokja was barely able to keep his brain functioning because of all the mental fatigue that built up because of the battle and him trying to analyze Haru's abilities. Stop grumbling and eat up now, Haru said as Ji-na and Aliyah took the grilled meat to the others in the group. Ah. I am melting. He-won seemed to have regained some of her vigor as she kept eating. Ji-hai was eating silently. No, well, she didn't have the time to speak since she was eating that fast. Haru-hyung, I want some of the Belgium chocolate ice cream you have after this. Gil-young raised his hand. He was also tired of keeping an eye on the monsters in case something abnormal happened. It was quite hard for the boy to do that, but he did well. Sure, eat as much as you want, Haru laughed. Really? I'll have the whole tub then. Gil-young seemed happy. Listen here, you little brat, when I say you can have as much as you want, that only means 2 servings, Haru pointed at Gil-young and explained seriously. But Haru-hyung had a whole tub last night, Gil-young complained a little. I am the leader, cry about it, Haru said with a smug smile. He is the only leader we know who abuses his power just to eat ice cream. Everyone couldn't help but laugh since it was funny to them. They have seen different types of leaders till now, but Haru was indeed the only one of his kind. Also, Haru was joking with Gil-young about only giving him 2 servings, he gave him a whopping 3 servings. Amazing, right? No, on a serious note, he gave Gil-young the whole tub just like the kid asked for. Currently, everyone has eaten and looking drowsy, even the ones who didn't fight were awake all night watching Haru's group fight. They weren't able to sleep because of the noise and tension anyway, so they just watched. And much to their dismay, another guy appeared in front of the group as they were about to rest. Seems like your stupid plan worked, Young-hyuk said, seeing that everyone was still alive. People only say something is stupid or foolish when they can't achieve it themselves. Haru smiled as a frown formed on Young-hyuk's forehead. You mean to say I can't achieve this? Young-hyuk asked. Yes, there is something in the way, Haru said as Young-hyuk raised an eyebrow. What? Young-hyuk wanted to see what Haru would say. Does he know what I am doing? Young-hyuk thought deeply as Dokja was looking at the two, not knowing what was coming next. It is your shitty personality, Haru smiled brightly as Dokja nearly forgot how to breathe for a second. PFT, sorry master, Ji-hai stopped herself as He-won was actually laughing with Aliyah and Ji-na. The constellation, goddess of love and beauty, nods her head in agreement. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is laughing at the incarnation, Young-hyuk. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is shaking his head. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is supporting the incarnation, Young-hyuk, with a message, haters gonna hate. 300 coins have been sponsored. Young-hyuk's face didn't change at the messages, but he could see Haru smile, seemingly enjoying the constellation's reaction. Haru SSI, what are you doing? Look at the glare. Dokja was stunned after seeing Young-hyuk's next thought. He is oddly provocative today, it is because. Young-hyuk stopped his thought as he looked at everyone in Haru's group. It seems like your group is in a worse condition than it seems. Are you using an illusion to make it seem like everything is okay? Young-hyuk asked, making nearly everyone in Haru's group uneasy, because from what they can see everything is fine, but then again it seemed a bit unreal as Haru was completely unaffected. What if Haru was using the illusion to make it look like he wasn't tired, because if he didn't then that would be worrying for everyone. This was their line of thoughts at the moment. Would you like to confirm that theory of yours? But looking at Haru, it didn't seem true after all. No. No. Stop. Stop. Dokja was losing his mind seeing Haru provoke Young-hyuk. This was equivalent to waving a red cloth in front of a bull. So, he is actually completely fine even after fighting the whole night. Young-hyuk only assumed it since he didn't come up after he saw what happened with Ji-hai, he didn't want to be dragged in. And to top it all off, Haru didn't seem the type to back down. Why do these two do so many mental fights? My headache isn't doing me any favors, Dokja, and for that matter, everyone in the group thought the same. It wasn't only Dokja who was tense, He-won was ready to attack at any moment, same with Sang-ah and Hyun-sung. He-won has always been on high alert against Young-hyuk because he had threatened Haru on multiple occasions and seemed to also have a screw loose given what he did to Dokja. Anyway, you here for Ji-hai? She just ate, let her rest for a while, Haru said with a sigh. What is this place? A daycare center? Am I being treated like a child here? Ji-hai didn't know how to retort since it was true she felt extremely sleepy after eating. No, I just came to see the situation of your group and take action accordingly, Young-hyuk coldly stated, looking at the tense faces of the people in front of him. I see, Haru laughed as if Young-hyuk was no threat even if he was being so blatantly hostile. As obnoxious as he is, it was a great idea to leave Namwoon and Hyun-sung under him. They have grown significantly. Young-hyuk looked at the two and could help be surprised at Hyun-sung being so ready to defend the group if he chose to attack, while Namwoon, on the other hand, was acting like a normal person. It was a shock to everyone. He must be looking at everyone's stats. Well, I am surprised as well. Dokja himself couldn't believe the team in front of him. Namwoon and Hyunsung got a lot stronger than they should have been at this point. Then you count in Hee-won, Sang-ah, and Gil-young, who are wild cards that weren't even in the original, and he still hadn't counted the Kaorisha, Aaliyah, and Jina yet. What? How can she? Dokja was shocked as he saw Young-hyuk look shocked. Even his face showed his surprise. Who is looking at? There are only Qureshi SSI and Sang-ah there. Dokja followed Young-hyuk's line of sight and only found 2 people there. Dokja couldn't understand which of the 2 had caused this reaction. Was it because of Kaorisha or was it Sang-ah? Dokja had some suspicions about Sang-ah's constellation being a high-ranking one because of how they intervened in the scenario, and he was drawing a conclusion on what type of contract she had signed. While Kaorisha, on the other hand, was also a dangerous individual given the ability she had shown till now, and Young-hyuk can see others' statuses with his skill. I need to kill her. Young-hyuk's eyes glowed coldly as he was reaching for his sword. This madman, Dokja panicked. That's quite an intense killing intent you have there. Young-hyuk stopped and turned his head towards Haru, who was looking at him with a smile. I lost him for a second. Young-hyuk got even more vigilant looking at Haru. You're alarmed. Shouldn't this be the other way around? Haru was amused since Young-hyuk was the one who was being hostile and now he went on the defensive. Don't tell me yo dash. You know, I don't really care what you do or what plans you have, but just know that if even a single one of my group members is affected by it, I'll kill you. 500 power stones to go. Chapter 324, Leader. You know, I don't really care what you do or what plans you have, but just know that if even a single one of my group members is affected by it, I'll kill you, Haru said, simply smiling. Are you sure you can? Young-hyuk's face became serious as he looked at Haru. Deep red mana flickered around Young-hyuk, indicating him using a skill. The character Young-hyuk has used strong self-defense LV 5. The incarnation Sujikuni Haru has used hockey LV. It isn't even a question, maybe this time I'll actually lop off your limbs. Haru smiled, looking down as Young-hyuk was a few inches shorter than him. Dark red and black lighting crackled around him. Even the tiles at Haru's feet cracked. Everyone could feel the tense atmosphere between the two since neither of the two looked like they'll back down. Are these guys going to fight for real? Hee-won was a bit taken aback at how quickly the situation escalated in a matter of few seconds. The constellation General who dined with Hades wishes to see an intense battle. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is ready to see a rain of blood. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation Goddess of Love and Beauty wants to see a beautiful fight. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation Noble Child of the Sun doesn't want you to fight. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation She Who Invites is saying youth. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation One Who Hates Food is saying women. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation One Who Hates Food has left the channel. The constellation He Who Invites has left the channel. Several constellations are praying for the dead and saying their sacrifice won't be in vain. The constellations were having their own fun and waiting for the fight to start. They wanted to see who would come out on top between the two. Will Young-hyuk be able to make a comeback? Or will Haru sweep the floor with him once again? The moment was very tense as the two continued to be locked in a stare-down. But the silence was broken, and it wasn't either Haru or Young-hyuk who did it. Hey Young-hyuk, what are you trying to do by fighting your companion's group? Dokja said, shocking most of the people on the floor given what he has just done. I can't let these two fight here. Dokja smiled, looking at Young-hyuk's deep frown. A few constellations are paying attention to character Young-hyuk's answer. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is observing Young-hyuk's loyalty with shining eyes. 500 coins have been sponsored. Companion. Haru looked interested in what he had just heard. This is a good chance. Dokja was perplexed by what he had just heard from Young-hyuk. Yes, Dokja is a companion of mine, Young-hyuk agreed, looking at Dokja. What is this bastard thinking? Dokja's smile twitched since the way Young-hyuk said it made it seem like he was a mole in Haru's group. This was surely the worst possible thing that could happen. I was trying to stop the fight since I don't know what will happen if Young-hyuk dies. What if this world line ends if he regresses? I don't want to take that chance. As much as Dokja knew how powerful Young-hyuk was, Haru was something else entirely. This guy still hadn't shown his whole hand yet and can still be considered the strongest incarnation here. His battle techniques are no joke given what Dokja had seen during the night. Haru's stamina is pretty much inexhaustible. He didn't even break a sweat after fighting for the whole night, and it didn't even look like he fought since his clothes were as clean as ever. I don't know why, but attacks don't hit him. Dokja had seen it himself last night. Haru can easily dodge attacks from multiple monsters. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but seeing Haru do it all night long changed his mind into thinking that it is some sort of attack detection skill. While Dokja was having this mental battle, the others in Haru's group were also shocked. What? Jihai, did you know about that? He-won asked as she looked back towards Jihai since she didn't get an answer. Yeah, I don't think she knew, Jina said pointing at Jihai, who was shocked into being a statue. Her mouth was opened so wide that it shouldn't be humanly possible. Aliyah closed her mouth lest she dislocates her jaw because of this. But, Jihai seemed the most shocked person on the floor, and rightfully so. Jihai already had doubts when Dokja came to talk with Yoon-hyuk alone and he let the former walk away even if he got on his nerves. She was sure there was something going on between these two but she didn't ask since Yoon-hyuk won't answer her. Now she understood the reason. She actually came to ask Dokja about this last night, but her bad luck as she met Haru first and was dragged into the mess, being in the heat of the moment, she ended up forgetting it while fighting the hordes of monsters. What? Didn't he tell you? He was quite enthusiastic about becoming my companion. I was sure he would tell you. Yoon-hyuk looked at Dokja with narrowed eyes. This emo bastard, maybe I shouldn't have stepped in since a beating might bring him back to his senses. Tick marks appeared on Dokja's forehead as he regretted not having enough strength to knock some sense in Yoon-hyuk's head himself. Dokja had no reason he could make for his defense since no one told him about the conflict that happened between Yoon-hyuk and Haru. So there was no way he can say he hid it to not cause any problems. Hell, he didn't even know that they saw him being tossed off the bridge since the barrier isn't supposed to be see-through. So he really had no excuse for what he had done and he can't lie as well since Haru would catch him. Well, there was a possibility of that happening. Well, he didn't. I wouldn't as well if my companion was a crazed idiot that fights anyone in sight. Who knows if his enemies capture me wanting to get revenge. Haru shrugged as Yoon-hyuk frowned a little. You're still sticking to your old ways, Yoon-hyuk looked at Haru. Given how he acted, I thought he changed but it seems like he didn't. Yoon-hyuk was amused by what had just happened. Shut up you bastard, let Haru SSI be the way he is the best leader, now go into your corner and brood the whole day. I wish I could say that to his face, but I don't have a death wish. Dokja could see Yoon-hyuk look at him with a glare even if he hadn't said anything. Not really, I will take action when there is a threat that requires me to, Haru simply smiled back. In his words, he clearly said to Yoon-hyuk that he is only alive because he isn't a threat. I see, Yoon-hyuk was used to this kind of behavior since he had dealt with people like Haru multiple times. The constellation, I am worth more than that, is smiling at the blatant mental warfare. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is curious about what you are planning. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is writing the conversation down for future reference. 200 coins have been sponsored. Jihai, come back after you've rested, Yoon-hyuk said and walked away without looking back. Haru SSI, you know, I. Dokja wasn't sure how to say it to Haru now since Yoon-hyuk had just flipped the table on him. There is no need to worry about that, it is no such thing as too much caution, the times have come to the point where such things are important after all. Haru shook his head as Yoon-hyuk was walking away from them. I see Haru SSI, Dokja was a bit taken aback at how understanding Haru was. Though he didn't really think Haru would get angry over such a thing, but... Does he not consider me as part of the group? Dokja has had this thought for some time now, and he wouldn't be surprised if it was accurate given how he has been after coming back. The others have probably picked up on it as well, he was a bit too vigilant and acting suspiciously. Well, he wasn't acting suspiciously given how the world is currently, if he was with anyone else his actions would be viewed as normal. But he was with Haru's group who is pretty much an anomaly from their behavior to their actions. Imagine trying to save people when your own lives are in danger. Especially in the current world where people would stab you in the back at the drop of a hat. It was weird, but it isn't like you can call people weird or idiots just because they have a different mindset or ideals than you. Wait a second. 350 Power Stones to go. Chapter 325, Kindness. It was weird, but it isn't like you can call people weird or idiots just because they have a different mindset or ideals than you. Wait a second, doesn't that sum up the current modern society a bit too perfectly? No, not the time, the society is gone anyway. Dokja shook his head since he needed to focus on what is going on currently. Also just call me Haru, we've been through the first scenario so there is no need to be so formal, and if anyone asks why you haven't told them about it just say I told you not to. Haru smiled and Dokja felt something was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it. Okay, Haru, Dokja coughed and said his words as they went back towards the others. It was a weird feeling for Dokja, it was like he was taking advantage of Haru's kind nature. Those words to Yoon-hyuk weren't just an empty threat or for intimidation, he really meant it. Dokja looked at the cracked tiles on the ground before walking, this also meant that what happened wasn't an illusion just to look tough. Alright, go to rest quickly, we have a lot to discuss after that, Haru said since everyone looked really tired. Who's going to keep watch if we all sleep? He-won asked while yawning. Surely she had many questions but sleep came first. I'll do it, so just sleep, look Namun, Jihai, and Gil-young are already asleep, Haru said pointing at the three he mentioned and they were fast asleep. They had fallen asleep earlier since they weren't able to resist it. Will it be okay, Haru SSI? Sanga asked since she wasn't sure if it was correct to leave the watch to only Haru since he was the one who had fought without a break. Just get a good rest, I am still full of energy so no need to worry, Haru said as Sanga nodded. Please wake me up first, then Haru SSI can rest as well. Sanga also went to sleep with Hyunsung asking to wake him up as well. Looks like everyone is asleep, Jina said yawning. She wasn't really tired, just sleepy since the scenario started. Both Aaliyah and she didn't sleep like they usually do. They couldn't let down their guards and their minds were full of questions that couldn't solve thanks to the group chat where Kairisha and Zenobia discussed their theories or findings. We'll sleep for a bit as well, Aaliyah said as she alongside Jina went to sleep near Haru. Haru was sitting on the floor currently as Kairisha approached him and sat down on his left side. You also feel sleepy? Haru asked as Kairisha hugged his arm, placing her head on his shoulder. No, Kairisha only gave a short answer and Haru just smiled without saying anything further. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is overjoyed. 500 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is telling you to keep an eye out for enemies. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is wiggling his eyebrows. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, dessert for days, is saying, how sweet, still can't beat my ice cream though. 300 coins have been sponsored. Why are these guys playing their part at being annoying so well? Haru deadpanned, looking at the messages. Anyway, he soon left that aside and looked at everyone sleeping. I should also think of some things while I have time now. Haru was rearranging the plans in his mind to come up with the best possible way to clear the scenario with maximum benefits. 4 p.m. Chungmuro Station. Everyone on the first basement floor was up and about. They were all sitting in the corner in fear and anxiety since they didn't know what was going to happen next. They did somehow survive the night because of Haru's group, but they were still uncertain if they will be protected throughout the week. Who knows when they'll get sick of it and just throw them all out. It was a feeling that was eating away at them since they woke up. What? The people were shocked by the loud shout that reverberated throughout the whole floor, making them instinctively turn their heads to the source of the sound. On the east side of the floor, their Haru's group was having a meeting alongside the people who had fought the monster last night. Don't shout like that, he won, my ears are ringing. Aaliyah covered her ears as she said those words. I am sorry about that, but it is his fault, he won, pointed at Haru who was standing in front of them with Kairisha. Oi oi, don't go blaming me, Haru's eyes twitched. I mean, I was surprised by what you said as well, Dokja laughed dryly. Yes, what do you mean by, we can't protect those people without some of us dying? He-won asked a question that was on everyone's mind. His words did worry everyone since they could see he was serious when he said them. And to top it all off, he said that as soon as they all sat down, they thought they'll be discussing some strategies or something of that sort. They didn't expect him to start off the meeting that way. I mean, Haru isn't wrong, at the rate we are going, lives will be lost, it will be either ours or of the people. Dokja understood it after the fight last night. It means what you guys are thinking, even if we had succeeded in doing it last night, you can look at everyone's state and it will be clear that we won't be able to do this for the next 6 days, Haru said as he pointed at the 50 people who were cleaning up the monsters that the frontline missed and supported them so they don't get overwhelmed from all sides. They all didn't look in their best shape even after resting. It was because they didn't have high enough stats like the others. They had felt tremendous physical and mental fatigue because of how tense their nerves were while fighting for 8 hours. And I am sure I don't need to tell you about how tired you guys yourself were. Because of that we've made a lot of mistakes that could have led to fatal injuries just last night, Haru said as he looked at Kairisha. Certainly, there were 150 instances in which the second line was in danger of a fatal injury or death, and 68 instances where the front line was in danger. If I had not intervened by using magic spells to clear the area around them, some of them might not have just stopped at injuries. Kairisha's words couldn't be refuted since they knew it was true. They also know how many times Kairisha had saved them last night. And Koresha SSI herself didn't even rest the entire night. She was using mana continuously to support the front line and also save us if we were cornered. Even if she does indeed has a lot of mana, even if she had access to mana potions, the mental load itself would be no joke. Dokja was surprised that Kairisha didn't pass out last night since aside from Haru she was the only one who continued without any breaks, because if she did the front line would come crumbling down within minutes. This won't be an issue if it was just them fighting, but they needed to make sure that no monster reached the group of people behind them. That was the reason it was much more exhausting and nerve-wracking, since a single mistake could fuck up the entire plan. This was especially much more nerve-wracking for Sanga and Hyunsung given their personality. They were more scared of someone dying because of their mistakes than getting injured themselves. This caused them to make some mistakes that could have been bad if not for Kairisha. Also, Dokja knew that Kairisha did save him on multiple occasions since he was having a hard time keeping up when his skill timer ran out. Sanga also knew it since she had fallen into peril a few times only to be helped by Aaliyah or Kairisha. She still wasn't used to facing a large number of opponents and was trying to learn from the people around her or by watching Haru during her rest period, since he was the only one on the west side and he was still able to do it without any issues. I need to get better quickly. Sangha understood that time waited for no one. If the problem was in front of her, it wouldn't matter if she could handle it or not, she'll have to face it. 250 power stones to go. Chapter 326, Questions. I need to get better quickly. Sangha understood that time waited for no one. If the problem was in front of her, it wouldn't matter if she could handle it or not, she'll have to face it. I'm also quite tired. Using magic takes a low T of concentration, because if we just fire off a spell without any image or substance behind it, it will take double the amount of mana it would have taken normally. Gina also chimed in. The others kind of understood how it worked. That is also the case with aura blades. With extreme mastery one can even use it for hours on end with low mana costs. Dokja had felt this when he faced off against the Dark Warden. Because of his inexperience he spent all of his mana after just using it twice. And even if for the sake of argument, let's say that we managed to do this for the whole week without getting a casualty, monsters aren't really our only concern here, Haru said while shaking his head, and everyone was reminded of the scene from this morning. But isn't Younghyuk your companion, Dokja? Can't you like hoodwink him or something? He-won looked at Dokja. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is saying do it. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is interested in your answer. 100 coins have been sponsored. Dokja's eyes twitched a little after he saw the messages that were flooding in. He would like to say that he can somehow get Younghyuk to fight as well, but... No, if I try that he'll kill me first, and there is the landlord coalition as well, I am sure they won't leave a chance to attack if they see us exhausted. That is probably what they want. Dokja smiled dryly. He knew Younghyuk would really kill without a second thought if he got on the latter's nerves. It would be pretty difficult to do things like today since Jihai said she won't do it again, so we are down by one frontliner. We have to face 3,000 monsters on the north side and 2,500 monsters on the west side. These are just my rough estimates. Everyone was surprised that Kei or Isha kept such a record of things while they had their hands full just by swinging their weapons. But they had to pay more attention as Kei or Isha continued. We have to do this daily for the next 6 days. I'd say a few casualties would be the least of our worries. I myself don't think I'll be able to go on under these circumstances. Keeping an eye on the front is already tough, but paired with healing the injured and dish out support when the front is in trouble also takes an extra toll on me. The other understood Koresh's words as she was the one with the most work last night. The number of injured increased as they went into the night, which showcased the whole point of what Haru said. The fatigue built up and caused mistakes that shouldn't have happened. And this was all from just one night. They could already see it worsening as the days pass. I ought to smack that kid, he once said fiercely as Jihai actually just dipped with no remorse. Can't blame her. Younghyuk had already taught her of his ways. I am more surprised that she helped last night. Dokja shook his head in worry for Jihai's future. The constellation, god of naval warfare, doesn't know what to say. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, bald general of the peasants' army, is consoling his comrade. 100 coins have been sponsored. Well, she isn't a part of our group, so we should be thankful she helped at all, Sangha said, and he-won sighed since that was true. Can I ask why there is such a small difference between the number of monsters between the two sides even when our side had a larger passageway? Hyunsung raised his hand. He had a small notebook in his left hand. Has he been taking notes this whole time? He-won was shocked at how diligent Hyunsung was. But even then his question was intriguing and a point she was wondering about as well. That is because our side has a large passageway. To simplify that, all the bigger monsters like the wolves and bears came through our side because it had more space for them to pass through, and when they were passing through, the smaller monsters like the rats and gnolls had a hard time coming through, while on the west side, only the smaller monster came in since the passageway was too narrow for the bigger one to swarm it, and as there were no bigger monsters blocking the way because they came to our side, the smaller ones swarmed in from there, making the numbers as they are, Kei or Isha explained, and Hyunsung wrote it all down. This explained the reason why there wasn't much of a difference in the number of monsters, but this also amazed them since he alone took care of all of them. It was ridiculous and made them question, how strong is he? But that wasn't the only question in their mind. What will happen if he gets tired? They could feel the chills just from thinking that. I am glad you can see my point, Haru said, bringing their attention back to him. It was like the whole conversation was made to bring up this point. Everyone seemed to have understood their biggest mistake, and that is to think that Haru can handle the situation no matter what comes. Since he has played such a role this entire time, they had subconsciously relied on this fact. So this incident was a good wake-up call for them. So what do we do now? He-won asked, since she can't see any other way. If Haru gets tired while fighting with the monsters, they are finished, in every sense of the word. They can barely hold the front line on the north side. And even if they somehow survive the monsters, there is Younghyuk and Landlord Coalition that can take advantage. It would be just wishful thinking to expect something like, they won't attack or everything will be okay. This won't help them. Is leaving them to die the only way? He-won thought in her head. This was the worst-case scenario that had come up in everyone's heads. Well, that is what we need to figure out before the monsters reappear at night today, Haru said, tapping his chin. I thought you figured it out already. He-won was surprised since Haru didn't have a plan yet. Of course, This was a dig at Haru because of how he went such a roundabout way to tell them something as simple as, I can get tired as well, you know. Well, not this time. Haru shrugged and he grumbled a little. I have like thousands of ways to solve this, but they are not ideal for the situation, plus I need to confirm some things as the stage is perfect for that. Haru closed one eye as he looked at Hyun-sung, who raised his hand. Our main problem right now seems to be a lack of fighters, so wouldn't it be better to ask the people on the floor if they'd participate? Hyun-sung was a bit unsure about it himself. If they wanted to help they would have done so last night, and I don't think it will help even if they did. Hyun looked at Kaorisha, who nodded. At most, they'd only burden me with healing them since they are unskilled in combat. Kaorisha said what Hyun wanted to say. Blunt as always but true, Hyun shook her head as Hyun-sung went back into deep thought. If we can get Ji-hai and Young-hyuk SSI to fight with us, along with the Landlord Coalition to join in, the monsters would be a lot easier to deal with. Sorry, I was thinking out loud. Sang-ah was a little embarrassed as she noticed what she had done. No, I'll say that was a good point, so if you have some suggestions speak freely and don't hesitate, Haru said, since he understood the reason Sang-ah was embarrassed. It wasn't because she was heard talking out loud, rather it was because she felt like her idea might be a bit too optimistic for Koresh's taste, since she always keeps the worst possibility in mind. So something as wishful as having your enemies help you would be a bit too much. That certainly would help us, since the monsters that we need to face will lessen and we won't need to worry about them sneak attacking us, as they would also be exhausted from fighting the monsters, but this is not viable unless they have no choice but to fight the monsters, and that is the only problem with it. Aside from that, it is a good idea. Kaorisha stated the pros of the plan that Sang-ah proposed. We can do that, but should I say it or not? Dokja had a way clear this scenario, but the problem was, will Haru agree to his plan? Chapter 327, Bad Guy. We can do that, but should I say it or not? Dokja had a way clear this scenario, but the problem was, will Haru agree to his plan? Dokja, you got something? Haru asked Dokja, who was a bit surprised since he was just addressed so suddenly. I guess, I'll give it a try. Dokja made up his mind and said what his plan was. If we need to create a scenario where the Landlord Coalition has no choice but to fight the monsters, we'll need to destroy the Green Zone, since that is where they all hole up. Can we even destroy the Green Zone? Bang asterisk. Hyun was interrupted by the loud sound which caused her to look over. And it wasn't only her, but everyone in the group looked over to see Haru giving them a thumbs up with his fist going into the ground. The tiles and the concrete below it were broken into pieces. Looks like we can. Haru smiled, seeing their Green Zone vanish. Looks like we can. My ass, the hell are you doing destroying the Green Zone like that? Hyun flipped out. I mean, no point mulling over it, just do it. Right. Haru said, blinking. It was as if he didn't do anything wrong. I don't have the energy for this. Hyun just sat back down, sighing heavily. Now, we know that we can destroy them, and since we aren't using the green zones, it has no value to us in any way because we can get through the even without it, and by destroying them we can create a situation in which the other groups have no choice but fight, since there is no place to hide for them. Everyone nodded as Kaorisha explained her point of view. This is currently our best bet if we want to achieve our goal, Hyun muttered. It was a tough choice to make for them. So, should we really do this? Haru looked at everyone. Are you willing to do this? That is what he was asking. Since if they do indeed go with this plan, many of the people on the lower floors will be in danger, and many might die as well. So was it worth doing this when all of this could be solved for them just by sitting in a green zone and closing their eyes? This way they can at least make the excuse of having no choice, but if they choose to go with the plan and people die, it will be on them. Isn't it a little too late to ask that? Hyun looked at Haru blankly. This guy had already destroyed their green zone and then he was asking if they should go forward with the plan. Also, didn't you say that our failure is your failure? Hyun smirked, looking at Haru. Yeah, and I meant it. Haru nodded, much to Hyun's shock. For real? Hyun asked, since she was just joking before, but seeing Haru nod threw her for a loop. Just don't become a crazy indiscriminate murderer and we good, Haru added. Damn it, I thought I could enact my childhood dream, TCH, Hyun sounded unhappy as the others laughed. This was a joke, it surely has to be, right? Anyway, I have no intention of putting that burden on you. I have taken another person's life to save my own, and I have taken lives at GMO Station on my accord. You did give me a chance, but I was the one who chose to swing my blade and would have done it even if you weren't there, so their deaths are on me, and that applies to this situation as well. If someone dies, then it is our fault for doing this and not yours alone, got that? Hyun spoke seriously, leaving her normal shenanigans behind. Sure, Haru nodded, it is good that they understand it. Blaming others just because things didn't go right wouldn't make them any different from most people. You can't improve unless you accept your own mistakes. Her nature really suits her attribute as the judge of evil. Dokja was a bit surprised since Hyun had taken to what she did at GMO very well. She knew what she did and didn't deny it, nor did she blame anyone else because she did that by her own choice. Well, since we are doing this, let's save everyone so that things don't come to this point. What do you say? Haru brought them back to the main topic. I thought we weren't supposed to be too optimistic. Hyewon looked at Kair-isha while raising an eyebrow. It isn't so bad sometimes, being too pessimistic can also be bad for the group's morale. Kair-isha spoke without a change in her expression. Is that so? Hyewon grinned as Sang-ah seemed to have brightened up a little. Yes, that is right, Sang-ah smiled since Kair-isha had said it herself. Hyewon shook her head as she knew Kair-isha was correct. Even Hyun-sung's mood seemed to have lightened up a little. So the result was good all around, even if they talked about the potential death of everyone here. So, when do we start this? Dokja asked, since the faster they did it the better. The more they delay it, the higher the chance of interference gets. Of course, we are doing it right now, Haru said as he laughed. He didn't even know why anyone would think they'll delay it. I knew he'd say that. Hyewon sighed and everyone got ready to implement the plan they had just discussed. There wasn't much to talk about since they just had to destroy the green zones by bashing the area the zones were set on. We'll talk to Ji-hai and take care of the green zones on this floor, Ji-na said as Aaliyah nodded in agreement. Then Sang-ah, Nam-woon, Gil-young, and I will be going to the third basement floor. Hyewon also left for the lower floor as Haru, Dokja, and Hyun-sung were standing on the second basement floor. Kair-isha chose to stay back on the first floor since she had another thing to do. Let's do this you two, Haru said looking at Hyun-sung and Dokja. Yes, Hyun-sung nodded seriously. He didn't want to mess it up after he was relied upon. Dokja nodded as well. His job wasn't that complicated. Hey, what are you doing here? The person who talked to Haru when he came to this floor before panicked seeing him again. Come on old man, do I look like a monster? Why are you scared of me? Haru tilted his head, not understanding why they were moving back with scared looks. He surely knows why. Dokja chose to keep quiet and do his job. Don't come this way or we'll attack. Stop, you fucker. Be bastard. Haru kept on walking as Pildu's group members kept on backtracking without really attacking. They could only curse at him. It didn't take long for Haru and the other two to reach in front of Pildu's green zone. What are you doing here? Pildu frowned unhappily seeing Haru in front of him once again. He wanted nothing more than shoot Haru on sight, but he could only stop himself from doing that. Everyone who had seen him walk all the way here hadn't done anything to stop him. I mean, you can't blame them since who knows if they are hitting him or their own teammates or worst of all, themselves. I just came by to say hello. Why is everyone so defensive? Haru smiled friendlily. Something isn't right. Pildu felt the chills as he tried to activate the turrets, but he found out that he could not. Bang ** crash *. Bye. Haru waved at Pildu as he found himself falling down with the rubble. He was shocked. He didn't know what happened and before he could make any sense of the matter. Ugh, Pildu groaned in pain as he landed on solid ground and the rubble kicked up a dust cloud covering his vision. As the dust cloud settled down, Pildu moved the few pieces of rubble that had fallen on him and got up to his feet. That didn't look like a comfortable landing. Pildu looked up and saw Haru looking at him through the big hole in the ceiling. You bastard, what did you do? Pildu was enraged as he bled from the cut on his forehead. I destroyed your green zone. No, I destroyed all of the green zones. Haru smiled as he corrected himself while explaining. There was no resistance. I mean, they didn't even know when it happened. Dokja also seemed intrigued since Haru used the illusion to draw everyone's attention as they destroyed the green zones without anyone stopping them. Have you gone crazy? Everyone will die like that, Pildu shouted, seemingly more angered by what Haru said. Oi, don't make me sound like the bad guy here. I am doing this so that everyone doesn't die. There is a clear difference between the two. Chapter 328, Breaking the Scenario. Have you gone crazy? Everyone will die like that, Pildu shouted, seemingly more angered by what Haru said. Oi, don't make me sound like the bad guy here. I am doing this so that everyone doesn't die. There is a clear difference between the two, Haru corrected Pildu since it wasn't good to make such allegations about people. Pildu gritted his teeth as he looked around and saw that his entire landlord coalition was down here with him. He gathered us in one spot and smashed the ground beneath us. Next time I am shooting him no matter what. Pildu knew that all of this happened because they hesitated to attack him and were cornered. You guys finished the job. Haru looked back at everyone since they all gathered behind, and by all, he meant all aside from Kair-isha. Yep, all done, Hyewon answered since the job was easy, and no one was able to resist given their strength. Everything is done here as well, Hyun-sung replied. He was also the one who broke Pildu's green zone by breaking the floor. What are you up to now, Ajusi? Ji-hai asked a question rather than giving an answer. She was dragged into the mess again. I'll explain that to you in a bit. Also, we are done with the ones upstairs. Ji-na pulled her back as she answered Haru. Is something wrong, Dokja? Sang-ah asked since Dokja was cupping his head like he was in pain. It is all right, Dokja smiled like it was no big deal as he talked to the reason this headache occurred. Stop shouting in my ears, he said to Bae-hyung. Shouting is the least of your worries. Are you guys crazy? What is this bullshit? Do you know how all of the Dakebis are panicking because of what your group has done? Bae-hyung seemed angry talking to Dokja. He wasn't amused by this in the slightest by what had happened. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? The constellation seems to be overjoyed. There is no need for you to be so angry, Dokja said while looking around. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, likes your recklessness. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, bald general of the peasants' army, likes your revolution. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, likes the destruction and chaos. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, I am worth more than that, is smiling at your strategy. 300 coins have been sponsored. It was true that the constellations were enjoying this very much, a bit too much if you will. Haru looked at the messages and didn't really have much of a reaction since the main reason he had done this starts right now. It is them. They are the ones. Fuckers. People from the second and third basement floors started to gather on the second floor looking at Haru's group with hostile eyes since they had just destroyed all of the green zones in Chungmuro. Bounty Scenario, Assassination Commission. Category, Sub. Difficulty, A. Clear conditions, the constellations of channel #BI 7623, #BIR 3642, and #GIR 8761 have requested to kill a certain person. Please kill Tsujikuni Haru of Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 20 minutes. Compensation, 20,000 coins. Failure, none. An A-rank commission. And a reward that big. Hey Baihyung, why are there constellations from our channel participating in this commission? Dokja's mind was full of questions. Hell if I know, it seems like some of them don't like him, it is shame he was drawing in such a big crowd as well. Baihyung clicked his tongue but he couldn't do anything about it. Why would they hate him? It is not like he has done anything to get on a constellation's bad side, also this is your channel, you should know how much the constellations like him. Dokja said as he saw people gather around them, they were looking at Haru with greedy eyes. 20,000 coins was a big amount of coins and to get that just by killing one man. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is angered. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is perplexed. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is intrigued. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, the one who hates food, is in a pickle. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, goddess of love and beauty, is narrowing her eyes. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, dessert for days, is opening an ice cream tub in a hurry. 500 coins have been sponsored. Even the constellations were shocked by this turn of events, well some of them were a bit too quirky. But it seemed like they also didn't expect this situation. To think I'll need to explain this to you, I thought you already knew of it, Baihyung spoke in surprise. Stop with the riddles and say it, Dokja's eyes twitched. One of the constellations has it out for him, I don't know who it is but that person had paid for 75% of the reward pool, and to be using the people is because the said constellation wants to see him kill people or to see what he does in a situation where everyone has it out for him. I don't know why they don't like him or anything like that, nor do I know who it is, Baihyung said as Dokja started to think of what to do. We don't need to worry about the bounty since that is going to happen soon. Dokja was just waiting for the event to happen since that way they won't need to worry about the people coming and fighting them. Haru, I think I finally understand how you feel walking down the road, He-won laughed standing near Haru ready to defend if the need arises. I'll take that as a compliment, Haru spoke calmly at all of the hostile gazes that were directed at him, but even if they were like that, none of them had attacked yet. That is quite the amount, would you mind if I take a crack at it? Ji-hai asked with a grin. Yes, I don't mind, Haru simply smiled, this alone took out all of Ji-hai's will to attack him. Haru SSI, what do we do? Hyunsung lifted his shield coming in front of Haru looking around in vigilance. Don't worry they won't attack, did you do what I asked for? Haru said confusing them to a certain degree. Yes, that has been taken care of, Hyunsung nodded. A few more seconds passed as the people kept gathered around, they watched Haru who was surrounded by his group as they wanted to protect him. The people were thinking if they should attack or not. The only reason that held them back was Haru's ability. The incident where Pildu nearly shot himself was quite well known around the station, this is what deterred them from attacking even when they had an advantage of numbers. And that is all Haru needed as something he expected to happen, happened. All green zones in this region have been destroyed and the main scenario has collapsed. The difficulty is automatically adjusted according to the remaining schedule of the scenario. The scenario content is updated. Main scenario number 3, Emergency Defense. Category, Main. Difficulty, B. Clear conditions, all the green zones in the region are destroyed and the monsters that were going to be created in the remaining days have suddenly run wild. Survive against the flood of monsters for the remaining time. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Penalty for failure, death. Not exactly what I expected, but at least this theory has been confirmed. Haru looked at the updated scenario with quite a lot of satisfaction. This was quite the discovery. Even the main scenarios aren't fixed and can be changed if the main point of the scenario is destroyed. Haru felt like all of the efforts that had gone into this were worth it. What he was getting at was, the main point of this scenario was the green zones. So when they destroyed the green zones which the entire scenario was based around, it got revised since the main focus of the scenario was gone. This can be used in Haru's favor in multiple ways if used correctly. Like if they don't want to follow the direction the scenario wanted them to, they can destroy the scenario just like right now. Of course, it won't always be that way, but the possibility was still there. The scenario wanted them to kill others and occupy the green zones, but their group didn't do that. First, they defended the people by fighting the monsters and then broke all of the green zones so that no one else can acquire them. Though the point is there was much more to this plan than just testing if he could break a scenario if he doesn't like it or if he wanted to change it. The backlash is also no problem. The Dakabes barely did anything to stop us or punish us for breaking the scenario, Haru thought while looking at the panicked faces of everyone as they looked at the updated scenario. Chapter 329, Foolish. The backlash is no problem. The Dakabes barely did anything to stop us or punish us for breaking the scenario, Haru thought while looking at the panicked faces of everyone as they looked at the updated scenario. It is also good that I know there are constellations who want to see me dead, are watching me this instant. The main response for breaking the scenario came from the constellations rather than the Dakabes who enforce the scenarios. Haru knew that this bounty scenario can be fatal. A large enough prize can overwrite the fear, and it isn't that the constellations worry about how many people die as long as the target is down. This also showed how the Dakabes' ability to influence the incarnations got lower as the scenario went on. Because if they mess with an incarnation that has a strong constellation, or if a strong constellation is interested in him, in such a case the Dakebe will have a tough time since the constellations seem much more direct with their anger or dislike as shown by their current actions. And this isn't even the biggest catch of the day. Haru smiled as he saw a blue panel come in front of him. The emergency defense has begun. Just in time, Dokja sighed as he looked around at the chaotic atmosphere at the station. Everyone was freaking out since they didn't know what was happening right now. Their only thought was, get into a green zone, but to their dismay, there weren't any green zones. The cries of monsters were heard from outside the screen door. And an angry wave of monsters came running onto the platform on the third basement floor. Aya! Someone save me. And no. Many of the people that were on the third basement floor were terrified as they ran for their lives. The monsters were chasing them, wanting to kill them. But it wasn't only the monsters that were coming. You bastard, Pildu roared as he came onto the second basement floor. Gong Pildu has used the stigma, militarized zone LV5. Zoom asterisk zoom asterisk. Bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk. Eat this, Pildu set up 4 turrets and started blasting them in Haru's direction without any fear or second thought. If I die, I fucking die, Pildu was really pissed off at the moment. But he jolted out of his frenzied state when he heard a voice. You're doing great, Pildu, keep doing it and save the people. Pildu found himself standing in front of the stairs shooting the monsters. He looked back and saw Haru standing on top of the transit stairs that led up to the second basement floor from the third basement floor. And the stairs were broken as well, so he couldn't even run up, or more like he was never up there, and Haru made that illusion to make him set up his militarized zone. Thank you, Pildu SSI. Really thank you. The ones he ended up saving thanked him as they were taken up to the second basement floor. Motherfucker. Pildu shouted as anger took over his head and he turned his turrets to aim at Haru, shooting at him. This is too funny, Ji-Hai laughed maniacally looking at Pildu as all of his shots hit the monsters while Sangha was pulling these people up with the help of her mana thread. There were 2 transit stairs that came up to the second floor and both of them were destroyed. This is going smoothly, Dokja thought as the people who were pulled up didn't make a move on Haru, and the reason for that was. Kairisha, you're finally here. Haru looked at Kairisha, who had just come down with all of the people on the first floor. That alone was more than enough to stop the other people from even thinking of attacking Haru, since this instant he also had numbers on his side. Yes, it took some time to get everyone to come down. Kairisha looked around at the others who weren't part of their group, still looking at them with hostility. So, I'll be going down and helping in reducing the numbers now. Haru jumped straight down from the second floor and got to kill the monsters without so much as another word. Wait, why is he doing that? Ji-Hai was shocked since she thought there was no need to do that. And that was the reaction from most of the people in Haru's group. They had broken off the stairs, so there was no need to go down and kill the monsters. They just needed to fish out Pildu and everything will be fine, right? That is necessary, Kairisha said flatly, bringing everyone's attention to herself. She continued before anyone could ask a question since she knew what they would be asking. Even after destroying the 2 staircases, the chance of the monsters coming up is still high since the distance isn't long enough to stop them. Kairisha pointed at the stairs that had a 30 feet long gap. This might be enough to stop a human from crossing it, but not the monsters. To stop them they'll need to break the staircase completely with the railings and all. Or we can just keep people down there as bait who'll attract the monsters. Dokja thought, as that was exactly what Pildu and Haru were doing, ignoring that one of the 2 didn't want any part in this. Dokja planned on doing something similar but much more extreme than what Haru had done. Well, since he wasn't in control there was no point mulling over it. So, Pildu and Haru are distracting the monster so that they don't come towards us while we are going to destroy the stairs. He-won asked and Kair-isha nodded. And there are still a few people down there that need some help. Kair-isha pointed at Haru who was saving the people who were about to be killed while Sangha pulled them up to the second floor as fast as she could. How much longer will it take? He-won turned to Hyunsung since he had done this before on the first floor. 10 minutes, I am low on mana right now, Hyunsung said a bit dejectedly. Dokja also looked like he'll need time to recover. He was the one who broke the stairs on the right side while Hyunsung did it on the left. Dokja only needs 5 minutes to get enough mana but the angry gazes are a bit too much. Dokja didn't want to fully empty out his mana in the current situation. What is with the hostile behavior? Kair-isha directly addressed the people who were using the green zones. Why you have the audacity? Why did you have to do this? You nearly killed us. These people were of course not happy with the situation, they were going about normally. But Haru's group came and turned everything on its head. We had a reason for doing that. Please calm down. Both Sangha and Hyunsung tried to stop the angry people but they weren't listening and kept on shouting. Nearly killed you. No, we saved you, Koresha's clear voice cut through the shouts causing them to die down. What? These fuckers. Of course, this only enraged them further, but that is exactly what Kair-isha wanted. If you think you were safe with how things were going, then you guys are more foolish than I initially thought, Kair-isha flatly stated looking at the dumbfounded people. Koresha SSI. Even Sangha was shocked, she never knew something like this was going to happen. I heard the Landlord Coalition charges 500 coins per person as protection fees for a single day, that would make it 3,500 coins for the whole week and this doesn't even include food and the fees he takes for the use of public facilities. Do I need to tell you what would have happened if you failed to make those payments? Kair-isha said, shutting up the people as they knew very well what would have happened to them. They've seen examples of it already. And that is not even the worst of your worries. Don't tell me you didn't notice the number of green zones decreased compared to yesterday. What would you do if your green zone was next? Do you think the Landlord Coalition would have helped you while you were left in the middle of the monsters? And even if you were lucky enough to survive the monsters, they would have likely taken more of your coins in exchange for help or would have directly killed you themselves, Kair-isha continued as no one really countered her, not even the Landlord Coalition members who were in the crowd. So indeed, we did save you by doing this, is there any one of you who would like to deny that? Kair-isha looked around the crowd repeating her words. Chapter 330, Rest. So indeed, we did save you by doing this, is there any one of you who would like to deny that? Kair-isha looked around the crowd and no response came back. They are actually listening. Dokja was shocked by that, it looked like Kair-isha had some sort of strange charisma that compelled people to listen to her words and consider them seriously. But that wasn't true for everyone as there were some who were enraged by what Kair-isha had said. What do you know? One of them shouted. Yeah, you all have so much power, so you do not know what it is like, another shouted in anger. This is unfair, there was quite a bit of resentment in the hearts of some people, it isn't like they wanted to do it. They had no choice but to rely on the Landlord Coalition for their safety or the other survivors would have fought them wanting to take their green zones. You had a choice to ask for our help as well, how do you think all of these people survived without a green zone? I am pretty sure you would recognize a few faces as well, these guys came up asking for help themselves since they had nothing else, you had that choice as well but you chose to stay down here and get extorted, Kair-isha shook her head pointing to everyone that came from the upper floor. Yuni, shouldn't we stop Kair-isha? Yuni? Ji whispered to Jina, Aliyah, and He-won. Let her do her thing, He-won shook her head. It would be better not to get involved, Aliyah said as Jina agreed with her, if they intervene now, Kair-isha would surely going to scold them harder than what she was doing currently. There is still time for you to think now, if you do want to go against us, you are free to do so, and if you still want to complete the bounty there is the person you want, but I doubt you'll go after him considering where he is currently. Kair-isha just turned around and came back to the stairs without even glancing at the others again. Dokja and Hyunsung, are you guys done recovering? Kair-isha asked the two. Yes, Dokja said quickly. Yes ma'am, Hyunsung just stopped himself from doing a military salute. Then destroy the stairs, no need to worry about anything else, Kair-isha said to the two as they went to their respective places and broke off the remaining stairs. Bang asterisk bang asterisk. Hyunsung was breathing a bit raggedly after using his stigma again. While Dokja on the other hand was also a bit shaky, he had just used the White Star Aura skill to strengthen his sword strike in order to break the stairs. He had no mana now. Come on Pildu, our job here is done, Haru laughed as Sangha pulled the two up quickly, they were the only ones who were remaining now and everything was done. I'll fucking kill you, bastard, Pildu's breath quickened as he was getting angrier by the second just looking at Haru's smile. You are free to try, just know that I've saved your life multiple times now and I have no intention of doing it again, Haru patted Pildu's shoulder before walking towards his group with Sangha. Fuck, Pildu cursed in anger as he stormed off with the Landlord Coalition members following him in a hurry. Ah, I am so tired, Haru leaned on the wall with a tired expression. Do you think anyone would seriously believe you? He won deadpanned as Haru teed. No one in the group bought this, not even the constellations. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is supporting your mischievousness. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, secretive plotter, is amused. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, general who dined with Hades, is shaking his head. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, I am worth more than that, is saying your trick isn't going to work. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, noble child of the sun, is telling you to rest already. 400 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is telling you to trust your companions and sleep. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, goddess of love and beauty, is saying rest is important in order to look beautiful. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, I like feet, is saying that resting is important for a warrior to maintain their prowess. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Lady of Corn, is telling you to stay away from the incarnation she is interested in. 300 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Desserts for Days, is saying sleep is for the weak, have some hot cocoa and you'll be set for the week. 500 coins have been sponsored. Well, most of them didn't fall for it, and some were completely off topic. Tisk, TSK, the constellations do like him a lot, Bai Hyung said to Dokja. Got any leads about the one who made the bounty? Dokja asked. It is none of my business, so, there is no way I am dipping my toes in this matter. Bai Hyung didn't want to be a part of this. You know the reason your channel got an expansion earlier, right? Dokja had no choice but to bring this up. Don't think that will work on me, I have no obligation to do this, I have already profited, Bai Hyung said offhandedly. Even if he was able to increase the size of his channel, there was no way he was going to do something like that. So you have no problem if he leaves the channel, right? Dokja asked, but he didn't get an answer for a while. Fucking hell, okay geez, I'll try, but no guarantees that I'll find it. A constellation that loaded surely wouldn't leave any tracks, and if he did that means he is just that untouchable. Just make sure he doesn't leave the channel, okay? Bai Hyung spoke quickly, sounding a bit nervous. I'll try, but no guarantees, Dokja said, angering Bai Hyung to the point of him cutting off the communication. The bounty scenario has ended. Well, now it is gone, the others were relieved since this bounty was off Haru's head now. Not that someone on the station would try to attack him, but it was still lingering in the back of their heads. So, what do we do now? He-1 asked, since there wasn't much to do currently. Let's just rest here, we need to keep an eye on the monsters so that they don't find a way to come up, Haru said, looking at the monsters below that were trying to come up since everyone was upstairs, but due to the stairs being destroyed, they weren't able to cross the big distance that was created by Dokja and Hyunsung's efforts. But even then it would be better to keep an eye on them just in case. I see, then I'll go to sleep first. He-1 didn't even think twice and went to sleep, lying her head on an actual pillow she took from one of the shops back in GMO. Everyone in Haru's group had their own backpack which contained things they'll need on a daily basis, like a toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, tissues, a change of clothes, a pillow, and even emergency food along with what they wanted to keep in there. As long as the weight did not cause any problems when they move or fight, it was alright. This was suggested by Keirisha since it was a better way of doing things than just carrying everything together. This was much more organized and practical. Okay, Jina Yuni, tell me about the Battle of Namsan Tower. Ji-Hai looked excited as she looked at Jina and Aliyah with stars in her eyes. What are you guys talking about? He-1's interest was piqued as she looked at the three. Well, in exchange for me helping you guys, I wanted to hear about the legendary Battle of Namsan Tower. That was a battle that made Daepong Girls High the strongest school in Seoul. Ji-Hai seemed really excited over the topic. Oh, that sounds interesting, mind if I hear it as well? He-1 asked. Sure, but let me give you some context. Ji-Hai explained for 15 minutes about why this event was important and how it led up to that. Basically, the strongest school of each district meets at Namsan Tower once a month. They all gather to decide the pecking order between them, but there has never been a clear number one, as it is an all-out fight between them. This is where Jina and Aliyah go to the meeting for the first time, and that fight is called the legendary Battle of Namsan Tower by the students across Seoul, as it was a monumental event. So, why is everyone so hung up on a battle they know nothing about? He-1 titled her head in confusion. Chapter 331, Companions. So, why is everyone so hung up on a battle they know nothing about? He-1 tilted her head in confusion. It is exactly because we know nothing about it that it is so famous. On the night of January 10th was the 30th meeting of the top 25 schools of Seoul, one school from each district. They all met at Namsan Tower. That is when the legendary battle took place, and the meeting hasn't taken place since then, even after the unis graduated. The best part about it is that no one knows what happened there, since the people who were present there always deflect the questions and never answer them, like they are scared of the topic itself. But it was clear that Aliyah Uni and Jina Uni 1 as not one school came to challenge them. So now I want to hear what exactly happened there. Ji-hai was getting more and more excited as she explained. I remember that incident. They all looked toward Keirisha as she spoke. Yeah, that was quite a mess indeed. Haru nodded with a somewhat strained smile. Keirisha, knowing that makes sense, he nodded as Haru had said they were like family, so it would be normal for Keirisha to know. So you are saying me knowing that doesn't make sense? Haru asked with a frown. You are the last person I would expect to pay attention to what is happening, he once said. What do you mean by that? I pay attention to everyone. Haru looked offended. I see. Do you remember what I ate for breakfast? He asked. 20 pieces of grilled meat with 5 tuna mayo rice balls and 2 bottles of chocolate milkshake, Haru said as he was shocked. Are you a stalker or what? I am feeling scared for my body, you know. He shivered as she moved back, trying to get away from Haru. I just pay attention to my group members. Also stop doing that. Haru's eyes twitched because he was still moving away, looking at him warily as she covered her body. I need to maintain a safe distance. I also need to hide my things more carefully after checking if something is missing. Wait. Don't tell me this is how you use your illusion ability. He was looking through her bag frantically while keeping an eye on Haru. You know what, I am not even going to waste my energy on this, Haru deadpanned as he looked away from He-won. I see, so things escalated to the point where everyone's family was informed. It looks like the battle was much larger than normal ones, Ji-hai speculated without hearing what He-won and Haru were doing. Meanwhile, Aliyah and Jina felt uncomfortable as Keirisha glanced at them. There is no way we can say what really happened, our reputation would be destroyed. Jina and Aliyah looked at each other as if they were thinking of the same thing. Making up a story it is. They both nodded and started to make up a story in order to tell Ji-hai. While they were doing that, He-won also listened, and since she quite liked the story of this battle, she quickly left off the joke she was planning on making. It was really like those webtoons that were famous among men these days featuring delinquents and school gangs, but just that the main stars here were Jina and Aliyah, which was kind of refreshing. A few hours went by very quickly as everyone in Haru's group was now hearing the story since they had nothing else to do. And then after we beat up the last group from Iriwandong, the fight ended in our victory. They were all too ashamed to let everyone know that they were beaten by 2 girls, and since we were so generous, we let it be a secret, but on the condition that no student should mess with the students of Daepong Girls High or any other girls' high school for that matter. That is how it came to an end, and no school dared to mess with us after that. Jina nodded with a satisfied expression. Ji-hai looked really happy that she was able to hear that story. She'd like to brag about it, but this is where her happy mood came to an end. That was quite enjoyable. Anyway, I'll just go to sleep. He-won finally went to sleep as she had held it off long enough. What can she say? The story was just that intriguing for her, and she went to sleep right in front of Haru as if to tease him further. She has already fallen asleep. Haru rolled his eyes at He-won, who was already deep in sleep without being bothered by the monster's roars, or by the fact that she was sleeping right in front of the person she called a stalker some time ago. It was weird how she was able to sleep that fast in such conditions, even though he knew the second part was just her joking around. Hey Ji-hai, where did Yoon-hyuk go? Dokja asked a question. He was having a lot of fun seeing He-won and Haru's banter while also enjoying the story later. That was quite fun. If I have a chance, I'd like to hear about that from the beginning. Dokja wanted to know more about Jina and Aliyah's journey of making their school the top in Seoul. But he wanted to know about it from the start rather than just the final fight. I don't know, Ji-hai answered back without looking at him. She was cheerful just a minute ago. What happened? Even though it was a bit weird, Dokja went on to the main topic. Did he enter the dungeon? Dokja asked without changing his tone. Yes, wait, how do you know? Ji-hai snapped out of her previous thoughts as she looked at Dokja vigilantly. I know what he would do. Dokja smiled, much to Ji-hai's irritation. It looks like he went into the dungeon before Ji-hai made it back. It would safe to assume that he went in right after he met us this morning. Dokja looked at the clock and it was around 9 p.m. now. So that would mean that Yoon-hyuk has been in the dungeon for nearly 12 hours now. It seems like something went wrong while he was clearing the dungeon, Dokja thought, as he knew that he'll need to make a move, but before that, he needed to do something first. You can go without asking me, but before Dokja could speak, Haru had already spoken. It wouldn't be good if I act like that. Dokja was thrown off course by what Haru said. He didn't expect he would accept it this easily. He is your companion, right? So it is only correct you go and help him if he is in danger. Haru said it like it was a matter of fact. The constellation, demonic judge of fire, is nodding passionately and is happy to see a fellow comrade who understands her. 300 coins have been sponsored. I see, thank you for letting me do this. I will be going then. Dokja immediately left with Ji-hai, Gil-young, and Hyun-sung who wanted to help him. I wanted to bring Hee-won as well but she just won't wake up. Dokja sighed as he didn't expect her to be in such a deep sleep. Is Master really in danger? Ji-hai asked as they all ran upstairs to the exit of Chungmuro Station. Most likely it shouldn't take him this long to finish the dungeon, Dokja said while remembering everything about the dungeon Yoon-hyuk was trying to clear. Again, how would you know that? Ji-hai was suspicious as she didn't see Yoon-hyuk talk to Dokja about the dungeon. Ji-hai had been with Yoon-hyuk the entire time he was at the station aside from last night, but there was no talk between Dokja and Yoon-hyuk about the dungeon, and Dokja talked as if he knows exactly how strong Yoon-hyuk is and how much time it should take him to do certain tasks. It is because he is my companion. Dokja kept his answer concise, wanting to save himself from the lengthy explanation and deliberations. He felt somewhat free right now, so there was a new bounce in his steps. It is just me or Dokja SSI talking a lot more than usual. Hyun-sung thought as they all ran up the stairs inside on the first basement floor that led to the place where Joon-hyuk was currently. It was the Daehan Cinema, which they could access easily even from the subway station. This was also the reason Ji-hai usually stood guard at this place on the first basement floor. You have discovered a hidden dungeon. Chapter 332, Purpose. You have discovered a hidden dungeon. The dungeon has already been discovered, the discovery achievement cannot be obtained. A new hidden scenario has arrived. Hidden scenario, Cinema Dungeon. Category, Hidden. Difficulty, A. Clear condition, defeat the master of the cinema dungeon. Time limit, none. Reward, 4,000 coins. Penalty for failure. You have entered the hidden dungeon. Dokja saw the notification quickly and so did the others after they passed through a black barrier to enter the cinema. Just don't be dead already, Dokja thought as he walked up the stairs wanting to make his way to the top floor. It is most likely that Yoon-hyuk is up there fighting the cinema master. He knew he didn't need to worry about anything at the station since Haru was there. Back at the station, Haru was keeping an eye on the monsters while Kaorisha was sitting beside him. Ji-na and Aliyah were also nearby with Sang-ah as Hee-won was still asleep. She seemed to be having a nice sleep considering the drool. Haru SSI, it has been more than 3 hours since Dokja SSI and the others went to find Yoon-hyuk SSI. Sang-ah was worried about their safety since there has been no word from them yet. All of us can't leave because of the situation here. Normally I'd say we should trust them but I'm also a little worried, Haru said, still keeping his eyes on the monsters. It would be quite pitiful if they die like this, Haru was thinking deeply while tapping his thigh. I'll be back in a minute, Kaorisha said as she stood up and walked away from the group. Haru SSI, where is Koresha SSI going? Sang-ah asked as she saw Kaorisha climbing the escalator to the first basement floor. The toilets were on the floor they were currently at, and there was no one on the first floor, so what would Kaorisha do there? She is going to see if Dokja and the others are safe or not, Haru said without turning back. Just like how Kaorisha understood what Haru wanted, he also knew why she went ahead. They always had this tacit understanding between them. And it was something that no one else understood, not even Heian and the others. But wouldn't that be dangerous? Sang-ah was shocked at the revelation. Isn't this going to put her in danger? Don't worry, she can handle it, Haru looked back at Sang-ah reassuring her with a smile. I see, Sang-ah seemed to have realized that Kaorisha wasn't really weak, she was probably the strongest after Haru and Yoon-hyuk. Sang-ah got all worried for no reason at all, so it was a little embarrassing for her. But Haru smiled seeing this, it seemed like what they have been doing has started to bear fruit. Kaorisha was also thinking the same while walking up the stairs to the Daehan Cinema, but her thoughts were a little different. It is still not enough, they won't be of any help at this rate, Kaorisha silently went into the cinema climbing up the stairs to the second floor. She wasn't satisfied with the growth shown by others in the group and she was even more disappointed with the people in the station. But she had decided to take matters into her own hands as Haru was about to focus on a different front starting now. All of the posters here have been ripped, Kaorisha looked at the movie posters. Currently, she was on the 4th floor and she didn't see a single monster till now. She couldn't help but wonder what type of dungeon this was. There was no blood on the floor nor were the hallways messy, there were no clues suggesting any sign of battles or struggle here. You have entered the reward room. You are limited to 2 items per incarnation. Kaorisha reached the 5th floor and was greeted with a shiny display of weapons, clothes or accessories that were placed inside glass boxes. So the props here have been turned into artifacts because of the mana. This is certainly interesting, Kaorisha had been in their theater before and this room was just a props display room where the replicas of the weapons that were used in the movies were kept. But now all of them were turned into real artifacts after the scenario started. There was another key detail that she noted about these weapons as she looked at the military knife that was in a display box. This one was the same as Namwoon had but his one was normal and this one was an artifact. They weren't that great but this information was worth more than anything as it would help her confirm the theory she and Haru came up with about the artifacts Dokja brought back from Dongguk University. I should let others know about it, but after I do what I came here for, this is certainly going to be helpful. Keirisha picked up 2 items from the room before going up to the 6th floor. For the first time she saw someone in the corridor and it was a familiar face. Eh? Keirisha, Yuni, why are you here? It was Jihai. She was leaning against the wall below a ripped poster and her complexion didn't look the best currently. I came to see what was taking all of you so long, Keirisha spoke in her flat tone observing Jihai. Don't talk about that, it was such a pain to clear this dungeon, Jihai sighed heavily as she stood up. Everyone just went up earlier, we can easily catch up to them, Jihai grinned as she pointed at the stairs that were just a little distance away. Don't blame yourself for what happened, is what I'd like to say, Keirisha cut right to the chase as Jihai's face froze. Did Yuni saw it as well? Jihai asked looking away, she wasn't like her usual animated self. Yes, we were shown that during the first scenario, Keirisha was talking about the clip of Jihai that was shown in the first scenario where she killed someone to pass it. She was my friend, Jihai answered. There was no point in hiding in. Dokja knew of it, so it made sense that Keirisha also had an idea about it. Keirisha didn't fully deduce this, she saw that Jihai killed someone in the first scenario and her friends were most likely dead as well, since she was the sole survivor of her class and the fact that she was alone on this station with only Younghyuk. From the way Jihai looked at the time she was hearing the story from Gina and Aliyah, she wanted to brag about it to someone. And a 17-year-old girl like her could only brag about knowing of famous delinquent battles to her friends. But the one she killed was her own friend, Keirisha thought, as it was good to act like she knew it for certain so that Jihai would tell the real truth herself, if she pretends as if she knows of it. It is all right, I understand what you are going through, so if you ever feel like it is too much to bear on your own, you can come to me, you call me Yuni so I have to act like it, understand? Keirisha said, patting Jihai's head slowly. Oh okay Yuni, Jihai was shocked to receive such motherly affection from Keirisha. The small smile on her face also showed that she actually cared for her. And, to Jihai it didn't look like Keirisha was lying when she said she understood her situation. She didn't ask it since she also knew how hard it is to talk about such a topic. Yuni, if you need someone to lean on you can count on me, Jihai said as Keirisha nodded. I'll keep it in mind, Keirisha said as Jihai smiled happily. That spot is already taken and I don't think it will ever be empty, Keirisha kept the words to herself, and the two went to the terrace of the cinema as a blue panel appeared in front of them. The constellation, naval god of warfare, is thanking the incarnation, Keirisha Kalistraya. 500 coins have been sponsored. Keirisha looked at the message for a few seconds before looking up as they stepped on the now powered-off escalator. You have entered 8F, the Sky Garden. The 8th floor of the theater was a rooftop. It was a small dome reminiscent of an opera house. As soon as they stepped onto the green grass of the rooftop, Jihai could see the situation wasn't good, or it can be said that it was worse. What happened here? Jihai was shocked as soon as she saw the scene in front of their eyes. Hey, get up, Jihai tried to wake up Hyunsung, who was lodged into the wall near the entrance. He was unconscious currently with blood dripping down his mouth. Chapter 333, Cinema Master. Hey, get up, Jihai tried to wake up Hyunsung, who was lodged into the wall near the entrance. He was unconscious currently with blood dripping down his mouth. Keirisha looked in the middle of the garden where she could see Gilyoung lying down on the floor. He was unconscious as well, and Younghyuk standing up holding Dokja by his throat, strangling him. As Dokja tried to talk some sense into him, but it didn't seem to be working. Fuck, when did this sunfish become this strong? Dokja was barely able to hold his slipping consciousness as he heard Jihai's voice. And he wasn't the only one who was wondering what was wrong. Yuni, what is Goha? Jihai was shocked when she saw a fist arriving right in front of her face without her even being able to react. Bang asterisk. Master, Yuni, what is happening? Jihai was shocked as the punch collided with the barrier shielding her from the blow. She took this opportunity to step back, trying to figure out what was going on. But Younghyuk vanished from his place and appeared in front of Keirisha this time. Younghyuk has used the skill 100 Steps Godly Fist LV2. He instantly registered her as a threat since she was the one who made the barrier to protect Jihai. We need to get Haru up here. He is the only one who has a chance of defeating this Younghyuk in his current state. Dokja coughed as he thought that Keirisha was about to be badly injured as well, or so he thought as he soon saw Younghyuk was sent back flying with as an icicle hit him in his solar plexus. Younghyuk has used the skill Ice Resistance LV5. The attack didn't do much damage to him, but it certainly surprised Dokja. The activation of the magic spell was super quick and it seemed to have packed quite a punch as well. But that wasn't really important now. Dokja activated his skill to see Younghyuk's attribute window as he didn't have enough time to do that before. The exclusive skill, character list, is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to character summary. Only randomly specified items will be displayed according to user's convenience. Character summary. Name, Younghyuk. Exclusive attributes, Regressor, Third Turn, Myth, Pro Gamer, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eye LV, 8, hand-to-hand combat LV, 8, advanced weapons training LV, 5, mental barrier LV, 5, tiger god aura LV, 5, 100 steps godly fists LV, 2, red phoenix shuanpa LV, 1, blue star weapon aura LV, 2, omitted. Stigma, regression LV, 3, transmission LV, overall stats, physique LV, 38, strength LV, 37, agility LV, 36, magic power LV, 35. Asterisk the character is currently in a loss of reason state. He already has the transmission stigma. I understand what happened now. Dokja knew that this stigma allowed Yoonhyuk to get skills from his past regressions and to top it all off. Why are his stats so damn high? Dokja cursed but kind of understood why it was that way. Yoonhyuk had raised his stats because he felt the urgency to do so. And the one who made him feel that way was Haru. But currently, there was no Haru here. Kair Isha had somehow pushed Yoonhyuk back, but even then it wouldn't be possible for her to face off against the current Yoonhyuk. She was a mage and Yoonhyuk was a close-quarters expert with a shit ton of elemental resistance. The fight was as good as over. Yuni, what do we do? Master is behaving weirdly. Ji-hai wasn't sure if she should say this or not. You just need to remember one thing. Kair Isha looked at Ji-hai as she was listening attentively. He was the one who attacked first. Ji-hai suddenly didn't have a very good feeling about this. Whoosh asterisk. Yoonhyuk appeared behind Kair Isha like nothing with his sword clad in blue lightning. Yoonhyuk has used the skill, Phoenix Shuanpa LV, 1. Yoonhyuk has used the skill, Blue Star Weapon Aura LV, 2. Slash asterisk. Joonhyuk swung the sword at Koresha's neck before Ji-hai could even open her mouth. Clank asterisk. But the attack was stopped by a small barrier once again. Ji-hai, go and look after the others, Kair Isha said as calmly as always while Ji-hai did as she was told. And Yoonhyuk moved back a little before he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes aiming at Koresha's vital points, wanting to kill her on the spot. Clank asterisk clank asterisk clank asterisk clank asterisk clank asterisk clank asterisk. Once again all of the attacks were met by palm-sized hexagonal barriers that kept appearing to stop the sword and disappeared after doing their job of stopping the attack. Yoonhyuk suddenly looked down at a dark rope that was wrapped around his leg. He saw that the extending from Koresha's shadow and quickly tried to get away from there, but it was useless. Swipe asterisk. His leg was pulled and before he could react he was flung into the air heading towards the barrier that was cast over the terrace. Thud asterisk bang asterisk. But thanks to his reflexes Yoonhyuk was able to land on the barrier with his feet and he blasted back at Kair Isha with full power reaching in front of her in split second wanting to cut her in two. Bang asterisk. Kair Isha didn't need to move or use her barrier as she had made a pillar of ice shoot up from the hitting Yoonhyuk's chest and taking him all the way up to the barrier dome, slamming him into it. Yay, Yuni, that was great. Ji-hai was impressed at what Kair Isha had done. How is that possible? Dokja's eyes were wide open as he saw the scene. Yoonhyuk was fixed to the barrier with the ice pillar and it seemed to have damaged him greatly because there was blood dripping down his mouth and nose. Also, he was a bit perplexed as Ji-hai was cheering while Yoonhyuk, her master, was being beaten up like this. He surely didn't want a teammate like this, but Ji-hai had potential so Dokja was okay putting with this. But that aside, is Koresha SSI supporting Constellation the Greek goddess Athena? No, it makes perfect sense. Dokja inferred this on the basis of Koresha's outstanding leadership both on and off the battles, her wisdom and intelligence that she had shown this after, adding to that her using different types of elemental magic, but the final nail was those small barriers. Okay, I need to tell her about what is really going on. Dokja was actually a bit scared that the one who kills Yoonhyuk might be Kair Isha herself. This sunfish was as fragile as he was tenacious sometimes. So, Dokja didn't want to take a chance. Koresha SSI, Yoonhyuk is being controlled by the Cinema Master. He isn't the one attacking us but the Cinema Master is controlling his body to do so, Dokja said as he wiped the blood off his lips. The Cinema Master was the worst type of enemy for Yoonhyuk, who is a regressor. Cinema Master may not be strong physically but his mental attacks were no joke unless one had a mental barrier LV. 8 which can offset his attacks. Because Yoonhyuk's unstable mind and his mental barrier skills level wasn't high enough, Cinema Master was able to get a hold of him. This is why Dokja wanted Haru to come up since Haru had the illusion ability which would easily fool the current Yoonhyuk as he wasn't himself, rather he was but a puppet of the Cinema Master. I see, Kair Isha said flatly as she looked at the old man who was sitting on a chair a little distance away. But he didn't seem to be that affected by what had happened and looked somewhat happy as Koresha's gaze landed on him. It is a pity that he is under control. I would have liked to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Kair Isha looked a little disappointed but she stored it in the back of her head as she wanted to end this quickly. There were many more important tasks that she needed to do than this. The Cinema Master, Simulation, has used the skills, Simulacra, and Mental Erosion. The old man raised his hand towards Kair Isha and a white grayish aura stormed toward her, completely enveloping her. He is trying to control Koresha SSI. Damn it. That skill is much more potent than the Phantoms. I need to do something. Dokja stood up as fast as he could because if Kair Isha somehow fell under the Cinema Master's control, there was no saving them. Kair Isha found herself in a very familiar darkness. No matter which way you look, all of it was shrouded in pitch-black darkness. There was nothing to be found here aside from the faint whispers that were coming closer to her with each passing moment. And before long, she could hear those words once again. Why are you alive? Why did you kill us? Die, 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 die. How can you live as if nothing has happened? You took our family away. It was the familiar voices that she was used to hearing. Chapter 334, What Happened to Numb? There was nothing to be found here aside from the faint whispers that were coming closer to her with each passing moment. And before long, she could hear those words once again. Why are you alive? Why did you kill us? Die, 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 die. How can you live as if nothing has happened? You took our family away. There is nothing new in them. This was something she heard every time she closed her eyes. The curses, the anger, and the hatred behind those words she felt every time. She couldn't stop them, and neither could she run away from them. This caused her to be stuck in this place for years, just standing in one place and listening to these words. Over and over again. It was the voices of the people she knew, the people she ruled over in her kingdom. It was the voice of the people she killed after the insect monarch took over her body. It was the nightmare that would never leave her as long as she lives. And something that had taken her to the brink of despair, to the point that she didn't want to live anymore. But it is okay, Kair Isha thought, as there were times this nightmare did leave her alone, and a small ball of fire floated in front of her. It emitted gentle warmth, one that she was very familiar with, guiding her to move forward in this darkness by lighting up a path near her feet. The light didn't go more than a few feet in front of her. But that was all right, as she believed that it will lead her to a safe place. Crack asterisk shatter asterisk. Yu Young-hyuk has used the skill, Resuscitation LV2. Koresha SSI look out, Dokja shouted as Kair Isha was standing in place and Young-hyuk appeared in front of her after breaking the ice pillar that held him. We need to help her quickly. Dokja could see that Kair Isha was fighting off the mental attack from the cinema master. Stab asterisk. But Dokja and Ji-hai were too slow. Young-hyuk had already stabbed Kair Isha through the chest. Yuni. Ji-hai shouted in horror as she saw that, but in the next instant that horror turned into shock as Koresha's body turned into ropes of darkness and bound Young-hyuk completely on the spot. Crackle asterisk. Move back, Dokja shouted with fear as he had a bad feeling. Though Dokja saw that Ji-hai was faster than him in moving back, his face twitched as crackle asterisk bang asterisk boom asterisk. With a thundering boom, a bolt of lightning fell, right on top of the bound Young-hyuk before he could even react to it, making the entire terrace tremble in the aftermath. Yu Young-hyuk's lightning resistance has been pierced. The cinema master simulation is panicking. The old man looked shaken as he looked at the dust cloud that was raised in front of him. Do you have time to be looking around? The old man jolted as he heard a voice from behind him. Stab asterisk. But before he could even turn around, an ice spike rose from below his seat and skewered him whole in one go. You are the first to defeat, simulation, the cinema master. You have received 9,000 coins for your achievement. The clear condition for the hidden scenario has been met. You have received 4,000 coins for your achievement. Kair Isha looked at the notifications without any interest and turned her eyes toward the left, seeing Dokja looking scared. He seemed to have seen how the cinema master died. Woohoo, Yuni, that was super cool, Ji-hai shouted as it seemed that she liked the way simulation died. Cool my ass, ugh, I don't think I'll be able to sit for a while. Dokja's face twitched as the barrier around the terrace was disappearing because the dungeon was cleared. The strong winds that came blew away the dust cloud on the terrace, and Dokja remembered something important after he saw a 10-feet wide hole in the terrace. Oh no, please don't be dead. Dokja didn't expect the attack to be this strong. The terrace floor was destroyed and he looked through the hole to see Young-hyuk lying on the floor covered in wounds. He is alive, Dokja sighed in relief as he jumped down to check up on Young-hyuk, and the latter seemed to be breathing. Is Master okay? Ji-hai asked, looking down from above. You remember him now? Dokja thought as he gave her a nod indicating that he was fine. Should I just leave him here? After pondering for a little while, Dokja went to the terrace while carrying Young-hyuk. Dokja SSI, I am sorry I couldn't be of help. Dokja was met with a conscious Hyunsung who looked really sorry. He was the one who got hit after he failed to stop Young-hyuk from punching Dokja. There was no time for him to react or counterattack. Gil-young was also up, but he didn't run towards him like he normally does because Kair Isha was healing his wound. This kid was slapped out of the way by Young-hyuk before he could even do something. The hit made Gil-young go headfirst into the barrier, and that led to him passing out. So he wasn't able to do what he was supposed to do if Dokja was in danger. The third scenario is drawing to an end. It is alright, Hyunsung, are your injuries okay? Dokja asked, as there weren't many people who survived getting punched by the current Young-hyuk. So, the fact that Hyunsung only passed out was an achievement in itself. Koresha SSI healed me, a few bones were cracked, that is why it took a little longer, Hyunsung said with a small laugh as Gil-young hugged Dokja's leg once again after he was healed. Dokja felt like he was being hit with more and more information too quickly as the world he thought he knew was becoming more unknown by the second. But he was glad that he got help from Kei or Isha, otherwise they'd be dead, or even if they survived, Yoonhyuk would have regressed, which would likely mean that their timeline might be erased. There was a possibility that it won't happen, but it is better to prevent such an event from happening altogether, Dokja thought deeply as he was adjusting his plans for the upcoming scenario, which will determine if they could survive until the end or not. Soul is really destroyed, Ji-hai muttered as she was looking at the scene in front of her. It was still mostly dark out as it was 1 a.m., but some areas were illuminated by the light that came off the burning buildings, and it only showed the desolate landscape of the once bustling city. Such was the case no matter which direction they look, with broken bridges over the Han River, and big rhinos running about destroying everything they happened to crash into. He is actually praying, Dokja looked at Hyun-sung, who was doing prayer with a solemn expression while looking at the city. I'll be going down, so if you want to follow, come along, Kei or Isha said as she walked towards the door that led downstairs. Koresha SSI, aren't you going to heal Yoonhyuk? Dokja asked quickly since Yoonhyuk was very badly injured. It would be a waste of mana, since he has a self-recovery skill, Kei or Isha left after saying that. Yoonhyuk, it looks like Koresha SSI really doesn't like you, Dokja smiled wryly as he could feel that Kei or Isha only added the last line in jest. She really seemed to not like Yoonhyuk. Alright then Ji-hai, you take care of this guy, I'll go down, Dokja left Yoonhyuk to Ji-hai. What, you suddenly not master's companion? Ji-hai asked with a frown. I am, but it is a disciple's job to take care of their injured master, bye. Dokja smiled as he ran off with Hyun-sung and Gil-young following Kei or Isha downstairs. They all quickly reached the station below, seeing their group was still on the second floor, but there seemed to be a bit of a problem. Ha! The forces of the underworld have retreated in fear, I, the vanguard of the unholy, am still standing, come and do your worst. Ha 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 ha. Namun was standing in the middle of the empty first floor, laughing with his nose raised to the ceiling. His clothes were mostly covered in monster blood and his own, as it seemed like he just had a battle. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is shouting with immense joy, let's go BABBBBYYYYYYYYYYYYY, WOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO by this situation. What is happening here? Kair-Isha uttered the words all of them were thinking. To understand that we'll need to go a bit back in time. A few minutes after Kair-Isha left to find Dokja and the company, Haru was sitting alone till he was approached by someone. Namwoon, need something? Haru asked as Namwoon sat beside him. He looked a lot more serious than before. Which was a bit weird. No, fuck that, it was totally weird. Haru still hasn't been able to wrap his head around this mystery. Indeed, I do think that Hyung's help is what I need the most right now, Namwoon nodded. What is it? Haru asked. I was thinking of changing the schedule for this FIC as well. I'll do 4 chapters per week for all 3 fics and have them go from Monday to Thursday back to back and let the 3 days off. It'll start from the coming week. That is all, bye. Chapter 335, Hard Times. Indeed, I do think that Hyung's help is what I need the most right now, Namwoon nodded. What is it? Haru asked if it was something like combat training or something he wouldn't mind. Namwoon was all about getting strong and Haru didn't mind him getting stronger since it would be helpful to him in the end. How do you start a conversation with the girl you like? Namwoon asked as Haru was dumbfounded. First of all, you have a girl you like? Haru spoke in whispers as Namwoon nodded. Haru didn't know how glad Namwoon was because he didn't speak loudly. Hyung was the correct person to ask about this. Namwoon punched the air in his mind as his idea was perfect. And from any outsider's view, Haru seemed like the perfect person you'd come to in order to ask about such things. Yeah, appearances can be deceiving. Yes, Namwoon also nodded, making sure his voice doesn't get overheard. Well, the girls seemed to be a bit too engrossed in their talk to listen anyway. So they were safe, no one was hearing them. Oh, I see, Haru nodded. He could feel like the recent change in Namwoon's behavior wasn't random but justified. That is quite normal when you are that age. Haru knew that acting in front of your crush is a normal thing for boys around Namwoon's age. In his case, he left the Chinibi behind since it would be embarrassing for him. So, how do I do it? Namwoon asked. Haru could see that Namwoon was serious about it, so he also took on a serious expression in order to help him. Does the girl you like has someone she likes or dating? Yes, the thing about Haru being serious, he is serious. It would be really heartbreaking if he does so many preparations and the girl already has someone she likes. The heartbreak then is going to deal extra damage. Haru can see that this was the first time Namwoon was interested in a girl. This was courtesy to previous behavior and comments. I don't know, Namwoon shook his head. Do you know anything about her? Haru tapped his chin since the difficulty was going up. Not much, since I have only seen her recently, Namwoon answered, as it has only been a day since he met her. What do you like about her? Haru was narrowing down the candidate in his mind. She is very blunt and also very powerful. Her fierce nature is also something I like, Namwoon said slowly. Isn't that Lee Ji-hai? Young Hyuk's disciple? Wait, if that is true, haven't I ruined his chances? That guy surely won't agree to this. He'll try to get back at me by using this. Haru was sweating a little as this was an important matter, like a really important matter. Hyung, Namwoon sounded confused seeing Haru space out. Yes, Haru answered back a bit nervously. Can you not help me with this, Hyung? Namwoon seemed a bit nervous. He was thinking if he really had no chance. No, I'll do it, just wait for a second, I'll be back quickly. Haru stood up and walked towards the toilet. I'll need to get serious about this. I can't let the ship sink before it even goes into the sea. Haru took in a deep breath. He was going to make sure this works. No one has really ever asked him for dating advice, save for a few, who ended up regretting it afterward. Haru went into the bathroom and started to make plans for Namwoon. He made plans for every situation for Namwoon to somehow get Ji-hai as his girlfriend. They were both the same age as well and they were very energetic in their own ways. Haru made a plan if she is single, one if she is interested in someone else, and one if already has a boyfriend. This guy even made one in case she is already engaged. He was really getting serious over this. He was stopped by Kurumi before this guy made a plan regarding the possibility that Ji-hai was already married. Okay, I think this much is enough. After about 10 minutes Haru came out and was greeted by a shitstorm. Wahahaha, Diverman, the vanguard is here. To think I was fooled by the mortal desire. You have played very well, forces of the underworld, but never again shall I fall for this trickery. Now give me your dog's life. Namwoon was going on a rampage in the middle of the monster swarm, cutting them up while shouting weird lines. No, that was the normal Namwoon. What the hell? Haru was shocked while looking at the scene. Jina, Aaliyah, Sang-ah, and Hee-won seemed to have noticed Haru as he came up to them. Okay, Hee-won, explain what happened. Haru spoke directly. What? Why are you assuming that I caused this? Hee-won questioned. I never said you did, but it seems like you did, so explain. Hee-won could only avoid Haru's eyes as he had caught onto it. Well, after I woke up I asked Namwoon if he was interested in someone, since you know how he was acting all normal and stuff, and it seemed like I was right as well. Hee-won was trying to explain the situation in a way that it doesn't look like it was her fault. Just tell me what you said to him, no need to talk in circles. Haru understood what Hee-won was doing. It caused her to smile wryly while scratching her face since this guy was sharp in some matters, but not so sharp in others. I told him to ask the girl he had a crush on as someone she liked since it would be helpful. I said that as a joke. I didn't know he'd actually do it. Hee-won answered like a child owning up to her mistake after failing to lie about it. But Ji-hai isn't here, so how did it end up that way? Haru was confused by this news. Wait, did you think Namwoon had a crush on Ji-hai? Haru, that is like a new low at being unable to read the room, even for you. Hee-won was barely holding in her laughs, as she said this guy was surprisingly not so sharp in certain matters. Go into the corner and repent, Haru said with cold eyes. But I was just joking. Hee-won was perplexed by this sudden. Repent. Now. Haru wasn't backing down and Hee-won could only turn to the other three with teary eyes asking for help. Well, Hee-won isn't at fault here, Aaliyah said with a strained smile. What? Haru tilted his head before he finally got it. Yeah, I told him I already have someone I like, maybe I could have done better. Aaliyah said with a sigh. She wasn't used to it even if she had done this multiple times after coming to this world. No, I think this was better, Jina said, since it would be worse if things go further from this point. It was better to clear it up in advance so that the other party doesn't get too hopeful. She seems to also have such situations, but she was much more straightforward about how she handled them. That is a tricky situation, so I don't think it could get any better than how Aaliyah dealt with this. Sang-ah also had a somewhat strained smile on her face as she remembered how hard it was for her to refuse others back at work when they tried to offer her rides back home or invite her to dinner. And since most of them were her superiors, for Sang-ah that part was much more stressful than her actual job. Myung-oh went as far as to steal her bike so that he can give her a ride back home. So, she has also had her fair share of problems regarding this issue. But shouldn't we pull him up? He might get injured like that, Hee-won said, trying to divert the topic. She felt a little embarrassed that she seemed to have the least experience in these types of situations. Yes, but he is cutting the thread every time I try. Sang-ah was worried that Namwoon might get hurt because the monsters were swarming him from all directions. Leave him be, the first heartbreak is always painful. I'll step in if it gets dangerous. Haru sighed heavily. If things had got to this point, there was no going back. Namwoon would need to pick himself up. That is how you deal with this stuff. You are talking as if you have experienced heartbreak yourself. Hee-won couldn't believe that Haru of all people had his heart broken by a girl. Go into the corner and repent. Haru slowly pointed to the corner as Hee-won realized her mistake. She might have been safe if she kept quiet. And that is how we arrive at the present situation with Namwoon standing in the middle of the empty first floor and Hee-won still repenting on the left side of the transit stairs. Sit down, I need to heal your injuries, Keirisha said as she looked at Namwoon. I, the vanguard of the unholy, do not need your holy gift of healing, Namwoon said while looking at Keirisha. Sit down, Keirisha spoke with a cold tone looking straight into Namwoon's eyes. Okay, Namwoon sat down. 4 chapters from week from Monday to Thursday. Have fun reading M. Chapter 336, 4th scenario is starting. I, the vanguard of the unholy, do not need your holy gift of healing, Namwoon said while looking at Keirisha. Sit down, Keirisha spoke with a cold tone looking straight into Namwoon's eyes. Okay, but isn't my fault if my overpowering unholiness taints your god, it will be your conceitedness that will bring this is upon you. Namwoon sat down quickly but still didn't forget to spout his lines, but his words became quieter as Keirisha kept looking at him. The constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is disappointed. 100 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Prisoner of the Golden Headband, can't hold in his laughter. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, Secretive Plotter, expresses his condolences. The constellation, Dessert for Days is saying, get over it you soppy twat, eat an ice cream or something. 400 coins have been sponsored. Quretia SSI is really not one you should mess with. Dokja couldn't believe that Namwoon was brought under control with just a few words and a stare. So, is Younghyuk alive? Haru asked Dokja after everyone settled down after Keirisha healed Namwoon. Yes, he is alive, Dokja smiled indicating that he had done what he wanted to do. Barely alive, but it was quite satisfying, to think that bastard was so close to regressing when I reached him. Dokja kept that to himself as Keirisha was quite brutal, not that he hated the way Younghyuk was handled. That's good to hear, Haru nodded. Though if not for Quretia SSI we would have died, thank you for sending her Haru. Dokja seriously didn't expect Younghyuk to increase his stats by this much at this stage, and by the time he checked his profile it was already too late. Well, there is no need to thank me for that, I was just helping the group members, Haru said with a smile. Group members? Am I considered one as well? Dokja thought that Haru might be talking about Hyunsung and Gilyoung who had gone with him. Dokja, would you mind standing guard while I sleep for a few hours? Haru asked while yawning. No problem, Dokja agreed since Haru was the only one who hadn't rested since yesterday even after fighting the monster wave. So he needed to have a good amount of rest. Wait, everyone else is asleep as well, am I the only one standing guard? Dokja finally noticed that the entire group was sleeping since it was only 1:30 a.m. This situation wouldn't be weird but... Is this really okay? Dokja thought since him being the only one standing guard without another one would be. Was I overthinking things? Dokja wondered since being in the position he is in, shows that he is quite trusted by Haru, while he himself thought that he wasn't. Dokja's thoughts were indeed valid since they were logical given his actions and the current situation. If he would go to any other group it would be like what he thinks. He thought Haru was the same, but the last day had him second-guess his conjecture. No, I need to calm down, why do I always have such suspicious thoughts about Haru SSI when he hasn't even done anything wrong? Dokja had heard what the others said about Haru at Dongguk University Station, he didn't mean to eavesdrop, rather it happened by coincidence and he lost the time to go in without looking suspicious. Though Dokja felt the genuine respect the others had for Haru throughout the time he has been with the group now, he could see why that was so. To be honest, he didn't know why he doubted Haru when he has been nothing but nice and helpful, even in the current situation where he showed enough trust in him to sleep near him. Haru was pretty much the most vulnerable he had been till now and he was just a few feet away from Dokja. Am I really scared of Haru? No, I clearly am, Dokja remembered Younghyuk's words and it really placed him in a very serious dilemma. Because even now he was wondering if this was an illusion to trick him or something. Even after thinking about it for an hour, Dokja couldn't reach an answer that will satisfy him, so he decided to put it aside for now since it seemed that Haru was really sleeping. The more he thought about it the more his head started to hurt. The next scenario is really going to be a make or break situation for this world, Dokja thought as he assembled all of his information in his head because the coming scenario would really be a lot harder now because a lot of variables have popped up. The Prophets group as well as our group, I don't know how things are going to play out, but there is only one way it should end, otherwise, it would all end before it even starts. Dokja started to think of a plan with all of the new information he got till now and the knowledge he had of the original. But the more he thought, the more he realized. This is going to be hell for me, Dokja covered his eyes as he was getting ready for the upcoming chaos. At 5 in the morning, Chungmuro Station was lively for lack of better words. Pretty much everyone was up and about since they rested for a good while last night and the evening yesterday. This is the first time I've had no problem waking up at this time. He, one who was mostly known for the amount of time it took for her to wake up from her slumber, was full of energy at this time of the day. After how much you slept yesterday there would be something wrong with you if you were still feeling sleepy, Haru said while yawning. He had just woken up a few minutes ago and come back after using the washroom. Seriously, stop stalking me, Keirisha say something to him. He one quickly hid behind Keirisha and pointed at Haru warily. You slept a bit too comfortably in front of Haru to be worried about this kind of thing, Kaorisha said flatly. What did I expect from you? He-won shook her head as she looked at Kaorisha, who went towards Haru to give him a cup of coffee. Yeah, that guy has Kaorisha uni bewitched, Ji-hai, who had come down to have some breakfast, agreed with He-won. Looks that way. What do you two think about it? He-won turned her head towards Aaliyah and Ji-na, who were having some grilled meat nearby. That sums it up really well, Ji-na laughed and Aaliyah nodded as well. Then shouldn't we save Kaorisha uni? Ji-hai said, ready to cause some chaos first thing in the morning. Well, I don't think she wants to be saved, Aaliyah pointed at Kaorisha sitting next to Haru after bringing food for him. Well, boss isn't the only one who is bewitched by him, Aaliyah thought and looked at Ji-na, who seemed to be thinking the same thing. Looks like that, but somehow this is quite irritating, He-won's eyes twitched looking at Kaorisha and Haru. Yeah, I feel you, He-won uni. Ji-hai also felt like the scene was quite irritating. Let's annoy them, Ji-hai and He-won thought as they grinned looking at each other before they rushed toward Haru and Kaorisha. They are as lively as usual. Dokja looked at everyone as he looked like he was aged a few years since last night. Dokja has had a really tense night because he would need to respond if Young-hyuk suddenly came down and went on a rampage after what happened last night. Then there was also Pildu, who actually came by around 4 a.m. but he didn't do anything, so that was okay. A bit unnerving but okay, since nothing happened. He must have thought it was an illusion. Dokja was really thankful he didn't need to fight. The reason for this was that Haru's ability was really feared among the groups on this station. Even then Young-hyuk was batshit crazy sometimes, so he wouldn't stop even if he could be killed. That bastard doesn't need to worry about what happens after he dies, Dokja sighed as this was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Hyung breakfast, Dokja looked at Gil-young, who came with coffee and some grilled meat. Thank you, Gil-young. Dokja took the food that was brought to him. Gil-young just nodded and sat down next to Dokja as they started eating. A little while later. The group had just finished their breakfast, and that is when the disturbance appeared. The fourth main scenario is about to begin. We just can't catch a break, can we? He-won grumbled unhappily. It has been nearly 100 chapters since Orv Arcade started. To tell me your thoughts and drop some reviews on what you think about the FIC. Bye. Chapter 337, What to Do? The fourth main scenario is about to begin. We just can't catch a break, can we? He-won grumbled unhappily, seeing this blue screen in front of them. Well, I do understand your point, Haru said as he saw He-won's previous energy go away like it didn't exist. It was the same for their whole group. Sang-ah and Hyun-sung also didn't look like they were looking forward to the upcoming scenario. And in all honesty, who would? All of the scenarios had been just about killing others one way or another. This was the same for the people at the station. They were waiting to see what kind of new hell they are going to be shoved into this time. Master. Ji-hai ran to Young-hyuk, who had just walked down the stairs from the first floor. Step aside. Pildu came as well, shouting, making the people step aside. Right now, Haru's group was face to face with the Landlord Coalition and Young-hyuk, who seemed to have made a full recovery from his injuries. Shit, Dokja cursed as this didn't look good at all. This looked like a recipe for a disaster in the making. While the tension in the air got thicker around the three groups, everyone's favorite Takibi arrived. Hello. Looks like everyone has gathered. Have you been well? Bae-hyung smiled as he appeared in the air above everyone, making the people look at him. What is it? What do you want? Some of the people shouted at Bae-hyung as their faces twisted with anger. Well, I only came by to make an announcement. Bae-hyung smiled like he didn't feel the anger directed at him at all. Then stop talking in circles and get on with it. Even Pildu seemed unusually snappy. Oh my, did you not have enough sleep last night? You are unusually snappy, or it is just old age. Bae-hyung laughed, making veins appear on Pildu's forehead. It was true he wasn't able to sleep last night since they didn't attack in end. Pildu was waiting for the ambush from Haru's group, but it didn't happen, and in the end, he stayed up the whole night for no reason. Leaving that aside, let's get down to business. The fourth scenario is going to include other stations. This will be fairly interesting and I am sure everyone will be satisfied, so look forward to it. Bae-hyung spoke jollily. Everyone on the station had varying reactions to this information. But the most common one was fear. Who knows what type of people the other stations had and what they'll do to them. Things didn't seem to be showing any signs of slowing down right now. I know that everyone is dying to know what is going to happen next. But, we need to do something before that. You see, there is always the appetizer before the main course, right? Bae-hyung snapped his fingers and a new blue panel appeared in front of everyone. The sub-scenario has arrived. Sub-scenario, elect a representative. Category, sub. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions, take the white flag installed in the center of the floor. Time limit, 30 minutes. Compensation, 1,000 coins, Chungmiro's representative. Failure. Asterisk, the representative of the station can exercise strong control over the members. Get out of the way. As soon as the window appeared, Pildu took off running towards the flag since this was what he was looking for. If he has this, then there is no need to fear Haru's ability nor Yoonhyuk's strength. There. Pildu's eyes shined as he saw the white flag in front of him. Pildu extended his hand to grab it and... Bang asterisk. Guk asterisk. Pildu SII. The Landlord Coalition's members were horrified to see Pildu run straight into a wall headfirst with a smile. That's gotta hurt. He covered her face instinctively while Sangha looked a little worried since Pildu wasn't moving, he was just lying on the ground. The constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is cackling wildly. 200 coins have been sponsored. The constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is laughing hysterically, he is saying he'll definitely use this later. 100 coins have been sponsored. Well, leaving Pildu and the constellations aside, currently Yoonhyuk was looking straight at Haru, who was standing in front of him with a smile. You aren't going for the flag? Haru asked Yoonhyuk as he pointed at the flag. No need to act. Yoonhyuk thought that this was an illusion without even a second thought and wasn't planning on falling for it. Well, I guess you're right, Haru shrugged as he walked towards the flag like he was taking a walk in the garden and picked it up. In case you were wondering, this wasn't an illusion, Haru smiled, making Yoonhyuk's eyebrows twitch in annoyance. This was the hardest part about Haru's ability. Unless you had a sureproof skill that can counter it completely, there was no way of knowing what was real and what was not. You have pulled the white flag from the flagpole. You have become the representative of Chungmuro. You are qualified to walk the King's Road. Haru looked at the notifications in front of him, but he was more focused on the sudden increase in strength he felt after taking the flag. This is interesting. Haru already got an idea of what the next scenario is going to be like. Tsujikuni Haru has occupied the white flag. If the white flag doesn't change owners in the next 5 minutes, Chungmuro will be under his control. If the flag is snatched in the next 5 minutes, the timer will reset. A timer appeared in the air. 5 o'clock. But even after reading that nobody had moved, there was no real reason for the normal survivors to move since Haru was the best possible leader on the station right now. And even the people who wanted to snatch the flag didn't move. It was a fool's errand, just like Yoonhyuk thought. Everyone understood that there was no point in doing this. We don't want to stay here another second. One of the members from the Landlord Coalition shouted, and the others in that group started to agree with him. Yeah. There is no way we are going to stay under this guy, he'll abuse us. I think the same. This is what awakened the other people as they thought about how the flag holder would have control over them. Even though Haru was nice now, who knows what he'll do once he has full power. Well, I wasn't the one who was charging survival fees and rent from people here, you know. Haru said with a shrug, and the members of the Landlord Coalition closed their mouths on the spot. They were pretty much the most hated group in the station because of what they've done. Would you guarantee our safety? One of the normal survivors asked. These were the majority of the people in the station and they did not belong to any major groups. Yes, I can guarantee your safety from both inside and outside factors. I also won't ask for survival fees or anything along the line, but I hope you would help our group moving forward as well, Haru said, looking at the people. There, see, he is already planning on exploiting everyone. With a sudden leading statement, the people were sent into a small frenzy. I don't know what to do. This is really bad. It is possible. They all whispered, not knowing what was good at this point. If they choose to stay under Haru's group, there was a chance they'd be exploited like what happened when they were under the Landlord Coalition, and it might even be worse than them because of the ability of the flag. And if they choose to leave the station, there was no telling what would happen to them since there were beasts roaming about freely outside. Well, I am not really forcing any of you to stay. If you want to leave the station you can. I am not really asking for much here. If you people aren't willing to work for yourselves, then why do you expect others would? Haru's voice was heard by the people as they stopped whispering. They could understand where Haru was coming from. If they provide no contribution to the group and then still hope to be protected by others, it won't work. This was basically living off someone else's kindness or pity. This can work for a while, but in the end, those people would also stop helping them if they see no change. And this isn't something that has come into existence only after the scenarios began. It has been the same way even when the world was normal, and this has been the case since the time humans started to form groups. If you don't provide anything to the group, you'll be cut off. And this was an even stronger possibility given the current situation. I'll give you guys a minute to think about this. You can make your decision till then. You want a bonus chapter? 700 power stones now.